Memories of the Scattered Milky Way, a romance cloaked in science fiction, a novel endeavor. A woman of pure genetics encounters a human infused with foreign genes. At the crossroads of evolution, who is the pawn of whom? Who has pilfered whose existence? The one I love, is it truly you? The good and the bad, the virtuous and the wicked, the beautiful and the grotesque, the real and the false all amalgamate to form you. I cherish all aspects, and I desire them all. I love you with my body, my heart, my blood, my life, with my silence, my tears, with the singularity, with the finale, with the wandering soul, with eternal demise. Chapter 0 Prologue. Who am I? Where do I hail from? Where am I destined to go? It is said that these three inquiries encapsulate the ultimate contemplation of philosophers regarding life, pondering from the ancient era of Earth's calendar to the interstellar poach of nebular chronology. Yet the answers remain elusive. 6 days prior, amidst a sparse thicket of desiccated foliage, I opened my eyes. Clad in a soiled long dress, I stood upon the desolate expanse, gazing into the vastness, my mind blank, devoid of recollection. I knew not who I was, nor from whence I came, and certainly not where I was headed. Hello, is anyone there? I called out repeatedly, my voice echoing into the void, but apart from the mournful rustle of the wind through the underbrush, no other sound met my ears, as if I were the sole INH. A bit ant of this world that I chose a direction at random, wandering in confusion and trepidation, hoping to catch sight of another soul. Yet, after 3 interminable days and nights, I encountered not a single person. I am weary and famished, gripped by fear and despair, when suddenly I catch sight of an apple tree on a nearby hillside. Its gnarled trunk and withered leaves stand in stark contrast to the vibrant red fruits that dangle from its branches. Stumbling forward, I hastily pluck an apple and devour it ravenously. Just as I consume half of it, a thunderous roar reverberates above me. Looking up, I behold a dirigible hovering in the air, armed soldiers leveling their rifles at me. With half an apple still in my mouth and another clutched in my hand, I raise my hands and surrender. Due to the crime of gene theft, I find myself imprisoned. It is said that this apple tree is a rare species from ancient Earth, its genes exceedingly precious. The AEL Empire has meticulously recreated the ecological conditions of ancient Earth, transforming the G9737 satellite into a genetic research facility dedicated to the study of ancient biological genes, a crucial stronghold of the Empire's scientific endeavors, heavily guarded. Given that I was caught red-handed, I have no choice but to plead guilty. If it were merely the crime of gene theft, I might face a sentence of over a century, which compared to the average lifespan of over 300 years for humans would not be a wholly despairing punishment. However, I lack an identity. Citizens of the EEL Empire undergo genetic testing at birth to obtain their unique identification code, a minuscule chip that can be implanted in the skin or carried within a person. Terminal. This chip is essential for education, employment, daily life, and even for immigration to other star nations. Yet, I possess nothing that can establish my identity. The judge orders a basic genetic test to ascertain my identity. Ultimately, the Empire's intelligence system yields the disheartening result. No such person exists. A person who should not have existed within the confines of the EL Empire has inexplicably appeared in a research facility that rivals a military stronghold. What could possibly be a reasonable explanation for this? That in accordance with the crimes committed, this court hereby sentences the nameless lady who unlawfully infiltrated the G9737 base to the execution of Article 777, to induce no psychological terror, to provoke no physiological discomfort, and to terminate all vital signs. I pause for a moment, only to comprehend that the verdict was a painless death penalty. Considering the circumstances, this could be deemed a fair and humanitarian judgment, however. As the individual facing execution, I felt a profound sense of injustice. The prison guard escorted me into a room, one that differed from the cell I had occupied for the past few days. The beige room was adorned with several pots of verdant plants, and in the center stood a small dining table, laden with steaming dishes, exuding an inviting warmth. A handsome man clad in a white military medical uniform extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner, gesturing for me to take a seat. "Hello, I am Dr. Mu. This dinner has been prepared for you. I hope it pleases your palate." Without uttering a word, I sat at the table and buried myself in my meal. The food tasted bland, devoid of any discernible flavor. The thought that in just a few hours, I would face the execution of a painless death penalty, compounded by my utter ignorance of my own identity, overwhelmed me with sorrow, and tears streamed uncontrollably down my cheeks. Mu approached and took a seat across from me. Perhaps my heart was too heavy with despair, as I could not help but confide. I truly was merely too hungry. I wished for just 2 apples, unaware of their rarity. "You know it is called an apple, yet you do not comprehend its rarity?" Dr. Mu's lips curled in a sardonic smile. Leaning forward, he fixed his piercing gaze upon me. "Who are you? How did you infiltrate the base? What is your purpose?" "I have no interest in these matters. I am here to propose a transaction." Confused, I inquired, "Who are you?" He smiled faintly, speaking slowly. "I am Dr. Mu, tasked with carrying out your death sentence, ensuring the execution process does not provoke your psychological fears or induce psycho discomfort." A shiver ran down my spine involuntarily. "What transaction?" "I will spare your life, and in return, you shall marry the fiancée of my girlfriend." "His girlfriend's fiancée, wasn't that him? He wanted me to wed him?" I stared at Dr. Mu in astonishment, while he frowned in displeasure. It dawned on me that a fiancé was not merely a boyfriend. Was this not the quintessential scenario of the girlfriend is marrying and the groom is not me? Very well. It's a deal. Faced with desperation, I hastily agreed, fearful he might retract his offer. Dr. Mu remarked, "Do you not wish to understand the circumstances before making a decision?" I replied bitterly, "Do I possess any choice? On one side lies death, and on the other, mere matrimony. Regardless of how grotesque or vile the groom may be, at least my life would be preserved." With graceful poise, Dr. Mu stood and extended his hand. "If you dare to deceive me, the manner in which I terminate your life will assuredly be far from painless." His gaze was sharp and his tone frigid, as if he could crush my hand with a mere squeeze. Enduring excruciating pain, I strived to maintain the most sincere expression as I gazed upon him. "A pleasant collaboration entails your adherence to the contract, as well as my own." Dr. Mu's demeanor softened as he formally shook my hand, proclaiming a fruitful partnership. After an arduous night poring over the materials left by Dr. Mu, I finally grasped the predicament that lay before me. Dr. Mu's girlfriend, Lolan, is a princess of the Al Empire's celestial royal family. In a battle for resource planets several months prior, the Al Empire succumbed to the Odin Federation and sought a cessation of hostilities. The Odin Federation consented to a truce and expressed willingness to cede a resource planet to the Al Empire, contingent upon the marriage of a princess to a duke of the Odin Federation. With no capacity to continue the conflict, the Al Empire had no choice but to accept this reasonable proposal for building a cordial future between the Federation and the Empire. The Odin Federation, comprised of 7 autonomous regions and 1 central administrative district, is a federal republic that, despite its relatively brief history, is a formidable military power in the cosmos that a union with the historically rich Al Empire could be deemed an appropriate match. However, the Odin Federation is a uniquely peculiar entity within the galaxy, and not a single soul in the cosmos genuinely believes that this union is solely about constructing a friendly future for the Federation and the Empire. As Earth's environment deteriorates and energy resources deplete, humanity is compelled to venture into the stars. In the face of existential peril, the gateway to genetic research has been irrevocably opened. In the pursuit of more robust physiques, greater strength, and enhanced chances of survival, humanity has embarked on the modification of its own genes. In the ancient era of Earth, cosmetic alterations were all the rage. However, during the early interstellar period, the modification of genes became the prevailing trend. Humanity transitioned from initial skepticism to widespread acceptance, giving rise to various institutions that advocated for the enhancement of beauty, strength, health, and even longevity through moderate genetic modification. As time progressed, these modified genes intertwined, leading to the emergence of offspring, who in turn bore descendants. Gradually, the latent issues nestled within the genes began to surface. Humanity soon realized that while genetic modification increased survival prospects, it also introduced catastrophic problems. The stability of certain genes deteriorated. An individual, robust and free from ailments, could suddenly succumb to bizarre diseases due to genetic chaos. Additionally, the human reproductive rate dwindled, rendering procreation increasingly arduous. Longing for the purity of unaltered genes, governments across the Star Nations instituted stringent laws prohibiting genetic modification surgeries. Those who had acquired extraordinary abilities through the fusion of genes from other species were derogatorily labeled as humans carrying alien genes, facing escalating ostracism. Particularly, groups whose physical appearances deviated from human norms were scornfully referred to as alien species, treated as anything but human, relegated to the most perilous and menial of occupations. Over 600 years ago, some of these intolerably marginalized aliens rebelled, declaring their independence and establishing their own government and military, which is now known as the Central Administrative Region of the Odin Federation. This sparked a conflagration, and over the course of 2 centuries of warfare, numerous significant alien rebel factions emerged. Due to their shared status as alien species, with fundamentally aligned interests, the inaugural chancellor of the Odin Federation, a figure of remarkable talent, Garner, led the allegiance of the leaders of the 7 rebel factions, uniting them under a singular command. Thus, the Odin Federation emerged, a formidable stellar nation ruled by aliens, composed of 7 autonomous regions and a central administrative district. Among the myriad of star nations scattered across the cosmos, the Odin Federation stands out as both mysterious and powerful, exerting a profound influence not only on the interstellar landscape, but also on the attitudes of all star nations towards aliens, compelling them to at least maintain a facade of respect. In stark contrast, the Al Empire boasts a rich history, with the royal bloodline of the Andromeda dynasty tracing its origins to the eastern tribes of ancient Earth. Throughout the protracted era of interstellar expansion, their conservatism and pride allowed them to fortuitously preserve the purity of their genes. The scarcity of their all-natural, unpolluted genetic material renders it the most sought after in the galaxy for matrimonial alliances. According to the analyses of Al Empire politicians, the Odin Federation's pursuit of an Al Empire princess is not a romantic endeavor, but rather a calculated effort to acquire Rince's genetic traits, presumably to mend their own genetic deficiencies through research. Any reasonable woman would recoil at the prospect of marrying an alien, let alone becoming a subject of dissection in the hands of scientific oddities. Consequently, the princesses of the Al Empire devised various means to evade this fate, ultimately culminating in the unfortunate selection of the gentle Princess Lauren. Yet, the misfortune of the princess is somewhat alleviated by the presence of a noble man, willing to go to great lengths to devise a plan for her liberation from this dire destiny. As for myself, I might as well bask in the fortune bestowed by Princess Lauren. Regardless, being a cultivated apple tree subjected to research is certainly preferable to a humane EXE. Cut Ion. Chapter 02 Prologue. In the early morning, the guards escorted me to the execution chamber. Dr.Mu, donned in a mask and pristine white garb, was prepared for the proceedings, awaiting my arrival. As I gazed upon the array of cold instruments glimmering with metallic sheen, an overwhelming sense of trepidation engulfed me. In the gaze of many, could Dr.Mu truly possess the means to save me? The guard gestured for me to recline upon the execution bed. Death loomed ominously before me, yet countless questions and a profound sense of reluctance lingered in my heart. I looked beseechingly at Dr.Mu, pondering whether this would be the end or a new beginning as I lay down. The frigid mask obscured his visage and emotions, rendering him akin to the fabled reaper, mercilessly harvesting human lives. Please cooperate. This will ensure a harmonious collaboration. Dr.Mu emphasized the phrase harmonious collaboration. Gradually, I calmed myself, lying supinely upon the bed, my gaze fixed upon the cerulean ceiling. Who are you? How did you infiltrate the G9737 base? Do you have accomplices? A fleeting sting akin to a mosquito bite pierced my neck, and I succumbed to unconsciousness. When I next opened my eyes, I had transformed into Princess Lauren aboard a spacecraft en route to the Odin Federation, with Dr.Mu serving as the accompanying military physician. Given the lengthy journey ahead, There would be ample time for the doctor to mend her visage before reaching the Odin Federation. The current cosmetic procedures have the potential to transform me into Princess Lauren, however. Dr. Mu is reluctant to allow me to adopt the visage of the woman he cherishes, insisting that I retain my own features. Publicly, it is proclaimed that Princess Lauren, in her sorrow and anguish, has sought to alter her appearance, resulting in my current visage. I am overjoyed at the prospect of boldly masquerading as the princess with my own face. After all, having lost my memories and identity, my appearance remains the sole connection I have to my past. Where is Princess Lauren? I inquired with curiosity. Dr. Mu fixed me with a warning gaze, stating, "You are Princess Lauren. As for who she truly is, that is not a matter for you to concern yourself with." I repeated to myself, "I am Princess Lauren, I am Princess Lauren," as a form of self-hypnosis. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Princess Lauren possesses a rare, pure genetic lineage, while my origins are shrouded in mystery. A simple genetic test could easily unveil the truth. It is widely known that the Odin Federation seeks the princess for her genetic attributes, even if I devise means to delay they. Inevitable, such delays cannot last indefinitely. Cautiously, I asked, if the Odin Federation intends to study the princess genes, what would happen to me if they discover I am an imposter? Your genes are remarkably pure and entirely meet their criteria, Dr. Mu replied, his gaze peculiar and seemingly perplexed. As long as you do not err, no one will suspect you or go to the lengths of testing your lineage against that of the royal family of Al. You may remain Princess Lauren indefinitely. I stared at him in shock, completely taken aback by the revelation that my genes were, in fact, a rare variety. It appears that you are truly oblivious to your own identity, Dr. Mu chuckled with self-deprecation. Were it not for your unique genetics, I would not have taken such a risk to save you. Dr. Mu continued, I have preserved your life. I solemnly bowed to him, expressing my gratitude. Thank you for your life-saving grace. I shall honor my promise. Feigning a melancholic demeanor, I secluded myself within my chamber, permitting only Dr. Mu to visit me. With his guidance, I commenced my transformation into a princess. Fortunately, Princess Lauren was a figure of minimal presence. Her father had tragically passed away when she was merely 7, and her mother succumbed to illness before her coming. Of age, the emperor, her paternal uncle, paid her little attention, and she seldom made public appearances, leading a quiet life dedicated to her studies. Aside from her devoted maid who had cared for her since childhood, the outside world held almost no impression of her. Due to Princess Lauren's immature resistance to marriage, her imperial uncle feared further scandalous behavior, thus forbidding her maid from boarding the spaceship. Consequently, all her escorts were strangers who lacked genuine concern for her well-being. Dr. Mu advised, as long as you do not act excessively outlandish, your true identity will remain concealed. Should anyone notice a shift in your demeanor, you may attribute it to a profound shock that has altered your character, thereby obscuring your past. I humbly accepted his counsel, acknowledging my understanding. A month later, Dr. Mu expressed approval of my progress, deeming my transformation into a princess a success. With Dr. Mu no longer pressing me to study, I found myself with an abundance of leisure time. I believed it prudent to contemplate earnestly how to navigate the fate that awaited me. However, my mind was a void, and no thoughts surfaced. Before me, the virtual screen displayed information regarding the Odin Federation, and I unknowingly scribbled countless question marks upon it. Yet, I found myself devoid of memory and emotion. I was unaware of my own preferences or aversions, oblivious to whom I loved or who loved me in return. How does one who possesses no past choose a future? As I pondered these thoughts, the piercing sound of an alarm resonated through the vessel. The captain's voice echoed, announcing, "We are under attack by interstellar pirates. Prepare for combat. Non-combat personnel, please remain calm and stay secured in your seats with your safety belts fastened. Do not move about recklessly." Interstellar pirates? Was this merely a coincidence? While mulling over this, I hastily seated myself in the safety chair and fastened my belt. The spacecraft remained remarkably steady, devoid of even the slightest tremor, suggesting that the skirmish was of minor scale. An hour later, the hatch opened, revealing General Joseph, the highest-ranking officer aboard, as he entered with a grave demeanor. "Princess," I unfastened my safety belt and rose to greet him politely. General. With a solemn expression, General Joseph informed me, the interstellar pirates have retreated, but unfortunately, Dr. Mew's medical team met with tragedy while attempting to save the injured. What are the others? Everyone else is safe. After offering a salute, General Joseph departed in haste. I stood in silence, enveloped in my thoughts. Dr. Mew had taken Princess Lauren away, fully aware that both the Empire of Al and the Odin Federation had too many watchful eyes. The optimal place for their disappearance lay in the midst of the journey where both nations held little influence. From that moment forth, the cosmos gained a pair of sweethearts, while IIT is indeed Princess Lolan. I cast my gaze out of the window. In the vastness of space, myriad stars twinkle brilliantly. I am oblivious to which planet my past resides on, nor do I know where my future lies among the celestial bodies. Yet, one day, I aspire to possess the clarity of purpose that Princess Lolan and Dr. Mew embody, navigating through the boundless cosmos and countless stars with unwavering certainty of my direction. Chapter 1. On a sunlit morning, the spacecraft arrived at the central administrative planet of the Odin Federation, Alicata. Adorned by the meticulous preparations of her maids, Qingwei and Chichu, Princess Lauren donned a resplendent crown, a voluminous gown, and crystal shoes, radiating opulence as if she were a beautifully wrapped, animated gift. As the hatch slowly opened, 2 rows of impeccably uniformed soldiers stood at attention on either side, welcoming her with disciplined grace. General Joseph politely bowed, gesturing for the princess to proceed. Your Highness. Lauren offered a faint smile as she approached the hatch, her heart brimming with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, not solely due to the prospect of meeting her betrothed, but rather because of the enigmatic world that awaited her. Upon opening her eyes in the G9737 research base, she found herself in desolation, devoid of human presence. When she finally encountered others, she was swiftly imprisoned, enduring the stark confines of a cold cell and the solemnity of a courtroom. With a blink, she was transported back to the confines of the completely sealed spacecraft. The base, the prison, and the ship constituted her entire understanding of the world. She remained blissfully unaware of the life that ordinary humanity led beyond these barriers. Standing at the threshold of the hatch, Lauren inhaled deeply and lifted her gaze to the surroundings. In an instant, an overwhelming panorama unfolded before her: ascending and descending spacecraft, industrious robots, speeding hovercars, and an array of uniquely shaped buildings. She endeavored to maintain her composure, stepping forward deliberately, exuding an air of noble aloofness, while internally oscillating between a myriad of frenzied emotions. Well. Oh. Qingwei seemed to be venting her frustrations vehemently. Yet Lauren felt as if she were a simple country bumpkin suddenly thrust into the bustling city. No, it was even more exhilarating. Akin to a child who had never stepped outside bursting through a door, gazing in astonishment and delight at the vast world before her. Everything she saw and heard was refreshingly novel and captivating, leaving her utterly oblivious to the words exchanged between them. Dazed, she boarded the hovercraft and soon overheard Qingwei. Her countenance darkened, conversing with General Joseph, only to realize that her fiancé had not appeared at all. The individuals awaiting them were merely ordinary officials. Qingwei indignantly exclaimed, "This is outrageous. How dare they treat the princess of the AR Empire in such a manner? This is utterly intolerable." Lauren was uncertain about the appropriate response, so she chose to bow her head in silence, clasping her hands on her lap, maintaining an expression devoid of emotion. Fortunately, it was not long before they arrived at their destination, the Spadar Palace, the residence of the prominent figures of the Odin Federation. Just as Lauren sighed in relief, she noticed Qingyue's expression had darkened further, and even the typically unflappable General Joseph wore a frown of discontent. Following their gaze, she observed that the individuals waiting outside the hovercraft were sparse. Some had pointed ears, others possessed slit-like pupils, and one even sported a long tail that swayed lazily. So this is what it means to bear the genes of a different kind. According to the information provided by Dr. Mill, the AR Empire also had individuals with such physical anomalies, distinct from ordinary humans. However, from birth, they underwent various cosmetic surgeries to rectify these abnormalities, making it rare for adults to openly display their unusual traits. However, it is evident that General Joseph, well-versed and experienced, should not be perturbed by the fact that this is the Odin Federation, but rather by the absence of any prominent figures akin to dukes among them. An elderly gentleman, upright and with pointed ears, stepped forward, wearing a polite, yet distant smile, addressing Lauren. "Your Highness, it has been a long journey. I am Anda, the steward of the Spita Palace." Before she could respond, General Joseph, feigning surprise, interjected, "Why have we not seen the Duke? Is it possible that Odin still adheres to the ancient custom that the bride and groom cannot meet before the wedding?" Anda's smile vanished abruptly. His posture became even more rigid, and he coldly stated, "Princess, please follow me." Lauren walked forward in silence, while Qin Yue, trailing closely behind, scoffed. What customs could Odin possibly possess? A band of savages. Anda guided them through the grand hall for a while, halting before a deep brown door, intricately carved with entwined laurel branches, crowned by a roaring lion's head at its center. With a slight bow, Anda courteously inquired, "The dukes are within. Will the princess be entering?" He discreetly pressed a spot on the door, and the massive double doors creaked open. Inside the expansive, shadowy chamber, devoid of any furniture save for an enormous oval table, sat 6 distinguished gentlemen of varied elegance. Sunlight streamed through the long windows on either side, casting a soft golden halo around them. The 6 gentlemen should have meticulously adorned themselves according to the Duke's sartorial demands. Pristine white shirts, tailored double-breasted suits, impeccably pressed trousers, and polished boots, even brandishing vintage-style laser swords. Their attire was undeniably formal, and their demeanor exuded perfection. However, at present, they resembled individuals who had endured 3 relentless days and nights of battle without sustenance or rest, ultimately failing to secure victory. Each man's garments were wrinkled, with some even bearing gashes from the laser swords. As the grand door swung open, they stood poised for confrontation, clearly indicating that this was not a receiving room. And it was evident that Andar was deliberately orchestrating this scenario. Lauren, uncertain of his intentions, opted for silence, surveying the dukes within through the ajar door. The Odin Federation comprises 7 autonomous regions, each represented by a duke, one of whom is a woman. It appeared that the remaining 6 dukes were present. Which among them was to wed her? Suddenly, a strikingly handsome man with a stern demeanor launched the first attack, and in an instant, all 6 engaged in combat. The speed of their movements rendered Lauren unable to distinguish anything but a blur of phantoms. Clearly, this was no friendly match. Those lacking in stamina or slightly slower in their actions risked being ejected unceremoniously. It was no surprise that such a vast room contained no furniture aside from tables and chairs. Abruptly, a beeping sound emanated from the communication device, halting the fray instantly. The 6 men resumed their seats with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. A holographic figure materialized within the room. "The Princess of the Empire is soon to arrive. Have you yet determined who will wed her?" The imaging range of the communication device should be confined to the interior of the building. Thus, the man speaking did not behold the princess outside. He stood upon the desolate expanse of the primordial star, clad in a black combat suit and donning a black helmet that obscured his visage. The mottled stains of blood on his uniform and his tone, devoid of warmth, unmistakably conveyed his sentiments. Lauren mused that the only individual capable of addressing the 6 dukes in such a manner could only be the current governor of the Odin Federation, a handsome man. Exuding a charismatic air, propped his long legs upon the table, yawning languidly as he remarked, "After 3 days and nights of battle, we remain at an impasse. What do you suggest we do?" Qingwei gently tugged at Princess Lauren's garment, flashing her a triumphant smile. It seemed that their apparent disregard was merely a ruse to secure the hand of the princess from the Empire of Al. The governor replied coldly, "If you do not reach a decision soon, I shall choose at my discretion." The previously speaking handsome man stroked his chin and grinned. "Whoever triumphs shall wed the princess, yet it appears victory remains elusive. If that is the case, we need not rely on strength. Then by what means shall we decide?" Another inquired, "Shall it be based on misfortune?" "Indeed." The man flipped his hand, revealing 6 seemingly identical cards, and inquired with a smile, "Shall we draw lots?" The remaining 5 men fell silent, realizing they were unable to refute this proposition. It was indeed a matter of luck determining who would wed. The first to strike, a man of stern demeanor, decisively declared, "Let us draw lots." Witnessing their resolution, the governor remarked, "To ensure a harmonious union, let us maintain decorum and leave a favorable impression upon the princess." As he spoke, his left leg casually kicked backward, sending a towering beast over 3 meters high flying away. With a swift motion of his right hand, he cleaved a suddenly attacking raptor in 2, its innards bursting forth in a gruesome display of blood and flesh. The imaging quality of the communication device was so remarkable that it felt as though the events were transpiring right before one's eyes. Roland experienced a slight discomfort in his stomach, contemplating whether to leave. He had already severed the connection. The virtual image vanished along with the gory scene of intestines and gore. Beside him, Qinghua fell silent and fainted abruptly, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to anger or fright. Roland paused momentarily, considering the true nature of Princess Roland. To avoid revealing his identity, he promptly decided to feign unconsciousness. An attendant from the Odin Federation approached to check on the princess and remarked to Anda, "She has fainted." Her tone laced with a hint of disdain. Just as she was about to assist the princess, the sound of enthusiastic applause and cheers resonated, causing her to halt her actions. "Congratulations! Congratulations!" The groom. It seemed the results of the ill-fated drawing had emerged, and Roland immediately perked up his ears to listen. 6 men had drawn lots. Undoubtedly, 5 would rejoice while 1 would lament. Clearly, the 5 had no qualms about rubbing salt into another's wounds, deriving their joy from another's suffering. Roland was indifferent to who would marry her. She merely hoped that the unfortunate soul would not unleash his anguish upon her. Amidst the laughter and gloating congratulations, the 6 men emerged, inevitably catching sight of the woman lying awkwardly on the ground. Andar respectfully explained, "Your Highness was quite eager to meet the Duke, so I took the liberty of bringing her here to wait. I never anticipated that she would faint." The joyful laughter abruptly ceased, leaving an almost palpable silence. And then indifferent feet stepped over her body, departing. One pair, then another, and yet another. Lauren pondered gloomily, realizing that fainting required not only the right angle, but also the right location. Had she collapsed by the entrance, she would have been trampled. Chapter 1. 2. Lauren feigned unconsciousness and managed to steal a brief nap. Upon awakening, Qinghua brought her the latest news. The unfortunate soul set to marry her was Duke Qinsha, the very one known for his swift actions, cold demeanor, and the final decision to draw lots. Lauren mused that misfortune did not only befall Qinsha, but also herself. Although she was already aware that none of the 6 men were particularly easy to handle, this one was undoubtedly the most formidable among them. According to the information provided by Dr. Mu, Duke Qinsha was the commander of the Odin Federation army, overseeing the Federation's interstellar defense, and was renowned across the stars as a formidable war machine. Fortunately, she was not a true princess. Otherwise, this alone might have sown seeds of discord between husband and wife. Qingwei puffed up in indignation, her face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "To decide the groom by drawing lots? How outrageous. Simply outrageous." Lauren, melancholically tracing her fingers, silently reflected, "Indeed, it was truly outrageous. Whatever happened to the promised treatment for rare genes? She is wholeheartedly devoted to becoming an apple tree, even if she lacks the adoration of the masses. She should at least be cherished and nurtured, receiving meticulous care and gentle coaxing to participate in the research. In comparison to the apple tree of the Al Empire, she feels a profound sense of failure in her humanity." Qingwei observed her silence and, unwilling to concede, inquired, "Aren't you angry, princess?" "Ah, of course I am angry. Lauren struggled to shift the topic, pondering a perplexing question. "What is it?" Lauren whispered. "Did they not say they are all carriers of alien genes? How is it that they all appear increasingly beautiful? One must not judge solely by appearances. With a mere surgical intervention, one can attain any desired beauty. Appearances are mere illusions. It is the inner genetics that hold paramount importance, the essence within. Inner beauty is everything." Qingwei, filled with anxiety, feared that the princess might be deceived by superficial allure. Rambling incessantly and no longer fixating on the princess's lack of shared animosity. The following day, Princess Lauren and Duke Qinsha held their wedding ceremony at the Memorial Hall of Spida Palace. The atmosphere of the event was solemn, devoid of guests or media. Only representatives from both nations were present. Princess Lauren and Duke Qinsha stood side by side, facing the recording device of the intelligent brain, pressing their handprints on an electronic document to sign their genetic signatures, consenting to unite as husband and wife. General Joseph, representing the Al Empire, delivered a speech, wishing for the enduring friendship between the two nations. Duke Xian, the strikingly handsome individual who had suggested drawing lots to determine the groom, represented the Odin Federation and offered his well wishes for the newlyweds' harmonious union. No one wished for Lauren and Qinsha to speak, as both sides were acutely aware of the harmonious nature of this union, one sacrificing their beauty and the other reluctantly drawing lots. To prevent any hint of their blissful marriage from being revealed, everyone tacitly agreed to allow them to serve merely as background props. On the surface, Lauren appeared as a deer caught in headlights, yet inwardly, She was eagerly observing her own wedding. Forgive the rustic simplicity of one unaccustomed to the world. Lorland believed she could attend a funeral without the need for a change of attire. The new personal terminal, a ruby bracelet intricately engraved with roses, was exquisitely beautiful, and Lorland delightedly adorned her wrist with it. Once activated, the personal terminal would bind itself to her, ensuring that only she could operate it. It served as identification, a means of communication, a resource for information, a source of entertainment, a financial account, a navigation tool, and a health monitor. Everything essential for daily life was encapsulated within this device. In interstellar society, it was nearly impossible to function without a personal terminal. Previously, she had pretended to wear the personal terminal of Princess Lorland, which was utterly unusable. Now, she finally possessed one that she could genuinely operate. She joyfully mused that this wedding was not in vain. After the ceremony concluded, General Joseph was eager to take his leave, while Duke Xian graciously saw him off, both exchanging laughter and confirming their journey home. An hour later, as the spaceship ascended, Qingwei and Qichu were overcome with grief, seemingly realizing that they were truly distant from their birthplace, a planet that had nurtured them, separated by the vastness of the cosmos, so far removed that it seemed they would never again be able to touch it in this lifetime. At any moment, the sound of weeping is far less cherished than that of laughter. If the listener cannot empathize, it only evokes annoyance and disdain. Lauren subconsciously trailed behind him, her steps gradually slowing. The cries of the young girls wrapped around her like an invisible vine, ensnaring her feet until, unbeknownst to her, she came to a halt. Initially, she perceived herself as a mere false princess, burdened by a persistent sense of detachment. Yet, amidst their sorrowful and helpless wails, she suddenly realized that these two girls were not distressed by her presence, but rather by her lingering absence. Chinshur had already boarded the flying carriage and looked back at Lauren through the window, whereupon someone urged, "Madam, the commander awaits you." Lauren feigned ignorance, turning instead toward the still grieving Qingwei and Qichu. They anxiously wiped their tears, striving to regain their composure. Qingwei choked back her sobs, stating, "We have been disrespectful." Lauren smiled gently and extended her hand. Qingwei instinctively grasped it, her eyes filled with confusion. "Princess?" Lauren replied, "We are together." Qingwei stared at her in bewilderment for a moment, before suddenly breaking into a smile, grasping Qichu's hand with her other. "For not. The princess is with us." "Indeed." Qichu nodded vigorously while wiping the corners of her eyes, as if to bolster her own spirits. Lauren offered a slight smile to Qichu before turning to depart. Xian stood in the middle of the path, squinting with her peach blossom eyes, observing her with a playful grin. Lauren felt a twinge of apprehension. This one was not to be trifled with. While she appeared enchanting and charming, she was renowned for her ruthless demeanor and merciless temperament. He is the Minister of Information Security for the Odin Federation, tasked with overseeing the collection of intelligence and ensuring security. In simpler terms, he is the head of espionage. Lauren immediately reflected on her previous actions and uttered a phrase to her maid, shaking her hand lightly, finding no fault in her conduct, maintaining a stoic expression. She walked past Xian without casting a sideways glance. Upon reaching the flying vehicle, just as Lauren was about to board, she heard Shinsha's cold voice. "Please remember, Princess, I will not wait for you." Suddenly, the door slammed shut, and the vehicle soared into the sky, whistling away. Lauren stood dumbfounded, momentarily frozen, having anticipated his foul temper but never envisioning it to be so severe. Under the mocking gazes of the onlookers, Lauren glanced around in confusion. "Princess," Xian called from beside his flying vehicle. She looked at him with inquiry, and Xian, with charming elegance, gestured invitingly and smiled, saying, "If you don't mind, I still have space in my vehicle." Lauren hurried over and boarded the flying vehicle, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Xian replied with a smile, "Do not take offense, Princess. Qinsha is merely a bit rigid. As long as one adheres to his rules, he is not difficult to deal with." Lauren was reluctant to discuss the intricacies of marital harmony with a stranger, so she responded vaguely, "Understood." Xian twirled a sparkling purple card between his fingers, which appeared to be the very card they had used for drawing lots the previous day. His movements were both swift and languid, exuding a casual demeanor. The card seemed to have melded with his hand, remaining steadfastly between his fingers regardless of how his 5 digits danced around it. Yesterday, from a distance, I could not see its face clearly, and only now do I realize it is a tarot card. I wonder what material it is made of. It is a thin slice, radiant like a gem, with the figure of death engraved upon it, seemingly poised to leap forth with every turn. Lauren exclaimed, "What a beautiful tarot card!" Xian cast her a sidelong glance, pinching the card between her index and middle fingers, and with a smile, inquired, "Do you recognize this pattern?" A warning bell rang in Lauren's mind. The scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of when she stood in the dock, the judge pointing to the image of an apple, gently coaxing her to identify it. "I do not recognize it," Lauren replied with an apologetic smile, admitting she had only seen it once in a book, where it was referred to as a tarot card. Lauren pondered. Could it be that her former self was a scholar of ancient history? As their journey continued, both harbored their own thoughts in silence until they swiftly arrived at the Spada Palace. After expressing her gratitude to Xian once more, Lauren disembarked from the flying carriage. Upon returning to her dwelling, as she shed her wedding gown and prepared for a bath, it struck her with a sense of belated realization. She and Chunshur were now officially wed. According to convention, should they not reside together? Gazing at the bed before her, she envisioned the scene of herself and him lying together, and an overwhelming sense of unease washed over her. Humanity has evolved over countless years. Why have we not progressed to a state of asexual reproduction? Chapter 5, Chapter 1, 3 That evening, a banquet was held in the grand hall of the Spada Palace to celebrate the nuptials of Duke Chenshur and Princess Lauren. It is said that the proposal originated from Xian, and Lolan has formed a preliminary impression of this individual, who appears to relish in inciting discord, thriving on chaos. Qingwei urged her not to attend the banquet, suggesting she should assert herself and show those arrogant and rude individuals from Odin a taste of her disdain. Lolan acquiesced, not out of a desire to put on airs, but rather because she realized that no one was particularly eager to see her. Thus, it would be more prudent to rest and avoid unnecessary discomfort. When Anda came to escort her, Lolan subtly conveyed her reluctance to attend. Anda, with an impassive expression, remarked that the gathering was specifically organized for the princess, and many wished to meet the commander's wife. Just as Qingwei was about to interject brusquely, Lolan felt a stir of resolve and raised her hand to halt her. After a moment of contemplation, Lolan consented to attend the soiree, not because of the multitude eager to meet her, but rather due to her own desire to encounter many others. Lolan lacked the ability to flee like the true Princess Lolan. She was even uncertain how to board a spaceship to another planet. In the foreseeable future, she would inevitably remain in the Odin Federation. Must she truly confine herself to her quarters simply because they did not favor her? Such an existence would only render her more immobile. The genuine Princess Lolan at least possessed the advantage of a homeland and an escape route. She, however, was bereft of any such recourse. With no path of retreat available, if she did not forge ahead, she would find herself facing a dead end. Regardless of her inner resistance, she needed to venture forth, to deepen her understanding of this world, to meet new people, and to learn. Only then would she one day attain the privilege of choosing whom to see or not see. That would signify a dignified rejection rather than the present state of avoidance. In a corner of the grand hall, 6 men engaged in conversation, standing or seated, occasionally greeting familiar faces, creating an atmosphere that was both relaxed and harmonious. However, as Lauren approached, the ambience shifted dramatically. They fell silent, their gazes fixed upon her with a chill that resembled the scrutiny of a hapless creature that had unwittingly intruded upon their territory. In truth, Lauren had no desire to humiliate herself, but she recognized that they were the only acquaintances she had in the entire hall, and their demeanor would dictate the overall attitude of Odin towards her. The entire gathering would undoubtedly look to their reactions for guidance on how to behave. Thus, she resolved to confront the challenge head-on. Lauren curtsied gracefully and greeted them with a smile. "Good evening." Under the gaze of so many, feeling as insignificant as dust, it was impossible not to feel discomfort. Yet, she possessed no luxury to withdraw. Instead, she could only reflect with a hint of self-deprecation. The treatment of a princess was perhaps inferior to that of a prisoner, for at least in prison, a serious criminal's words would command the judge's undivided attention. Lauren seemed oblivious to their indifference, maintaining her smile as she continued, "I am Princess Lauren of the AR Empire, and I have just this morning become the Duchess of Qinsha. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Feel free to call me Lauren." Still, no one responded. Some regarded her with keen interest, others remained engrossed in their meals, and a few distractedly glanced elsewhere. With determination, Lauren gritted her teeth and stepped around the purple banquet, moving forward a few paces to extend her hand to a refined gentleman with elegant features and a gentle demeanor. "Hello, hello," she repeated, holding out her hand. She endeavored to make her tense smile appear more natural, yet her facial muscles seemed to tighten further. Amidst a myriad of gazes, her hand stubbornly extended. and the smile upon her face appeared ethereal, akin to the reflection of the moon upon water, seemingly fragile enough to shatter with the slightest touch, yet enduring as the ripples subsided. The gentleman finally rose, clasping her hand gently, and spoke with warmth. "Greetings. I am Duke Chuemo of the 4th District of the Odin Federation, but you may call me Chuemo. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." In but a few fleeting minutes, Lauren felt as though a century had elapsed. Her hand trembled slightly, a sensation surely perceived by Chuemo. Yet he revealed no sign of it. When he released her, Lauren had already composed herself, smiling as she extended her hand to the man beside him. He was tall and robust, with short, spiky red hair standing erect like needles, his prominent brows and large eyes exuding an air of sincerity. With a hint of reluctance, he briefly grasped Lauren's hand and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Hello, I am Duke Bailit Song of the 5th District of the Odin Federation. And you may call me Bailit Song." With these two introductions, the atmosphere seemed to flow more smoothly. From the 3rd District, Zwichiobai, with his golden, shoulder-length curls exuding a nonchalant ease, remained reclined upon the sofa, not even rising to shake her hand. From the 7th District, Zhongli, with meticulously arranged brown hair, possessed handsome features, yet his thin lips were tightly pressed, revealing a certain harshness. His dark brown eyes were somber and icy when he gazed upon her. It felt as though one were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent, instilling a hesitance to meet his gaze. Bailit Song and Zwichiobai both amiably followed Chumo's lead in introducing themselves, yet Zhongli was distinctly unconventional. Without waiting for Lauren to extend her hand, he curtly stated, 7th District, Zhongli, exhibiting no intention of shaking hands. After Lolan gracefully greeted with a simple hello, she promptly moved on to the next person. Xian, with a warm and enthusiastic demeanor, extended his hand and introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, I am Xian from District 6. He then playfully gestured towards Chunshur and teasingly inquired, "Does this gentleman require an introduction as well?" Lolan, maintaining her composure, replied, "No need. Our marriage documents clearly state District 1, Chunshur." Both Xian and Zwichiobai erupted into laughter, with Xian mischievously raising an eyebrow and asking, "Chunshur, aren't you going to introduce your wife to others?" Lolan couldn't help but glance at Chunshur with anticipation, yet he disregarded her entirely and casually plucked a piece of fruit, shoving it into Xian's mouth. Xian could only emit muffled sounds, his speech stifled. Lolan's anticipation swiftly transformed into disappointment. Suddenly, the dancers ceased their movements, and a woman clad in a white blouse and a black pencil skirt, her hair elegantly styled and adorned with black-rimmed glasses, emerged from across the dance floor. With a serious expression and meticulous attire, she seemed lost in thought, reminiscent of a scholar who had inadvertently wandered into the wrong venue for an academic conference. Nevertheless, the crowd parted respectfully, allowing her passage without a hint of displeasure. As her gaze fell upon their direction, her eyes sparkled with recognition, and a radiant smile illuminated her face, as if she had spotted someone she deeply missed, prompting her to quicken her pace. Lolan instinctively sidestepped. Acutely aware of the previous fainting incident, she had learned the invaluable lesson that a good dog does not obstruct the path, and one must never stand in the wrong place. Right beside her stood Chunshur, and it was evident that the woman was approaching him. In an instant, Lolan's mind concocted a myriad of melodramatic narratives, reminding herself to remain composed and to observe the unfolding events with equanimity, no matter what transpired next. The woman, with a smile as radiant as a flower, rushed forward and embraced her. Lolan's mouth formed an shape. Calm, she must remain composed. The woman exuberantly greeted Lolan with a kiss on the cheek, reluctant to release her, holding her hand tightly while examining her from head to toe. Then from toe back to head. A chill ran down Lolan's spine, and she could no longer remain passive. "Who are you?" "You must be Princess Lolan, truly beautiful, intelligent, elegant, and lovely. I should have come to see you at the first opportunity, but I was detained by an experiment. As soon as it concluded, I hurried here, hoping you would not mind." A forced smile played on Lolan's lips. She found it hard to fathom how her expression of bewilderment could convey intelligence and elegance. She glanced towards Xian for assistance. Xian cleared his throat and remarked, "This is Duke Folin from the 2nd District, responsible for overseeing the Federation's scientific research and education." Understanding dawned upon Lolan as she grasped Fenglin's hand tightly, realizing this was the infamous scientific eccentric known for dissecting her for research. Though her apple tree's treatment had come belatedly, it had finally arrived. Folin expressed concern, saying, "You have just arrived in Odin. If anything feels amiss, do let me know, and I will find a way to address it. She cast a glance at the 6 men present. If anyone dares to bully you, inform me, and I guarantee I will not spare them. Lorelyn felt tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Oh, sister, why did you not appear sooner? Fonlin enthusiastically inquired. Have you had dinner? What would you like to eat? I can fetch it for you. I'm not hungry. I simply wish to meet everyone. Allow me to introduce you. Fonlin linked her arm and guided her toward the crowd in the hall. With the enthusiastic assistance of Fonlin, Lauren became acquainted with several attendees at the banquet. Admittedly, it was challenging to remember so many faces at once. However, it was essential to at least become somewhat familiar with them to avoid feeling utterly lost in the future. Due to the previous actions of several dukes, coupled with Fonlin's warm introductions, the guests no longer regarded her with such hostility, and their demeanor had become noticeably more amiable. Even if this friendliness was feigned, Lauren was content, for in human interactions, aside from those closest to us, genuine reciprocity is often replaced by polite pretense. When Fonlin encountered an acquaintance, it appeared that the individual had something to say to him. Lauren, feeling a bit parched, excused herself to find a drink. Standing before the beverage table, she surveyed the dazzling array of options, momentarily at a loss for which to choose. What was the dilemma? Why, despite standing right beside you, the closest and most familiar, do you bypass me to greet Chu Mo? I lack the confidence that you would acknowledge me. Even if you did, I fear you might mock me and put me in an embarrassing position. Xian, with her enchanting almond-shaped eyes, smiled ambiguously. Do you have faith that Chu Mo would acknowledge you? Not really, but compared to others, he is more likely to do so. Why is that? Lauren hesitated to articulate her thoughts, vaguely responding, it's just a feeling. At that moment, Xian, Zhuqiubai, and Zhongli all observed her intently, whether with smiles or indifference. Their expressions revealed that her discomfort left them unmoved. In any situation, it is the enthusiastic onlookers who often exhibit the greatest apathy amidst the chaos. Bailey Tsang leisurely indulged in food and drink, indicating his indifference towards the matter at hand, devoid of any particular stance. Xian cast a meaningful glance at Lauren, remarking, it feels quite accurate. Chu Mo is the most easygoing among us. Those unfamiliar with us often find themselves misled by Bailey's foolish grin and my striking beauty. Lauren shot him a speechless glare, gesturing towards the beverage table to hint that he should cease his trivial chatter and fulfill his promise. Xian selected a drink that shimmered in hues of blue and green, its luminescence captivating, and handed it to her. Lauren, filled with doubt, hesitated to take a sip. Xian smirked, ordered an identical drink, and consumed it in one gulp before turning the empty glass upside down. Lauren raised the glass to her lips, tasting the sweet and tangy blend, which was quite delightful. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, the world around her spun violently, as if something had detonated within her mind, plunging her into darkness, rendering her oblivious to everything. Chapter 2. 1 in the early morning, Lauren awoke in a haze, momentarily disoriented before recalling the events of the previous night. That scoundrel Xian surely would not let a day pass without tormenting others. However, reflecting on the success of last night's ice-breaking endeavor lifted her spirits considerably. As she rose unsteadily, preparing to freshen up, she sensed something was amiss. Glancing around, it slowly dawned on her that this was not her room at all. Qingwei, Lauren exclaimed, her voice echoing through the unfamiliar space. Qingwei rushed in, and Lauren, perplexed, inquired, where am I? Why have I been moved to another room? It is the residence of Duke Chunshi. Initially, I intended to wait for the princess to awaken before relocating. However, Duke Fonlin and Steward Anda insisted that newlyweds must not live apart and should cohabit. Lauren immediately inquired with palpable anxiety, last night, did Chunshi? Did he? Qingyue's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression one of distress. Could it be? Lauren felt tears welling up as well. Was it truly so haphazardly that they had consummated their union? The Duke's behavior was utterly excessive. He refused to share a chamber with the princess, when, in fact, it should have been the princess who rejected him. Why should he look down upon her? Qingyue's voice was laden with grievance and sorrow. Lauren patted her chest, a wave of relief washing over her. Dismissal is indeed preferable. The more disdainful, the better. With a beaming smile, she jested, perhaps it's not disdain, but merely a desire to cultivate their relationship first. After all, our circumstances are quite unique, marrying upon first meeting, and we are entirely unfamiliar with one another. It would be wiser to take things slowly. Observing the princess's cheerful demeanor, seemingly unconcerned, Qingyue reluctantly set aside the matter. Princess, Duke Fenglin mentioned that he will send someone to escort you to his research institute for a visit today. Such an impatient scientific eccentric. Nevertheless, it suits her well. She too is eager to discern what they truly seek from her, as their desires will ultimately dictate her own gains. Duke Fenglin's research institute is situated within a vast military base. To facilitate Lauren's visit, she had arranged for an open-top amphibious vehicle, providing a tour while offering insights. Given that the institute primarily focuses on human genetic research, necessitating extensive data collection and the long-term cooperation of numerous soldiers, the director of the institute had wisely chosen to establish the building within the military base, ensuring both safety and convenience. Lauren curiously observed the soldiers meandering along the road in small groups. Apart from their occasionally peculiar physical features, they bore a striking resemblance to the soldiers of Al. However, in a mere few hundred years, they had managed to instill fear across the galaxy, compelling numerous armies, eager to dismantle the Odin Federation into mere fragments, to retreat in defeat. After touring the publicly accessible military zone, the hovercraft halted before a 3-story flat building that, at first glance, resembled an open book. Fenglin stood before the scanner. Upon verifying her identity, the heavy metal door creaked open. She gestured invitingly. "Welcome to the Alicata Life Research Institute of the Odin Federation." Lauren entered with a smile, her inquisitive gaze sweeping the surroundings. Inside the hall, individuals clad in white lab coats bustled about. Their conversations filled with specialized terminology that Lauren found incomprehensible, creating an atmosphere rich in academic rigor. Fenglin led her to the elevator that ascended directly to the 3rd floor. The building has 3 levels above ground, mostly open for public viewing, while 3 subterranean levels comprise the research area, which is not accessible to the public. "We shall observe from above." Suddenly, her communicator buzzed. Fenglin glanced at the incoming message, her expression shifting to one of urgency as she apologized and promptly connected the call. "What? Data anomaly? What is the cause?" Her tone was fraught with concern, as if a significant experiment had encountered a critical problem. Understanding her predicament, Lauren kindly suggested, "You go ahead and attend to your matters. I have no pressing engagements and can wait a while longer for the tour." Fenglin surveyed the area, noting the absence of others, and quickly instructed, "If you proceed further down the corridor, there is a lounge where you can refresh yourself. I shall have my assistant come to fetch you." After Fenglin's departure, Lauren ambled forward leisurely. Upon turning a corner, an unusual silence enveloped her. The winding corridor seemed endless, lined with countless sealed rooms on either side, and not a soul could be seen in any direction, whether it was the air conditioning set too low or the oppressive quietude. Lauren felt an icy chill creep over her, igniting a sense of unease and trepidation within her. She self-deprecatingly mused that with such timidity, she was certainly unfit for espionage. The Empire of El must have wronged her. Yet, after a moment of calm, she concluded that the sound she had heard resembled something falling to the ground, rather than anything sinister. Hesitating for a brief moment, she stealthily approached the source of the noise. Through a partially ajar door, she glimpsed a dimly lit room where a man lay sprawled on the floor, surrounded by scattered jars and bottles. He must have collapsed while reaching for something. Without hesitation, Lauren pushed the door open and observed him struggling to crawl forward, desperately trying to grasp a small vial that had rolled into the corner. But his body was racked with pain, rendering him utterly immobile. In a flurry, Lauren rushed over to retrieve the vial. "Is this it?" His voice emerged as a hoarse whisper, fractured and nearly broken, as if it were being squeezed from his chest. He clearly wished to avoid revealing such a pitiful state to a stranger, a sentiment Lauren could profoundly empathize with, given her recent experiences of embarrassment. She gently placed the vial beside him and retreated to the doorway. After a prolonged silence, a faint, weary voice beckoned, "Please, come in." Lauren gently pushed open the door, revealing a room meticulously arranged, with bottles and jars neatly placed, leaving no trace of disorder. The blackout curtains shielded the natural light outside, while a desk lamp illuminated the space. Beneath the warm, amber glow, a man sat on the sofa at the far end of the room. A camel-colored blanket draped over his legs. His soft black hair, slightly damp with sweat, clung to his forehead, accentuating his pallid complexion, devoid of any color. Yet he sat upright, his gaze clear, a smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of tranquility and serenity, as if the recent anguish and helplessness had no bearing on him whatsoever. Lauren was reminded of the long-extinct Edelweiss, said to bloom atop snow-capped mountains, resilient and exquisite, yet fragile and fleeting. She couldn't help but soften her breathing, stumbling over her words as she asked, "May I come in?" "Of course," he replied. "Thank you for earlier." His voice was gentle and low, resonating like the melodious strains of a cello. A sudden wave of emotion washed over Lauren, causing her nose to tingle, rendering her momentarily speechless. The man, perceptive as ever, inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing, it's just—" Lauren sheepishly scratched her head, a realization dawning upon her. "You are the first person to ever say thank you to me." Since the dawn of her memories, she had expressed gratitude to Dr. Mu, to Xian, to Feng Lin, and even to Anda, yet no one had ever thanked her. It felt as if her existence held no significance for others, rendering her rather inconsequential. The man paused, then smiled warmly. "I am honored." Lauren made an effort to cast aside the inexplicable vulnerability she felt and replied cheerfully, "To have bestowed such honor upon you, I am equally honored." He remarked, "I have never seen you before. It is my first time here." Lauren, unable to suppress her curiosity, inquired, "Are you a test subject?" He seemed apprehensive that Lauren might misconstrue his words and gently added, "Voluntary." "A test subject?" Lauren's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Without a doubt, she too would become a voluntary test subject, and she was pleasantly surprised to encounter a kindred spirit. A sense of camaraderie blossomed within her. "What is your name?" "Qianxiu." He was the first friend she had made. Lauren silently repeated his name in her mind, inexplicably filled with joy. "And you? What is your name?" Qianxiu asked. "I am called Luo." The name stalled on her tongue, for in that moment, she did not wish to be merely the substitute for Princess Lauren. She longed to be herself. Yet, who was she? Her expression turned bewildered as she stared vacantly at Qianxiu. Qianxiu softly inquired, "What is the matter? If it is inconvenient to share, you need not." Lauren shook her head, her gaze falling upon Qianxiu's plush blanket. Luo, Luoxuan." She glanced around, searching for something suitable, and eagerly asked, "May I borrow your hand for a moment?" Though puzzled, Qianxiu smiled and extended his hand. Lauren bit down and, using her fingertip, reverently inscribed Luoxuan upon his palm. She was oblivious to what had transpired to leave her with nothing, utterly alone, nor did she comprehend what fate awaited her in exchange for this new identity. However, even if her destiny lay within a vast, desolate expanse, she hoped to resemble the resilient camel, step by step, slowly seeking out an oasis that belonged solely to her. Luo, as in the camel, Sun, meaning to seek. "My name is Luo Sun," Lauren solemnly explained, unsure whether he wished for the invisible hand of fate to hear or for the person before him to remember. Qianxiu's palm was icy, yet Lauren's face felt somewhat flushed. "My friend is still waiting for me. Until next time." Lauren hurried down the corridor, turning a corner, and before reaching the lounge, he spotted a middle-aged woman in a white lab coat, walking while glancing around. Lauren quickened his pace. "Are you Assistant Feng Lin?" "I apologize. I was feeling a bit bored, so I wandered around." "No worries. My name is Anna. The director has some matters to attend to, so I'll show you around in the meantime." As they walked and chatted, Lauren casually remarked, "I saw someone over there just now who seemed quite weak. Didn't he look like the staff? They are likely a volunteer participant in the drug trials." "Participant? What are they testing?" Anna patiently explained. "Many individuals in our Odin Federation carry alien biological genes, making the probability of sudden genetic diseases quite high. Despite our best efforts, not every patient has the opportunity for treatment, especially those with rare genetic disorders, which are exceedingly costly to treat. To secure a chance for treatment, many voluntarily sign up to be participants in the trials." Lauren felt as if something had gently pricked at the tip of his heart, though not painful. It was filled with sorrow. "So what are the chances of them being cured?" "It varies from person to person." Anna paused for a moment before continuing. "Our research institute is not only the finest in the Odin Federation, but also one of the best across the entire interstellar community. Everyone here will exert their utmost efforts." Lauren managed a faint smile, sincerely wishing for Qianxiu's swift recovery. Chapter 2. Part 2. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," she remarked, glancing at the time. "Let me take you to lunch." Despite only being apart for a little over an hour, she appeared exhausted, her eyes clouded with fatigue. Lauren inquired, "Is work not going well?" Feng Lin replied with a bitter tone, "The experiment failed." Lauren was unaware of the nature of her experiment and felt at a loss for words of consolation, so she offered a vague sentiment. "Success is built upon countless failures." Feng Lin rallied her spirits, affirming, "Yes, it will surely succeed." She then led Lauren to the staff cafeteria, explaining, "There are many dining options within the base, allowing personnel to eat conveniently. Meals are complimentary for base staff, though beverages require payment. She activated the beverage selection screen for Lauren to choose. Upon seeing the turquoise drink that Zian had tricked her into sampling, Lauren, still shaken, asked, "What is that drink? I fainted after just one sip last night." "It's called Yulon Yulv. It contains a negative-spirited sedative and is quite popular among soldiers with a physical level B and above. A cup can help relax the mind and aid sleep during times of stress and fatigue." Feng Lin expressed her astonishment. "Did you not know it is best to avoid beverages that exceed your physical level?" Lauren had not given it much thought since it had been recommended by Zian. Lolan forced a smile, pondering whether she could truly claim to have fragmented memories. Some events were glaringly obvious, while others remained shrouded in obscurity. Feng Lin muttered, "Zian is being reckless. How could such a beverage be offered to an ordinary person?" A chill coursed through Lolan's mind. Was the head of the Odin Federation spies truly so capricious as to merely toy with her? The mouth may deceive, but the body does not lie. If, by chance, the princess's physical prowess were indeed classified as B-level, a single sip of that drink could expose her secret. As her thoughts raced, a thin sheen of cold sweat emerged on her back. Calm, remain composed. Lolan meticulously reviewed her thoughts, confirming that Dr. Nu had never mentioned the princess's physical capabilities. Given his meticulous nature, it could not have been an oversight. Thus, there were only two possibilities. Either the princess had never undergone a physical assessment, or she had, and the results had remained strictly confidential. Lolan exhaled slowly. Feeling a measure of relief, Zian likely intended merely to gauge the princess's physical prowess. Noticing Lolan's fixation on the drink displayed on the screen, Feng Lin reassured her. "Do not worry. Having a sip or two occasionally is harmless to your health, though it may lead to embarrassment." As Feng Lin pondered further, just as he was about to speak, the automatic doors of the restaurant slid open, and a group of individuals entered. An immediate hush fell over the room, the atmosphere turning solemn. Lolan turned to observe, and found that at the forefront stood Chen Shi, Zian, and Chu Mo, all clad in immaculate military uniforms. Their postures commanding and their presence imposing. Following closely behind them, however, were soldiers who appeared battered and bruised, staggering as they walked. Yet, the soldiers within the restaurant watched the trio with eyes ablaze with envy and admiration, seemingly wishing to shout, "Why not me?" Lauren inquired with curiosity, "Have those soldiers been beaten?" Feng Lin chuckled and replied, "Those few have always been like this. They call it training soldiers, but in reality, it is sheer abuse. However, only the elite are deemed worthy of such treatment." "I see. No wonder they wear bruises and yet seem so smug about it," Lauren observed. Feng Lin winked playfully and asked, "Shall we go greet Chen Shi?" "Absolutely not. I would feel embarrassed in such a public setting," Lauren responded, lifting her plate and making a hasty retreat. Feng Lin followed her, remarking, "Chen Shi possesses great martial prowess and is not promiscuous. With the right approach, he could undoubtedly become a fine husband." Lauren inwardly scoffed, thinking, "Sister, do you believe every girl is like you? With my petite frame, I think it's best to stay where it's cooler." Spotting a pleasant view by the window with plenty of empty seats, she asked Feng Lin, "Is it all right if I sit over there?" "I'm indifferent. Choose whichever seat you prefer," Feng Lin replied. Lauren settled into a corner seat, feeling relieved that they had not noticed her. However, just then, Zian cheerfully raised his drink in a toast towards her, the hues of deep blue and green shimmering in the light. Lauren inwardly cursed him, yet outwardly remained silent, lowering her gaze to feign ignorance. Feng Lin remarked, "Although the cafeteria does not have designated areas, it has become customary to reserve the best views, serving as a form of respect for the strong." Feng Lin then asked, "What is your impression of the base?" "Very good. If only the nutritional meals were more palatable," Lauren replied. Feng Lin sipped her drink, gazing at Lauren with a myriad of unspoken thoughts. Lauren sensed the words lingering on her lips. In the Odin Federation, Feng Lin is the kindest individual towards her, although her intentions are not entirely pure. In the realm of adulthood, simplicity is an impossibility, and having ulterior motives is not inherently negative. Lauren took the initiative to speak. In the AR Empire, there exists an apple tree, a precious genetic remnant from the ancient Earth era. Scholars studying it provide sunlight, air, water, and soil, meticulously caring for it. They occasionally pluck a few leaves or cut some branches for research. Yet everything is conducted with utmost care to avoid harming the apple tree. After all, research can progress gradually, but if the apple tree is neglected, it will perish. Lauren concluded her narrative with gentle persuasion and cautiously inquired, "Do you think I am correct?" "Absolutely." Feng Lin responded without the slightest hesitation. Lorlin secretly exhaled in relief and proposed her condition. As long as you do not harm my body, I am willing to cooperate as your test subject. Feng Lin's hand trembled and accidentally spilled her entire drink. She was too astonished to wipe it up, merely staring at Lorlin in disbelief. Lorlin, taken aback by her reaction, pondered for a moment before awkwardly asking, "Did I misinterpret your intentions? Was this not what you meant? I merely wished to inquire if I could assist you in your testing." "Ah, must it be so embarrassing?" Lorlin lamented, covering her face with her hands and murmuring, "Can we pretend I heard nothing? Let us continue dining. My physical abilities are rated at A level, and my hearing is exceptionally acute. I heard everything." Feng Lin bluntly rejected Lorlin's proposal. Lorlin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Well, although she was unsure of her physical ability level, she was certain that her intelligence was at a dismal 3A. "Lorlin, I love you." Feng Lin, brimming with excitement, grasped Lorlin's hand. Before Lorlin could fully comprehend the situation, Feng Lin nimbly leaped forward, lifting her into an exuberant embrace, twirling around while laughing joyously. Lorlin was utterly bewildered. According to the information provided by Dr. Mu, Feng Lin was described as erudite, possessing exceptional research capabilities, renowned for her elegance and intellect in Odin, a goddess to countless high IQ tech men. However, the current scene was utterly incongruous. Not only Lorlin, but everyone in the restaurant was taken aback. As Feng Lin finally set Lorlin down, she found herself dizzy from the spinning, left only to marvel. "Sister, are you certain you lack bare genes?" Feng Lin seized Lorlin's shoulders, eagerly inquiring, "Do you truly wish for this? I promise I shall not harm you." Lorlin, still dazed, nodded, sensing an unsettling shift, as if they were veering down an unexpected path. In her excitement, Feng Lin planted a fervent kiss on Lorlin's cheek, then, with an extravagant gesture, proclaimed to the entire restaurant, "All drinks are on me today." In an instant, applause, cheers, and whistles erupted in unison. Lorlin, covering her flushed cheek, looked at Feng Lin with a mixture of exasperation and humor, saying, "Sister, I commend your spirit, but perhaps you should continue on your path of elegance and intellect." An amused officer chimed in, "Are you treating us to a wedding feast?" Laughter echoed throughout the room. Lorlin's face instantly turned pale, and Feng Lin's countenance mirrored her shock as they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. The laughter grew louder, until a commanding voice rang out, "Attention, all!" The entire restaurant of officers rose in unison, responding in a synchronized chorus. "Yes." Chincher commanded, "Mealtime." 2 minutes. Understood. Everyone devoured their food with great haste. Even Feng Lin swiftly returned to his place, rudely shoving the nutritious meal into his mouth, exhibiting a well-trained demeanor. 2 minutes later, the entire dining hall was empty. Luo Lan stood there in astonishment. Chincher rose, followed closely by Xian and Chu Mo. And together they made their way outside. Feng Lin waved in front of Luo Lan. "Hey, stop staring. The VE already left. Is it that your dopamine levels have surged, causing you to develop feelings for Chincher?" Dopamine, a hormone secreted during the joy of love. Luo Lan placed her hand over her heart, earnestly trying to gauge her feelings, and regretfully replied, "It's actually an increase in adrenaline." Adrenaline, a hormone secreted in times of fear and shock. Feng Lin laughed heartily. "Princess, you are truly amusing. I might just fall in love with you." Feng Lin looked astonished. "You didn't realize that Chunshur was helping us just now?" "Helping us?" Luo Lan's face was a canvas of confusion. Feng Lin suddenly comprehended and explained. "Chunshur possesses a 3A level of physical ability, allowing him to overhear our conversation." "What?" Luo Lan glanced at her position, then at Chunshur and the others, finally understanding why the people of the Arid Empire reacted with such alarm upon discussing hybrid gene carriers. "Rest assured, he is fully aware of what transpired and undoubtedly understands why I became so agitated." Feng Lin gazed at Luo Lan, sincerely stating, "I never anticipated that you would be so generous. Thank you." Lorlin was taken aback by Feng Lin's heartfelt gratitude, feeling a pang of embarrassment, and swiftly redirected the conversation. "Why did you comply with Qin Sha's orders earlier? Aren't you both dukes? I also hold the title of a federal soldier. Qin Sha is the commander of the federal army. When he declares all are to comply, I must obey." Feng Lin shrugged, acknowledging the unyielding nature of military orders. "However, should he step onto my territory, he shall be at my mercy." In that moment, Lorlin suddenly comprehended why the military prowess of the All-Empire paled in comparison to that of the Odin Federation. It was not solely due to their incessant claims of foreign genes, at least not entirely. That evening, Lauren perused information on her personal terminal. Initially, she believed she understood the connections between apples and tarot cards, perhaps linked to ancient history. Yet after examining numerous related studies, no memories surfaced. What had she been like in the past? Why had she found herself alone in the research forbidden zone of the All Empire? Lauren sat in a daze, unknowingly inscribing two characters on the screen, Luo's son. Princess, do you consent to collaborate with Duke Fenglin on research? Qing Yu entered without knocking, bursting into the room. Indeed, Lauren replied slowly, shutting her personal terminal. Qing Yu was incensed, roaring, Princess, have you lost your mind? Do you even realize? Amid her torrent of offensive remarks, Lauren gradually grasped the gravity of what she had committed to. It was no trivial matter, and it was no wonder that Fenglin had transformed entirely in his exuberance. Each individual's genes are an innate treasure, a unique and priceless possession. After humanity has been both blessed and tormented by the intricacies of genetics, the entire interstellar human alliance once ratified a covenant to respect and safeguard individual genetic rights. Under no circumstances may one extract or decode another's genetic material without explicit consent. The governments of various star nations are permitted solely to extract basic genetic information for the purposes of identity verification and fundamental medical care. All such information must be securely stored within the highest echelons of confidential intelligence and cannot be utilized arbitrarily without special authorization. Qing Yu lamented. Does the princess not comprehend the gravity of the consequences? They could clone you at any moment. It seems Qing Yu, perhaps a novice in technology, resorted to an outdated scare tactic. Lolan raised her hand in a gesture to halt the conversation. I have played virtual reality games. There exist significant distinctions between clones and natural humans. If clones could truly replace their natural counterparts, humanity would no longer be burdened by concerns of procreation. Qing Yu, somewhat vexed, insisted the princess should adopt a firmer stance. She must not be so weak and easily manipulated. Lolan smiled silently, understanding that it was not she who needed to be resolute, but rather the Empire of Al. They had forsaken Princess Lolan, and as she was sent aboard the spacecraft, the outcome had already been sealed. How binding could the so-called interstellar human covenant truly be? She harbored doubts that every instance of genetic extraction in the cosmos adhered to the terms of this treaty. Princess Lolan had been traded for a resource-rich planet by the Odin Federation, even sacrificing the marriage of their commander, Duke Chinshur. Such a steep price had been paid. Regardless of her cooperation, the outcome would remain unchanged. No matter the significance of genetics, it pales in comparison to the value of life itself. Chapter 3, 1 in the early morning, Lauren stood outside, awaiting the flying vehicle arranged by Anda. As Chen Sha exited his abode, his flying car conveniently halted before Lauren. Good morning, Lauren remarked, promptly shifting aside to grant him passage, accompanied by a servile smile. Chen Sha, however, remained indifferent, boarding the vehicle in silence before speeding away. Lauren consoled herself, reasoning that such aloofness was merely a manifestation of a profound communication barrier, a condition she deemed not worth her engagement. Half an hour later, Lauren arrived at the Alicata Institute of Life Research, only to find Fenglin already awaiting her at the entrance. Lauren was taken aback. Why are you waiting outside? Was it not agreed that I would message you upon my arrival? Fenglin, straightforward as ever, replied, I feared you might have a change of heart. Unable to settle down to work, so I decided to come out for some fresh air. Had she truly been Princess Lauren? Even if she had consented to become a test subject, she would undoubtedly exhibit reluctance and hesitation. Yet, being an imposter, a person devoid of possessions, she found no pretense necessary. Lauren chuckled softly. You think too much. The one who should be nervous is me. Fenglin linked his arm with Lauren's, reassuring her as they walked, do not be anxious. Today merely involves a basic physical examination, akin to the checkups one undergoes at a hospital. Should you feel fit, we may proceed to a physical fitness test. Lauren pondered for a moment. I feel quite well, and I am ready for the fitness test. To be honest, she knew little of her own physical state and was eager to learn more. Fenglin led Lauren into a spacious room. She followed the staff's instructions, changed her clothes, and commenced the examination. First, her vision and hearing were tested, followed by the extraction of 1 milliliter of blood. Before proceeding, Fenglin specifically mentioned that in addition to the various health checks, the lab technician would conduct a fundamental genetic analysis using the collected blood. Lolan confidently replied, no problem. After the blood draw, she reclined into a scanning device for a comprehensive body scan. Upon completion, The staff opened the machine and allowed Lolan to emerge. In astonishment, she inquired, "Is the examination over already?" It appeared that there were numerous tests to be conducted, yet the process was significantly swifter than she had anticipated. "Indeed. The examination is complete," Fong Lin replied with a smile. "I told you not to be nervous." Within 10 minutes, the results were compiled, and the intelligence system addressed Lolan, stating, "Congratulations. Your health is excellent. Please continue to maintain it." Fong Lin accompanied Lolan out of the examination room, suggesting, "Take a break. If everything is confirmed to be well, we shall proceed with the physical fitness test in the afternoon." Lolan had her own plans and said to Fong Lin, "You may go back to work. There's no need to stay with me. I'll wander around a bit and we can have lunch together later." "Are you certain?" he asked. "Absolutely. I will be coming here frequently. Do you expect to accompany me every moment?" After a moment's thought, Fong Lin replied, "I will arrange for Anna to grant you employee status. For the time being, consider yourself an employee of our research institute. You may access the entertainment and fitness rooms in the building as long as you are permitted in those areas." Lolan paused for a moment, pointing at herself and half-jokingly asked, "You trust me? Do not forget, I am the princess of the AEL Empire. Be cautious lest I divulge your research secrets to my realm." Fong Lin scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Dream on. The secrets of our Odin Federation are not so easily leaked." "Well, perhaps I was overthinking it," Lauren chuckled, sticking out her tongue. As the legendary subject destined for dissection and study, she considered herself fortunate to encounter such a clever and kind-hearted scientific genius as Fong Lin. Fong Lin gestured toward Lauren's personal terminal. "The Institute's intelligence core will automatically recognize your access privileges. If the door opens, you may enter. If it remains closed, you shall not." This arrangement was rather straightforward, alleviating Lauren's concerns about inadvertently trespassing into restricted research areas. After bidding farewell to Fong Lin, Lauren spent some time indulging in virtual reality games in the recreation room. As the hour approached a similar time to the previous day, she feigned casual wandering and ascended to the third floor. In the stark, chilly corridor, she encountered a man clad in a blue patient gown and a staff member dressed in white work attire. To her surprise, they appeared undisturbed, politely nodding to her as they passed. Lauren breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that visitors in this area were commonplace, allowing her to traverse it with confidence, unafraid of being noticed. Arriving at the door to Qian Su's room, she found it firmly shut, uncertain whether Qian Su is still inside. A wave of anxiety washed over her, though she could not quite pinpoint the source of her unease. Just as she was about to ring the bell, she hastily checked her appearance on her personal terminal, smoothing her hair and adjusting her dress. Satisfied that everything was in order, she took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. "Please, come in." As the voice resonated, the door swung open. Qianshu sat at the desk, engrossed in his work. Upon noticing her entrance, he paused and shut down the virtual workstation. "Lauren, feeling a bit anxious?" inquired. "Am I interrupting you with this unexpected visit?" "No. I was merely reviewing some work-related materials," he replied. Clad in a light blue patient gown, his complexion remained pale, yet he appeared markedly more spirited than the day before. Lauren clasped her hands behind her back, biting her lip. "Do you remember me?" "Luo Sun." Lauren's heart raced. For Qianshu, it might have been a mere name, but for her, it was the first call from the world. She beamed brightly, extending her thumb. "Correct. Your name is quite memorable." Qianshu smiled gently, his eyes reflecting calmness and tranquility like a refreshing spring breeze. After a brief pause, he replied, "Sure," and provided a series of contact numbers. Lauren's heart soared as she promptly sent an invitation. Upon his confirmation, a new contact number appeared in her personal directory. She entered his name and cheerfully remarked, "I've been assisting a friend lately and will frequently visit the Research Institute. If you have time, feel free to message me anytime." Qianshu chuckled. "Are you always this cheerful?" Lauren feigned surprise, widening her eyes. "Oh, do you think I'm a robot? It's impossible to have just one state." She held up 3 fingers. "I possess 3 states, happy, very happy, and extremely happy, and they change often." Qianshu coughed lightly, the smile at the corners of his lips deepening. After a moment's hesitation, Lauren asked, "Do you live here?" "No. I work in the Tactical Research Department of the Interstellar Battleship at the base, and I only visit the Life Research Institute when coordinating treatments." It seems that Qianshu's illness does not hinder his normal work and life, and since he works at the base, it will be convenient to meet in the future. Lauren breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you usually busy with work?" "Not too bad," he replied. Lauren, with an impish expression, inquired further, "What do you mean by not too bad?" Is it the kind of good where you have time to chat aimlessly on your personal terminal? Or is it merely the kind where you can only discuss serious matters? Qianshu pondered for a moment. It depends on who it is. If it's you, we can chat about anything. Unable to contain her joy, Lauren exclaimed, "What a wise choice. You shan't regret it. Goodbye." Qianshu smiled as he bid her farewell. Perhaps it was their shared identity as experimental subjects that fostered a sense of kinship between them. Perhaps it was Qianshu's ordinary nature and kindness that allowed Lauren to feel at ease in his presence. Free from the vigilance and tension she experienced around Qinsha and Ziyan, she was Luo Sun, and she had found her first friend. Lauren felt as though everything was so wonderful that it seemed unreal. Unable to resist, she sent Qianshu a text message. "Hello." He received it without any disdain for her seemingly eccentric behavior, and instead responded with an image of a comforting pat on the head. Chapter 3. Lauren felt genuinely consoled, her spirits uplifted as she closed the contacts and turned to her tasks. She searched the Star Network for information on physical fitness tests, and, before she knew it, it was lunchtime. After meeting with Feng Lin downstairs, the two made their way to the cafeteria together. Initially, Lauren harbored a tinge of apprehension regarding an encounter with Qinshu. Yet his absence suggested he was likely engaged in morning training elsewhere, thus skipping the meal at the restaurant. Lauren sampled the nutritional dish, finding it rather unpalatable. However, observing Feng Lin's indifferent demeanor as she consumed it with ease, Lauren couldn't help but wonder if her palate diverged from that of the Odin Federation. Stealthily, she messaged Qianshu, "What did you have for lunch?" Qianshu replied, "Nutritional meal." Lauren inquired, "Is it tasty?" Qianshu sent a frowning emoji. Reassured, Lauren felt her culinary judgment was indeed valid. She then asked, "What do you enjoy eating?" "Qingwei, my maid," Lauren replied, maintaining a facade of composure while weaving a small fib. As adults, everyone possesses their little secrets and the right to protect them. Just as Feng Lin was about to speak, her personal terminal emitted a jarring buzz. Upon glancing at it, her expression shifted dramatically. "I have an urgent matter to attend to." Lauren watched as she dashed away like a whirlwind, likely in response to yet another issue with the experiment. In this era, conducting research is no simple task. It demands not only intellect but also physical endurance. Lauren dismissed the incident, recognizing that casual conversation is inherently unpredictable, delightful when it flows but equally acceptable when it falters. En route, she received a message from Feng Lin. "Apologies, something urgent has arisen. Could we postpone the physical assessment until tomorrow afternoon?" The following day, upon arriving at the research institute, Lauren sought out Qianshu. "I brought you a small gift. I hope you will like it," she said, placing a beautifully wrapped box before him. Qianshu opened the lid to discover a rectangular box of deep red hue, containing 5 smaller compartments of varying sizes, housing 3 delectable dishes, 1 staple, and a dessert. The vibrant green stir-fried vegetables, the golden bird's nest rolled with eggs, the orange-hued crispy roasted beef, the pristine white kasha hikari rice, and the dark chocolate cake presented a feast for the eyes, exquisite in form and resplendent in color, truly a delight to behold. Astonished, Qianshu inquired, "Did you prepare this?" "Indeed," Lauren responded, having already consulted the Star Network. While the majority of individuals relied on meals prepared by robots, there existed a few who cherished the experience of indulging their palate through personal effort. High-end restaurants in the cosmos were renowned for offering dishes crafted by human hands. Why not utilize robots? Qianshu queried. "Can the meals prepared by a robot possibly compare to my own?" Lauren retorted unabashedly. "Certainly not," she affirmed. As Qianshu reached for a fork to sample the dishes, Lauren hastily added, "Let it be known, if you find anything unsatisfactory, please speak openly. I can make improvements next time. Do not feel obliged to endure if you dislike it." Qianshu chuckled. "Weren't you just brimming with confidence?" Lauren pouted in silence. Qianshu tasted each dish, while Lauren observed him with bated breath. "I haven't had such delicious food in ages." "Yay," Lauren exclaimed gleefully, clenching her fist. "If you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you often. Do you take pleasure in cooking? If you have a passion for culinary arts, perhaps you ought to consider opening a restaurant." "Open a restaurant?" Lauren responded with bewilderment. She then searched for several videos, intending to learn by following along. However, as soon as she engaged, she discovered that everything came effortlessly, as if a hidden skill set within her mind had been unintentionally activated, revealing all the dormant abilities. Undoubtedly, she had often cooked in the past. Yet, she could not recall anything, akin to knowing an apple without understanding how she recognized it. After questioning her profession as an ancient historian, she began to doubt whether she had once been a chef. Qianshu noticed the peculiar expression on Lauren's face and inquired with concern, "What is the matter?" Lauren shook her head, hesitatingly replying, "In truth, I am merely familiar with cooking. I cannot ascertain whether I possess a passion for pursuing this vocation. Do you enjoy your current job?" "Job?" Lauren felt even more bewildered. Dr. Mu, Feng Lin, Jinsha, Ziyin, Inda, Qingyu, Qingqiu. It seemed that everyone around her had their own profession, diligently striving for their lives. And she was akin to an apple tree, regardless of whether it was the Empire of Al or the Odin Federation. Their expectations of her were simply to be a compliant apple tree, avoiding trouble. Yet, did she truly wish to spend her life as an apple tree? Lauren stated, "I am not originally from Alakatastar. I just recently immigrated here. Currently, I am working as a temporary assistant at the Research Institute, and I have yet to contemplate my future." Qianshu reassured her, "Do not rush. Sometimes, understanding oneself is more challenging than exploring an unfamiliar planet, and it requires a bit of time." Qianshu smiled at her. "Now you have it." Suddenly, a beeping sound interrupted, and Lauren noticed that the incoming message was from Feng Lin. She hurriedly exclaimed, "Oh dear, I have something to attend to. I must leave." Lolan hurriedly arrived at Feng Lin's office. Feng Lin said, "Let's go together for a meal." "Wait a moment." Lolan placed a lunchbox in front of Feng Lin, saying, "Please try it and share your thoughts." Feng Lin opened the lunchbox and exclaimed, "Wow, did you make this?" Lolan replied, "Yes. Sometimes, when I grow weary of the meals prepared by robots, I take it upon myself to cook. After all, they do not recognize the true Princess Lolan. When I express my love for cooking, it is merely perceived as a quirky indulgence of the wealthy and leisurely." Feng Lin said, "Then I shall not hold back." After savoring each dish, he marveled, "This is absolutely delicious, rivaling that of top chefs." Lolan felt a wave of relief. Since both Feng Lin and Qiansu enjoyed her cooking, it affirmed her culinary skills. Perhaps she could indeed open a restaurant. The thought of possessing a skill that would allow her to be self-sufficient, even without her royal title, lifted her spirits immensely, instilling a newfound confidence within her. Humanity is a peculiar creature. We yearn for the care and attention of others, yet when entirely reliant on such support, we often find ourselves adrift and uneasy. Over time, this can lead to a lack of confidence, resulting in an increasingly humble existence. Feng Lin observed Lolan as she continued to eat and asked, "What about you?" Lolan pulled out a canister of nutritional supplement, smiling as she drank. She had a physical fitness test scheduled for the afternoon, and the information on StarNet indicated that one must not lack energy, otherwise, the test could not be completed. However, one must also be cautious not to overeat, as it could lead to gastrointestinal discomfort and vomiting. Thus, the most prudent choice was, naturally, the nutritional supplement. Feng Lin, with a playful grin, inquired, "With such intelligence and capability, is your family aware of your talents?" Having grown accustomed to her jokes, Lolan calmly remarked, "Why don't you go ask him?" Feng Lin hesitated. Falling silent, Lolan took a seat opposite him, wearing a rather sycophantic smile. "Since you've enjoyed my hospitality, could you do me a small favor?" "What favor?" Feng Lin replied, his demeanor brightening. "I intend to send a meal box to enhance my rapport with Chu Mo." Feng Lin was taken aback. "If you wish to cultivate goodwill, shouldn't you be aiming for Qin Sha instead?" Chu Mo is the director of the Federal Health Bureau. Qin Sha is the commander of our federal army. As a member of the federal military, Feng Lin was incredulous. "I'm not planning to join the military." Lolan waved her hand dismissively, as if Qin Sha were inconsequential. "Do you aspire to be a doctor?" Feng Lin exclaimed in shock. "People do fall ill, don't they?" Chu Mo is not only the most distinguished physician in the Federation, but also oversees all the doctors. "For the sake of my health, I find it imperative to establish a positive doctor-patient relationship as soon as possible." "Are you serious?" Lolan nodded earnestly, her seriousness palpable. Although she was unaware of Qiansu's ailment, she believed Chu Mo would undoubtedly render assistance. Feng Lin patted Lolan's head, adopting a patronizing tone. "I advise you to deliver the meal box to Qin Sha instead." Chu Mo and Qin Sha have been inseparable since childhood, sharing a deep brotherly bond. As long as Qin Sha doesn't condemn you to death, Chu Mo will undoubtedly save you. Otherwise, Feng Lin wore a knowing expression. "What?" Lolan was left dumbfounded. Chapter 3. After finishing lunch and taking a brief respite, Feng Lin escorted Lolan to the training grounds. According to Feng Lin's explanation, physical fitness assessments in the Odin Federation are broadly categorized into two types. The first is designed for ordinary citizens, who can register through the Star Network to select a nearby testing location. This process is entirely supervised by an intelligent system, with robots assisting in deriving the final ratings through various measuring instruments. The second type is tailored for military personnel and specialized professionals, where dedicated examiners oversee the assessments. With instrument scores serving merely as a reference, the ultimate fitness ratings are determined by the examiners themselves. Due to Feng Lin's particular attention, Lorlin was fortunate enough to be classified as the latter, enjoying the same privileges as military personnel. Feng Lin handed Lorlin a set of black training attire, urging her to change into it. This uniform, designated for military use, not only provided a degree of protection but also facilitated the monitoring and collection of various physiological data. Perhaps Lorlin's demeanor appeared too indifferent, prompting Feng Lin to issue a cautionary note. Many individuals are quite wary of their data being leaked and should refrain from donning training gear of uncertain provenance. Lorlin mused that such concerns were likely the preoccupations of seasoned experts. Someone of her caliber could effortlessly excel without delving into the intricacies of data. Nevertheless, appreciating Feng Lin's good intentions, she smiled and acquiesced. Upon emerging in her training outfit, Lorlin spotted Ziyuan clad in green jungle combat gear, standing beside Feng Lin, gesturing animatedly at a virtual screen while conversing about something. How fortuitous to encounter this esteemed figure. Lorlin barely furrowed her brows when Ziyuan, with a beaming smile, turned to her and inquired, "What expression is that? Are you displeased to see me?" Luo Lan slowly cast a glance at him, asking, "Should I be pleased to see you? What becomes of my cinnabar?" Ever since she discovered the art of leveraging the name of cinnabar to stifle Feng Lin, she had become quite adept at wielding the guise of authority. Furthermore, with pressing matters at hand, she was not particularly concerned about any mischief from Ziyin. Ziyin, with a smile that narrowed his charming eyes into mere slits, looked beyond Luo Lan and drawled, "Ah, your cinnabar, I see." He waved cheerfully at the thought of engaging in a lengthy conversation about it. Luo Lan felt as if she might kneel before him in desperation, exclaiming, "My lord, I acknowledge my mistake. Please, spare me." Feng Lin shot a glare at Ziyin, admonishing, "Enough. Let us maintain decorum. We still have physical assessments to conduct." After the initial 2 tests were completed, Feng Lin granted Luo Lan a half-hour respite to recuperate. He informed her, "For the next assessment, you will face the examiner. I need to observe your movements and monitor your data, but fret not, you are familiar with the examiner." Just as he spoke, the sliding door opened, and Ziyin stepped inside, causing Luo Lan to feel an immediate sense of dread. She timidly inquired of Feng Lin, "Is it possible to substitute the examiner?" Ziyin, with his keen senses, overheard her and called out, "Are you wishing for your cinnabar? Very well, his training should conclude shortly. I shall assist you in locating him." Luo Lan hastily interjected, "No need for that. Truly, it's unnecessary." "Are you quite certain? Please do not hesitate," Ziyin teased, feigning to depart. In a fit of urgency, Luo Lan shouted, "It is truly unnecessary. Not at all a burden." Ziyin, Feng Lin called out to him, coming to Lorlin's aid. "Chen Sha was ill-suited for this task, and I had reservations about others. I feared they might not be able to elicit Lorlin's true potential, or, worse, inadvertently cause her harm. Thus, I had to trouble you." Lorlin nodded enthusiastically, obsequiously exclaiming, "I appreciate your assistance." He clicked his tongue in disbelief, remarking, "With your level of skill, how dare you look down upon me? If it weren't for Feng Lin's intervention, you would have had to beg me to come." Yes. You are indeed a master of your craft. Please do not lower yourself to my level," Lorlin responded. At this moment, she understood Feng Lin's good intentions. Perhaps a C-level examiner would suffice, yet she remained cautious, ultimately enlisting Ziyin, a rather overqualified choice. Once the break concluded, Lorlin entered the combat chamber alongside Ziyin, while Feng Lin monitored from outside via a screen. The design of the combat room was rather peculiar, featuring an uneven floor and metal pillars of varying heights and widths. According to strategies found on the StarNet, the battle environment was unpredictable. One should never expect to defeat the examiner. Instead, the focus should solely be on evasion. The longer one could endure under the examiner's scrutiny, the higher the score achieved. Ziyin grinned and said, "Let the battle commence." Lorlin bowed respectfully, stating, "I welcome your guidance." "Examiner." Ziyin lazily waved her hand, signaling for Lorlin to come at her. Rather than advancing, Lorlin turned and sprinted away, seeking refuge behind a pillar. However, when she looked up, Ziyin was already standing before her, delivering a swift kick aimed directly at her chest, clearly intending to incapacitate her. This individual was undoubtedly seizing the opportunity for vengeance. Terrified, Lauren fell to the ground, scrambling to evade the attack just in time. Xian offered her no respite, relentlessly pressing forward with every strike aimed at her vulnerabilities. Lauren was acutely aware that he could not possibly kill her. Yet the ferocity of his attacks left no room for error, instilling a paralyzing fear that compelled her to evade with all her might, leaping and dodging in every direction. Within a mere 10 minutes, Feng Lin called a halt. Exhausted, Lauren collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy. Xian crouched beside her, sighing. No wonder the Arid Empire sent you here. Keeping you would merely squander resources, so why not let you waste others instead? Lauren, fatigued, shut her eyes and remained silent. She truly felt weak. However, perhaps that was not entirely unfortunate. Despite being subjected to such relentless pressure, she had yet to trigger any hidden attributes, which confirmed that she lacked extraordinary skills and was fundamentally unqualified for high-risk endeavors such as illegal infiltration that could jeopardize the Empire's safety. Although she still could not comprehend how she had ended up at base G9737, she was certain she was not a spy. A heavy stone that had long been pressing upon Lauren's heart finally lifted, allowing her to smile with ease, living simply like this was truly the best. Xian, with a hint of amusement, gently flicked her forehead. To think you can still smile so joyfully. You really are an oddity. Chapter 3, for Feng Lin explained that the gravity would continuously fluctuate, causing the pressure on the human body to vary as well, urging her to persevere until she could endure no longer. Lauren nodded and entered the gravity chamber. Xian, initially intent on departing, inexplicably changed his mind at the last moment and chose to stand beside Feng Lin, intending to observe. Aren't you supposed to be occupied? Feng Lin glanced at him. With a smile, Xian remarked, do you think she can endure for much longer? A few minutes won't make a difference. Feng Lin wished to counter her statement. Yet upon glancing at the results of the previous 3 tests, words failed him. The intellect of the gravity chamber presented various natural environments, allowing Lauren to select her desired testing setting. Initially, she contemplated choosing a picturesque scene filled with the songs of birds and the gentle flow of a brook, hoping that an uplifting atmosphere might prolong her endurance. However, after much deliberation, she unexpectedly stumbled upon an image reminiscent of the G9737 environment. And with a fateful flick of her hand, she selected it. The intellect announced, testing begins. In an instant, the gravity chamber vanished, and Lauren found herself amidst a barren expanse. The landscape stretched infinitely, with desiccated and sparse vegetation, devoid of any human presence. With a resigned sigh, Lauren thought, so be it. After all, it is merely a stamina test. I shall run for as long as I can. The scenery in every direction appeared identical, prompting Lauren to arbitrarily choose a direction and commence her run. Initially, it was not overly challenging. It merely felt slightly more strenuous than a typical jog, as though she were clad in cumbersome armor. As time progressed, the intensity of the gravitational field increased, and Lauren's strength began to wane. Her pace gradually slackened until, almost imperceptibly, it devolved into a walk. The air surrounding her thickened like viscous sludge, constricting her body and rendering each breath increasingly laborious. She felt an intensifying agony, gasping heavily as each step required an exertion of her utmost strength. Due to the lack of oxygen, Lauren's mind began to cloud. She found herself forgetting much, uncertain of her identity and disoriented regarding her surroundings. From the moment she opened her eyes, she began to walk, and she has been walking for a considerable time. Yet she has not encountered a single soul. It seems as though she is the only person left in the entire world. Lauren, weary and famished, dares not pause. To halt would mean death in this desolate place. Death is terrifying, but a fate even more dreadful than death is to perish in solitude, devoid of any understanding of one's identity or surroundings. Every cell in her body screams in agony. Her mind feels as though it has been cleaved in two. One half urges, do not stop, press on. Surely, you will discover the answers. While the other half counters, do not deceive yourself. All that perseverance yields is suffering, not enlightenment. In the depths of despair and fear, she can only repeat to herself, everyone possesses a name, surely, she does as well. Outside the gravity chamber, Feng Lin wore a grave expression, his eyes fixed intently on the recording device. It was nearing 7 hours. In this trial, the best record among the base's recruits was 7 hours and 33 minutes. However, the recruits had been selected from the finest and most promising warriors across the Federation, with the least capable being classified as sea level. In contrast, Lauren was a mere liability, fainting at the taste of a B-level beverage. A sense of unease gripped Feng Lin, and he hesitantly inquired, "Should we terminate the test?" Ziyin, expressionless, gazed at Lauren's faltering figure. The directive from the first-generation chancellor mandates that, to ensure the fairness of this election process, no one is permitted to interfere with the test. Are you prepared to violate the base S regulations for her? The consequences of such an action would be severe, and Feng Lin felt the weight of the decision pressing upon him. The red digits on the recording device flickered, and Feng Lin sensed his own heartbeat quickening. If this continues, she will perish. Ziyin remained silent. Wasn't it said that the princesses of the Ael Empire were all delicate? Yet, how could she endure hardships even better than a soldier? Feng Lin, exasperated, nudged Ziyin, urging her to come up with a solution quickly. Ziyin replied languidly, "We are powerless to intervene in the test, but some possess that authority." Enlightened, Feng Lin promptly sent a message seeking assistance. Moments later, Chen Shi appeared outside the gravity chamber. Feng Lin anxiously exclaimed, 7 hours and 20 minutes. In just 13 minutes, she will shatter the base S rookie record. She retrieved Lauren's previous test results. In the first 3 trials, she had also broken records, but they were the worst in history. Chen Shi glanced at the data on the display and turned her gaze towards the gravity chamber. In the vast wilderness, a frail figure staggered and swayed, as if about to collapse at any moment. Yet, she never fell. Resembling the wild grass that struggles to survive in the crevices of rocks, seemingly fragile enough to be crushed by a mere finger, yet tenacious enough to thrive in dire circumstances. Feng Lin urged, "Hurry. If she continues like this, something terrible will truly happen." Inside the gravity chamber, Lauren felt as though every part of her body was in agony. Ensnared in hell, on the brink of death. However, she had yet to find the answer. Suddenly, everything around her froze. The wind ceased its whisper. The trees halted their sway, and the planet stopped its rotation. A beam of light pierced through, revealing a figure within its glow, towering like a mountain, cold as snow, akin to an unreachable deity. Strangely, a name surfaced in Lauren's mind, Chen Shi. She recognized him. Then, he must know her as well. Lauren stumbled forward, her legs giving way, and she fell directly into his embrace. Grasping his collar, her voice hoarse, she inquired, "Who am I?" Before she could receive the answer she yearned for, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. Outside the gravity chamber, Feng Lin breathed a sigh of relief. This does not violate the base's regulations. Lolan is not a soldier. Chen Shi is her husband, and according to federal law, if the physical test poses a potential risk to Lolan as her relative, Chen Shi has the right to request the suspension of the test. Ziyin's gaze was profound. How intriguing. If Chen Shi had not entered, would she have persisted until her last breath? Following Ziyin's line of sight, Feng Lin noticed the final time displayed on the screen, 7:34. Ziyin remarked, "You would do well to encrypt her test results. Unauthorized individuals should not be permitted to view them." Feng Lin's heart tightened as he glanced inside the gravity chamber. Chen Shi stared intently at the Lolan sprawled on the ground for a moment, his body stiffening, his expression frigid as he lifted her. His face bore a look of disdain, yet her lips curled upward, her brows relaxing, exuding a sense of relief and dependence, as if a lost child had finally found their way home. Chapter 4. Part 1. When Lolan regained consciousness, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Within the medical pod of the base's affiliated hospital, she sat in a daze for a while before recalling the moments leading up to her fainting. She had fainted again. And of all places, why did it have to be in Chen Shi's arms? Surely, he did not strike her out of anger, leading her to the medical pod? How could I possibly be injured? In the early days of the Qing dynasty, it was said that the body had merely been overexerted, and by utilizing the medical chamber, each organ could swiftly recuperate. The doctor assured that a good night's sleep would suffice. Indeed, it seems that Cinnabar possesses more humanity than she had anticipated. Qingwei, with a sorrowful expression, remarked, "The princess is not serving in the military. Why must she be subjected to such rigorous physical tests? If they do not care, does the princess not care for herself?" Upon noticing the redness in her eyes, likely from vigilantly watching over her without rest, Lauren felt a warmth in her heart and smiled, saying, "I apologize for worrying you. It is I who failed to gauge my limits. And it has nothing to do with Feng Lin and the others. How could it not be related to them?" A group of sinister beings silence. Lauren spoke with a rare sternness, startling both Qingwei and Qingqiu. Feng Lin exited the elevator and hurried towards Lauren's hospital room. Suddenly, she halted. Outside the ward, Ziyin leaned against the wall, idly tossing a few tarot cards while eavesdropping with her exceptional auditory abilities. Feng Lin approached her, exasperated, and inquired, "Have you been particularly idle lately?" Xian glanced at her and casually replied, "Am I not working right now?" "Oh, listen to this. We are all the so-called sinister beings, is that what the princess said?" Feng Lin's expression darkened, and she was about to storm into the ward. "No." Xian swiftly grasped her, playfully signaling for silence, urging her to remain calm and listen closely. Inside the ward, Lauren fixed her gaze on Qin Wei and firmly stated, "I never wish to hear you utter the words sinister beings in such a tone again." Tears glistening in her eyes, Qing Yue's face was a portrait of defiance. "I have not spoken wrongly. They are indeed humans bearing alien genes." Qing Shu incessantly tugged at Qing Yue's garment, silently urging her to remain silent, yet Qing Yue paid her no heed. With her neck arched defiantly, she proclaimed, "If their intentions were not malevolent, how could the princess have arrived at Odin? Were it not for them, we would still be comfortably residing in Al, surrounded by our loved ones. Does the princess not harbor hatred towards them?" Lolan found herself momentarily speechless. Surely, the true Princess Lolan must loathe Odin. However, she was but an impostor. Had it not been for the Odin Federation's coercion to marry Princess Lolan, she would have perished at the G9737 base. From a certain perspective, the Odin Federation had saved her, though she felt no profound gratitude. She certainly bore no animosity towards them. Furthermore, stripped of all her memories, she held no preconceived notions or biases against the alien beings, her understanding stemming solely from Xian, Fenglin, Qinshu, and others. To this day, she did not perceive herself as superior, more intelligent, or more capable than them. As Qing Yue observed Lolan's silence, her conviction grew stronger. The princess clearly despises them. Why must she suffer in silence? "I do not despise them," Lolan asserted firmly, revealing her true feelings. She had merely assumed the identity of the princess, rejecting both her love and her hatred. Qing Yue gazed at Lolan in disbelief. The Odin Federation had simply proposed to marry a princess without specifying that it was she. The pressure to wed did not originate from Odin, but from Al. As a princess forsaken by the Al Empire, if she were to harbor hatred towards Odin, it would be even more justified to loathe Al. "Should I seek revenge on Emperor Al, who knocked me unconscious and cast me onto a spaceship?" Lauren resolutely declared, "From the moment I boarded the ship, I resolved to live solely for myself. In the vastness of the cosmos, where can one not find a home?" Qing Yue murmured softly, "But this is the Odin Federation. They are all of different kinds." Lauren understood that she should not impose her standards upon Qing Yue and Qing Chu. Yet, being in Odin, for their safety and her own, she felt compelled to correct their thoughts as much as possible. "As you mentioned, this is the Odin Federation. Speaking impulsively may offend others, who will bear the consequences." Qing Yue, "You have constantly complained about Anda's kindness towards Qing Chu while being cold and distant with you. Have you ever considered why Anda behaves this way? Anda's treatment of you is merely a slight reprimand. If a more narrow-minded individual held his position, there are countless ways he could bring about your demise." At that moment, "Do you truly believe Emperor Al would seek justice for you?" Qing Yue's face flushed crimson, her lips clenched tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Lauren sensed that after addressing the micro-level concerns, it was time to discuss broader principles. "Are your genes purely human?" she inquired. "Qing Yue, what about you?" With a stiff expression, Qing Yue replied, "How could our genes possibly be as rare as those of a princess? My ancestors were not tall. They underwent genetic modifications for height and cosmetic enhancements." Lauren remarked, "In the ancient era of Earth, there existed a tale of the pot calling the kettle black, which narrated the story of a group of soldiers who fled the battlefield out of fear. Ultimately, those who retreated a mere 50 paces mocked those who fled 100. Should the soldiers who retreated 50 paces look down upon their counterparts who fled 100? Lauren grasped Qing Wei with one hand and Chi-Chu with the other. "We are now part of the Odin Federation. Fixating solely on its drawbacks will only bring unhappiness. Let us endeavor to unveil its beauty, allowing ourselves a bit more joy, shall we?" Chi-Chu nodded immediately. Qing Wei hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded as well. Outside the ward, Xian eavesdropped while relaying the conversation to Fenglin. It was the first time Fenglin had heard the tale of the pot calling the kettle black, and the more she pondered it, the more intriguing it became. Suddenly, a tall figure silently appeared beside her and Xian. Startled, Fenglin looked up to find Chunshur, feeling quite embarrassed. After all, they were caught overhearing someone else's private conversation. Xian, however, displayed no sign of discomfort, casually summarizing Lauren's previous remarks with a smile, and inquired, "Isn't it quite interesting?" It was unclear whether he referred to the princess or the story itself. Chunshur, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied blandly, The story is somewhat intriguing. Feng Lin exclaimed with enthusiasm. It is both sharp and precise in its satire. I have always believed that those individuals, who are far from clean themselves, consistently adopt a condescending attitude. The next time I attend the Interstellar Academic Conference, should anyone dare to cast me a disdainful glance, I shall adopt the princess's strategy and regale them with a tale, thus delightfully unsettling them. Feng Lin gazed at Qinsha, his words laden with implication. We are indeed fortunate. Initially, I anticipated a significant dilemma, yet it appears the princess possesses remarkable clarity of thought and an amiable disposition. Entirely contrary to my expectations. Quite exceptional. Ziyan's gaze was profound as she flicked a card away. Had it not been for her unreserved consent to undergo a physical examination, I would have doubted her authenticity. Feng Lin nudged Ziyan playfully. Your occupational malady is quite severe. Having been a thief yourself, you see all as thieves. I personally drew her blood, and the results were unequivocally human DNA, not a clone, undeniably a genuine natural person. Qinsha inquired coldly, Are you all so idle? Would you like to assist me in training the new recruits? Ziyan nonchalantly waved her hand, gathering all the tarot cards and turning to depart. Hey, where are you going? Feng Lin asked. He offered an awkward smile to Qinsha. I am here to inspect the medical ward. Lauren, having donned her attire, was preparing to inquire with the doctor about her potential discharge when the doorbell rang. Lauren said, Please, come in. The door slid open slowly, and Feng Lin entered, his gaze upon Lauren particularly tender. Lauren found it peculiar. Why do you look at me that way? Congratulations. Feng Lin remarked while examining the various data from the medical pod. Your physical fitness is rated at E, yet your potential is exceptionally high. With diligent training, you might achieve an A rating. A promising underachiever? Lauren pondered for a moment and resolved to disregard the inept, focusing solely on hope. Clearly, there remains ample room for my improvement. Indeed, not just ample. Do you have any idea how long you persevered in the gravity chamber yesterday? How long? Well, quite a while, in any case. How did you manage it? Did you not tell me to give my all? When faced with dire straits, it is a matter of life or death, and thus one can naturally endure. Everyone is aware of this, yet it was merely a test. No one else would dare to risk their life as you did. Just as Lauren was about to summon the flying vehicle, Feng Lin gestured outside. Qinsha has come to escort you home. She flirtatiously winked and struck a pose as if tearing her own garment, puffing out her chest, silently mouthing, Get him. Lauren immediately felt utterly disconcerted. Chapter 4. Lauren boarded the flying vehicle alongside Qinsha. They sat side by side, with Qinsha maintaining a stoic expression and silence. Lauren fidgeted, her mind incessantly berating Qingwei and Qichu for their betrayal, as they had unhesitatingly abandoned her. In such a confined space, the silence felt awkward and somewhat impolite. She forced a smile, attempting to break the ice. You must be quite busy with work. I truly appreciate you coming to fetch me. Silence, Qinsha interjected. Why? Lauren blurted out, her mind racing. No need for forced smiles or idle chatter. Qinsha paused momentarily, stating, It is not my desire to collect you. The governor was informed of your fainting spell and ordered me to make an appearance. How astutely candid. However, it is perhaps better to speak candidly, without pretense. Lauren quietly turned her gaze out the window, contemplating how the people around her seemed more concerned about her marital relationship than she and her husband were. As the vehicle came to a halt before the house, Lauren expressed her gratitude and promptly exited. Upon entering the hall, she unexpectedly encountered Ziyuan. Lauren courteously greeted him, Duke. To her surprise, Ziyuan approached with an air of elegance, adopting a demeanor suggesting a prolonged conversation. Lauren, finding her path obstructed, could only inquire, Is there something you wish to discuss? Ziyuan smiled, his expression laden with ambiguity. Yesterday in the gravity chamber, upon seeing Qinsha, you eagerly rushed over to embrace him. Lauren was taken aback. Oh, is that true? I do not recall. The single word forget seemed to erase all embarrassing moments. Would she dare to admit that upon witnessing Qinsha emerge from the light column, she felt as if a celestial savior had descended, moved to the brink of tears? No recollection lingered in her mind. Ziyuan wore a look of regret. Lauren mirrored his sentiment. At that time, I was utterly exhausted. My mind was in disarray, and I couldn't remember what transpired. Alas, poor Qinsha, subject to such embraces. Enjoying all the advantages, yet no one to take responsibility. Ziyuan cast a sidelong glance at Qinsha, who had just entered. Leave within 3 seconds. Ziyuan immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. The governor has a message for the princess. Qinsha, remaining silent, passed by them and ascended the stairs, clearly uninterested. Lolan looked at Ziyuan in confusion, uncertain about what the prominent figure of the Odin Federation wished to convey to her. The governor remarked that Chunsha had never experienced the tender pangs of love, and if there were any shortcomings, he implored for understanding. Zian, fully aware that Chunsha's hearing was no less acute than his own, feigned intimacy by leaning into Lauren's ear, whispering a secret. Chunsha is still a virgin, so enjoy him well. In an instant, Chunsha shot a glare akin to a piercing blade, prompting Zian to clumsily leap and scuttle away through the window. Lauren, momentarily dazed, resolved to feign ignorance of the earlier conversation to avoid any dire repercussions. When Chunsha turned his gaze towards her, Lauren hastily diverted the topic, regarding the gravity chamber that Zian mentioned. I must admit, I was utterly exhausted at that moment. My apologies. It's nothing. Merely akin to holding a sticky-skinned marten, Chunsha replied dismissively, showing no concern. As Lauren ambled back to her room, she felt a mix of gratitude for Chunsha's magnanimity and an inexplicable sense of unease. After a contemplative pause, she silently searched for the sticky-skinned marten on the starnet. Measuring between 1.7 to 2 meters in length, resembling a skunk yet devoid of fur, this primordial star creature exuded a thick, greenish-black slime and emitted a pungent odor. Lauren scrutinized the image of the sticky-skinned marten for a full minute before logging into Primal Star Adventures, a monster-slaying game. She input Chunsha's avatar, replacing all monsters with his likeness, and then brandished her laser sword, fiercely dispatching the creatures one by one. You are the sticky-skinned marten. Your entire family is composed of sticky-skinned martens. Morning arrived. Lauren reclined on the sofa, perusing ancient Earth history. Apples, tarot cards, tales of the 50 steps mocking the 100, each story steeped in antiquity. 1 or 2 instances might be mere coincidences, but 3 would surely bear significance. It is certain that she possesses a certain understanding of ancient customs and culture for some reason. However, her knowledge is fragmented, lacking in both systematization and depth, suggesting she is not engaged in professional research in this field. What could be the cause? One possibility is that if someone close to her is involved in a related profession, her constant exposure would likely impart such knowledge to her. Is it her parents who are in this line of work, or perhaps her lover? The thought of the former brings her sadness, as she wonders if her parents are still alive and whether they suffer from her disappearance. The latter possibility sends a chill down her spine. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lauren clutched her hair, shaking her head vigorously to dispel the thoughts swirling in her mind. Suddenly, a beeping sound pierced through the air. It was Feng Lin. She promptly answered the video call. Feng Lin appeared before her in a white work uniform, asking, "What are you up to?" "Reading," Lauren replied. "Alone?" Feng Lin inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Who do you think I could be with?" Lauren retorted. "Chunsha, you are a married woman," Feng Lin reminded her. Lauren replied with a forced smile. "Thank you for the reminder." Feng Lin shrugged. "Come to the Research Institute. Let us have lunch together and discuss things afterward." 30 minutes later, Lauren and Feng Lin met at the entrance of the restaurant and walked in together. They ordered different flavors of nutritious meals and settled at a table by the window. Feng Lin asked, "How have things been between you and Chunsha lately?" "Don't play coy. I'm asking if your relationship has progressed." Lorraine poked at the mushy nutritional meal on her plate and said slowly, "If you truly wish for our relationship to progress, there is a way." "What way?" "You are acquainted with Chunsha. You could speak to him and encourage him to ardently pursue me, to win my heart and make me fall in love with him." Lorraine blinked her eyes, adding, "I have never been in a relationship, so I would surely be easily swayed." Feng Lin was utterly dumbfounded. Evidently, this was an impossibility. Lorraine chuckled inwardly, recognizing how useful Chunsha was as a tool. He could be maneuvered wherever needed. Feng Lin hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically, and she dashed out through the broken window like an arrow. "What happened?" Lorraine wondered, looking around in confusion. She then heard a series of roars, someone screaming desperately. "Class of physical ability, sudden mutation. Personnel severely injured. Requesting assistance." The entire restaurant fell into a profound silence, everyone appearing grave and motionless. It was clear they were concerned about the events unfolding outside, yet not a single person moved to intervene. Lorraine tentatively inquired of those nearby, "Should we help Feng Lin?" She detested the feeling of being left in the dark alone. Resolutely, she decided to slip out through the very window Feng Lin had just exited. reasoning that since Feng Lin had stated she would not be allowed entry into certain areas, it was unlikely she would stumble upon any military secrets. Luo Lan followed the direction of the sound, traversing the verdant woodland, and was momentarily petrified by the scene before her. On the desolate road, sand and stones flew chaotically. A beast towering over 2 meters was roaring furiously, its gaping maw dripping with blood. Not far away, several soldiers were retreating, cradling 2 mangled bodies, while another soldier lay silently on the ground, his fate uncertain, whether alive or dead. Feng Lin stood defiantly in front of that soldier, confronting the beast. The creature, driven wild by the scent of blood, grew even more ferocious. As Feng Lin engaged in combat with the beast, she raised her weapon and fired, not to extinguish its life, but rather as if to administer a tranquilizer. The beast's attacks were brutal and merciless, yet Feng Lin hesitated to strike, finding herself in a perilous situation. In a moment of desperation, as she aimed again from the side, the beast cunningly shifted its body, launching itself forward with a powerful push from its hind legs, claws outstretched towards Feng Lin. Just as it seemed she would be impaled, Qinsha appeared, adopting an offensive stance to protect her. In midair, he delivered swift kicks aimed directly at the creature's eyes, forcing it to retreat and thus saving Feng Lin. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Mo rushed forward to tend to the unconscious soldier. While battling the beast, Qinsha coolly inquired about the tranquilizer. Feng Lin replied, 70 milliliters have been administered. With a grave expression, Qinsha fell silent. Feng Lin implored, give him a little more time. The beast leapt, claws slashing in attack. Yet, Qinsha advanced rather than retreating, lightly tapping the beast's paw with his toes, using the momentum to somersault over its head, landing gracefully on its back. The beast rampaged wildly, leaping and swaying in an effort to dislodge the figure of Qinsha from its back. Yet, Qinsha remained steadfast as a rock, seemingly fused to the creature's spine. His gaze was as cold as ice. He bent his knees and leaned forward, swiftly extending his hand to wield his blade. In a flash, the sharp dagger plunged into the beast's neck. Qinsha gracefully descended to the ground, leaving behind the beast, which let out a heart-wrenching wail before its heavy body crashed to the earth. Feng Lin, consumed by sorrow, lowered his head, concealing his tear-filled eyes with his hand. The surrounding soldiers silently removed their caps in a gesture of respect. Qinsha, without uttering a word, strode away. As he brushed past Lauren, his icy gaze flicked across her terrified face, growing even colder. Chapter 4. 3. Lauren, filled with questions, approached the corpse of the beast, seeking to inquire of Feng Lin. However, as she took a few steps forward, Feng Lin suddenly appeared before her, eyes alert, exuding an intimidating presence that compelled Lauren to retreat instinctively. Realizing his abruptness, Feng Lin forced a stiff smile and said, "You saw what happened. A tragic incident with the beast has occurred, and there are many matters to attend to. You should go have your meal, and we shall meet in the office later." "All right," Lauren replied quickly. In that moment, she acutely felt the truth of her situation. Though she was legally recognized as a citizen of Odin, not a single soul truly accepted her, not even Feng Lin, who had shown her the most kindness. The dining hall was now devoid of any patrons. In the vast emptiness, only a cleaning robot moved about, tirelessly tidying up. The normally inaudible hum of machinery now resonated harshly in the silence. Upon recalling the frigid gaze of the cinnabar and the vigilant expression of Feng Lin, Lauren felt a chill envelop her body, instinctively curling into her chair with her arms wrapped tightly around herself. It is said that a partial understanding of the unknown breeds the greatest fear. Now, her mind was awash with uncontainable questions, morphing into grotesque images that heightened her terror. She was but a pitiable stand-in, bearing another's name, devoid of a nation, a home, kin, or friends, unable even to find someone to confide in about her sorrows. Lauren stared blankly at the robot cleaning a nearby table, her nose tinged with the onset of tears. During her solitary trek across the desolate wasteland, she had believed that merely finding another person would suffice. Yet, she discovered that even amidst a crowd, she remained an abandoned soul. Just as the tears threatened to spill, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to hastily open her contacts. The friends list contained but a single name, Qiansu. Would Qiansu also include Luo's son in his list of friends? Could she truly broach such a sensitive topic with him? Would he dismiss her, or perhaps even terminate the call, distancing himself from her? With a heart laden with anxiety and trepidation, Lauren messaged Qiansu, "Can we have a video call?" In an instant, Qiansu appeared before her, his expression filled with concern as he inquired, "What's wrong?" Lauren hesitated, treading carefully as she asked, "Do you know about the mutation?" "I do," he replied. Clad in a light blue patient gown, seated at his work chair, his demeanor calm and voice gentle, as if her question bore little significance. In that moment, Lauren felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. "I just saw a beast." They spoke of A-level physical fitness and sudden mutations. An officer had slain the beast, yet rendered it a salute. The soldiers injured by the creature felt not anger, but profound sorrow. Qinshu candidly inquired, "Do you wish to understand why?" Roland nodded. A-level physical fitness and sudden mutations signify that an individual, endowed with alien genes, can, without warning, have those genes completely overpower human genetics, instantaneously altering their appearance and obliterating their sanity, transforming them into a frenzied beast. Roland was struck with horror. The creature that nearly claimed the lives of 3 soldiers and Feng Lin was once a man. A shadow of sorrow flickered in Qinshu's eyes. The beast you witnessed was once the finest warrior, perhaps the most trusted subordinate of that officer, and the closest comrade to those soldiers. A chill coursed through Roland, causing him to shudder. The most trusted and intimate ally could instantaneously metamorphose into a man-eating monster. Partners who relied on one another, sharing life and death, could turn their weapons against each other in a deadly struggle. In that fleeting moment, Roland comprehended both Feng Lin's plea for more time and Chun Sha's cold decision to strike. Qinshu asked, "Are you afraid?" Roland, his thoughts in disarray, instinctively nodded. Humans are social beings. When those whom you wholeheartedly trust, your family, your closest friends, your beloved, can suddenly become unrecognizable, how can one not be afraid? Could you too undergo such a mutation? As soon as the words escaped her lips, Lauren instantly regretted them, feeling exceedingly inappropriate. Anxiously, she sought to remedy the situation, stammering, I was just talking nonsense. Please, don't be angry. There's no need for concern. Your inquiries are entirely reasonable," Qinshu replied with a gentle smile, offering her comfort in return. He candidly stated, for individuals with physical abilities below grade A, the likelihood of sudden mutation is non-existent. Conversely, for those above grade A, the probability of mutation escalates geometrically. My physical ability is at grade A, thus I possess a certain risk of mutation, which could occur at any moment. Lauren's nose tinged with bitterness. She could scarcely fathom that such a warm-hearted person as Qinshu could transform into a beast capable of inflicting harm. Qinshu continued softly. Those who first learn of this news often experience fear. Some dread the possibility of their own sudden mutation harming others, while others fear that their friends or family might unexpectedly mutate and pose a threat to them. This can even lead to agoraphobia, an aversion to human contact. You might consider speaking with a psychologist. They possess professional methods to help alleviate your fears. His calm and forthright demeanor enveloped Lauren like a warm ray of sunshine, gradually dispelling the darkness within her heart that had been bred from fear. After a moment of silent contemplation, Lauren began to console herself, saying, "In truth, if we shift our perspective, even without sudden mutations, is there not animosity among relatives in the vastness of the cosmos, treachery among friends, or lovers who share the same bed yet harbor different dreams? One is merely a tangible beast, while the other is an intangible one." Qinshu was notably surprised, remarking, "This is the first time I've heard such an interpretation of sudden mutations." Lauren murmured to herself, reflecting that perhaps sudden anomalies were not as terrifying as they seemed. After all, humanity has faced such challenges since time immemorial. Perhaps the unseen beasts are more fearsome than those that are tangible. The betrayal and wounds inflicted by them are beyond any remedy. Qinshu gazed deeply at Lauren, suddenly reaching out to pat her head, approvingly remarking, "What a brave and wise young lady you are." Despite being merely a virtual entity, Lauren felt a slight dizziness and warmth on her cheeks, awkwardly saying, "If you had seen my pallid and distressed expression moments ago, you would not say that. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the acknowledgement of fear while harboring compassion in one's heart and wielding a sword in hand, advancing against adversity." Lauren's mind conjured the image of Chun Sha, whose expression was cold and whose actions were resolute as he drove a dagger into the beast's neck. She could not help but wonder if even that iceberg would feel fear. Yet, she quickly dismissed the thought as fanciful. Noticing her momentary distraction, Qinshu smiled and pointed at Lauren's plate, saying, "Let us eat. My time for healing has arrived." Lauren sincerely replied, "Thank you." After all, it was merely a few exchanged words. What was there to be thankful for? In the vast sea of humanity, she had a friend, and she was not alone. When Lauren visited Feng Lin's office, she had deliberately brought along several cans of nutritional supplements from the cafeteria, feeling quite hungry. Thank you. Feng Lin accepted the supplements and placed them on the table. Zian, appearing from seemingly nowhere, casually grabbed a can and leaned against the wall to drink. Feng Lin furrowed his brow and inquired, "How is it?" Ziyuan smiled and said, "The finest physician of the Odin Federation, Chu Mo, is here. What do you have to worry about? He assured me that within 3 months, even the one most grievously injured will fully recover." Feng Lin's expression instantly brightened, and he appeared considerably more relaxed. Apologetically, he remarked, "Once I have completed my current obligations, I shall arrange a time to meet with you." Truthfully, Lolan harbored no desire to engage further with this inscrutable and cunning individual, yet she feared that rejecting him might yield even graver consequences. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. The vehicle sped ahead with great haste. Ziyuan casually toyed with a tarot card while keenly observing Lolan with great enthusiasm. Lolan endeavored to ignore him, yet his gaze grew ever more audacious. In a fit of anger, she resolutely turned her head, allowing him to feast his eyes. "Is there something on my face that should not be there?" Ziyuan, with a beaming smile, replied, "It seems you have lost something that ought to be present." "Lost what? Nervousness, unease, or perhaps fear?" Lolan silently mused. If she is anxious and afraid, then Chunshur is dissatisfied. If she is calm and untroubled, Ziyuan is displeased. What exactly do you desire? Initially, she felt a surge of terror, but soon found her composure. Is this satisfactory? Ziyuan spoke with veiled implications. The princess is recovering remarkably well. Feigning surprise, Lolan retorted, "Is it not merely a matter of a beast injuring a person? If the individual is unharmed, how long does the Duke expect me to remain anxious? Interactions between individuals are reciprocal. If you are sincere, they shall reciprocate sincerity. If you deceive, they too shall deceive." Lauren's heart skipped a beat. His physical capabilities were undoubtedly above grade A, and the likelihood of a sudden mutation was not insignificant. She instinctively edged closer to the car door. Ziyan lifted his gaze towards her, devoid of any mirth, his alluring peach blossom eyes betraying a subtle sorrow. Suddenly, Ziyan made a playful grimace, letting out a bizarre sound directed at her, which startled Lauren into a pale fright. She screamed and recoiled, shrinking beneath her seat. Ziyan burst into laughter, observing Lauren's disheveled state with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "Ah, that expression is just right." Embarrassed and vexed, Lauren quickly composed herself, her face stern. How foolish of her to feel sympathy for this enchanting trickster, who had left a trail of destruction in his wake while thriving unscathed. "Hey, I'm upset." Regardless of how Ziyin teased her, Lauren resolutely feigned deafness, determined to remain silent. Chapter 15. Chapter 4. She did not disturb Qingwei and quietly departed. It seemed their previous conversation had borne fruit. Qingwei no longer irrationally rejected everything related to Odin and began to learn how to integrate into the life of the Odin Federation. According to the information Dr. Mu provided Lauren, Qingwei possessed E-grade physical abilities, held degrees in economics and law, and was responsible for managing the princess's daily affairs. On the other hand, Chi-Chu had a B-grade physical capacity, trained in combat and firearms, and was tasked with ensuring the princess's safety as her personal bodyguard. Their abilities were not particularly remarkable. Yet Lauren considered herself unremarkable as well. It seemed they would all strive together. It appeared that the Odin Federation kept this matter shrouded in secrecy, and she felt as though she had stumbled upon something she ought not to know, yet it was intricately linked to her own fate. Lauren found her mind restless, unable to settle into tranquility. Glancing at the time, she resolved to prepare dinner as a means to relax her taut nerves. According to Starnet, the finest restaurant in Alicata was the Everest restaurant, named after the highest peak on ancient Earth. Its most expensive dishes were the soup-filled dumplings and the winter melon treasure pot, reputedly crafted using long-lost ancient techniques to prepare exquisite delicacies from the primordial star. Lauren decided to attempt these two dishes. Should she ever find herself cast aside by Chinshur, she could seek employment at the Everest restaurant. As the ingredients for the treasure pot were insufficient for 8 treasures, she opted to create a 4-treasure variant instead. After bustling about for over an hour, Lauren placed the 4 treasures into the intricately carved winter melon pot and set it along with the melon into the steamer to simmer slowly over low heat. The next dish was the soup-filled dumplings. She instructed the robot to chop the filling while she prepared the dough. As she poured flour into the basin, she murmured to herself, "Just don't add too much water." Upon uttering those words, she suddenly felt a sense of disconnection. as if someone had once spoken the same phrase to her. Yet, when she tried to recall, her mind drew a blank. Lauren stood there, dazed. Had it been the person who taught her to cook who uttered those gentle words? Excuse me. Oh. Lauren hurriedly stepped aside, but in her haste, she accidentally knocked over the basin. It had already fallen. At worst, it would create a mess for the robot to clean up. However, Chinchur, possessing Class A3 agility, barely glanced at it. With a casual flick of her foot, the basin soared into the air, but it contained only dry flour, unmoistened by water. Chinchur, perplexed by the situation, swiftly retreated outside the kitchen. Lauren found herself powerless, merely watching as flour coated her face and hair. With tears welling in her eyes, she gazed at Chinchur, who, with an impassive expression, inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied, although the thought of confronting Chinchur was daunting. "If you're unwell, let me know," Chinchur stated, and before the words had fully left his lips, he vanished. Lauren was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this individual, who consumed nutritious meals all day, had likely never encountered raw flour. Was it too late to feign a fainting spell to startle him? She brushed her hair, causing flour to drift softly around her. What had Chinchur entered the kitchen for? It seemed he left without doing anything at all. If it were Xian, Lauren would consider anything possible, but Chinchur. Looking around, her gaze settled on the preservation cabinet. She opened the door to find it empty except for a neatly arranged row of nutritional supplements. It appeared he intended to prepare dinner with them. Had he felt embarrassed, leaving without even taking a supplement? After more than half an hour, Lauren prepared a meal tray and instructed a robot to deliver it to Chinchur's room. The tray contained a bowl of winter melon delicacies, a steamer of dumplings, and 2 cans of nutritional supplements. Although Lauren was quite pleased with the taste of the dishes, she was uncertain of Chinchur's preferences, so she included the supplements just to be safe. Regardless, her intentions were clear. Whether he chose to eat was entirely up to him. Lauren couldn't help but chuckle to herself. He certainly has an appetite. That night, as Lauren drifted into slumber, she dreamed of walking down a bustling street, surrounded by a throng of people. She scanned her surroundings, searching for something, when suddenly, everyone morphed into monstrous beings, bearing their gaping maws at her. Roland awoke with a start from a nightmarish reverie, her scream piercing the stillness. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, revealing Chinchur clad in pajamas, standing by the bedside. Startled, Roland trembled and instinctively recoiled in fear. Chinchur immediately retreated to the door, his gaze frigid and detached, devoid of warmth or malice. As Roland emerged from the depths of her nightmare, her rapid breaths gradually subsided. Chinchur turned to depart. "Wait." He halted, and Roland, with an apologetic tone, uttered, "I had a nightmare. It was not intentional." Her words, lacking coherence, were framed as a question but carried little inquiry. Roland suddenly realized that while Ziyuan was cunning in his manipulations, Chinchur's straightforwardness was often more challenging to navigate. After a brief moment of hesitation, she nodded. Chinchur coldly declared, "You have but 2 choices, conquer your fears or be tormented by them." This individual, with his otherworldly genes, was akin to a vampire, utterly devoid of human compassion. In a deliberate act of provocation, Roland retorted, "Death is always a possibility. Any normal person would experience fear, wouldn't they? Is it not the terror of being devoured by a beast post-transformation? If one wishes to avoid being consumed, then they must slay it. Elevate your abilities to level 3A. Even if I were to suddenly transform, you would still have a chance to eliminate me." Roland's breath hitched abruptly. Was he speaking earnestly? Chinchur's expression remained cold and resolute, devoid of any hint of jest. Roland found herself at a loss for words as Chinchur departed with an impassive visage. Exhaling deeply, Roland reassured herself that Chinchur's implication was clear. As long as one possessed the strength for self-preservation, there was no need to fear the transformations of others. She resolved to overlook the literal interpretation and grasp the underlying essence instead. Lauren lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in slumber. She had once believed she had come to terms with the reality of her situation, yet the nightmares revealed that her composure was merely a fade. Her reaction while sharing a hovercar with Xian demonstrated that she was not devoid of fear. Rather, she was desperately attempting to deceive herself into believing that all was well. Powerless to alter the circumstances that plagued her, to conquer fear or to be tormented by it. With sword in hand, she resolved to face adversity head-on. Suddenly, Lauren sat upright, shouting defiantly, "Isn't it merely a matter of achieving a 3A physical capability? Feng Lin has said that I possess immense potential. Who is afraid of whom?" Chapter 5. My aspiration is to become a 3A physical adept. Do you know how many 3A physical adepts exist in the entire Odin Federation? How many? 2. The esteemed Chancellor and Commander Chinchur. What? Lauren, brimming with audacity, was momentarily stunned. Feng Lin patiently elucidated. Though 3A and A may seem to differ by merely 2 levels, bridging that chasm is exceedingly arduous. If A-level physical adepts are the epitome of humanity, then 3A physical adepts are the paragon of the non-human. Was she being toyed with by Chinchur? In a federation renowned for its formidable physical prowess, with only 2 3A physical adepts, Chinchur dared to suggest that she could ascend to such heights. No one would stand in her way. She would confront Chinchur, observing the myriad expressions on Lauren's face. Feng Lin encouraged her. Enhancing your physical capabilities must be a gradual process. First, strive to become a D-level adept. Understood, Lauren replied, closing the video call and trudging out of the room in a despondent haze. In the living room, Qinsha was conversing with Ziyin, furrowing his brow. Qinsha turned and, with a hint of displeasure, inquired of Ziyin, the 600th anniversary celebration of the Alicata orphanage? Why me? Upon hearing that it concerned him, Luo Lan promptly positioned herself behind Qinsha. What orphanage could possibly possess such influence as to summon a commander to its celebration? Luo Lan discreetly consulted the Star Network, gradually unraveling the intricacies of the matter. The Alicata orphanage was established amidst the chaos of war, initially supported by a group of soldiers who took in children orphaned by conflict, its history predating even the Odin Federation. However, its renown within the Federation stemmed not from its illustrious past, but rather from the extraordinary figure it produced, the first governor of the Odin Federation, Yu Beichen. An abandoned child unaware of his parentage, he grew up in the orphanage and enlisted in the military at the age of 20. Through his remarkable achievements in battle, he ascended from the lowest ranks to become the commander of the Central Administrative District at the age of 68. At that time, the interstellar situation was tumultuous. The major stellar nations, led by the AR Empire, had formed the Human Interstellar Alliance Army, preparing to launch a massive assault on Alicata Star to eradicate the rebel extraterrestrials. Yet, the extraterrestrial factions remained divided, each refusing to submit to the others. Although the Central Administrative District was among the first to resist humanity, its lack of resources rendered it weak and disregarded by the leaders of the other 7 extraterrestrial armies. Each of the 7 leaders claimed kingship, eyeing one another warily with ambitions of conquest. The young Yu Beichen proposed the establishment of a federation to jointly resist external threats, only to be met with derision from the 7 warlords who had trampled through a sea of corpses to achieve their power. However, this remarkable individual, possessing both strength and grace, adeptly maneuvered through alliances, transforming a grand farce into an extraordinary miracle. The leaders of the 7 armies ultimately either submitted willingly or, facing insurmountable odds, relinquished their military power to accept hereditary titles, pledging allegiance to the Odin Federal Republic. Yu Beichen became the inaugural chancellor of the Federation at the age of 120. In contrast to the average human lifespan of over 300 years, he was in the prime of life. Subsequently, Yu Beichen devoted himself tirelessly for over a century, elevating the Odin Federation into a formidable interstellar military power. He remained unmarried and childless, dedicating his entire existence to the Federation. Once stability was achieved, he gracefully stepped down, passing the mantle to the second chancellor at the age of 260. 2 years later, this legendary figure passed away, leaving behind a legacy at the age of 262. Lolan calculated the passage of time. This event occurred over 300 years ago, and the Federation has since witnessed the rise of its 4th chancellor. Nevertheless, Yu Beichen's influence remains ubiquitous. For instance, this centennial celebration mandates the attendance of the chancellor at the orphanage. Ziyin cheerfully remarked, "I will arrange the itinerary. Please inform me of any requests in advance. The scenery there is delightful. Shall we reserve some private moments for you and your spouse to explore and strengthen your bond?" Chinchur fixed a gaze upon Ziyin. "I said nothing," he retorted. Ziyin shrugged and turned to depart. "Get lost." Lolan dared only to think, while Chinchur voiced it aloud. Ziyin waved dismissively as he left. Chinchur contemplatively glanced at Lolan, who hastily replied, "I will prepare diligently and ensure the task is accomplished. As for acting, I believe perhaps you could indulge in a virtual reality romance game. I have several best-selling love games from across the galaxy to recommend, perfectly suited for those lacking romantic experience." Qinsha turned and walked away. "No need to thank me." Lauren grinned mischievously at his retreating figure. The orphanage, nestled amidst mountains and rivers, boasts a picturesque landscape. The celebration took place on the lawn in front of the hall, adhering to Chen Sha's request, with no media invited and no interviews or recordings permitted. Chen Sha delivered a brief speech on behalf of the federal government, wishing the children health and prosperity, hoping they would grow to become the pillars of the Federation. The children below wore serious expressions, listening attentively. Lauren felt that Chen Sha resembled a gentler version of a commander addressing his troops, while the children appeared as miniature soldiers of the Federation. Neither party seemed to perceive any issues, taking the situation with utmost seriousness, which rendered the scene rather amusing. Wasn't this merely training a humorless, miniature version of Chen Sha? The two icy figures, one large and one small, stood opposed, and the children's mothers certainly had no need for air conditioning. Lauren envisioned the absurdity of the scene and couldn't help but chuckle. Upon finishing his speech, Chen Sha's gaze shifted, and he caught sight of Lauren, the only one among the solemn faces who was smiling broadly, momentarily taken aback. She truly resembled a wildflower growing through the cracks of stone, always blooming heartily and carefree. Lauren gracefully ascended the stage, performing a standard curtsy, and cheerfully addressed the children. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you all. As this is our first encounter, I have prepared some candies and pastries, hoping you will enjoy them. Everyone lined up to receive their treats, selecting their favorite colors and shapes. Each person received a bag, and if they desired other colors or shapes, they could negotiate exchanges with their friends. Qing Yue and Qing Chu directed several robots to lift large baskets of candy, standing around the lawn. Each robot was responsible for a basket of sweets, adorned with vibrant colors and patterns that reflected the candies within, allowing children to easily identify their desires and queue accordingly. The children looked around eagerly, spotting a little girl enchanted by animal and floral candies, while boys gravitated towards battleships and weapon-themed treats. Their previously serious expressions melted away in excitement as they turned their hopeful gazes towards the elderly director. With a warm smile, the director announced the conclusion of the ceremony, prompting a cheer that sent everyone scattering to select their preferred confections and pastries. Upon discovering that their gift bags concealed lucky eggs, the children gleefully tossed them to the ground, erupting into laughter and shouts, transforming the atmosphere from a training ground into a playground. Lauren felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the essence of childhood, a rewarding outcome for her painstaking efforts in preparing the gifts. With no income and lacking the audacity to use Chen Shi's funds for personal favors, she had devoted her ingenuity instead. Qingwei and Chi-Chu, the two robots at home, had been tirelessly working under her command, pulling 3 consecutive all-nighters to ready all the presents. The elderly director led Lauren and Chen Shi on a tour of the orphanage. As Lauren observed the numerous individuals in military uniforms bustling about, it felt as though she had entered a small military base. Ah, so that's how it is, Lauren realized. On a sunlit hillside, a group of children engaged in a mock battle game. They were markedly different from other children, some sporting peculiar ears and noses, others with fluffy tails, and one child had green skin. The gaze of Chen Shi suddenly sharpened, and he asked with displeasure, "Why did I not see these children at the ceremony?" The elderly director hastily explained, "Due to genetic mutations, their immune systems are unstable. The doctors advised against exposing them to crowded places, and their outdoor activities are severely limited each day." Chen Shi looked at the group of children and recalled a matter. The orphanage had applied for a visit to the military base, and I had already signed the approval. Remember to include these children as well. However, their physical conditions. I shall ensure that the military doctors coordinate with their physicians in advance to make all necessary arrangements. The elderly director's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. In fact, every time we have such activities, it pains us to exclude them. It causes discomfort for them, and for us as well. Suddenly, the children erupted with bright, jubilant cheers, for they had discovered an enemy warship hidden among the trees. To their surprise, it was Qiansu, who raised his hands in surrender. The children laughed and rushed towards him, tumbling together on the grass. Luo Lan immediately linked her arm with his, burying her face in his shoulder. "What are you doing?" Chen Shi stiffened, wanting to push Luo Lan away. "What do you mean by that?" She replied playfully, "Of course, I'm showing affection. If the children have lost hope in the dynamics between men and women due to your influence, then you are indeed a great sinner in the eyes of the Federation." Lauren clung to Chen Shi like an octopus. Chen Shi, though reluctant, remained stoic, his demeanor as cold and unwelcoming as ever. The elderly director observed this peculiar couple and cautiously inquired, "Shall we proceed to the next exhibit?" Chen Shi dragged Lauren, who was still clinging to him, forward. Once he confirmed that Qiansu was out of sight, Lauren promptly disengaged, adopting an attitude of maintaining a respectable distance as if to say, "Let us not interfere with one another." Qinsha asked icily, "No more displays of affection?" Lauren retorted with conviction, "There are no children here. Do you expect a group of adults to rely on others for emotional support?" With a guilty conscience, Lauren felt anxious throughout the remainder of the tour, fearful of an accidental encounter with Qiansu. At long last, as the tour concluded, the elderly director still had private matters to discuss with Qinsha. Qinsha glanced at the clock and instructed Lauren, "You should take a stroll outside. We shall depart in 15 minutes." Feeling that the outside was too perilous, Lauren opted for the ladies' restroom, a sanctuary where she was unlikely to run into Qiansu. As she paced within, anxiously counting down the minutes, a girl of about 12 or 13 suddenly entered, tears streaming down her face. She stood before the mirror, gazing at her torn dress, sobbing uncontrollably. Lauren, concerned, asked, "Is it because your dress is torn?" The girl nodded, still weeping. "Do not cry. I will help you buy a new dress." The girl, amidst her sobs, lamented, "It's too late. I can't participate in the performance later." Lauren noticed the candy gift bag placed on the sink and smiled, remarking, "Crying will not rectify mistakes. It is far better to seek a remedy." "Remedy?" The girl looked perplexed, glancing at the time. Lauren retrieved a lucky egg from the girl's candy bag and cracked it open on the sink, revealing a children's multifunctional tool. "Do you know how to use this?" "Yes. I learned about many tools during our outdoor practical class. May I use this gift bag?" Considering the principle of minimizing waste. The gift bag was crafted from sturdy waterproof material, allowing children to repurpose it as a storage pouch after enjoying the candy. The girl nodded, eagerly assisting Lauren in emptying the remaining sweets. Lauren examined the girl's dress and extracted the small scissors from the multifunctional tool. "Let's start with the scissors." Swiftly, Lauren snipped open the vibrant gift bag, fashioning several butterflies and flowers. Then, with the other end of the tool, she explained, "Do you know what this is? It's fiber glue. If a camping tent is damaged, it can bond securely, impervious to heavy rain. We can affix the butterflies and flowers to the torn areas. Well, although there isn't a tear here, it is dirty, so we can still attach a butterfly." The girl gazed in astonishment at Lauren as she gradually mended the dress, her eyes widening in delight. Lauren glanced at her personal terminal, realizing only 2 minutes remained until her appointment with Qinshu. In a flurry, she handed the multifunctional tool to the girl, exclaiming, "I must go. Remember, after you finish crying next time, dry your tears and think of a way to make amends." Amidst the girl's repeated expressions of gratitude, Lauren sprinted out of the restroom like a sprinter dashing towards the finish line. She vividly recalled the lesson that Qinshu had imparted upon her at the spaceport. With unwavering determination, she raced forward, catching a glimpse of Qinshu's small spacecraft through the glass door. "Wait for me," she called out, but the vessel soared into the sky. Whistling away, bent over and gasping for breath, Lauren glanced at the time, realizing she was less than a minute late. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she mimicked Qinshu's tone, saying, "Please remember, Princess, I shall not wait for you." A pang of sadness tugged at her heart. She had firmly grasped that this man, who was legally the closest to her, was unwilling to wait even for a fleeting minute. Taking a moment to steady her emotions, Lauren began to contemplate how to address her current predicament. She logged onto the Star Network to search for public transportation routes and discovered that there was an interstellar train station just outside the orphanage, which conveniently led to the vicinity of Spida Palace. Pulling up the map and following the voice prompts, she made her way towards the station. Seated on the desolate platform, Lauren awaited her train while studying the route provided by the intelligent assistant. A vague sensation crept over her, as if someone were observing her. Upon lifting her gaze, she was startled to find it was Qinshu. A jolt of surprise coursed through her, prompting her to rise immediately. Qinshu approached with a smile, inquiring, "What a coincidence. What brings you here?" I came to explore this area, having heard the scenery is quite lovely. I was just about to." As the words escaped her lips, Lauren suddenly realized the timing was off. It was still not noon. She hurriedly corrected herself, stating, "I just arrived on the last train and was checking the map to see where to go next." Qinshu nodded in agreement, stating, "The scenery here is delightful, with numerous enjoyable places to explore." Lauren feigned ignorance and inquired, "Are you here for leisure as well?" "There is an orphanage nearby where I grew up. Today, they are hosting an event, so I came to pay a visit." Lauren had suspected this when she first saw him, and now it was confirmed. There was no surprise, only a tinge of melancholy empathy. "No wonder we felt an immediate connection. I too have no parents or family." Qianshu fell silent for a moment before saying, "Extend your hand." "What?" Lauren, intrigued, reached out her palm. Qianshu placed a lucky egg in her hand, explaining, "This is a gift prepared by the commander's wife for the children. A child gave it to me, wishing me luck, and now I pass that luck on to you." As the roaring sound of the interstellar train arrived at the station, an announcement urged passengers to board. Lauren turned to Qianshu and said, "Your train has arrived. I must also depart for some fun. Farewell." Qianshu boarded the train, gazing at her through the window. Lauren smiled and waved goodbye. Her steps light as she made her way out of the station. Amidst the rumble, the train started moving, accelerating rapidly. Lauren glanced up at the train gradually disappearing into the sky, her previously buoyant steps now slowed, her once straight posture sagging. After all, the next train would not arrive for another half an hour. She had plenty of time. Luo soon. Lauren, lost in thought, did not immediately register that someone was calling her, continuing to walk forward. To her astonishment and delight, she was completely unprepared for someone willing to alter their plans for her, and the sorrow and disappointment of being abandoned by Chunshur dissipated entirely. She gripped the lucky egg tightly in her hand, as if fortune had indeed graced her presence. Chapter 5:3 Originally, Lauren had no intention of indulging in leisure. But suddenly she resolved to enjoy herself thoroughly. Have you heard of Adventure Paradise? Just moments ago, while researching public transport routes, the website automatically suggested this tourist attraction based on her search. Of course she had heard of it. Adventure Paradise topped the list of the 10 must-visit sites in Alicata, as determined by online votes. It was said that every person visiting Alicata would make a pilgrimage to this amusement park. Lauren was pleasantly surprised to have stumbled upon the right choice by chance and exclaimed with excitement, "I want to go to Adventure Paradise. Let us go." Qianshu led her out of the interstellar train station and summoned a driverless interstellar taxi through his personal terminal. In just about 20 minutes, they arrived at Adventure Paradise. After purchasing tickets and reviewing the introduction, Lauren finally comprehended that Adventure Paradise was a kaleidoscope of experiences. The creators of the amusement park had employed unique building materials, advanced scientific technologies, and substantial financial resources to construct 64 distinctly different ecosystems, allowing visitors to experience the most exhilarating attractions in the shortest time possible. The adventures were categorized into 3 levels of difficulty, each with high, medium, and low options, catering not only to the adventurous spirit of the average person, but also allowing those with robust physical capabilities to relish the thrill even when they could not embark on real-life adventures. Thus, this amusement park garnered immense popularity. Lauren chuckled, "I'll just try one. After all, there will be more opportunities in the future." Qianshu was willing to accompany her for an entire 10 hours, a gesture that left her immensely satisfied, especially considering that some would not even wait a minute. Qianshu inquired, "Which ecological zone would you like to explore?" Lauren found herself in a state of confusion. While everyone harbors a desire for certain places, her memory was a blank slate. After perusing the introductions, she ultimately chose the highest peak of Alicata Star, Mount Yiler. With no particular destination in mind, she decided to familiarize herself with the planet she currently inhabited. Qianshu asked, "Would you prefer something thrilling or more leisurely?" "Leisurely," she responded. Thus, Qianshu opted for the lowest difficulty level, rated at 1 star. The two of them boarded a transport capsule that resembled a bullet, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the Yiler Mountain Ecological Zone. As soon as Lauren stepped inside, her eyes widened in astonishment. They found themselves on a winding mountain path, surrounded by lush greenery, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the hum of insects. In the distance lay a verdant expanse of towering mountains, undulating and stretching for miles, seemingly without end. The tallest peaks reached into the clouds, their summits adorned with glistening white snow, appearing to touch the very heavens. Lauren couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling an instant sense of tranquility wash over her. She exclaimed, "It feels completely unlike anything man-made." No wonder it ranks as the top must-visit destination. Having visited Mount Yiler, one can truly sense the distinction from reality. "I hope to have the opportunity to visit in the future." As they chatted, they ascended the overgrown path, with Lauren breaking a sweat while the refreshing mountain breeze enveloped them, providing a delightful comfort. She couldn't help but stretch her arms wide, shouting towards the undulating mountains and forests, "Hey!" Qianshu laughed, "You really aren't afraid at all. We chose the easiest level. There shouldn't be any danger, right? Besides, aren't you an A-level in physical fitness? Even if there are fierce beasts, you should be just fine. The most terrifying thing is not the wild animals, but me." Lolan replied, slowing her pace and gazing at Qianxu with surprise. There isn't a soul around. If I were to suddenly undergo a transformation, you wouldn't even have anyone to call for help. Lolan smiled, bending down to pluck a blue flower from the roadside, handing it to Qianxu. The flowers that bloom today will wither tomorrow, but will they refrain from blooming today just because they might wilt tomorrow? I cannot distance myself from you over a possibility that may never occur. Qianxu accepted the flower, but what if one day an accident truly happens? By then, it might be too late for regrets. Lolan raised her chin, playfully pointing to herself with confidence. I've made up my mind to study martial arts diligently and become an A-level physical adept. If that day ever comes, I'll tie you up with a rope and wait for you to regain your senses. Qianxu gazed at Lolan, remaining silent. She made a funny face at him. Don't doubt me. My physical fitness tester said I have immense potential. If I can't become an exceptional non-human, there is still hope for me to be an excellent human. Qianxu beamed, casually placing the blue flower into his pocket. I believe you. 3 hours later, the two reached the mountainside. Qianxu asked, Are you hungry? A little. You must be hungry too, right? Lauren felt deeply remorseful for completely forgetting about their lunch, leaving a patient to suffer from hunger alongside her. She examined the smart map card provided by the amusement park, hoping to find a place that sold nutritional supplements, only to discover that such purchases could only be made outside, within the ecological sphere. If one felt hungry, they were expected to devise their own solutions, for they were, after all, here for an adventure. Lauren was at a loss for words. Qianxu chuckled and said, Follow me. After scaling a steep incline, they were greeted by the breathtaking sight of a small lake, its waters a vibrant azure, mirroring the blue sky and fluffy clouds, a scene of serene beauty. Just as Lauren was about to express her delight, Qianxu placed his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He closed his eyes to listen intently, then, like an arrow, he darted away, vanishing into the thicket in the blink of an eye. A flock of wild birds suddenly took flight from the dense underbrush, swirling into the sky like a vibrant cloud, bursting with color and energy. Qianxu remarked, The tall, slender plants by the lake with white blossoms are called water kumquat. Their stems are edible, crisp, and sweet. You should gather a bit to accompany the roasted meat. Excellent, Lauren replied cheerfully and set to work, while Qianxu busied himself by the lake, tending to the wild birds. Lauren volunteered to take charge of roasting the bird meat, while Qianxu focused on preparing the bird eggs. The eggs were about the size of small bowls, with remarkably hard shells. Qianxu first shook them vigorously to mix the contents, then took out a sharp military knife to pierce several small holes in the top of each egg, using the eggshell as a makeshift container. He placed them beside the fire, allowing the edges to slowly cook them over the gentle flames. After about 10 minutes, the two were rewarded with the delightful aroma of the roasted bird eggs. Qianxu carefully wrapped the bird egg in fresh, damp leaves, ensuring it was no longer hot to the touch before presenting it to Lauren. It has been many years since I last engaged in such an activity. I am somewhat out of practice. Do savor this delightful offering, due to her harrowing experience during those 3 days and nights in the wilderness. Lauren harbored a subtle fear of the outdoors. However, today, Qianxu transformed her perception, revealing that the wilderness could indeed be enjoyable and fascinating. As she relished the bird egg, she gazed at the surrounding scenery. Alicata is truly a beautiful planet. Qianxu inquired, Do you know the meaning of Alicata? Lauren shook her head. Alicata derives from the Latin of ancient earth, signifying abandoned. Abandoned? This planet was once the refuse world of the Aldine Empire. Lauren was taken aback, struggling to fathom that such a beautiful planet had once been a forsaken dump. She was even more astonished to learn of the deep-rooted enmity between the Odin Federation and the Aldine Empire. In a certain sense, one could argue that the Odin Federation was but a fragment that had seceded from the Aldine Empire. A multitude of beings, abandoned by humanity to this refuse world, had banded together in desperation, rising in rebellion, vowing to establish a nation where all beings could live in happiness. United in purpose, they constructed the Spida Palace. In Latin, Spida means hope. My teacher once remarked that the Spida Palace exists to transition beings from abandonment to hope. Chapter 5 For Qianxu sliced off a bird leg, wrapped it in clean leaves, and offered it to Lauren. Enjoy it with the water mandarin. Lauren took a bite of the bird meat, followed by a mouthful of the water mandarin, and was immediately enveloped by a burst of flavors, as if her taste buds had suddenly awakened. She was too engrossed to utter a word, devouring the bird leg until she could consume no more, yet lingeringly gazed at the remaining meat with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Qianxu brewed hot water using the empty eggshell, infusing it with several leaves reminiscent of mint. crafting a tea from the fragrant herb. Lauren cradled the egg cup adorned with green leaves. Within the pristine eggshell floated vibrant green foliage, and the refreshing aroma wafted with the curling smoke, invigorating her senses. Qianshu extinguished the campfire and lifted his egg cup, inquiring, "Have you resolved to settle on Alicata?" Lauren replied, slightly taken aback. "You mentioned that you had just immigrated to Alicata. I worried that you might not enjoy life here." "I do not dislike Alicata." Lauren hesitated. "But to settle here and consider this planet as my home, it feels less about liking or disliking, and more about my lack of entitlement to contemplate such a matter. I can only take one step at a time." Holding the eggshell, Lauren took a sip of her drink, squinting her eyes as she asked, "You grew up on Alicata, so you must know it quite well, right?" "Indeed," Qianshu replied. "Would you show me some places you find intriguing? I wish to learn more about Alicata." Qianshu pondered carefully before responding, "In my eyes, there are many fascinating places on this planet." After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "All right." Lauren, elated, extended her hand. "Did you truly agree? Let us seal it with a pinky promise." Qianshu could not help but chuckle, hooking her pinky with his. "I promise. Let us seal it with a pinky swear. Unchanging for 100 years. Lauren pressed her thumb against Qianshu's, affirming their vow of friendship. Around 5 in the afternoon, Lauren and Qianshu departed from the adventure paradise. "Thank you. Today has been the happiest day since I arrived in Alicat. Once you become familiar with Alicat, there will be many more days like this." Qianshu replied with a smile. Suddenly, a notification chimed from Lauren's personal terminal. It was Xian. It seemed someone had finally realized that Qianshu had abandoned her at the orphanage. "Wait right there. I will come to get you immediately," Xian commanded. In fairy tales, a princess sleeps for 1,000 years awaiting her prince's rescue. I find that utterly improbable. "Self-rescue is far more sensible," Lauren retorted. "You know Qianshu's temperament. Why were you late?" "Ignorance of the rules only exacerbates the situation." Lauren remained silent. "Why are you not speaking?" Xian pressed. "What is there to explain about what has already transpired? I will do my utmost to adhere to his rules. If I cannot, I shall simply go with the flow. I will come to the station to fetch you." "No need for that. Please ensure your safety and message me upon arrival." Xian abruptly ended the call. Over an hour later, the interstellar train arrived. As they emerged from the platform, Lauren instantly spotted Xian's flashy vehicle. Thankfully, despite Xian's flamboyant personality, his vehicle appeared quite ordinary. She dared not linger, hastily bidding farewell to Qianshu before sprinting towards Xian's car, crouching as she slipped inside. Xian inquired, "Who was that man? What have you been doing all this time? Even if you cannot reach Qiansha, why not contact Fenglin or me?" Ziyuan, with a smile that held both mirth and mockery, gazed at her and said, "Your Highness, perhaps you should wait until you and Qiansha are truly married before making such remarks." Luo Lan, in silence, pushed open the car door, ready to exit. The two were merely inches apart, their breaths mingling, and as their eyes met, they were momentarily taken aback. Ziyuan immediately stepped back, releasing Luo Lan, and said, "I apologize, I misspoke." Luo Lan was utterly taken aback by his apology. She had never anticipated that he would be the first to offer her an apology, a person who seemed the least likely to do so. "I do not know how you perceive me, a precious commodity acquired through transaction, a rare experimental subject, the nominal wife of Qiansha. The Princess Luo Lan has been forsaken by the Arde Empire, yet I refuse to abandon myself. I will strive to understand Alicata, perhaps one day. I shall find a beloved vocation, forge genuine friendships, and learn the charms and flaws of Alicata, living as a true citizen of Odin upon this planet." Ziyuan, playing with the tarot cards in his hands, gradually fell silent, listening intently. "As for Fenglin's genetic research, I will cooperate where necessary. But I shall never become your domesticated human apple tree." Boldly expressing her true thoughts, Luo Lan could not foresee Ziyuan's reaction, yet she felt compelled to declare her boundaries. Ziyuan turned to look at Luo Lan, his gaze profound and contemplative. Leaning casually in his seat, Ziyin raised an eyebrow and, with a semblance of a smile, inquired, "Do you truly believe, Your Highness, that I am the sort to accept everything at face value? Time reveals the strength of a horse, and the heart of a person is known over the years." Ziyin crossed his legs and, stroking his chin, murmured, "It appears that a simple apology can coax forth such a torrent of words from you." Suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, he placed his hands upon his knees and looked earnestly at Lolan, exclaiming, "I apologize." His eyes sparkled, seemingly anticipating a heartfelt response from her. "Get lost." Lolan, unable to contain herself, blurted out the words that had been swirling in her mind. Startled, she quickly covered her mouth, But Ziyin erupted into laughter. Isn't it refreshing to express your true feelings? He teased. Lolan, resigned, replied, indeed. He picked up a card and presented it to Lolan, upon which lay 2 earrings perfectly arranged. Instinctively, Lolan reached for her ears, only to find that one earring had been reduced to a mere fragment. With a grin, Ziyin remarked, most people in this world lack the privilege of feeling satisfied. Regrettably, it seems you are one of them. Feeling dejected, Lolan turned away, resting her head against the car window, rhythmically tapping it. What was she thinking? Why, knowing him to be a devil, did she willingly seek out this torment? Thank you. And farewell. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, Lolan eagerly leapt out. Oh, a friendly reminder. Your husband awaits your answer. What do you mean? Lolan questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Ziyin. He pointed upward, the man at the bus station. Lolan looked up to see Qinsha standing by the window, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing down at them from an elevated position. Lauren was disheartened. Did you report me? It was you who said only Qinsha had the right to inquire. Ziyin replied with confidence. Lauren dragged her feet and slowly entered the room. Since she could not evade the situation, she decided to confront it head-on. She knocked on Qinsha's door. May I come in? The door opened silently. As Lauren stepped inside, unsure of how to begin, Qinsha turned around, his expression as cold as ice. His gaze piercing. Is the man who left the station with you the same one who triggered your sudden display of acting prowess? Lauren was left speechless. She understood that Qinsha's approach was starkly different from Ziyin's. He was always straightforward, cutting to the chase, yet he was even more perceptive than she had anticipated. From Lauren's reaction, Qinsha had already deduced the answer. Who was he? Lauren softly replied, his name is Qiansu. He was once a child from an orphanage, and now he's a soldier in the Federation. We met at the Research Institute, and I did not disclose my identity to him. If you wish for me to sever ties with him, I hope to explain everything to him myself. Qinsha replied nonchalantly. There is no stipulation on the marriage certificate that prohibits you from befriending others. What? Lauren paused for a moment before comprehending Qinsha's implication. You mean you don't care? But you just pressed me for information. Should I care? Lauren immediately asserted. You should not. Reasonable inquiries are meant to ensure your safety. As your legal husband, I must be responsible for your well-being. Lauren was left speechless. Was that what you call a reasonable inquiry? How terrifying must your unreasonable inquiries be? The questioning concluded, and you may leave. Yes. Qinsha frowned and said, speak. Lauren cautiously stammered. You just mentioned the legal husband, that is, our relationship is merely a matter of law? Do you love me? Lauren shook her head. Very well, I do not love you either. Our relationship should remain on a legal level. Are you suggesting that we are merely a facade of a marriage? Our connection exists solely for the convenience of studying my genes? Precisely. You cooperate with Fenglin's research, and I will ensure your safety. Lauren felt a wave of relief, suddenly realizing that Ziyin's words held some truth. Although Qinsha was somewhat cold-hearted, adhering to his rules made interactions manageable, at least more so than with the capricious Ziyin. Chapter 20, Chapter 6. One in the training room, Lauren was engaged in competitive training with Qingqiu. The disparity between E-level and B-level physical capabilities left no room for suspense. It was merely a matter of enduring the blows. Qingqiu, hesitant and restrained, was initially reluctant to unleash her full strength. However, after Lauren's insistence and pressure, she understood that the princess was serious, and thus, she unleashed her prowess upon Lauren without reservation. After being kicked across the room once more, Lauren's personal terminal chimed. Lying on the ground in agony, she could only manage to utter, answer. Fenglin's voice came through. The children from the orphanage are visiting the Research Institute. Could you lend a hand? All right. I will be there in an hour. Upon Lauren's arrival at the Research Institute, the children had already gathered. Anna had organized them into several groups, one of which was a special group comprising the children whom Qianqiu had previously entertained, a group suffering from immune system disorders due to unstable genes. Every location they visit must be meticulously cleaned and disinfected in advance, and interactions with other children are strictly prohibited. The purpose of enlisting Lalo to assist is to help care for this group of children. Amidst the cheerful chatter of the youngsters, Lalo feels as if she has undergone a refresher course in genetic science. In the nascent stages of humanity's venture into the cosmos, genetic editors were among the most lucrative and esteemed professions. They wielded an array of advanced genetic editing techniques, capable of altering individuals' genes to fulfill their desires, enhancing beauty, height, and strength. The aspiration to remain free from illness and to frolic on the playground at any moment seemed attainable. At that time, people believed it was possible. However, not every ailment could be cured, as off-target effects might manifest later, potentially spanning generations. What are off-target effects? Have you ever played with building blocks? Indeed. If you construct a castle with blocks and discover that one block is poorly placed, can you simply remove it? No. Removing it could cause the entire castle to collapse. This illustrates off-target effects. Human genes resemble a grand castle, albeit an immensely vast one. The intention of genetic editors was merely to amend faulty genes. Yet they failed to foresee the potential consequences on healthy genes, possibly jeopardizing the integrity of the entire structure. Feng Lin led the children onward. Reflecting on the passage of time, with the evolution of the era, all star nations have strictly prohibited genetic modification. Genetic engineers have lost their value and are even regarded as heinous criminals, gradually fading away into the annals of history. Now, humanity across the cosmos is plagued by genetic diseases, while gene repair specialists enjoy high incomes and immense respect. Gene repair, as the name suggests, involves various methods to mend our mutated and unstable genes. A boy inquired, "Can you repair my genes?" Feng Lin smiled and replied, "If you listen to your doctor and take good care of your health, you will surely meet an exceptional gene repair specialist who can help you." The boy's eyes sparkled with hope as he asked, "Can't you do it?" Feng Lin shook his head, suppressing his sadness while managing a smile. "I'm not that exceptional yet, but I am striving to be." After bidding farewell to the children, Feng Lin and Lauren noted that lunchtime had passed, and they felt too lethargic to head to the dining hall. They grabbed 2 cans of nutritional supplements and settled in the small garden on the terrace, sipping their drinks while resting. Lauren remarked, "I never realized your work was so noble." Feng Lin chuckled self-deprecatingly. "It may appear that way, but I often feel quite inept. I couldn't cure a single one of the children who visited today. Humanity has strayed down the wrong path in genetic research due to greed. And correcting this misstep is neither a swift endeavor nor the responsibility of just 1 or 2 individuals. However, through the accumulation of small efforts, like drops of water forming an ocean, success will eventually be achieved." Feng Lin gazed at Lauren with wide eyes, exclaiming, "I suddenly feel you are quite cultured." Lauren feigned shyness as she raised her hand to shield her face, causing her sleeve to slip down and reveal her bruised arms. Feng Lin gasped, "If I weren't aware of Chen Sha's character, I would suspect you had been a victim of domestic violence." Lauren chuckled, "I was struck by Qing Chu during training." "Well, such dedication, you have a promising chance of becoming an A-level physical adept." "That's precisely what I believe," Lauren replied, making a victorious gesture with her hand. Feng Lin laughed heartily. Lauren's disposition was truly endearing, despite being an outsider and a victim of the struggle between her kind and humanity. She neither harbored extreme anger nor indulged in self-pity, resembling a sunflower that strives towards the light, flourishing radiantly. Feng Lin curiously inquired, "What has prompted your sudden enthusiasm for physical training? Did Chen Sha not inform you?" "Inform me of what?" Lauren was astonished that Chen Sha had said nothing at all. In stark contrast to the flamboyant Xian, Chen Sha seemed like a clam, concealing everything within her shell. Taking a moment to collect her thoughts, Lauren cautiously stated, "On the day of the incident at the base, I overheard fragments of conversation and deduced that the beast could possibly be human. Upon realizing that I was aware, Chen Sha expressed a desire for me to become a 3A-level physical adept. However, due to your suggestion, I have wisely adjusted my goal to A-level physical fitness." Feng Lin regarded Lauren with a peculiar expression. Lauren hastily clarified, "I did not intend to pry into your secrets. It's just that being immersed in this environment makes it impossible not to pay attention. Rest assured, I will never disclose anything. I do not hold any resentment towards you. It is merely..." Feng Lin's incredulous demeanor revealed his astonishment at your awareness of everything, and yet you still dared to be alone with me. "I concealed the truth from you, fearing that it might instill dread towards us, and I did not wish for you to develop a loathing for Alicata out of fear." Feng Lin gazed at the hand resting on his shoulder and suddenly smiled. "I wish to have a serious discussion with you. Let us proceed to my office." In Feng Lin's office, he activated the intelligent interface and retrieved a confidential document for Lauren's perusal. The Odin Federation stands as the first stellar nation established by humans bearing alien genes, attracting various extraterrestrials who have faced unfair treatment across the galaxy, seeking refuge and a new life here. They intermingled and procreated, resulting in an increasing prevalence of genetic disorders. Among these afflictions, the sudden onset of mutations is the most terrifying terminal illness, striking without warning and ensuring death once manifested. The most alarming aspect is not merely its lethality, but the profound potential for devastation it harbors. The unpredictable mutations erode the trust among individuals, obliterating their beliefs and courage. Over the past century, the scale of outbreaks has progressively expanded. Should the news disseminate, it could provoke widespread panic and animosity towards the alien populace, plunging them into a crisis once more. As humanity questions their very humanity, leading to a frenzied extermination. For over 3 centuries, we have exerted every effort, yet have failed to discover a remedy. Currently, the sole conclusion we possess is that the 15 minutes following a mutation are critical for intervention. Should consciousness not be restored within this window, it signifies an irreversible state. The video concluded, displaying close-up images of various genetic patients on the virtual screen. Their expressions varied from fragile to strong. Yet beneath the surface lay a shared bewilderment. Why them? What had transpired within their bodies? Lauren, lost in thought, recalled her own desperate flight across the barren plains, striving to comprehend the transformations that had befallen her. To date, no one had provided her with answers. Lin remarked, in other star nations, when a warrior ascends to an A-level physical prowess, it is a source of immense pride and joy, celebrated by all. However, in the Odin Federation, the day a warrior becomes an A-level physical adept, he receives not congratulations but a death notice, informing him that he may soon transform into a ravenous beast. With the current restoration probability tantamount to 0, 6,889 to 1, a mere 0.00014 chance. Moreover, Lin's voice was laden with sorrow. That individual ultimately succumbed to a sudden mutation. Lauren was taken aback. The only recourse the Federation could offer these exceptional warriors was to terminate them 15 minutes post-mutation, preserving their final dignity. Lauren recalled the scene of Qinshu wielding a blade to slay that beast, and the hidden sorrow in Qinshu's eyes when discussing the mutations. In order to safeguard the Odin Federation, these remarkable warriors must pursue excellence in physical abilities. Yet, the greater their prowess, the higher the likelihood of mutation. They must be perpetually prepared to kill their comrades fighting by their side, and equally ready to be slain by them. Lin gazed at Lauren. Now that you are aware of the truth, are you still willing to assist us in our research? What do you require of me? In truth, it is quite simple. At present, we merely require periodic extraction of your blood and other cellular tissues to study your genetics, which will undoubtedly not jeopardize your health. Although Lauren did not overlook the word currently, the future remains uncertain for all. Lin refrained from making promises, choosing instead to be forthright and candid. A spark ignited within her, and suddenly, she made a bold decision. Tentatively, she inquired, if I refused to cooperate, would it be detrimental to your research? Indeed. Lin replied with a wry smile. Even an apple tree cannot be subjected to the whims of researchers, how much less so a human being. A mere shift in your emotions can alter your hormonal balance. I have a request, Lauren stated. Speak, Lin responded, unperturbed by the prospect of Lauren's demands. For she feared more the silence of unexpressed wishes. I wish to participate as a researcher throughout the entirety of this study. Lin was taken aback. Genetic research is laborious and tedious. It is hardly a vocation that a young girl would relish. Lauren managed a wry smile. Trust me. I have never anticipated that the search for answers would be anything but arduous. Recognizing her sincerity, Lin began to pace anxiously. Lauren, you are imposing an undue burden. You must understand that your identity is sensitive and genetic research is a matter of national secrecy. I am aware, Lauren replied. This is my sole condition. With her hands clasped together, she implored, please assist me. I swear I will not undertake anything that would harm the Odin Federation. Chapter 21, Chapter 6. To my heavens. I find myself unwilling to refuse you. Lin struggled for a moment, then said fiercely, remember this. Do not make me regret today's decision. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. You will not escape my wrath. Lauren raised her hand in solemn oath. After a period of contemplation, Lin declared, there exists but one method that might yield success. I possess the authority to convene an internal meeting annually, where a vote shall determine our course of action. I shall cast one vote, which should be sufficient to persuade Chu Mo to lend his support. I will implore him to further convince Ziyin and Bailit Song, though I cannot guarantee their compliance. However, should you manage to sway Qinsha, we would undoubtedly secure 3 votes. We would then be merely 1 vote away from triumph, which presents a significant opportunity. Glancing at the time, she hurriedly made her exit. 2 hours hence, we shall convene in meeting room 1 at Spada Palace. In the empty corridor, Lauren sat cross-legged on the floor outside the meeting room, staring vacantly at the wall opposite her. After much contemplation, she lowered her head and began to type rapidly, sending a message to Qian-su. I find solace in cooking and derive immense joy from savoring exquisite dishes. However, I do not aspire to be a chef. My ambition lies in becoming a genetic repair specialist capable of curing genetic disorders. I arrived alone in Alicata, devoid of parents or relatives, lacking connections, wealth, or status. My sole possession is my vocation, which embodies my future capabilities, enabling me to offer value to those around me and secure my place within society. I do not mean to imply that being a chef lacks value. However, I seek a more profound significance. After all, even in the absence of chefs, sustenance remains accessible. Yet without physicians, the consequences could be dire. It is well understood that an exceptional genetic repair specialist holds immense importance for the Odin Federation. Even if one day I were to depart from Odin, I would be a welcome talent in any stellar nation, free from the dread of hunger. Wealth, status, respect, security, and interpersonal relationships stem from society and, in turn, influence it. For someone like me, who possesses nothing, the ability to offer something indispensable to others is essential to attain all that I desire within this society composed of individuals. You have encouraged me to delve into self-discovery, to uncover my preferences, and to choose a career path. Yet, I regret to inform you that this decision is rooted in stark reality and practicality, devoid of personal inclination. Lorlin sent 5 messages to Qian-Shu in quick succession, her face pale, her hands tightly clasped together. Compared to those like Feng Lin, who harbor compassion and a passion for research, Lorlin finds herself repugnant. Qian-Shu may not be able to accept such a pragmatic and self-serving friend, especially as he is a patient of a genetic disorder. Perhaps this will be their final correspondence. She could choose to withhold information from Qian-Shu, to avoid offering him an explanation, but that would not reflect her true self. And she is unwilling to gain his friendship through deceit. A bitter smile crossed her lips as her heart ached. Every choice in life entails gain and loss. Faced with reality, she opted for what was most necessary. Individuals like Chun Sha cannot be swayed by mere pleas or persuasion. Her capabilities extend only so far. Feng Lin, Chun Sha, Ziyin, Chu Mo, Zhuqiu Bai, Li Cong, and Zhong Li appeared at the end of the corridor, proceeding towards the conference room. Luo Lan rose to her feet. Chun Sha disregarded her, striding directly into the conference room, followed closely by the others. Ziyin halted before her, surveying her from head to toe as if she were a stranger. Luo Lan lowered her gaze to the ground, remaining silent. With a cheerful demeanor, Ziyin remarked, "You are always what?" Yet he did not continue. "Please, come in." Luo Lan followed in Ziyin's wake, being the last to enter the conference room, the grand door closing slowly behind her. In the expansive conference room, Luo Lan sat alone at the center. A massive fan-shaped table accommodated 7 dukes, each positioned to display the flags of their respective autonomous regions, signifying their collective voting power, either for or against proposals. The Duke of the 1st District, Chen Sha, served as the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Army. The Duke of the 2nd District, Feng Lin, held the position of Director of the Research and Education Department. The Duke of the 3rd District, Zhuqiu Bai, was the Chief Justice of the Federal Supreme Court. The Duke of the 4th District, Chu Mo, directed the Health and Medical Department. The Duke of the 5th District, Li Cong, was the Minister of Energy and Transportation. The Duke of the 6th District, Ziyin, presided over the Information Security Department. The Duke of the 7th District, Zhong Li, managed the Public Security Department. Feng Lin pressed a button on the screen before him and began to elucidate the reasons for convening the meeting. Lady Einstein Lolin, wife of the Duke of Chinchur, has submitted an application to the Alicata Institute of Life Sciences, seeking to partake in the research on mutative genetic anomalies. As the Duke of the 2nd District and the Director of the Alicata Institute, I have summoned everyone here to cast their votes on this matter. Relevant documents have already been dispatched to each of your workstations for your perusal. A cold, somber voice interjected. How can such a significant study permit the involvement of an outsider? Feng Lin calmly inquired. Chief Justice, may I ask if the applicant is a citizen of the Odin Federation? Zhuqiu Bai responded. The applicant is indeed a citizen of the Odin Federation. The Chief Justice retorted icily. She is a princess of the Ancient royal family. Her lineage is intertwined with the AR Empire. Feng Lin let out a dismissive snort. I have no desire to engage in a futile debate with you. You possess the right to veto this proposal. The Chief Justice replied bluntly. Rest assured, I will not forget. Chu Mo activated the screen before him. The applicant lacks the requisite knowledge and any research experience. How can she undertake research work? Lolan stood up. I will start as a junior assistant, learning and contributing simultaneously. Shu Mo countered. Engaging in scientific research demands utmost focus and dedication. Are you certain this is the vocation you wish to pursue? Absolutely. Feng Lin asked. Are there any further inquiries? Silence enveloped the room. Feng Lin declared. Then we shall proceed to a secret ballot. With the results computed by the intelligence system, Lolan clasped her hands together, gazing down at the personal terminal on her wrist. Perhaps, when she steps out of the conference room shortly, she will realize that she has neither secured the job nor retained her soul friend. 2 minutes later, the intelligent overseer monitoring the meeting inquired. The voting results are in. Shall we announce them? Feng Lin replied. Announce them. 3 votes in favor. Lauren lifted her head with a heavy heart, while Feng Lin's expression was one of sheer disappointment. Zhongli scoffed coldly and attempted to leave. 3 votes against. Lauren was taken aback. 1 vote was abstained. Feng Lin tentatively suggested, shall we vote again? Zhongli retorted icily, Chief Justice, is there a procedure for a revote? Zhou Qiubai responded, in such circumstances, the application can only be rendered void. If there are no significant changes within 3 years, no further applications may be submitted. Zhongli stood up and walked out. Li Song rose and followed closely behind Zhongli. Chu Mo offered a sheepish smile to Feng Lin before also standing. Then, Qinsha suddenly remarked, there is still one person who has yet to vote. Everyone turned their gaze towards Qinsha. The governor still possesses a voting right. Li Song chuckled, let us hope that he is in a place free from electromagnetic interference. Feng Lin promptly instructed the intelligent overseer, contact the governor. The vast conference room echoed with the dialing sound of the overseer. Beep, beep. Lauren held her breath, feeling as if each sound reverberated against her heart. After an interminable wait, the beeping ceased. The virtual screen remained pitch black, devoid of any image or sound, and just when everyone assumed the connection had failed, a series of clicks resonated through the air. Feng Lin hastily inquired, Governor, the signal is poor. Where are you? A haunting roar of a beast echoed, accompanied by an array of strange sounds. After a brief moment, the signal improved slightly. I am currently clinging to a dagger, suspended within its stomach, and it is thrashing violently. Speak quickly if you have something to say. Feng Lin promptly reported. Madam Qinsha has applied to join my research institute to participate in the study of sudden mutations. We currently have 3 votes in favor, 3 against, and 1 abstention. Necessitating your vote, Your Excellency. Qinsha, do you support or oppose this? Lauren lifted her gaze towards Qinsha, surprised to find Qinsha looking back at her. Their eyes met, and Lauren felt a flutter of anxiety. Governor, this is an anonymous vote. Feng Lin exclaimed, nearly stamping his foot in frustration. The governor declared, in favor. The signal was abruptly cut off, leaving everyone in silence. After a tense pause of several seconds, the voice of the intellect echoed, new votes have been confirmed. Shall we announce the results? Announce. Feng Lin commanded. For votes in favor, 3 against, 1 abstention. He smiled with satisfaction. Your Honor, can the application take effect? It shall take effect, the intellect confirmed. The application of Lauren Yingzhan to join the Alicata Life Research Institute is hereby approved, effective immediately. The door to the conference room swung open, and everyone began to exit in succession. As Feng Lin passed by Lauren, he winked and suggestively remarked, be sure to reward Qinsha suitably. Qinsha lingered behind, halting beside Lauren. Thank you, Lauren expressed gratefully. No, I simply respect Feng Lin's choice. She is the commander of the project, and since she has chosen you, there must be a reason behind it. However, Qinsha paused, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed upon Lauren's face. If one day you were to betray the Odin Federation, I would personally see to your demise. I shall not grant you that opportunity. With that, Qinsha averted his eyes and strode purposefully out of the conference room. Lauren stood alone, quietly in the empty space. Several months had elapsed since she first set foot in the Odin Federation, and now she had finally taken her first step outward. From a time when no one wished to converse with her at the banquet to today's successful voting, it could be deemed an achievement. Yet she felt no trace of excitement or joy. Lauren lifted her wrist, initially devoid of expectation, only to discover new messages on her personal terminal. Both sent by Qiansu. I mentioned that it takes time to truly understand oneself. This understanding encompasses not only what one likes, but also what one needs and desires. Those who can act freely and follow their whims are indeed worthy of admiration. However, there is no fault in pragmatically choosing what one requires. I am happy for you. Knowing what you need, I am even prouder of your efforts to attain it. Tears welled in Lauren's eyes as she smiled. Chapter 6, 3. Due to Lauren's unique status, Feng Lin wished to avoid unnecessary attention and complications, suggesting that Lauren work at the Research Institute as an ordinary person. Her suggestion struck a chord with Lauren, who assumed the identity of a new immigrant using the name Luo soon to join the Research Institute. Anna had previously remarked that the Alicata Life Research Institute was not only the finest genetic research facility in the Odin Federation but also one of the best in the entire galaxy. Even the most accomplished graduates find the pressure overwhelming upon entering the institute, let alone Lauren, a novice in genetics with an empty slate of knowledge. Shall we go for a drink after work? I have other matters to attend to, perhaps another day. Her colleagues, aware of her status as a new immigrant, were concerned that she might feel isolated, and they would often call out to her during gatherings. However, the conversations among this peculiar group of scientists revolved not around gossip or frivolities, but rather the challenges of research, genetic reports, and experimental papers. After attending one such gathering, Lauren was bombarded with fervent inquiries about her previous work, leaving her near tears as she sought an escape. How could she confess that she understood nothing? While she recognized each technical term individually, their collective meaning eluded her entirely. As an assistant, she struggled even with the most fundamental tasks, such as cleaning and disinfecting laboratory equipment. Gradually, her colleagues began to sense something amiss, whispering behind her back about the dubious connections that must have enabled her to secure a position in the Federation's premier research institute. Their initial warmth and concern dwindled into cold indifference and isolation. After running 10 kilometers in the gravity chamber, Lauren sat exhausted on a bench outside the training facility. Drenched in sweat and too weary to move, she had hoped that diligence and effort would suffice to excel in her role. Yet the disparity between her dreams and the harshness of reality was stark. In a research institute where all colleagues possess advanced degrees and high intelligence, diligence and effort alone prove insufficient. Lauren felt a weight upon her heart. What was she to do? Even though Feng Lin and Anna were willing to assist her, they could not teach someone completely unversed in the field. Moreover, the institute was not a charitable organization. If her performance continued to falter, she would undoubtedly find herself marginalized. Even if she persevered with a brave face, she would glean nothing of value. A drink to replenish her energy was handed to her, and Lauren looked up to see Qian-Su clad in training attire, appearing freshly finished with his workout. Thank you. Lauren accepted the beverage and took a sip. Why the long face? Qian-Su inquired as he seated himself beside her. Lauren feigned nonchalance, puffing out her cheeks and exhaling deeply. I lack the necessary skills and fear that I might lose my job. This was the largest military base on the planet Alicata, equipped with nearly everything one could desire. Indeed, Lauren murmured, cradling her drink, her gaze cast downwards. There existed an affiliated military medical university, one of the finest medical schools on Alicata. It was rumored that those working within the institute and base could receive tuition waivers if they sought further education. Suddenly, Lauren's head snapped up, her eyes ablaze with hope. Can I apply to study there as well? Qian-Su smiled slightly. That should be possible. But balancing both work and study will be quite arduous. With a warm smile, Qian-Su waved at her. The lingering glow of the setting sun cast a golden-orange hue over him, enveloping his form in a comforting warmth. Lauren felt a gentle tug at her heart. She had always perceived herself as both cowardly and self-serving, even going so far as to impersonate a princess to deceive two-star nations for the sake of survival. Yet, in this moment, a noble aspiration blossomed within her. She yearned to become an exemplary gene repair specialist, to cure Qian-Shu's ailment, to treat the world with kindness, and to ensure that the world remained tender, for she had been met with such tenderness herself. After perusing the admissions materials for the military medical university, Lauren realized her only option was to take an unconventional route. Chu Mo, the honorary president of the university, became her target. She prepared an array of delectable treats and, with an audacious spirit, approached him to request a letter of recommendation. Chu Mo acquiesced, but made it clear that while he could offer her an opportunity to study, the results would depend solely on her efforts. Armed with Chu Mo's letter of recommendation, Lauren registered as an auditing student at the military medical university, eliciting astonishment from the admissions staff. She could enroll in all courses for a fee. However, to attain a formal Bachelor of Medicine degree, she needed to accumulate sufficient credits and achieve a grade of B or higher in every subject. Should she secure grades of A or A in all her courses, she would be eligible to pursue a master's degree and apply for an internship at the affiliated military hospital. Upon successfully registering, Lauren received a notification about the school's opening ceremony. As an auditing student, Attendance was not compulsory. Nonetheless, with her memory blank and this being a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she eagerly dressed up to attend the ceremony. It was only upon hearing the discussions among her peers that she learned this year's ceremony would feature a welcome speech from the commander of the Federation. How could the commander attend our school's opening ceremony? I heard that last year, the military academy next door invited him to their graduation ceremony. But his secretary declined the invitation. One should consider who our honorary principal is. The entire Federation is aware of the unique relationship between Dean Chu and the commander. Hasn't the commander married? It seems to be a princess, specifically a princess from the Al Empire, which suffered defeat under the commander's leadership, and thus sent her to curry favor with him. The commander does not appear to lead a conventional romantic life. I wonder where that unfortunate princess is languishing. Amidst the suppressed laughter, Lauren observed Chinchur on the stage, impeccably dressed in military attire, his demeanor cold and aloof, a furrowed brow evident. Truly, he is destined to be one of the Federation's most exceptional doctors, unflinchingly addressing even the most sensitive topics. After a brief speech, the audience believed the ceremony had concluded and began to applaud, only to realize that he remained motionless on stage, his gaze piercingly fixed on them. The applause swiftly came to an abrupt halt. Both the students in the audience and the faculty on stage paused, hands partially raised, staring blankly at Chinchur. This is a school, not a social gathering for young ladies. If you approach this with a sense of frivolity, I suggest you withdraw from your studies immediately, lest you squander the taxpayers' money of the Federation. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't the opening ceremony typically characterized by gentle blessings? When did it transform into a scene of threats and intimidation? Lauren stood tall, her expression impassive as she regarded Chinchur. She understood that she had not lived as a mere apple tree to meet many people's expectations. However, her life is hers to command. At this juncture, no words could sway opinions, yet time would ultimately reveal the truth. Lauren divides her time into 3 segments: medical school, research institute, and training facility. Within the medical school, there are professors from various disciplines ready to address inquiries. All she needs to do is transform herself into a sponge, diligently absorbing knowledge. Although her work at the research institute has been fraught with challenges, she has gradually acclimated. Whenever difficulties arise, Feng Lin and Anna are there to assist her, ensuring she can navigate through. In contrast, the issues she faces while honing her physical abilities at the training facility are rather pronounced. Chi Chu is not an adequate instructor. Having never taught before, she lacks the understanding of how to train students and, to some extent, hesitates due to Lauren's royal status, preventing her from fully engaging. To excel in any endeavor, one must first sharpen their tools. Lauren contemplates whether to invest in a professional physical trainer. Yet she wonders how an A-grade physical adept would stoop to the role of a trainer. When she confides her worries to Qianqiu, a single remark alleviates her concerns. "I will be your physical training instructor." Is that truly feasible? Would it encroach too much on your time? Lauren feels both elated and anxious. "I have trained new recruits in the army. I possess sufficient experience, and training you will be quite simple. Moreover, the crux of this matter lies with the student. The instructor merely guides, which does not consume much of their time." After deliberation, Lauren realizes that Qianqiu works at the base and resides in the staff dormitory, making their meetings quite convenient. This arrangement indeed seems reliable. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Please do not hold back when training me." Qianqiu responds with a smile. Understood. Qianqiu, being a professional soldier, embodies an unyielding spirit beneath his outwardly gentle demeanor. When he stands upon the training ground, his mere presence exudes an imposing authority, and he shows no signs of leniency. He relentlessly drives Lauren to execute each movement with utmost precision, extracting every last ounce of her strength. Lauren's physique may be delicate, yet her spirit is indomitable. Regardless of the rigors imposed by Qianqiu, she commits herself wholeheartedly to the task, no matter how demanding it may seem. Both teacher and student find satisfaction in their mutual efforts. Each day, Lauren rises at 5:30 in the morning, first heading to the gravity chamber for an hour of running, followed by another hour dedicated to strength training. After a refreshing shower and a change of clothes, she rushes off to her duties at the research institute. On weekends, when she is free from her responsibilities at the institute, she attends classes at the medical school. In her spare moments, she either immerses herself in training at the base's gymnasium or delves into her studies at the medical library. Her days are as busy as a spinning top, with scarcely a moment to rest, yet Lauren finds immense joy in her routine. Having lost her memories, she often feels like a drifting leaf, lacking the grounding sense of security. However, Her current busyness imbues her days with profound significance, bringing her solace. She firmly believes that if she continues to lead such a fulfilling life day by day, even a drifting leaf will eventually develop roots and grow into a towering tree. As the seasons transition from the gentle spring rains to the thunderous summer storms, from the golden autumn leaves to the swirling winter snow, unbeknownst to her, the Arikata star has completed 10 revolutions around its primary star. After a decade of unwavering effort, Lauren has largely fulfilled the plan she set a decade ago and has successfully passed the base's B-level physical fitness test. Having completed her master's program at the affiliated military medical university, she not only earned a Master of Medicine degree but also obtained a junior physician's license. She became a mid-level researcher at the Alicata Institute of Life Sciences, with her own office and 2 research assistants. Each month, her bank account received a generous salary, and without the burden of rent, she was able to save a considerable sum after paying tuition and daily expenses. According to her agreement with Chinchu, they would take time off to travel together during public holidays each year. Although over the years, Lauren had yet to explore every corner of Alicata, she could effortlessly discuss the best attractions and culinary delights on the planet, convincingly posing as a native Alicatan. Suddenly, a beeping notification broke her concentration. Without lifting her head, Lauren issued a command to connect the video call. When she finally raised her gaze, still lost in her experiments, she absent-mindedly acknowledged the call before returning to her observations. Chensha quietly regarded her for a moment before disconnecting the video. After a while, Lauren jolted back to reality, adjusting her observation glasses and wearing a contemplative expression. The governor of the Odin Federation, the unreliable official who had embarked on a decade-long mission to the primitive planet. When Lauren first arrived on Alicata, she had been somewhat intrigued by this high-ranking official of the Odin Federation, but after 10 years, he had faded from her memory, until now, when he was suddenly set to make an appearance. However, regardless of his unreliability, he was still a significant figure. As a mere small fry, she recognized the necessity of making a good impression and diligently cultivating a favorable rapport. Lauren sent a message to Qingwei. There is a banquet tonight. Please prepare my evening gown and the necessary materials, and remind me to leave work an hour early. In the bedroom, Qingwei assisted Lauren with her makeup and attire, while Chi-Chu stood before the virtual screen, presenting the profiles of the esteemed guests for Lauren to review. As Lauren perused the documents, she silently memorized the details. Eugene, a judge from the Federal Intermediate Court, hailing from the 6th District, had recently lost his beloved pet, Bona, just 2 days prior, and was holding a funeral. Qingwei added, the princess sent flowers that she personally cultivated. Oh, I sent flowers? Ones I grew myself? Lauren blew a kiss to Qingchu and then turned to embrace Qingwei, affectionately exclaiming, what would I do without you both? Qingchu smiled silently, already accustomed to Lauren's playful charm. Qingwei rolled her eyes, saying, Princess, please refrain from showering us with sweet nothings all day. We are heterosexuals. Could you not direct your affections towards your husband instead? Lauren pouted and straightened her posture. But you don't like Qinsha, do you? This golden-haired lady, Auror, is the newly appointed Minister of Agriculture. Chi-Chu continued to elaborate on the guest profiles, interrupting Qingyue's remarks. The trio continued their preparations for the evening's festivities, tacitly choosing not to revisit the previous topic. Once Lauren was suitably adorned and had memorized the essential details, Qingwei presented some pre-prepared snacks. Let us have a little something to stave off hunger. There may not be time to eat during the banquet. Lauren glanced at the clock and replied, no need. I can discreetly sip on a nutritional supplement later. There are still a good 10 minutes left. That should suffice. Lauren offered an apologetic smile, for there existed a first and a second, but never a third or a fourth. A decade ago, she had resolutely decided that since Qinsha could never wait for her, she would, if possible, arrive 10 minutes early rather than be a minute late. As Qinsha reached the foot of the stairs, he beheld Lauren standing gracefully in the center of the hall, adorned in a magenta off-the-shoulder gown, patiently waiting. He halted, glancing at his wristwatch, noting there were still 10 minutes until their appointed time. Over the years, he had not witnessed her in a flustered rush towards him. It seemed that whenever they were to meet, she always arrived first, composed and serene. Qinsha descended the staircase slowly, and for reasons unknown, he recalled the words of the guard. Waiting is both a torment and a sweetness. If a punctual woman allows you to wait, it signifies that she cares for you, trusts you, and knows she holds significance in your heart. You are willing to indulge her, and she is equally willing to be indulged by you. Lauren's choice to wait for him instead of the other way around conveyed something profound. With her poised stature and handsome visage, she resembled a statue sculpted from ice and snow, flawless in every aspect. Lauren mused to herself that she was indeed fortunate in love, yet found herself unable to enjoy it. Qinsha, perceptive as ever, cast a warning glance at her. "What are you thinking?" With a beaming smile, Lauren effusively replied, "I was sincerely admiring your handsomeness." Qinsha's expression darkened, and he turned to walk away. Lauren stuck out her tongue playfully and hurriedly lifted her gown to pursue him. By the time they reached the banquet hall, many guests had already arrived. Lauren linked her arm with Qinsha's, walking with grace and poise under the gaze of the crowd, while casually greeting each person with warmth and familiarity. "Eugene, the passing of Bona is truly lamentable." "Hello, Oro." In a corner of the hall, Bailey Tsong gazed at Qinsha and Luolan, exclaiming in astonishment. "I recall the last banquet, where this princess was trembling and timid. How has she transformed so completely?" Xian, idly toying with a deck of tarot cards, reminded him with a hint of exasperation, "The last time you referred to was a decade ago." Bailey Tsong's expression turned blank as he clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm, remarking, "It seems she has not wasted her time." Xian cast a smiling glance at Luolan, choosing not to speak. Has she merely not squandered her time? For the past 10 years, he had quietly observed her relentlessly striving forward, rising immediately after each fall, enduring rigorous training that left her battered, yet never allowing it to impede her studies and work. Seemingly devoid of even a moment to feel discomfort or despair. Zhuo Qiubai observed for a while before suddenly stating, "Qinsha does not dislike her. Indeed, the princess is quite endearing." Feng Lin's voice unexpectedly interjected, carrying a subtle sharpness. Zhuo Qiubai touched his nose and prudently fell silent. Xian and Bailey Tsong exchanged knowing glances, deciding that the bystanders should remain focused on their roles. Luolan approached, and Qinsha silently took a seat to one side. Luolan sidled up to Feng Lin, cheerfully inquiring, "Where is Chu Mo?" Feng Lin offered no response, but Xian pointed toward the entrance, grinning as he remarked, "He has arrived." Chu Mo strolled slowly from the crowd. Although his features did not possess the striking brilliance of Xian, his refined and elegant demeanor emanated a gentle reliability, drawing many ladies to engage him in conversation. The marriage rate in the Odin Federation is markedly lower than the interstellar average, with women seemingly indifferent to the notion of everlasting love, instead pursuing fleeting encounters. When the opportunity arises to meet Chu Mo, they exhibit enthusiasm that borders on obsession. Luolan watches in astonishment, realizing that the Minister of Public Security possesses such an alluring quality. Both Ziyin and Chu Mo are irresistibly charming to women. However, while Ziyin is as slippery as an eel, making it impossible for women to hold on to him, Chu Mo endures a slight disadvantage. Bailey Tsong grins widely, his teeth gleaming white, reveling in the spectacle. Chu Mo, sitting down with a wry smile, remarks, "Please, no more jests at my expense." As Luolan observes that everyone has arrived, she inquires, "Will the governor bring a partner?" The group regards her as though she has uttered the most outrageous statement, their expressions laden with incredulity. Confused, Luolan wonders if she has misspoken. Feng Lin comes to her rescue, reminding her that she has yet to meet the governor. Ziyin, with a playful smile, chimes in, "The governor is single." Then perhaps Feng Lin and Chu Mo should take to the dance floor, Luolan suggests enthusiastically. Due to the frequent collaboration between their research and Chu Mo's work, Luolan has observed a subtle affection in Feng Lin's gaze towards Chu Mo, though she has concealed her feelings all along. As a diligent subordinate, Luolan cannot resist the temptation to play matchmaker. Feng Lin looks at Chu Mo with a hint of expectation, but Chu Mo, disinterested, replies coolly, "Let's choose someone else." Ziyin subtly gestures to Luolan, hinting at Zhuo Qiubai on the side. Luolan begins to grasp that there are layers of unspoken intrigue and tentatively proposes. Feng Lin and Zhuo Qiubai for the dance? Ziyin sighs, exasperated. "It's not foolishness that troubles me, but rather foolishness that lacks depth. Please, let us dance." Qinsha and Princess. The speaker's tone was courteous, yet imbued with the self-assuredness characteristic of a person in authority. Everyone rose in unison, exclaiming, "Governor." After greeting each individual, the governor's gaze settled upon Lauren. She gracefully bent her knee in acknowledgement, declaring, "I am Lauren, the wife of Qinsha." The governor inclined slightly, responding, "Greetings. I am Yi Nanzhao." His demeanor was impeccably polite, yet it exuded an air of cold detachment. creating an impression of an insurmountable distance. Lauren comprehended why everyone exhibited peculiar expressions when she mentioned the governor's companion. If Chunshur was as frigid as snow and Qinshu radiated warmth like sunlight, then this man embodied desolation, devoid of warmth, making it inconceivable to envision him forming any bonds with others. Chapter 7. 2. As music filled the air, Chunshur and Lauren entered the dance floor, commencing their first dance. It was not hard to fathom that Chunshur, with his temperament, seldom had the opportunity to dance with young ladies. But what of her? Why did she dance so exquisitely? Who was the man accompanying her? What thoughts occupied his mind? Chunshur suddenly inquired. Zuoqiu was Feng Lin's first love. Ah! Lauren almost screamed. Her astonishment was not due to ignorance, but rather the sheer unexpectedness of the revelation. It had been 2 or 3 decades since their separation. Why did they part ways? Chunshur fixed his gaze on Lauren. Realizing that her gossiping about Chunshur might have been excessive, Lauren hurriedly added, "Let us focus on our dance." Chunshur undoubtedly exemplifies a level of physical prowess akin to that of a 3A rating, possessing remarkable capabilities in imitation and coordination. In a brief moment, she moves with utmost grace. As the melodious strains of music fill the air, Lauren becomes entirely at ease. Half closing her eyes and allowing Chunshur to lead her in forward movements, retreats, and spins. As the dance concludes, applause fills the room. Lauren smiles and nods in gratitude, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the figure of the governor at the far end of the hall, seated among the bustling crowd. He appears as if isolated atop a frigid mountain peak, observing the myriad expressions of life unfolding before him. The myriad emotions manifest in his eyes, yet they never penetrate the depths of his heart. He forever wears a countenance devoid of expression, a frigid metallic mask. Lauren softly inquires, "Has the governor always adorned himself in this manner?" Chunshur responds, "No, he began wearing the mask after contracting a genetic illness." What affliction necessitates such extensive concealment? Even of his hands? Suddenly, Lauren recalls a condition known as living death, which causes the body to decay slowly, akin to that of a corpse. Currently available treatments can only mitigate its effects but cannot provide a cure. Disturbing images from case studies she had previously encountered flood her mind, evoking a shiver of dread. This ailment is often referred to as a hellish existence, wherein one is perpetually tormented by agony, living among the living yet ensnared in the depths of hell. Abruptly, all the lights extinguish, plunging the hall into darkness. Lauren's eyes have not yet acclimated to the sudden absence of light, rendering her vision void, while Chunshur, like a fierce beast, lunges forward. After a while, accompanied by the piercing screams of the crowd, Lauren vaguely discerned an attempt on the life of the ruling official. Chunshur was engaged in a fierce struggle with several assailants, obscuring any sight of Xian, yet the purple tarot cards danced gracefully in the air, forming an ever-shifting matrix that shielded against the barrage of bullets like an array of protective shields. Bailey Song, Zuoqiu, and Zhongli refrained from intervening, each guarding their respective positions to create a formidable encirclement, their intent clear, to capture the assassin in one fell swoop. Amidst the chaos of the dance floor, the crowd screamed and scrambled for safety, but with the incessant crackle of gunfire, nowhere seemed secure. In a state of panic, they shoved and jostled, further complicating the tumult. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the scene. Lauren spotted Feng Lin brandishing an emergency flashlight, alongside Chu Mo, stationed at the entrance, shouting, "Evacuate from here, no pushing." One at a time, the disoriented throng suddenly found direction, gravitating towards the light, and Lauren followed the flow. Amidst the commotion, a sense of foreboding gripped her, prompting her to swiftly pivot and seize a woman's wrist. With a firm twist and push, the woman's miniature syringe discharged its contents entirely into her own body. The woman stared at Lauren in shock, but before Lauren could revel in her triumph, a hand silently covered her mouth and nose, and she succumbed to unconsciousness before she could even struggle. When Lauren regained consciousness, the vehicle had just come to a halt, astonishingly at the employee parking lot atop the Life Research Institute. Uncertain of what the terrorists had orchestrated, she noticed that the facility's lights had been extinguished, plunging the entire base into darkness. Roughly thrust from the vehicle, a bald man pressed a gun against her head, demanding, "Open the door." The cold muzzle pressed against her skin conveyed a silent yet lethal intimidation. Lauren trembled slightly but remained motionless, her mind racing as she pondered their intentions. "Open the door." The bald man struck Lauren's head forcefully with the gun. She felt the warm trickle of blood running down her forehead and commanded the Institute's intelligence system, "Please verify my identity and grant passage." Identity confirmed, Luo's son. The heavy metallic door creaked open. Two men flanked Lauren, escorting her into the research institute. The absence of normal lighting rendered the corridor eerily silent, illuminated only by the flickering emergency lights. The two men, without uttering a word, swiftly located the emergency use staff elevator, suggesting their familiarity with the institute's internal layout. The elevator, which descended to the third underground level, was equipped with an automatic identity recognition system, preventing unauthorized personnel from operating it. The bald man gestured for Lauren to summon the elevator, insisting, "We want the genetic research data." The entire Life Research Institute is engaged in genetic studies. Which specific part do you seek? Lauren engaged in a stalling tactic while frantically devising an escape plan. The bald man, growing impatient, barked, "Stop pretending. The most classified information. I'm merely a junior researcher. I have no access to the most classified studies." "You have the wrong person." The bald man delivered a heavy punch to Lauren's face, causing her to stagger sideways and collide with the elevator wall. Collapsing weakly to the floor, blood filled her mouth, and her face felt numb with pain. She curled up, shielding herself from the two men's gaze, pretending to wipe the blood from her mouth while quickly checking her personal terminal, only to discover it was entirely disabled, rendering her incapable of sending any distress signal. Lauren shook her head in despair, whispering a soft protest. Trembling, she pressed the button for the second basement level, leaving a faint smear of blood upon it. The elevator doors opened slowly, revealing two men who forcefully escorted Lauren outside. Staggering, she instinctively propped herself against the elevator door, leaving behind a streak of crimson. Lauren reflected on her captors. They were merciless, akin to professional mercenaries, motivated by monetary gain in the fulfillment of others' bidding. Once their objective was achieved, the likelihood of them eliminating her was alarmingly high. Relying on Chun Sha and his companions to arrive in time seemed increasingly implausible, as the safety of the governor undoubtedly outweighed her own by countless measures. Amidst the chaos, it was uncertain whether they would even notice her disappearance in time. Thus, she had to devise a method for self-rescue. Chapter 25, Chapter 7-3. As the elevator doors creaked open, the two men continued to push Lauren forward. She stumbled, her hand instinctively reaching for the elevator door, leaving another trace of blood. Lauren's mind raced, analyzing her captors as ruthless mercenaries, driven by financial incentives and hired to carry out tasks for others. Once their goal was achieved, the most probable outcome was her immediate demise. The hope that Shinsha and the others would arrive in a timely manner appeared increasingly unrealistic, for the governor's security was, without a doubt, of paramount importance. In the midst of the tumult, whether they could detect her absence in time remained uncertain. Thus, she was compelled to seek a way to save herself. Lauren led the two men into a stark examination room, sparsely furnished with a bed, chairs, and various medical instruments. The bald man tightened his grip around Lauren's neck, lifting her off the ground. "You had better not attempt any tricks." "Where's this place?" Lauren felt as though she were on the verge of suffocation. Struggling to articulate, "Genetic research involves the use of humans as research subjects. Are you not seeking research on human genetics?" The bald man seemed momentarily persuaded, releasing Lauren with a fierce glare as he transmitted the data to my terminal. Lauren input the commands to activate the intelligence system. File transfer requires the authentication of at least two personnel involved in the research. A dart barrel was aimed at her, and Lauren hastily replied, "I can impersonate a colleague, but I will need a little time. 3 to 5 minutes should suffice." The bald man gestured with his gun for her to proceed. Lauren's fingers danced across the keyboard with remarkable speed. The two men watched intently for a while, failing to notice anything amiss, exchanging glances as the bald man continued to focus on Lauren while the other paced around the room, scrutinizing everything. Lauren cautioned, "Sir, those are precision research instruments. Please maintain your distance." The man scoffed, moving even closer, brazenly firing a shot at the equipment. Lauren felt a surge of anger but dared not express it, tears welling in her eyes. Amidst the wailing alarms, a glass enclosure suddenly descended, trapping the man who had shot at the instruments inside, unable to escape. However, the bald man reacted swiftly, leaping and rolling away just in time to evade the falling enclosure. He disregarded the trapped man, rushing out to pursue Lauren. Hearing the bullets strike the ground, Lauren realized her plan had not fully succeeded. She had now enraged the assailants, and the situation had turned perilous. As she swiftly navigated the familiar terrain, a seething thought crossed her mind. Even in death, she would ensure to take someone down with her. Just as the bald man was about to seize her, Lauren dashed into a room, promptly turning to lock the door behind her. The bald man slammed against the door with fierce determination, but to no avail. Through the glass, he bared his teeth in a vicious, malevolent grin. Unperturbed, Lauren defiantly raised her middle finger, exclaiming, "Die, pervert." With a menacing expression, the bald man retreated a few steps, brandishing his gun and unleashing a barrage of bullets at the glass door. The previous glass barrier had been constructed to withstand sudden mutations, made from special materials impervious to gunfire. However, this glass door was merely a standard protective barrier and would not hold for long. Without a moment's hesitation, Lauren opened the cryogenic storage cabinet, her gaze skimming over the myriad of reagent bottles. She rapidly selected several vials, meticulously mixing them in precise proportions. While these chemical agents were not inherently hazardous, their combination would trigger a chain reaction upon impact, resulting not only in an explosion but also in the release of toxic fumes, devastating to the human respiratory system. Perhaps those with Class 3 physical abilities might escape, but those below Class A would surely perish. As the glass door shattered under the gunfire, the bald man stepped through the debris, the crunching sound echoing ominously as he advanced. He glared at Lauren, his voice dripping with malice as he inquired, "How do you wish to die?" Lauren stood resolutely, holding the reagent bottle. Memories from the past decade rushed through her mind, crystallizing into the image of Qian-Su. Although many questions remain unanswered, she has exerted all her efforts and harbors no regrets. The sole disappointment lies in her failure to become a gene repair specialist to heal Qian-Chu's affliction. In the absence of even a farewell, Lauren lifted her hand, poised to shatter the vial against the floor, when suddenly the bald man collapsed. Qian-Chu, gun in hand, stood before her, surveying the surroundings warily. Once he assessed that no further threats were present, he holstered his weapon. Are there any other assailants? Lauren, lost in a haze of uncertainty, could not discern reality from illusion and merely shook her head, her gaze fixated on Qian-Chu. Slowly, he extended his hand, speaking softly as if to avoid startling her. "Lauren, you are safe now. Please hand me the vial." Only then did Lauren dare to believe in the authenticity of the moment, yet she tightened her grip on the vial, declaring, "You must leave. This reagent is highly dangerous. I must dispose of it first." Qian-Chu remained steadfast. "I will stay with you." A jolt of apprehension coursed through Lauren as she scrutinized Qian-Chu and urgently insisted, "This reagent is truly perilous. A single misstep could result in an explosion." "I understand, which is precisely why my presence is vital," he replied with a gentle smile. Calm and composed, together in life and death, Lauren brushed aside her swirling emotions, steadied her breath, and approached the lab table, meticulously beginning the destruction of the reagent. Observing the blood that stained her head and neck, and the swelling on half her face, Qian-Chu leaned closer to examine her injuries. "Where does it hurt?" Strangely, tears cascaded down Lauren's cheeks. Just moments ago, in a perilous encounter, a lone individual stood resolute against two assailants without shedding a tear. Now, surrounded by comforting presence, a sense of grievance and lingering fear enveloped her. Qian-Chu crouched down, gently patting her back. "It's all right now. Everything is fine." Lauren, with a quivering voice, lamented, "They struck my head and my face. I must surely be disfigured." Qian-Chu, with wide eyes, uttered a blatant falsehood. "You are not disfigured. You look as beautiful as ever." "You are lying. It's clearly swollen. I can feel it myself." Qian-Chu pretended to scrutinize. "Even if it is swollen, it still looks quite lovely." Lauren, through her tears, managed a smile. "I didn't expect you to spin such tall tales." After inspecting Lauren's head and confirming the injuries were not severe, Qian-Chu felt a wave of relief. "I shall take you to the hospital." Qian-Chu grasped her foot, checking for any injuries. "It seems you twisted it while fleeing. You cannot walk for the time being. There is a wheelchair on the 3rd floor." However, the thought of being alone filled Lauren with dread. Qian-Chu noticed her fear. "My motorcycle is parked outside. Shall I carry you there?" Lauren immediately nodded in agreement. Qian-Chu swiftly lifted her and strode purposefully towards the elevator. Lauren's head throbbed painfully, resting against Qian-Chu's shoulder, her eyes growing heavy. "Didn't you say you were quite busy with work lately? What brings you to the research institute at this hour?" The base S lighting system was suddenly compromised and destroyed. "I feared you might still be at the research institute due to overtime. So I called your personal terminal but couldn't reach you, thus I came to check on you." Lauren abruptly opened her eyes wide, staring blankly at Qian-Chu. Over the past decade, she had navigated her way into high-level connections, often working overtime to avoid hindering her colleagues. Little did she anticipate that this habit would one day lead to her salvation. Even more surprising was the fact that someone would specifically come to the research institute in search of her due to this very habit. Roland felt a swelling in her chest as she thought of Qianxiu. What? After a moment of silence, Qianxiu, noticing her lack of response, lowered his head and gazed at her with curiosity. Roland beamed a smile. I wasn't working overtime. I was taken hostage by criminals, but fortunately, you arrived. Qianxiu smiled faintly, saying nothing. Roland closed her eyes with a smile, feeling as though even her headache had eased somewhat. Suddenly, Qianxiu halted his steps, assuming they had arrived. Roland drowsily opened her eyes, only to see Qianshi and Fenglin standing before her. Startled, she immediately became alert and instinctively attempted to struggle free. Don't move. You mustn't exert yourself, Qianxiu reassured her with a gentle smile, and she complied. Commander, Qianxiu stood straight with his feet together, saluting Qianshi. Qianshi ignored him. Striding directly to Roland, his expression serious as he inquired, Where are you injured? Roland felt an urgent pang of distress, blinking her eyes in a pleading manner. Commander, I am Luo Sun, a researcher at the Institute of Life Sciences. I was taken hostage by 2 criminals, and Qianxiu rescued me. Upon initial examination, I have injuries to my head and leg. Thank you for your concern, Commander. She repeatedly addressed him as Commander, hoping Qianshi would grasp her meaning. Qianshi's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he turned to Qianxiu, asking, Where are the criminals? Chapter 7. For the gaze of Qianshi lingered on her face for a moment before shifting to Qianxiu. Where are the assailants? One was shot dead by me, and the other is confined in room B283, Qianxiu replied. Qianshi commanded, Hand Luo Sun over to Dean Fenglin. You and I shall proceed to room B283, where your testimony will be required for Ziyin and Zhongli to assist in the investigation. Understood. Qianxiu entrusted Luo Lan to Fenglin, offering her a gentle smile, without uttering a word as he followed Qianshi. Luo Lan let out a sigh of relief, softly expressing her gratitude to Qianshi's retreating figure, hoping he would hear her thanks. Fenglin felt a twinge of suspicion. Although Qianxiu and Luo Lan had scarcely exchanged words, not even a simple farewell, their every gesture radiated an unspoken understanding, far from that of mere acquaintances. As he tended to Luo Lan's wounds, he cautiously inquired, Have you known Qianxiu for long? Yes. How did you meet? How long have you known each other? Does he know your identity? Within the Research Institute, aside from you and Anna, no one is aware of my identity. I see. Did Qianshi's behavior upset you? Not at all. However, Fenglin was oblivious to her response, his mind consumed with worry as he continued, You mustn't hold any resentment towards Qianshi. What do you mean by that? Luo Lan questioned, doubting her own memory. How could she not recall any wrongs committed by Qianshi that would necessitate her forgiveness? Qianshi did not disregard your safety. Rather, at that moment, we all presumed those individuals were targeting the governor, completely oblivious to the peril you were in. Fenglin felt a twinge of regret. Ever since Lauren arrived in Odin, everything had been remarkably tranquil, causing them to become complacent. So this was the matter at hand. However, a decade ago, Qianshi had already made an agreement with her to be mere foe spouses in a transaction of mutual benefit. Qianshi did not regard her as a wife, harboring no feelings for her. She, too, did not perceive him as a husband and held no expectations. Thus, one departed without a moment's hesitation in the face of danger, while the other, abandoned, did not think to feel any concern. Lauren chuckled softly, remarking, It is of no consequence. No one could have anticipated that someone would attempt to capture me. Fenglin felt a pang of guilt at that instant. It had become second nature for the 7 of them to fulfill their respective roles. Not only had Qianshi overlooked Lauren, but even her dear friend had completely forgotten her until Ziyin inquired, leading them to realize Lauren was missing. When they dialed her personal terminal, there was no answer, and they were unable to locate her position, which made them acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Ultimately, Ziyin confirmed through the intelligence system that Lauren was likely at the Research Institute. Fenglin earnestly expressed, as Qianshi raced to you. The speed at which he drove revealed his distress. He truly does care for you. Lauren felt her head grow heavy and dizzy, murmuring in agreement while gradually succumbing to a state of confusion. In the central monitoring room of the Research Institute, Ziyin sat in silence. Watching Lauren standing before the security door, her head bloodied from the delay in opening it. In the elevator, Lauren was struck in the face, collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, Ziyin exclaimed, Stop. He pointed at Lauren, who was hunched over, instructing to magnify the scene and slow down the playback. Once enlarged, it became apparent that Lauren had swiftly tapped her personal terminal, grimacing in pain as she bowed her body, deliberately spitting the blood from her mouth into her palms. staining them crimson. Feng Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness! Was Lorlin intentionally provoking the assailant to strike her? Ziyin, with a gaze deep as the abyss, refrained from comment. Simply instructing, continue the playback. Lorlin appeared to unwittingly leave traces of blood on the elevator buttons and doors. Feng Lin murmured. Anyone passing by the elevator would notice the anomaly on the door. If they enter the elevator to investigate, they would ascertain where the irregularity occurred. This must be how Qian Su located Lorlin. Lorlin led the assailant into the observation room specially established by the Research Institute for Studying Sudden Mutations. Feng Lin remarked. This room, though filled with instruments, is merely a preparatory observation chamber, devoid of any useful information. Lorlin had no intention of providing these two fools with any insights. Ziyin silently scrutinized the virtual imaging before them. The bald man gripped Lorlin's neck, lifting her as he cautioned her to behave. Lorlin's face turned ashen, her toes desperately attempting to find purchase on the ground. As the glass dome descended, Lorlin made a dash for freedom, with the bald man in hot pursuit. Feng Lin, fully aware that Lorlin had been rescued by Qian Su, nevertheless felt a bead of sweat trickle down his palm. Lorlin burst into the reagent storage room, bruised and battered, yet defiantly raised her middle finger at the bald man through the glass door. Feng Lin couldn't help but chuckle lightly, saying, Qian Su should be arriving at this moment. However, Qian Su did not appear. Amidst the sound of the bald man's gunfire against the glass door, Luo Lan calmly prepared her concoction, while Feng Lin's expression shifted. She had never anticipated that Luo Lan's nonchalant remark about Qian Su saving her would unfold in such a manner. Ziyin inquired, what is she doing? A rudimentary gas bomb. Luo Lan intends to take us both down, came the reply. Ziyin observed the busy Luo Lan in silence. The glass door shattered, and the bald man approached Luo Lan. With her hands concealed beneath her skirt, Luo Lan's gaze, momentarily dazed, transformed into one of clarity and determination. Her lips curling into a subtle smile of triumph, as if her cunning plan were about to succeed. Just as she raised her hand to shatter the vial, Feng Lin nearly screamed in alarm. Fortunately, the bald man suddenly collapsed, and Luo Lan, spotting Qian Su, halted her movement midair. After completing her preparation of the gas bomb, as she sat on the ground, weeping silently, Feng Lin felt her own eyes moisten. If Qian Su had been even a moment later, Luo Lan would have sacrificed her life to fulfill a promise made a decade ago. Unbeknownst to her, any lingering displeasure towards Qian Su dissipated, replaced solely by relief. How fortunate that he cared for Luo Lan, and that he had arrived just in time. Feng Lin murmured, we should all treat Luo Lan with more kindness. When Luo Lan awakened from her pain, she found herself in her own bedroom. Chen Sha sat in the armchair beside the bed, feigning sleep with his eyes closed. The moment she stirred, he opened his eyes. Chu Mo remarked that her wound would hurt a bit. Chen Sha pressed an ice pack against Luo Lan's face, saying, you should be able to endure. I did not allow him to administer any painkillers. The side effects of painkillers are, in fact, so minimal that they are nearly negligible. However, there exists a quietly circulating belief within the military that in order to attain a level of physical prowess classified as 3A, or even the legendary 4A, one must refrain from using such medications and remain sensitive to bodily pain. Lorlin smirked slightly, remarking, you truly have faith in me. Do you believe I cannot endure this? It's not about endurance. Rather, I am astonished that you have not abandoned the notion of transforming me into a 3A level athlete. Are you not aware that there are only 2 3A athletes in the entire Federation? Chen Shi remained silent. Lorlin gazed at his resolute countenance, utterly perplexed. Do you genuinely believe I can attain a level akin to yours, or that of the governor? It is not belief, but hope. I hope my wife can achieve 3A status. Lorlin silently thanked the heavens. Their marriage was a fade. And this extraordinary being held expectations for a spouse that were far beyond the capacity of an ordinary woman. In the darkness, Chen Shi observed Lorlin, his gaze inscrutable, more enigmatic than the night itself. Lorlin found the atmosphere peculiar and attempted to fill the silence. What about the criminal I had confined? By the time I arrived, he had already taken his own life. Lorlin offered a wry smile. That was to be expected. They are ruthless. If successful, they would leave no survivors. And if they fail, they would not spare themselves either, leaving no trace behind. There are numerous mercenary organizations in the stars. While it may seem that the trail has gone cold and investigation is futile, few maintain such strict and merciless discipline, which in itself becomes a clue. Indeed, Lorlin's eyes sparkled with realization. Is there any lead from the governor's side? Several captives have been seized, individuals specifically cultivated as assassins by that organization. Besides committing murder, They possess no other knowledge. Xian is currently interrogating them, yet based on past experiences, extracting valuable information seems unlikely. Who would desire to assassinate the governor while simultaneously seeking genetic research data? Perhaps they are external enemies, or maybe. Qinshi pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze as cold as steel. Lolan gradually began to comprehend. Perhaps it was an insider's doing. No wonder the lighting systems of the Spadar Palace and military base were compromised. The two bandits had managed to infiltrate the research facility without triggering any surveillance alarms, suggesting that only an internal accomplice could explain such a feat, and this traitor must wield considerable authority. The complexity of the situation had far exceeded Lolan's understanding, leaving her at a loss for where to begin her inquiries. However, there was no doubt that Qinshi's identity placed him at the center of this turbulent vortex. Lolan suggested, "You should rest. The robots can take care of you." Fenglin insisted that I accompany you, stating that you were upset and I ought to comfort you. Lolan was taken aback. "Since when have you been so obedient to Fenglin?" "Because I happen to feel the same way," Qinshi replied. Lolan was left speechless. "Tonight's events were poorly considered on my part. I promised to ensure your safety, but failed to deliver. I am sorry. I am not angry. To be honest, I couldn't care less." Xian remarked, "When a woman claims she is not angry, she is indeed upset. When she insists she does not care, it signifies she is deeply concerned." Qinshi opened an antique-style eyeglass case, revealing a pair of spectacles crafted from the pearlite of the pear star, which could effectively shield human eyes from harmful cosmic rays, making them particularly suitable for women engaged in scientific research and those who frequently strain their eyes. His tone was monotonous, akin to that of a sales robot delivering a product pitch. Lorraine was jolted into an upright position, exclaiming, "You are giving me a gift?" Qinshi scrutinized Lorraine's expression, remarking, "Your reaction differs markedly from what Xian described. Do you really believe Xian's words? Brother, has your intelligence been devoured by a dog? Everyone possesses their own area of expertise, and this should be Xian's forte." Lorraine felt as though she might choke on her own blood, pondering the expression on the spy chief's face if he were to learn that his perceived specialty lay in charming women. She stifled her discomfort and slowly reclined, saying, "Qinshi, I am truly not angered. On the contrary, I am quite grateful to you. Because, Qinshi, yes, thank you for not exposing me." Qinshi lowered his head, gradually closing the eyeglass case and placing it on Lorraine's vanity. Turning his back to her, he inquired, "Is your reluctance to reveal your identity to Qinshu rooted in your status as a princess, or is it because of our marriage?" What could she possibly say? Should she confess that both reasons held validity? The truth was that both her identity and her marriage were mere fabrications, and she wished not to deceive Qinshu. Leaving her with nothing to say, Qinshu turned to face her, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, "Deception is like quicksand. No matter what you desire, it cannot endure." Lorraine stood in a daze, grappling with the paradox of her situation. She was unwilling to deceive Qinshu, yet she found herself ensnared in a web of deceit. What could she possibly do? Even if she were to unveil this deception, it would merely lead to a quagmire, leaving her with no solid ground to stand upon. Chapter 8. Lorraine's injury was not severe. After a few days of rest, she was nearly recovered. Upon arriving at the research institute, she awaited the elevator while perusing her documents. Fenglin approached her, inquiring with genuine concern, "Is your injury fully healed? Aren't you going to take another couple of days off?" Without lifting her gaze, Lorraine replied, "I'm fine now. I don't want to miss today's meeting." Fenglin gave her shoulder a reassuring pat and remarked, "Xian mentioned that Qinshi sent you a gift. Do you like it?" Lorraine raised her head, gesturing towards her austere, scholarly glasses perched on her nose. Fenglin responded with a bemused expression, exclaiming, "What should I do to save you?" Lorraine swiftly pressed her personal terminal, capturing a photo of Fenglin's amusing expression and sending it to Xian with the note, "Thank you. However, it's truly unnecessary for next time." Fenglin, feeling somewhat disheartened, muttered, "Is there a mistake? Didn't Xian inform him about what to buy?" Lorraine recalled Qinshi's words from that evening, when he heeded others' advice. It was often because it coincided with his own inclinations. Just then, a beeping sound indicated that Xian was requesting a video call, which Lorraine promptly accepted. Upon seeing Lorraine's appearance, Xian burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You look rather delightful. Since you look so good, should I get a pair for your ladies?" Xian smiled and said, "I would indeed like that. Alas, I am devoid of a woman who finds joy in reading, conducting research, and spends her days engrossed in the written word." Lauren clenched her teeth. Fenglin retorted, We are truly grateful that you have not come to wreak havoc upon us. You're welcome, Zian replied nonchalantly, his audacity remarkable. He scrutinized Lauren's head, noticing the wound still had not fully healed. You are pushing yourself quite hard. Does your employer know? Lauren instinctively touched her head, offering a sheepish smile to Feng Lin as she explained, I assure you, it's nothing serious. The doctor has given me the green light to go out. Feng Lin, exasperated, advised. Just be cautious. Lauren waved her fist at Zian and promptly severed the video call, denying him any chance of retort. After changing into her work uniform, Lauren entered the grand conference room, where she discovered many attendees had already gathered. Propping her chin on her hand, she gazed at Chumo and mused. Thank goodness the Federation boasts such a reliable man as Chumo. Perhaps Feng Lin has developed an infatuation with him after encountering too many unreliable individuals. Feng Lin settled beside Lauren, poking her with his electronic pen. I understand that Chumo is the idol of many, but you are already married. Do not entertain any fanciful notions. Rest assured. I have no intention of competing with you, Lauren replied, her expression cheerful. Feng Lin, with a wary demeanor, responded, What do you mean by that? Chumo and I have no connection. Lauren grinned mischievously at Feng Lin, teasingly inquiring, Do you not wish to have a connection with him? Feng Lin fell silent for a moment, then sighed wearily. You, on the other hand, are entangled in your own chaos. Do not concern yourself with my affairs. What chaos? Lauren's heart skipped a beat, inexplicably feeling a twinge of guilt. Before Feng Lin had the chance to speak, Anna ascended the stage to remind everyone that the meeting time had arrived. Both Feng Lin and Lauren promptly cleared their minds of distractions and began to listen intently. Under Anna's guidance, the speakers took turns addressing the audience. The physicians shared their clinical treatments while the researchers detailed their experimental observations, each side drawing insights from the other, raising inquiries, and engaging in fervent discussions. Finally, it was the turn of Chumo and Feng Lin to present. For a long time, genetic mutations have been categorized into spontaneous mutations and natural mutations. And we have persistently treated these two types of mutations as distinct diseases in our research. However, perhaps they are not entirely unrelated, at least theoretically. If we can cure spontaneous mutations, natural mutations should also be amenable to treatment. For centuries, countless research endeavors have ended in failure. On the surface, these failures appear meaningless, leaving us in a state of despair. Yet, perhaps they have been guiding us toward the correct path all along. Much like navigating a labyrinth in a game. Without a strategy, one cannot discern the right way, but through trial and error, one can gradually eliminate the incorrect routes. Before their speeches, Chumo and Feng Lin were likely unaware of what the other would say. Yet, their presentations seemed intricately intertwined. Not only were the listeners pleasantly surprised, eager to document every word spoken, but even the speakers themselves displayed expressions of astonishment and joy. 8 hours swiftly passed. When Anna announced the conclusion of the meeting, everyone appeared dazed, remaining seated and seemingly lost in contemplation. Lauren faintly sensed that Feng Lin and Chumo had seemingly touched upon a door, yet the key remained elusive. Chumo approached, commending Feng Lin with a smile. What a splendid speech. Feng Lin raised an eyebrow and replied with a grin, You are not lacking either. Chumo extended his hand, encouragingly stating, Keep it up. Otherwise, our hospital will lose face to your research institute. After all, you are a professional research establishment. The doctors erupted into hearty laughter. Feng Lin grasped Chumo's hand, his spirits soaring as he remarked, Director Chu, if you do not strive a little harder, patients may come flocking to our research institute seeking treatment. We are not a hospital. The researchers burst into applause and cheers. In that fleeting moment, Lauren felt a surge of fervor. If Chun Sha and the officials fought for the Federation on a battlefield shrouded in smoke, then Chumo and Feng Lin were battling for the Federation on a battlefield devoid of gunpowder, where the absence of life-threatening danger belied countless failures and the monotonous trials endured over countless days and nights, seeking a glimmer of hope amid despair, requiring courage and perseverance no less than those soldiers who fought with their lives. Lauren placed her hand over her heart, acutely aware of its resounding rhythm. Suddenly, she recognized that many aspects of her life had transformed unnoticed. A decade ago, she had pragmatically chosen a career in genetic research. 10 years later, she had come to cherish her work. She found joy in Feng Lin, admiration for Chumo, camaraderie with her diligent colleagues, and appreciation for every seemingly trivial discovery made in her research. A decade ago, she aspired to become an exceptional genetic repair specialist. yearning for a skill that would enable her to thrive. 10 years later, her desire to excel in this field has only intensified, as she not only wishes to enhance her own existence, but also to cure Qianxu's ailment, allowing him to live more fully. Within her possession lies a three-dimensional photograph of a sunrise, captured during their ascent of the majestic Elar Mountain, the highest peak of Alicata. Ever since their adventurous visit to the amusement park, she has been longing to experience the real Elar Mountain. As she endeavored to elevate her physical fitness to AD level, Qianxu promised her a reward for her efforts, to which she proposed an ascent of the main peak of the Elar Mountain range. Although challenging for her current fitness level, her determination to fulfill this wish was unwavering. Each of her aspirations felt akin to an insurmountable task, with reaching the summit of the Alicata peak now seeming the simplest of challenges. Qianxu refrained from questioning her seemingly irrational decision, nor did he suggest that time was on her side. Advising her instead to strive for AC level of fitness before embarking on the climb, he simply acquiesced. He meticulously prepared, procuring the finest equipment, training her in wilderness survival and self-rescue, designing the climbing route, and rehearsing for various dangers. Yet, despite their comprehensive preparations, the ascent proved perilous. A single misstep on her part nearly sent them plummeting into the abyss. Ultimately, they survived, but not without losing a significant portion of their gear and straying from the intended path. As night descended, fierce winds howled and heavy snow fell, enveloping the world in darkness, a desolate realm of ice and snow that threatened to consume all life. Lolan was engulfed in despair, feeling the urge to slap herself repeatedly for dragging Qianxu into this perilous situation. Yet, Qianxu bore no resentment towards her. His voice remained as warm and composed as ever, embodying the most enchanting allure of climbing, much like life itself, which can never be meticulously planned and is perpetually subject to unforeseen twists and turns. Such upheavals do not solely signify hardship, they also herald a panorama of unique beauty. It is precisely these interruptions along the climbing journey that instill a profound reverence for life, fostering an anticipation for the next moment. Would the next moment still be fraught with wind and snow? Then let us await the next moment. The tempest did not abate. One moment followed another, and 2 days later, the storm finally ceased. Lolan stood in astonishment as she beheld the thick blanket of snow, sculpted into fantastical forms by the wind and terrain, transforming the entire world into a masterpiece of nature, beyond the capabilities of human artistry. At that moment, the sun broke through the clouds, casting a radiant glow upon the undulating mountains, while a rainbow arched gracefully across the sky, nestled amongst the ice and snow, a beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. Qianxu stood calmly behind her, a smile illuminating his face. In an instant, Lolan was filled with an unwavering courage, regardless of what the future held. She resolved to carry hope and press forward, for upheavals do not merely signify challenges. Once surmounted, they unveil unexpected vistas of beauty. 3 days later, after enduring considerable hardship, Lolan and Qianxu ascended to the summit via an alternate route. As she witnessed the sun rising from the pristine snow-capped peaks beneath her, casting its brilliance across the majestic mountain range, she felt a profound sense of fulfillment, realizing that all her struggles had not been in vain. Facing the rising sun over the distant mountains, she captured this photograph, her heart swelling with pride as she declared to herself, "The first wish has been fulfilled." Lolan messaged Qianxu, "Are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner at the Everest restaurant." What special event had transpired? Qianxu immediately grasped the significance. Firstly, it was to express gratitude for the life-saving assistance he had rendered a few days prior. Secondly, she had finally found an answer to the question he posed a decade ago. "I have a bit of work on hand and will only be free in half an hour. Shall we meet at the restaurant in an hour?" All right. After securing a reservation, Lolan initiated a video call with Qianxu. The image revealed Qianxu at the training ground, drenched in sweat, while behind him stood the commander, clad in full combat attire. Qianxu's gaze lingered on Lolan's glasses. "What is it? A colleague?" "No, it's Qianxu. He saved my life last time, and I wish to treat him to a meal as a gesture of thanks." "Understood." Qianxu promptly severed the video connection. Lolan caressed her personal terminal. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Qianxu and the commander were engaged in combative training. It appeared Qianxu was on the receiving end of the punishment. Could it be that the commander possessed superior physical capabilities? Nonetheless, the commander could not possibly be at ease. It was likely that his true condition was obscured from view, creating an illusion of ease. Indeed, those who don masks are often the most adept at feigning composure. Chapter 8. Part 2. The Everest restaurant is situated far from the commercial hub and residential areas, perched on a tranquil mountainside by the river. Surrounded by serene and quiet surroundings, Lorland sat on the wooden terrace, admiring the picturesque scenery. Beneath the terrace lies a verdant expanse of trees, their shadows dancing gracefully in the breeze, accompanied by a gentle rustling sound. In the distance, majestic mountains rise in layers, while the great river meanders and surges ceaselessly. The water sparkles like diamonds under the sunlight, and two moons hang in the sky, one to the east and the other to the west. Casting a harmonious glow, these are the renowned twin satellites of Alicata. On the forum's homepage, a trending post features a photograph of Phong Lin and Chu Mo, locked in a handshake and gazing at each other, with the title, "Gods and Goddesses, Please Unite." The individual who shared the video must be a researcher or doctor who attended the conference. To comply with confidentiality regulations, they obscured the time and locations, replacing the background with a dazzling, bustling cityscape at night. This alteration only serves to accentuate the confidence and charisma of the two individuals, subtly suggesting that their conversation holds sway over countless lives. Undoubtedly, Duke Phong Lin embodies the essence of a powerful figure. For the sake of the Federation, I implore you to continue your passionate rivalry. Suddenly, a desire to delve into genetic research ignited within me. Might it still be feasible to switch careers? Lauren found herself in fits of laughter, only to glance up and discover Qian Su seated across from her, gazing at her with a quiet smile. Lauren hurriedly closed the Star Network. "Why didn't you call me when you arrived? I noticed you were so happy. I didn't want to interrupt," he replied. Lauren clicked on the desktop, and a 3D menu of dishes materialized. "What would you like to eat? What do you wish to have?" Lauren shyly suggested, "The signature dish. I wish to see whether my cooking is superior to that of the chef. Coincidentally, it is also one of my favorites." Qian Su ordered the winter melon 8 treasure soup and the soup-filled dumplings, along with the chef's recommended herbal tea, allowing them to sip tea while awaiting their meal. Lauren lifted her cup, sincerely toasting to Qian Su. "Thank you." Qian Su smiled as he sipped his tea. "You say you have the answer?" "Indeed. For 10 years. You have not inquired of me. I thought you might have forgotten. Yet, the moment it was mentioned today, you understood perfectly what I was referring to. You have been tirelessly seeking the answer. How could I forget? Yes, over the past decade, she dared not squander a single day, driven by her desire to uncover her future. 10 years prior, she had resolved that once she acquired the skills necessary for a stable existence, she would, much like the true Princess Lolan, soar away to distant lands, leaving Odin forever behind. However, a decade later, possessing the very skills she sought, she found herself with numerous opportunities to discreetly escape, yet she relinquished her initial intentions for the warmth of Qianshu, the kindness of Phong Lin, and the diligence and intelligence of her colleagues. Qianshu inquired, "Do you hold affection for Alicata?" Without hesitation, Lolan replied, "Indeed." A decade's worth of beautiful memories transformed her feelings for this planet from unfamiliarity to profound love. After a brief moment of silence, Qianshu continued, "Are you willing to settle here?" "I am." Amidst the vastness of the starry sea, she had finally discovered a place that resonated with her heart. The corners of Lolan's lips gradually curved upward, and a smile blossomed on her face, akin to a flower unfurling in the embrace of spring. Qianshu cautiously remarked, "In conducting research, it is essential to have a sufficient sample for observation to draw conclusions. Shouldn't you explore other planets?" Lolan tilted her head, gazing at the twinkling stars overhead. "Other planets may indeed be more beautiful, but they lack your presence." She tilted her head, smiling at Qianshu, and pointed to her heart. "My heart tells me it wishes to remain here, to continue pursuing what I love, and to be with those I cherish. As a scientist, you should comprehend that the human heart possesses no thoughts. However, it is imbued with emotions, and those emotions are steadfast. Otherwise, why would there be rejection responses in organ transplants?" Qianshu shook his head in exasperation. "Does your goddess of a superior know how adept you are at spinning tales?" "Oh, she greatly admires this quality of mine," Lolan replied, her pride evident. For a scientist, a divergent imagination is of paramount importance. Qianshu chuckled, raising his teacup, and solemnly declared, "Welcome to Alicata." Lolan clinked her cup against his. "Thank you." After finishing their meal, they proceeded to the parking structure to retrieve their vehicles. As Lolan inserted her parking card into the machine, she remarked, "The price is quite steep, yet with live hosts serving and delivering the dishes, the service is thoughtful, and the flavors are indeed worthy of their reputation. The expense is justified." Once the machine confirmed their identities, Qianshu's flying car and Lolan simultaneously appeared on the conveyor belt. Lolan felt a pang of guilt, relieved that Qianshu did not press the matter further. He accompanied Lolan to her vehicle, advising, autonomous driving is not infallibly safe. You should learn manual driving when you have the time. The two of them nestled together, bodies entwined, cheeks pressed against one another in the car seat. Lauren widened her eyes, her face a mask of confusion. You. The intelligent core received its master's command, and the car door swiftly closed, with the remaining bullets ricocheting harmlessly off the exterior, creating a cacophony of sounds. Just as the flying vehicle began to ascend unsteadily, a black flying car careened towards them. Prioritizing safety, the intelligent core issued an immediate evasive maneuver, causing their vehicle to plummet downwards. The black car, however, showed no signs of slowing down as it barreled towards Lauren's vehicle. Hold on tight, Qianshu exclaimed as he flipped into the pilot's seat, taking manual control of the vehicle. With a rapid ascent, the flying car tilted sideways, narrowly avoiding the black vehicle as it soared into the sky. A quick glance at Lauren revealed she had fastened her seatbelt. Have you ever driven at such speeds before? He inquired. Never, she replied. Qianshu chuckled. Congratulations. You've just had your first time. He activated all 4 engines, catapulting their speed to its maximum, the flying car darting forward like a beam of light. Yet, the black vehicle, modified to possess military-grade capabilities, clung tightly to Lauren's car, relentlessly pressing and colliding against it. In that precarious moment, danger loomed. As if destruction was imminent. Perhaps from the tension or the jarring motions, Lauren felt a spasm in her stomach, the urge to vomit rising. Qianshu glanced at her and remarked, when I first participated in a starship battle, I felt just like this. What? Aren't you a tactical researcher? How could you participate in interstellar combat? Lauren was taken aback, momentarily forgetting her nausea. Even within the Odin Federation, it was inconceivable to deploy a soldier with A-level physical capabilities for administrative roles. I was once a specialized combatant aboard an interstellar battleship, but after falling ill, I transitioned to a civilian role. Lauren instantly believed this, for he maneuvered the flying vehicle with the finesse of a fighter jet. Amidst a hail of bullets, he deftly navigated, weaving left and right, while nonchalantly engaging her in conversation, as if they were merely enjoying a leisurely ride, blissfully unaware of the imminent danger surrounding them. How do you overcome fear? After enduring a merciless scorn from seasoned veterans, I found myself compelled to maintain composure, fearing disgrace. Then suddenly, the flying vehicle flipped onto its side. From below, Lauren gazed upon his profile, the elegant curve of his nose and jawline emanating a steadfastness akin to ancient mountains. Upon witnessing the mockery of our tormentors being obliterated, I felt only sorrow and fury. The piercing wail of sirens erupted as a police vehicle sped towards them. Lauren exhaled in relief. It always arrives fashionably late, but it is better than not arriving at all. For reckless driving, please pull over immediately for inspection. The police vehicle's sides revealed twin cannons, aimed directly at Lauren's craft. Qianshu cast a brief glance at the police car. Imposter. That's a PK-320. Alicata's current police equipment should be PK-420. What? Lauren exclaimed in shock. With the black flying vehicle behind and the false police car in front, they found themselves cornered. With no escape in sight. What to do? Let us turn the tables. Qianshu smiled at Lauren, exuding calmness, which helped Lauren regain his composure. Following the police vehicle's instructions, Qianshu brought the flying craft to a halt on an open slope. Lauren leaned inside the car, searching frantically for a suitable weapon. Qianshu placed a gun in Lauren's hands, stating, I have already informed Phone Lin and Anna. They will arrive shortly. No matter what occurs, remain hidden within the car and do not exit. As for you, should anyone pose a threat to your life, fire immediately. Remember, no matter who it is, do not hesitate. Qianshu's gaze was both dark and luminous, cold yet fervent, akin to a star emitting light from a black hole that ought to consume everything. Exuding an eerie aura. It was only then that Lauren noticed his unusually pale complexion and the peculiar sharpness of his fingers, as if his nails were transforming into daggers. A chill ran down her spine, and just as she intended to scrutinize further, Qianshu withdrew his hand and exited the vehicle. The door slammed shut with a swift motion. Locking securely, Lauren rapped on the window, calling out, Qianshu. Qianshu. 2 imposter policemen emerged, ostentatiously displaying their identification before aiming their guns at Qianshu, commanding him to crouch and place his hands behind his back. Qianshu complied without resistance, noting that the fake officers had completely subdued Qianshu. 2 burly men from the black car relaxed their vigilance and stepped out. They positioned themselves with their backs to Qianshu, standing between him and Lauren. One brandished a gun at Lauren, signaling her to remain compliant, while the other produced a device to forcibly unlock the car door. One of the fake policemen smirked with satisfaction, pulling the trigger and firing at Qianqiu. The other aimed to shoot as well, but Qianqiu cleverly used the fake officer as cover, rendering the shot impossible. A burly man, aiming a gun at Lauren, turned and fired at Qianqiu. Simultaneously, the false policeman, grasped by Qianqiu by one wrist, drew a dagger with his other hand and lunged fiercely at Qianqiu's neck. In a flash of lightning, Qianqiu released the wrist, thrusting forward with his hand, which pierced the false policeman's chest like a sharp sword. With a swift twist, he used the false policeman's body as a shield, deflecting all the bullets that were originally aimed at him. With his other hand, he disarmed the dagger effortlessly, sending it flying towards another false policeman, who dropped his gun upon impact. As the gunfire intensified, Qianqiu did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he held the lifeless body of the false policeman aloft, as if wielding a shield, and advanced towards the man firing the shots. The bulletproof vest of the false policeman caused his body to tremble violently. Yet he did not succumb immediately. He stared in horror at his own chest, screaming in terror, while the man behind the gun continued to frantically shoot, his fear palpable. Qianqiu closed in on the gunman, whose weapon was obstructed by the body of the false policeman. Nevertheless, he continued to shout and fire wildly until his strength waned. With a swift motion, Qianqiu delivered a precise throat slash, blood gushing forth like a fountain as the man crumpled backward. Qianqiu then turned his gaze to another false policeman, who, trembling uncontrollably with the gun he had just picked up, met Qianqiu's unnerving stare. With a piercing scream, he discarded the weapon and sprinted towards the police car, desperately attempting to flee. Disdainfully furrowing his brow, Qianqiu cast aside the lifeless false policeman, whose body crashed down upon the fleeing figure, toppling him to the ground. The false policeman struggled to emerge from beneath the corpse, attempting to pry open the car door. In a flash, Qianqiu darted to the rooftop, his movements as swift as lightning. One leg bent and poised upon the roof, the other dangled leisurely in front of the open door, effectively blocking the false policeman's advance. The imposter, his face awash with terror, rasped, "You are not human." Qianqiu tilted his head, as if contemplating this assertion, yet arriving at no conclusion. He then leaned down, seizing the false policeman by the throat. The imposter, in a state of utter horror, pleaded, "I beg you." With a sharp crack, the false policeman's head drooped limply. Qianqiu casually discarded the lifeless body and nimbly leapt from the vehicle, striding purposefully towards Lolan's speeding car. He bent down, coldly fixing his gaze upon Lolan through the window, akin to a beast meticulously assessing how to rend its prey. Tears brimmed in Lolan's eyes as she stared at him in disbelief. His crimson eyes, sharp fangs, and formidable claws, along with his scaled skin, spoke of an overwhelming power. Acute hearing, blinding speed, and unimpeded night vision. Lolan, uncertain whether the half-beast before her was indeed Qianqiu, tentatively called out Qianqiu. Slowly, Qianqiu straightened up. "Qianqiu!" Lolan exclaimed in delight, believing he retained some semblance of lucidity. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Qianqiu's hand struck the car window with force. Startled, Lolan instinctively tightened her grip on the gun, staring blankly at the hand pressed against the glass. Long, powerful fingers with nails as sharp as blades, stained with blood from his recent kill, resembling the claws of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Bang, bang, with each resounding impact. The first crack appeared on the bulletproof glass. Qianqiu struck with increasing fervor, the fissures multiplying like ripples on a lake. While Lolan could already hear the ominous sound of shattering, she fixated on the entirely unfamiliar Qianqiu. The echoes of his words resonating in her ears. "If anyone threatens your life, shoot immediately. Remember, no matter who it is, do not hesitate." Yet, her hands could not lift the weapon. This was Qianqiu, the one who had unconditionally aided her in her most helpless moments. The one who had stood by her in solitude. The one who had saved her life in her gravest danger. It was impossible. This was Qianqiu's body. He must still be within. She could not take his life. Tears streaming down her face, she cried out, "Qianqiu, Qianqiu." With a resounding crash, the glass shattered. Qianqiu's crimson eyes were filled with an icy indifference as he raised his claw to strike at her. Chapter 30, Chapter 8, for Qianqiu's eyes, once a vivid red, now reflected a chilling cruelty as he advanced. Lolan, her face awash with tears, recoiled in terror, yet still refrained from firing. Suddenly, his movements slowed, as if strength were rapidly draining from his being. The scarlet of his eyes faded visibly to black, the bloodthirsty coldness transforming into agonized struggle. As the hand poised to pierce her heart trembled violently, Lolan shouted, Qianxiu. He abruptly shut his eyes and collapsed. Stunned, Lolan hesitated before reaching out to touch Qianxiu. When Qianxiu suddenly appeared and forcefully hurled Qianxiu out of the speeding vehicle. Soon after, Feng Lin and Anna hurried over. Feng Lin, filled with urgency, inquired, "Lauren, are you injured?" Lauren wiped away her tears and shook her head, replying, "I am fine." Chen Xia leaned in to assist Lauren, intending to help her out of the vehicle. However, Lauren brushed his hand away and exited the car on her own. Her gaze filled with concern for the unconscious Qianxiu. He won't be in danger, will he? Anna, who was examining Qianxiu, wore a grave expression and remained silent. This time, it should be all right. Feng Lin retrieved a disposable syringe from the vehicle, his voice laced with disappointment. He realized something was amiss and administered the serum we developed in advance, yet it yielded no effect, and the transformation still occurred. Lauren sighed in relief and urgently asked, "What exactly is Qianxiu's ailment?" The physical alterations are merely partial transformations, yet he has lost his senses and exhibits a violent demeanor. Sudden mutations can cause complete bestial transformation without warning, leading to a loss of reason and heightened aggression. Gradual mutations may result in partial physical changes without a loss of awareness. Yet, Qianxiu does not fit either category. His condition is exceedingly rare, and of course, if it were not rare, it would not have made its way into the research institute. For now, I shall refer to it as pseudo-sudden mutation with natural characteristics. What? Lauren, well-versed in various mutations, had never encountered such a disease. The patient may briefly enter a state of sudden mutation. When Professor N introduced Qianxiu to me, I sensed his situation was unique and could contribute to our research on sudden mutations. Thus, I decided to keep him. Feng Lin gazed down at the now empty syringe, his voice tinged with melancholy. This is the latest serum developed after studying your genetic material. For many years, the Research Institute has neither aided him nor achieved any significant advancements. I still have matters to discuss with Qianxiu. I must await his awakening. Lauren is resolute. Qianxiu decisively states, "I shall escort you to the Research Institute." Within the flying vehicle, Lauren sits in a daze. For a decade, she has contemplated inquiring about the nature of Qianxiu's illness countless times, yet she has refrained, always feeling inadequately equipped to assist him, hoping to ask when she has grown stronger. She never anticipated that Qianxiu's affliction would so abruptly reveal itself before her. Folin glances at Lauren, then at Qianxiu, silently sighing within. Suddenly, Lauren recalls something. Who was the unique case of spontaneous mutation that regained consciousness? May I partake in the research of this case? Feng Lin remains silent. Finding this peculiar, Lauren tentatively probes. Is the patient's identity particularly special? Feng Lin's expression turns grave. It is the first chancellor of the Federation, Yu Beichen. Lauren is struck with realization. It is none other than the legendary figure who founded the Odin Federation. The outside world is only aware that Yu Beichen succumbed to illness before reaching 300 years, assuming it was due to overwork. Yet it is revealed that it was a result of spontaneous mutation. Should this information become public, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest throughout the entire star system. Which explains why Odin is so intent on secrecy. Feng Lin continues, given the connection to the Chancellor, the research has always been led by a designated individual. Currently, it is Professor N who oversees it. Even I can only review the research results, not directly participate. If you wish to transfer to Professor N's laboratory, I can assist in submitting an application, but no need. Lauren was utterly reluctant to engage with such confidential matters, for they involved the genes of the most extraordinary individual in the annals of the Federation. The previous incident, which nearly led to her execution by the Arid Empire over 2 apples, had imparted a profound understanding. For the sake of her own safety, she must steer clear of rare genes. Nonetheless, this case represented the sole instance of recovery from an acute mutation. Although that individual ultimately succumbed to the same affliction, his case certainly held significant relevance for Qianxiu's condition. With a determined resolve, Lauren inquired, "May I access Professor N's research materials? They are all available on the internal database. I will assist you in applying for access. Should there be any specific research requirements, you can also directly reach out to Professor N for his assistance." Reassured, Lauren realized that the esteemed professors had meticulously devised a process that facilitated research endeavors while mitigating potential dangers. When Qianxiu opened his eyes, he beheld Lauren half leaning against his bedside, engrossed in medical literature, one hand propping her head and the other wielding an electronic pen to take notes. Her slightly tousled Wavy hair was carelessly tied back, with a rebellious strand defiantly standing out. Several red marks marred her fair skin, betraying a sense of disarray. Yet her focused expression exuded a unique kind of earnest beauty. As Qianshu's gaze lingered on the bruises adorning her cheek, Lauren, seemingly sensing his scrutiny, promptly lifted her head and smiled brightly. "You're awake. I need to return this to you." She placed the gun he had previously entrusted to her into his hand. Grasping the weapon, Qianshu's eyes deepened with contemplation. "Why didn't you fire it? Do you remember what happened?" It felt as though I had just awoken from a dream, as if the events unfolding were not truly my own. Yet, I was acutely aware of having shattered the car window, driven by an urge to end your life. Qianshu fixed his gaze on Lauren, questioning why she hesitated to pull the trigger. Lauren, aflame with indignation, retorted, "You know very well that you can regain your senses, yet you still expect me to shoot? If I heed your words, would I not become the murderer of my dear friend? Before I could recover my sanity, it would be you who lay dead at my hands. Ah, so in your quest to avoid becoming a murderer, you would have me commit the act." Qianshu was momentarily taken aback, his lips sealing shut, his eyes brimming with anguish. Lauren, sensing the tension, softened her stance. "Let us not quarrel over what has not transpired. The outcome remains that you did not kill me, nor I you. All is as it should be. Do you truly believe all is well? Do you still possess the audacity to venture out with me alone?" "Indeed. Why would I not?" Qianshu's gaze bore into hers. "Even if I were to regain my senses this time, it does not guarantee that I will do so again. I am unafraid." Lauren raised her chin defiantly. "If you doubt me, let us embark on a solitary excursion tomorrow." "Yet, I am afraid." Qianshu averted his gaze, bitterness lacing his words. "I do not wish to take your life, nor do I desire to lose mine. The wisest choice would be to limit our interactions." Lauren gazed at Qianshu in disbelief. "Are you serious? No one trifles with their own life." Qianshu paused, then surprisingly concurred. "Indeed, that would certainly be preferable." Lauren, exasperated, confronted him with fervor. "Qianshu, I ask you one final time, do you intend to sever our friendship?" Lauren gazed at him coldly, her face seemingly resolute and indifferent. Yet only she understood the turmoil and distress within her heart. The sudden ringing of the doorbell shattered the stalemate between them. Lauren inquired, "What brings you here?" Xian, standing beside her, replied with a smile, "Work." Zhongli strode directly to the bedside, presenting his credentials to Qianshu. "I am Zhongli, the Minister of the Federal Security Department. For individuals have perished within the Federation, and your cooperation in the investigation is required." Qianshu sat up, acknowledging understood. As the chief of police, Zhongli's presence was warranted, especially with reports of counterfeit officers surfacing. However, Lauren abruptly realized something and urgently grasped Xian's arm, whispering, "I need you to do me a favor." Lauren's grip tightened suddenly, leaving her petrified, standing there in a daze with her mind blank. She had never anticipated being able to conceal the truth from Qianshu indefinitely, nor had she contemplated when she might confess. Yet, regardless of her musings, she had never envisioned being discovered by Qianshu under such circumstances. "Commander's wife?" Qianshu's voice floated weakly, as if emanating from a distant realm. Perhaps he hoped Lauren would utter that he had mistaken her identity, yet she lacked even the courage to meet his gaze. Zhongli, perturbed, raised his voice, "Commander's wife. Your Highness, did you hear what I said? Please leave." Lauren was acutely aware that she ought to exit, yet her body trembled uncontrollably. If not for the firm grip of a hand clutching her arm, she would likely have faltered. Ziyuan addressed Zhongli, "I will escort the princess out." He gently draped an arm around her shoulders, leading her from the infirmary. Ziyuan suggested, "Why don't you rest in the lounge for a while?" Lauren abruptly broke free from his grasp, tears brimming in her eyes as she glared at him. "Why are you doing this? Don't tell me you were completely unaware and merely stumbled upon this." Ziyuan remained silent, his expression inscrutable. "For a decade, I refuse to believe you haven't been watching me, knowing full well that the person Qianshu has known me to be is Luo's son. Why would you allow Zhongli to reveal my true identity?" Lauren gradually pieced it together. "You are well acquainted with Zhongli's methods. You must have known the outcome before entering the room. This was intentional. It wasn't he, Zhongli, it was you. You sought to expose my identity before Qianshu. Zhongli was merely your pawn." A mocking smile played at the corners of Ziyuan's lips. "It seems that for the past decade, it has just been me observing you. You have been scrutinizing me as well. Quite perceptive, aren't you?" "Why?" Lauren's eyes burned with resentment. She could accept Ziyuan unmasking her deception, but she could not fathom the timing of his choice. As she argued with Qianshu, questioning whether he intended to sever ties with her, Ziyuan had only exacerbated the situation, clearly intent on deepening their misunderstanding and severing their relationship. Just moments ago, she had foolishly sought his assistance as if bargaining with a tiger. Ziyuan, with a playful arch of his brow and an expression of innocent bewilderment, replied, "Why? Is there a need for a reason to state a fact? You scoundrel." Lauren was engulfed in a tumult of sorrow and rage, akin to a child engaged in a petty quarrel. With all her might, she exerted herself to shove Zian forcefully. Yet the disparity in their physical capabilities rendered her efforts futile. Instead, she was repelled and staggered backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Overwhelmed with grief, tears streamed down Lauren's cheeks. Zian, with a complex expression, maintained a cheerful facade, remarking, "Hey, is such a vehement reaction truly necessary? It's merely the bursting of a soap bubble. I only possess a soap bubble." Wiping away her tears, Lauren rose and fled. Zian instinctively moved to pursue her, but abruptly halted, merely gazing at her retreating figure as it gradually vanished from sight. Lauren burst out of the Research Institute's building, colliding with someone. Looking up, she found it to be Qinsha. She did not offer an apology. Rather, she demanded, "What are you doing?" Given Qinsha's physical prowess, even if she had sprinted towards him, he could have effortlessly evaded her. What did it signify for him to stand there, watching her collide with him? What transpired? Qinsha countered her inquiry. His voice, as frigid as ice, extinguished the nameless fury simmering within Lauren's heart. She had already committed too many foolish acts that evening. She could not afford to offend her true superior any further. Qinshu was aware of my identity as Princess Lauren and the Duchess of Commander Qinsha. What was his reaction? Lauren bitterly replied, "Before he learned my true identity, he intended to sever ties with me." After a moment of silence, Qinsha suddenly inquired, "Why did you not shoot at that moment? Had he not regained his senses in time, you would have been torn apart. Yet here I stand, quite intact. Do I not?" Lauren retorted, "You are wagering your life. He is Qinshu, worthy of risking one's life for." Qinshu coldly remarked, "He is no longer Qinshu. When the transformation occurs, he ceases to be the person you once knew, becoming merely a ravenous beast. Your compassion merely grants it the opportunity to inflict harm upon you, and to those who genuinely care for you." Lauren could not restrain herself from asking, "If one day you were to transform, would you have me slay you immediately?" "If I were to transform, I would want you to kill that beast at once." Qinshu pointed to her own head, her expression unervingly resolute. "I have already been slain by that beast. To kill it is simply to avenge me." Lauren stood agape, astonished that someone could meticulously devise sufficient reasoning to persuade another to end their own life. She murmured, "There exists a case of restored consciousness. Out of nearly 7,000 individuals, only one, a mere 0.01 chance. Furthermore, he completely lost his sanity during the second transformation. I have never believed that miracles would grace my existence." "Very well." Qinshu issued a command to the hovercar via her personal terminal. Moments later, the vehicle arrived, coming to a halt before Qinshu and Lauren. Lauren leaned against the vehicle, gazing into the deep night outside. The tracks of the interstellar train resembled shimmering dragons coiling in midair, while the lights of countless households twinkled like stars in the dark sky. She could not discern which light illuminated Qinshu, nor did she know if he would find peace in extinguishing his lamp this night. For a decade, she had gradually fallen in love with this planet alongside Qinshu. Yet now, as she resolved to remain, she was faced with the prospect of losing him. Upon the shifting sands, indeed, nothing can endure. Lauren's heart felt as though it were being torn asunder, and she closed her eyes in anguish. The flying vehicle halted before her home, and Lauren leaned back in her seat, slipping into a deep slumber. Qinshu regarded her in silence, memories of a harrowing scene flooding his mind. Qinshu violently striking the car window, Lauren crying out in despair. Gradually, Lauren's visage morphed into that of another woman, weeping and wailing. Inside the locked vehicle, the woman was beset by a savage beast, crimson blood splattering against the window. Her face was pressed tightly against the glass, contorted in anguish, her lips moving feebly. "Run. Run fast." Through the sealed window, the young boy could not hear her faint voice. Yet, the sorrow, despair, pleading, and hope reflected in her gaze resonated louder than the mightiest roar, as the boy wept and continued to flee with all his strength. The vehicle had transformed into a dark mass, engulfed in flames that soared into the sky. Suddenly, Qinshu looked up to see Zian and Zhongli standing outside, one with a wry smile and the other with a sullen expression, both unable to mask their astonishment. The car door opened gently, and Qinshu stealthily exited the vehicle. As we approached the car, You became aware, pondering what it could mean. Have you suddenly realized that your wife is a beauty? Zian jested lightly. Zhongli fixated on Lorlin within the car, displeasure etched across his face. I have questions to pose to her. How can I inquire without awakening her? Chincher disregarded Zhongli's skepticism. The 2 bodyguards I dispatched to covertly protect Lorlin have all been slain, and the personal terminal has been destroyed, leaving no trace behind. However, the recorder on Lorlin's vehicle remains intact. Have you reviewed it? Zian inquired. Indeed, we have scrutinized it. Their scheme was meticulously crafted. Had it not been for that man's astute discernment of the decoy police vehicle, coupled with the unforeseen turn of events, they might have succeeded. The methodology bears a striking resemblance to the recent assassination attempt on the governor, intricately woven together. Zhongli added, I have investigated the identities of the 4 individuals. They appear to be professional assassins masquerading as miners on a vacation in Alicata. The police vehicle and uniforms were procured from the black market on Starnet, with payment accounts residing outside the Federation, subsequently deactivated post-transaction, rendering them untraceable. I have examined Qianchu's dossier. His record is pristine. Having graduated from military academy and served without engaging in covert operations, and he has transitioned to a civilian role for over a decade, suggesting he is not the target. In conjunction with the previous incident, it can be inferred that this is an operation aimed at the princess. Shinsha coldly queried, Is that all? No leads? Zian and Zhongli fell into silence. A faux police officer interjected, his fatigued voice tinged with nasality suddenly filling the air. The 3 men turned their attention to Lorlin. I sense. He possesses a rather peculiar accent. Zhongli's gaze sharpened. Are there any other anomalies? Lorlin pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Zhongli then turned to leave. As Zian departed, he cast a glance at Lorlin and remarked to Qinsha, the princess has recently become a magnet for trouble. Until we ascertain who is behind this and their motives, it would be prudent for her to refrain from wandering about and to travel with additional bodyguards. Qinsha nodded in understanding. Chapter 9. Lorlin lay in a state of semi-consciousness, even in her dreams, plagued by anxiety. What if Qinshu believed her to be a deceitful charlatan? After tossing and turning for over 3 hours, she could no longer find solace in sleep. Resolutely, she rose and ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. As she washed, chopped, steamed, and boiled, the fragrant aroma of her cooking enveloped her, evoking memories of the first meal she had ever prepared for Qinshu many years ago, as well as the first meal he had made for her during their escapade to Adventure Park. Unbeknownst to her, countless years had slipped by, during which they had traversed numerous places and shared countless meals together. As dawn broke, Lorlin, carrying the soup and breakfast she had prepared, hurried to the research institute to seek out Qinshu, only to discover that he had already departed. Why had he left so early? The data had all returned to normal. Fenglin presented Lorlin with Qinshu's medical examination report, stating that he had insisted on leaving, and he had no justification to detain him. Lorlin quickly scanned the data, and indeed, no issues remained. However, this was unacceptable. After all, he had taken 4 lives in one night. Fenglin sighed. Although a soldier of his caliber, having stepped back from the front lines, was likely no stranger to such acts and presumably bore no psychological scars. He nonetheless insisted that Qinshu rest for at least a month and refrain from leaving Alicata, remaining under observation. Fenglin inquired, What troubles you? Lorlin forced a smile. No one is answering. They are probably still asleep. Sensing her distress, Fenglin offered consolation. It is entirely normal for him to sleep in a little later, having left in the early hours of the morning. Lorlin found it reasonable and decided to contact Qinshu later. However, she had brought breakfast. She opened the lunchbox and placed the soup and pastries in front of Fenglin. Shall we share breakfast? In the office, Lorlin was restless, constantly glancing at the clock. 2 hours later, she tentatively sent a text message. Are you awake? I wish to speak with you. After waiting another hour, she could no longer restrain herself and dialed Qinshu's personal terminal. The call connected, but after a few rings, it was abruptly terminated. The mountain does not come to me. I must go to the mountain. Lorlin steeled herself and messaged Fenglin. Could you send me Qinshu's dormitory address? Haven't you reached him yet? Fenglin responded cautiously. Sensing that this was not a good sign, perhaps professional psychological intervention was necessary. This is merely an issue between him and me. Last night, he learned of my true identity from Zhongli. Is it necessary to be angry about this? You are not the only one he has been kept in the dark about. I will explain what needs to be clarified. Whether he accepts it or not is of little consequence. Lorlin took the ferry and arrived at the dormitory area of the base. According to base policy, Military personnel stationed there could purchase property outside the base or rent single dormitories at a very low price. Most single soldiers opted for the affordable and convenient dormitory accommodations. Qianxiu, being an orphan without family, had naturally always resided in the dormitory. Previously, Lauren had harbored secrets and, out of fear of revealing her own living situation, had refrained from inquiring about Qianxiu's residence, deluding herself into believing that it was entirely rational for neither of them to visit the other's home. Lauren stood outside the dormitory building, meticulously verifying the address provided by Phone Lin, E7-203. Once assured of its accuracy, she entered the building. Upon pressing the doorbell, a rotund robot with equally round eyes appeared on the screen at the entrance. It cheerfully proclaimed, "Greetings, guest. The owner is not home. Please visit later or contact the owner directly." "Where's your owner?" Lauren inquired. "Confidential," the robot replied. "May I enter and wait for him? I am a close friend." "No," came the curt response. Lauren felt somewhat foolish for attempting to engage in conversation with a robot so rigidly bound to its directives. The robot, momentarily perplexed, rotated its large, round eyes rapidly, searching its cognitive database for a similar scenario, but finding no solution. It reiterated, "Please visit later or contact the owner directly." "Never mind that. Just ignore me," Lauren retorted. As the robot's eyes continued their frantic whirl, its body began to heat up until it finally reached a conclusion. It sent a message to the owner. "There is a woman loitering at the door. Should I call the authorities?" Accompanying the message was a photograph capturing Lauren's silhouette from behind. An hour later, Qianxiu messaged the robot, inquiring, "Has she left?" "No," the robot replied. Lauren sat cross-legged on the ground, facing the screen on the door, engaging in a seemingly intimate conversation. "Your model appears quite antiquated. You must have been with your owner for many years. How many girlfriends has he had?" "Confidential," the robot answered. "What about boyfriends?" "Confidential." "What topics can we discuss? Perhaps the consideration of whether you should embark on a weight loss journey?" The robot's round, expressive eyes transformed into a more inquisitive gaze. Emitting a soft buzzing sound from its processor, it inquired of Qianxiu, "She is probing into the privacy of both the master and myself. Should we alert the authorities to apprehend her?" The robot further asked, "When do you intend to depart?" Luo Lan, listlessly cradling her abdomen, replied, "Please inform your master that I have yet to have lunch, and my hunger is quite pronounced. I hope he does not deprive me of dinner as well." The robot responded, "You are free to leave for your meal. Convey to your master that I shall not depart until I have seen him," Luo Lan firmly stated. Qianxiu remained speechless. Luo Lan had anticipated that the robot would reach out to him, yet she patiently waited for 4 hours. Determined to assert her resolve, she would not relent until they met. As the door slowly swung open, Luo Lan leapt up in excitement. Sensing that Qianxiu had finally consented to see her, the round robot raised its hand and announced, "Please enter. The Great Bear is at your service." "Has Qianxiu even given you a name?" Luo Lan mused, glancing at the robot, which only reached her waist. She found the moniker Great Bear rather incongruous. 3 hours. One could have circumnavigated the planet Alicata on an interstellar train in that time. Where could Qianxiu possibly have wandered to find solace? "Please make your selection," the Great Bear said while opening the refrigerated compartment. Luo Lan, seeking convenience, opted for a can of nutritional supplement. As she surveyed her surroundings, curiosity sparked within her regarding the living quarters of Qianxiu. "Might you grant me a tour of your abode?" The Great Bear's round eyes twirled in contemplation before replying, "Certainly." As Luo Lan sipped her nutritional supplement, she followed the Great Bear as it guided her through the various rooms. While waiting outside earlier, she idly logged into the base's internal network to inquire about the information regarding the single dormitories. The single dormitories all feature a standardized layout: a living room, dining area, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and fitness room. They also provide furniture and basic living necessities at a modest cost, allowing residents to move in with just their bags. However, as fewer individuals express a desire to marry, many remain single throughout their lives, potentially residing in these dormitories until retirement. The base offers competitive salaries, and residents do not hesitate to invest in personalizing their living spaces, transforming the dormitories to reflect their tastes, as it serves as their sanctuary after a long day's labor. Qianxiu's living room, dining area, and kitchen mirrored the model rooms depicted in the brochures, which struck Lauren as somewhat odd, yet she dismissed the thought. However, upon entering the bedroom and fitness room, Lauren was taken aback to find they too resembled the model rooms. Furnished with only a bed and a few essential pieces of furniture, Surrounding these basics, there were no extraneous items. The entirety of the space felt pristine, orderly, and desolate, devoid of any semblance of warmth or life. It appeared as though the man residing in this room merely existed, living for the sake of survival, devoid of any lingering desires. Lauren's eyes began to well with tears. As far as she knew, this was Qianqiu's sole residence, his only home. Yet, no home should ever resemble this. Stripped of memories and with a false identity, Lauren had perpetually felt a lack of stability within herself, never daring to consider that 10-year-old abode as her own true home. She always felt like an intruder, merely occupying someone else's space. Acutely aware that she could be evicted at any moment, she neither had the right nor the desire to renovate or embellish it. The room remained as it was when she first entered. It turned out she was not the only one without a home over the years. The men who provided her warmth were far more desolate than her own heart. Qianqiu did not truly radiate like the sun. Rather, his kindness stemmed from understanding, his compassion born from empathy, treating others with gentleness. Chapter 9. Luo Lan stood at the threshold of the gym, her gaze sweeping across the various exercise equipment, envisioning Qianqiu working out here after a long day. Suddenly, she spotted a small black box, no larger than a palm, resting on the floor in the corner. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her as she stepped inside. Picking up the black box, she noticed a blue flower embedded in its base. It appeared to be a real flower preserved through a special technique and set into the box as a decorative piece. The blue flower struck her as oddly familiar, yet she could not recall where she had seen it. Luo Lan activated her personal terminal, scanning the flower's image to search the Star Network's database. Suddenly, she remembered having seen this flower in the Yiler mountain range, when Qianqiu had taken her to Adventure Paradise. She had casually picked a modest blue flower from the roadside and given it to him. Although there was no concrete evidence to suggest this was the very flower she had offered, her intuition insisted it was indeed the same. Luo Lan's heart began to race suddenly. She gently caressed the aged black box, as if performing this ritual countless times before. With a delicate press upon a concealed button, a melodious and enchanting tune filled the room. Where does the wind come from? It blows and extinguishes the starlight, dispersing the future. The mountains and rivers dissolve into helplessness. It was an ancient song, one so old that it dwelled solely within the realm of forgotten legends. Lauren sat upon the floor, listening in silence. Countless lonely nights must have been spent here by Qianqiu, immersed in music while honing his skills. When she pondered the uncertainties that lay ahead, had Qianqiu long since abandoned his own inquiries? She understood that Qianqiu was an orphan who, after growing up, enlisted in the military. Due to his exceptional performance, he became a specialized combat soldier aboard an interstellar warship. However, he later fell ill, forcing an early retirement and a transition to a civilian role focused on Starship tactical research at the base. Perhaps one's life trajectory can be encapsulated in just a few sentences, yet the depth of one's experiences and emotions cannot be conveyed so succinctly. What had Qianqiu endured that rendered his heart so desolate and barren? He seemed to offer himself not even a glimmer of hope. Lauren was uncertain. Yet, some truths could be inferred. She ought to know these. Qianqiu was an orphan, devoid of family, and regardless of the anguish he faced, there would be no loved ones to provide him solace or support. Once, he had been the Federation's finest warrior, but illness had severed his path. Much like an eagle's wings being cruelly clipped, rendering it unable to soar in the azure skies. Surely, he too had suffered in confusion, lost in the search for direction. Confined within his chamber, he gazed longingly at the stars. As time passes day by day, the hope for healing diminishes gradually, and perhaps one day, after the transformation, awakening may no longer be possible. When she regarded Qianqiu as her source of warmth and support, she never contemplated whether he too craved warmth and reliance. She believed that their friendship was reciprocal, yet it was not as mutual as she had presumed. It could be described as merely her unilateral demands. When she encountered dilemmas, he provided answers. When she felt lonely and distressed, he kept her company and engaged in conversation. When she faced the unfamiliar and daunting Alicata, he accompanied her to explore and understand. Everything revolved around her needs, guarding a secret within her heart. She hesitated to disclose her residence and thus refrained from inquiring about his. She feared revealing her past and therefore avoided questioning his. She shied away from exposing her present, which led her to abstain from asking about his. In this manner, she still prided herself on their profound and exceptional bond. It turned out to be true, as Chunshur had stated, that nothing could endure on shifting sands. Amidst the ancient, melodious strains of song, Qianqiu stepped into the room. It was at dusk, when the sun's lingering rays cascaded through the window. Lolan sat against the wall on the floor, her eyes closed, with traces of tears yet to dry on her cheeks. A delicate orange halo enveloped her, rendering her akin to a fragile, beautiful oil painting from a museum. His heart fluttered, and after a moment of composure, he deliberately lightened his footsteps as he approached. Lolan opened her eyes. The wind blew from afar, rustling the flowers and scattering the weight. The vast sea transformed into a carpet of moss. Their gazes met, and the sorrowful melody filled the air. Yet he found himself unable to meet her gaze directly, bowing down to turn off the music player. Lolan softly called out, "Qianqiu." Qianqiu stepped back a few paces, creating distance between the two. "Are you still angry?" Roland inquired. "No, your status is unique. It's quite normal to maintain discretion," Qianqiu replied. Roland offered a bitter smile. "I truly wish you would say you were angry. While it is normal to conceal things from the outside world, what about internally?" Qianqiu replied in a calm manner, "Do not overthink. I completely accept your secrecy." Roland picked up the black box that played music, displaying its underside to him. "Is this blue flower the one I gave you?" "No," came Qianqiu's unhesitating response. "You are lying. If this flower is unrelated to that one, why did you immediately know what I was referring to? Shouldn't you have been surprised and asked, 'When did you ever give me a flower?' My memory has always been quite sharp." Qianqiu continued to deny it resolutely. Roland let out a gentle sigh and asked earnestly, "I wish to tell you a story. Is there anyone eavesdropping on the other side of the wall?" "What story?" Qianqiu did not refuse, clearly untroubled by the presence of any otherworldly powers. Roland patted the floor, inviting him to sit. With a rueful smile, Roland let his fingers glide slowly over the black box. "In my memory, I have never encountered this object. I checked the star network, and it claims this is an outdated relic. Yet, upon seeing it, I instinctively knew how to use it, aware that it contained a plethora of ancient songs. I just listened to some. There are even songs I can still sing." Confusion flickered in Qianqiu's eyes. Roland tapped the black box in his hands, playfully sticking out his tongue. "There are many things I do not remember, yet occasionally, fragments resurface. At times, I feel quite unfortunate, while at other moments, I find it rather amusing. These concealed talents are akin to hidden treasures in life, unexpectedly granting me delightful surprises. I only hope that I do not one day unearth a bomb instead." Qianqiu listened, utterly perplexed. "What on earth are you talking about?" Lauren lifted her gaze and met Qianqiu's eyes. "I am not deceiving you. I am indeed Luo Sun." Qianqiu furrowed her brow. "I have told you that I immigrated to Alicata from another planet, and that is the truth. I simply did not disclose that I immigrated from the Empire of Al under another's identity." "What does that mean?" "I am not the true Princess Lauren, but rather an imposter. I have lost all my memories and do not know who I am, which is why I chose the name Luo Sun for myself." Lauren, at great personal risk, revealed her deeply buried secret. She was uncertain of Qianqiu's reaction, yet she understood that human hearts could only be exchanged for one another. In guarding her own secret, she had already concealed her heart. A hidden heart cannot genuinely draw near to another, just as a pair of closed eyes can never perceive another pair. Since the shifting sands of deceit cannot support anything, it is best to eliminate all the shifting sands. As for whether the ground beneath is a vast expanse nurturing life or an abyss that annihilates all, one can only wager their very existence. "You say you have assumed another's identity, that you are not truly a princess?" Qianqiu, surprisingly rational and composed, seemed to accept the truth in an instant, her expression and tone remarkably calm. "Indeed." Lolan nodded. "Is she really a princess? Has she perished?" Qianqiu's gaze bore into her, sharp as a drawn sword, seemingly piercing her very soul to ascertain the veracity of her words. Lolan felt an unsettling strangeness. Perhaps Qianqiu found her equally unfamiliar at this moment. It was not that they had transformed, but rather, they had finally stripped away the masks that had long enveloped them. "No, we engaged in a peaceful transaction, devoid of bloodshed or deceit. The princess has a beloved boyfriend and is unwilling to marry into the Odin Federation. I am merely an inexplicably condemned criminal facing execution. The princess granted me a chance to survive. I shall marry into Odin in her stead, fulfilling a mutual agreement." Lolan recounted the entirety of her arrangement with the princess. Qianqiu inquired, "Do you not know where the princess has gone?" "I do not. I only know she must be with Dr. Mu and should be quite happy." "They wish for you to remain Princess Lolan forever?" "Indeed. Dr. Mu stated that as long as no one suspects, I may perpetually embody the role of Princess Lolan. 10 years have passed. You have successfully deceived everyone. Why? Reveal the truth." Qianxu's profound eyes shifted with tumultuous emotions, as if something within was surging, yearning to break free. Indeed, she had deceived them all. Though her identity was fabricated, every single day over the past decade had been genuine. All her sacrifices and efforts were real. Everything she had gained in Alicata did not belong to Princess Lolan, but solely to her. Because Lolan knelt upon the ground, gazing up at Qianxiu. The afterglow of the setting sun has faded, and amidst the gradually darkening sky, he stands alone, enveloped in desolation. As if he were on an expansive, barren wasteland, unaware of his origins or his destination. Lolan slowly rises and approaches Qianxiu. Qianxiu no longer deliberately retreats. His body is tense and rigid, his pitch-black eyes as unfathomable as the boundless night. Lolan's eyes are bright and clear, akin to the brilliant starlight that pierces through the darkness, because I no longer wish to deceive you, because I desire to truly understand you, because, suddenly, the sharp beeping of a notification pierces the air. Qianxiu appears to awaken from a dream, instinctively taking a step back, increasing the distance between them. Lolan, flustered, glances down at her personal terminal, discovering the incoming message is from Chunshur. A jolt of surprise courses through her, and she inhales deeply before answering. Is there something you need? No need. I have a bodyguard. I'm at the dormitory entrance. Confused, Lolan wonders what that could mean. Suddenly, it dawns on her that Chunshur is waiting at the base of Qianxiu's dormitory. Lolan, lacking the courage to keep Chunshur waiting, hastily replies, I will come down immediately. After ending the communication, Lolan turns to Qianxiu and states, regardless of your decision, I will accept it. Life is indeed precious. However, within the unpredictable nature of existence, there are certain matters and individuals for which one would be willing to gamble their very life. Like him. She places the weapon that could end her existence into the palm of his hand, suspending the fate of life and death upon his fleeting thoughts. Fate is enigmatic and unpredictable, and since she refuses to be subjugated by it, she resolves to stake everything in this struggle, fully prepared to embrace either victory or defeat. Qianxiu exhibited no reaction, his face remaining devoid of expression. The tale just recounted was merely a fabrication. What? Do not relay this story to anyone else. I shall forget it entirely. You have uttered nothing, and I have heard nothing. In the dim light of the night, Qianxiu's visage was obscured by shadows, rendering him indistinguishable. His voice was as cold and unyielding as steel, each word slicing through the air with a precision that pierced Lauren's ears, yet somehow her heart found solace. Even with the knowledge that she was an escaped death row inmate and had deceived the entirety of the Odin Federation, Qianxiu chose to uphold the secret. Lauren smiled brightly. Do not worry, I am no fool to divulge such matters to others. However, she bit her lip, emphasizing each word. I have spoken. You have listened. You must not forget. Qianxiu stiffened, as if the arm he held had burned him, abruptly releasing Lauren. She dashed out of the building, spotting the hovercar parked by the roadside. With a light step, she approached, bending slightly as she entered the vehicle, apologetically smiling. My apologies. Chen Sha scrutinized her for a moment. Has Qianxiu not severed ties with you? I have yet to convince him, but it marks a promising beginning. Lauren felt a stir of curiosity and suddenly inquired, if you were Qianxiu, would you forgive my deception? Chen Sha replied icily, I am not him. I mean if. There are no ifs. Lauren felt disheartened, sensing an utter breakdown in communication, and turned her gaze towards the window, lost in the scenery beyond. In the stillness, the voice of Qianxiu suddenly resonated. I detest deception and harbor no forgiveness for it. Lauren's heart sank, and an icy chill enveloped her. She slowly turned her head, contemplating. Sometimes, it is not a deliberate intention to lie. It is merely a matter of helplessness. Yet, the helplessness of a liar ultimately stems from self-interest. Deceiving others for one's own gain. Lauren found herself at a loss for words, for Qianxiu's assertion rang true, all lies, regardless of the circumstances that compel them, invariably arise from personal desires. In truth, she should never have posed such a question. Qianxiu was a person of forthrightness. Someone who would neither deceive nor tolerate the deception of others. Lauren managed a self-deprecating smile and remarked, I understand, as long as I do not deceive you. You will not concern yourself with my actions. Qianxiu fell silent. Summoning her courage, Lauren inquired, I have heard there are methods within the military to rapidly enhance physical abilities. Is that true? Indeed, there are specialized training programs, Qianxiu replied. If I wish to participate, how should I apply? In any star nation, the A-class physical training is classified. Our legal relationship is not suitable for making such decisions. However, I can inquire with the governor on your behalf. No, I will ask myself, she asserted. After all, she and Chunshur were but a sham couple, bound by a grand deception. It was best to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. Upon returning to Spida Palace, Lorlin changed into a different outfit, applied a light touch of makeup, and presented herself neatly before visiting the governor. The door was opened by Anda, and Lorlin appeared pensive. She steeled herself and politely stated her purpose. I have a matter I wish to discuss with the governor. Ender was just about to decline without hesitation when his pointed ears twitched slightly, and his expression shifted. He opened the door and stepped aside, saying, "The governor is in the reading room. Please enter." The expansive and deep hall was eerily quiet. Lauren could distinctly hear the sound of her own footsteps, while the vintage chandelier above cast shadows that danced mysteriously. Whether it was due to the overly strong air conditioning or a trick of the mind, she felt as though she were being watched, an unexplainable chill creeping over her. Lauren quickened her pace, and fortunately, the lights suddenly brightened, dispelling some of the coldness. Standing before the heavy, intricately carved wooden door, the thought of facing the emotionless figure behind the mask sent a shiver down her spine. The grand doors slowly swung open. Bathed in the warm orange light, the governor, clad in a black hooded robe, was bent over his desk, hastily inscribing what appeared to be documents requiring his signature. Lauren stood behind him, observing the seemingly mundane activity and feeling everything was rather normal. "I apologize for the wait," he said, setting down his pen. In that fleeting moment when he turned, Lauren almost expected to see a familiar face, yet instead, she was met with a cold silver mask. Lowering her head, she knelt in respect. "Governor." He rose and raised his hand in an inviting gesture, his gloved hand revealing not a single inch of bare skin. Lauren followed him to a chair by the window. The governor poured her a cup of tea, stating, "This is a specialty of the Empire, said to be a precious variety that traces its lineage back to ancient Earth." Lauren discovered that only a teacup rested before her, while the governor had nothing in front of him. She instinctively cast a glance at his mask, which bore only 2 openings at the eyes, rendering it impossible for him to partake in tea. The governor, evidently aware of her subtle movement, remarked, "I apologize, but I am unable to join you for tea." "In no matter," Lauren stammered, her thoughts laid bare, leaving her in an awkward predicament. "It is quite hot," the governor stated calmly. Only then did Lauren realize the cup in her hand was scalding, and she hastily set it down, discreetly shaking her hand beneath the table. The governor offered her a piece of ice, which she instinctively accepted, her warm fingers finally finding relief. The governor inquired, "Why do you wish to see me?" "I would like to apply for the A-level physical training," she replied. "Your occupation does not impose any extraordinary physical demands. I fail to see a compelling reason for you to urgently enhance your physical capabilities. However, should you provide me with a sufficient justification, I shall consider it." "You have but one chance," he added, his gaze unwavering. Nervously, Lauren confessed, "I once promised him that should he undergo a transformation and lose his senses, I would bind him until he regained them. Yet, I am too weak. I cannot endure even 15 minutes. I do not wish to kill him, nor do I wish for him to kill me. Hence I must become sufficiently strong. Do you dare to entertain such thoughts as a level 3? Lauren paused, momentarily taken aback, realizing the governor assumed she was referring to Chunshur. A sense of unease washed over her, but as she searched her heart, she wondered, if Chinshu were a level 3, would she choose to give up? Bound by the constraints of genetics, I fear I may never possess the strength he does. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to bridge the chasm between us, narrowing that remaining slight disparity. Contemplating the insurmountable issues that stand between her and Chinshu, Lorlin suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. Having lived under the guise of a princess, she must also accept the limitations that accompany such an identity. The governor placed the now lukewarm tea before her. Lowering her gaze, Lorlin lifted the teacup, using the act of sipping tea to mask her emotions. The governor's masked visage was cold and confrontational as he inquired, "What shall we do about that remaining slight gap?" "I will strive with unwavering determination. If there exists even a modicum of difference, I hope he too will endeavor to find a solution." She set down the teacup, raised her eyes to smile at the governor, feigning ease as she remarked, "Matters concerning 2 individuals must be addressed by both. As long as we strive together, we shall inevitably overcome." The governor remained silent. Lorlin anxiously awaited his response, fearful of interrupting his decision-making process, torn between the desire to inquire and the hesitance to speak. Silently, she rose, performing a formal curtsy to the governor before turning to leave. Disappointment and heartache enveloped her. Yet she recognized that no one in this world bore the obligation to fulfill her desires. with no interest in further discussion. She offered a brief greeting and intended to enter the house. Chunshi, with a neutral expression, stated, "The governor has instructed me to provide you with specialized training." Pardon? The governor remarked, "Resources are limited. Do not let the princess occupy military assets. You shall provide her with specialized training." Was the governor truly leaving her a window of opportunity after closing the door? Lauren was taken aback. "Are you implying that the governor has authorized you to train me?" "Indeed." Lauren restrained her fluttering heart and declined. "No, I prefer to proceed at my own pace." "Aren't you eager to become an A-grade physical practitioner? Why won't you accept my specialized training?" Lauren hesitated, her gaze cast downward. Chunshi did not rush her, patiently awaiting her response. After a moment, Lauren suddenly looked up and asked, "Do you love me?" Chunshi was taken aback and replied, "No, I do not love you either. I am aware. 10 years ago, you stated that we were a sham couple." Chunshi retorted coldly, "I have not lost my memory. Get to the point. Can we divorce?" Chapter 35. Chunshi reiterated, "I have not lost my memory. Get to the point. Can we divorce?" "Why?" Chunshi's expression remained as usual, indifferent and detached. "From the very beginning, you were unwilling to marry me. The sole reason for our union has been my genetics. For the past decade, I have diligently cooperated with Fonlin's research. Even after our divorce, I will still be a citizen of the Odin Federation and will continue to support Fonlin's studies. I am fully aware of the reason for our marriage. There is no need for you to repeat it. I am asking why. Since neither of us is willing, maintaining this facade of a marriage is not a viable long-term solution. Is it because of Chunshi?" Lauren was hesitant to involve Chunshi. Given the disparity in status between him and Chunshi, however, confronted with Chunshi's keen and incisive demeanor, she found herself compelled to speak candidly. "Indeed. It was through the influence of Chunshi that I reevaluated my own life and made the decision to divorce ahead of time. However, even in the absence of Chunshi, I would inevitably bring an end to our facade of a marriage. Neither of us are the type to bow submissively to fate. I believe that a decade ago, when I contemplated ways to extricate myself from our union, you too must have pondered the same." Lauren, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked that your cold demeanor back then was a warning for me to possess self-awareness and refrain from entanglements, facilitating the eventual dissolution of our legal bond. Was it not? Chunshi fell silent for a moment and replied, "Our marriage is a transaction of interests. The decision to marry was not solely mine. Consequently, the decision to divorce cannot rest solely on me either." Lauren's eyes sparkled like cold stars as she resolutely declared, "As long as you agree to the divorce, I shall demonstrate to others that I am not merely a valuable commodity acquired through trade, nor solely a subject for genetic research. I deserve to be treated as a true citizen of the Odin Federation." In order to survive, she masqueraded as a princess and deceived the Odin Federation. Yet from the very beginning, she never intended to remain a lifelong deceiver, nor did she plan to perpetuate a false marriage with Chunshi indefinitely. However, she had never anticipated revealing her intentions to Chunshi so soon. She understood that the timing was not yet ripe and that she was still too vulnerable. Yet, no one could foresee when Chunshi might undergo a transformation, and she did not wish to be filled with regret after events unfolded. "Very well, I consent to the divorce," Chunshi replied, his expression impassive. Lauren clenched her fists and leaped with excitement, exclaiming, Thank you. But there is one condition." "Speak," he urged. "Undergo my specialized training and elevate your physical abilities to an A level." Lauren had been holding her breath, anticipating the conditions that Chunshi would impose, fully prepared to tackle whatever arduous demands might arise. To her astonishment, however, the stipulation presented by Chunshi was precisely what she desired. "Why, one might wonder," Chunshi coldly remarked, "to sail against the wind. Mere courage is insufficient. One must also possess physical prowess. My hearing is exceptionally acute, and I dread the day when I might overhear others lamenting the dismal fate of my ex-wife." Was this truly the reason? Lauren gazed blankly at Chunshi, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. As Chunshi turned to ascend the staircase, he added, "Chien-Su is an aberrant entity. To win his acceptance, you must ensure that you do not become his prey." Taking advantage of the lunch hour, Lauren made her way to the dormitory to find Chien-Su. The robotic bear with its round eyes whirled around and said, "The master is not at home. Please return later or contact him directly." "May I enter?" Lauren inquired. "What do you think?" The bear retorted with a dramatic roll of its eyes. Lauren playfully tapped its head through the screen and sent a message to Chien-Su. "Are you at the base? I have something I wish to discuss with you in person." Upon entering the house, Lauren followed closely behind Chien-Su. who did not extend an invitation for her to sit. In the vacant living room, he coolly asked, "What is it?" Lauren stepped forward, prompting him to retreat, deliberately maintaining a distance between them. With a mischievous intent, she pressed on, inching closer. Qian-Su continued to back away until he found himself against the wall. In a flash, he darted past her and positioned himself behind her. Lauren, disappointed, made a playful face and turned to smile at Qian-Su, saying, "It appears you lack experience in dealing with women. If you have nothing to say, I shall take my leave." Qian-Shu's face flushed with anger as he glared at Luolan. Not daring to provoke him further, Luolan subdued her smile and solemnly stated, "The commander has agreed to divorce me." "What?" Qian-Shu gazed at Luolan in shock, as if he were regarding a madwoman. With a twinkle in her eye, Luolan replied, "Our marriage was merely a union of convenience. He was reluctant, I was unwilling. And besides, I am but a counterfeit. From the outset, we had agreed to play the role of a false couple, yet we cannot remain pretenders for eternity. I proposed the divorce yesterday, and he acquiesced." A whirlwind of emotion stirred within Qian-Shu, his gaze a tapestry of complexity. Over the span of 10 years, he believed he had come to know her well, yet she continued to astonish him at every turn. "Here." Luolan opened her palm to reveal a thumb-sized crystalline stone, a small gift. Qian-Shu hesitated before picking it up, discovering it to be an amber encasing a delicate blue flower of forget-me-not. In the light of day, the petals shimmered with a halo reminiscent of the rings of time. If naturally formed, such a perfectly shaped flower amber would command a substantial value. "This one is artificial. I crafted it myself. The raw materials cost me a mere trifle, less than a cup of exquisite tea," Luolan insisted, fearing Qian-Shu would refuse her gift. Emphasizing its trivial nature, "It symbolizes a promise from me." Raising her hand in an oath, she proclaimed, "I vow to elevate my physical abilities to an A grade swiftly. Should you fall ill again, you need not worry about my demise." Qian-Shu returned the flower amber to Luolan, his tone frigid as he remarked, "Our opportunities to meet in the future will be scarce. You have misdirected your gift." Her fingers were warm, while Qian-Shu's were icy cold. The interplay of hot and cold ensnared them, each unwilling to concede. Unintentionally, they both employed techniques akin to combat. With a soft clink, the flower amber fell to the ground. Lauren clutched her aching hand, her face a portrait of grievance. Qian-Shu contemplated asking her where it hurt, but quickly restrained himself. The commander, esteemed and accomplished, would undoubtedly make a fine husband. She ought to attempt to cultivate a cordial relationship with him, surely. She would discover Lauren interrupted Qian-Shu's musings with a crisp declaration, "I do not like him. I only like you." Qian-Shu was taken aback. In the cosmos, as the marriage rate dwindled, pursuits of pleasure became commonplace, yet declarations of affection were a rarity, particularly within the Odin Federation. With the pressures of war from without and genetic maladies from within, neither men nor women were willing to commit to a future. They sought only ephemeral delights. "Qian-Shu, I only like you." Lauren, sensing Qian-Shu's continued silence, mustered her courage to profess her feelings once more. Qian-Shu's expression shifted, a myriad of thoughts coalescing into a sense of resigned melancholy. He felt himself to be a mere wastrel without a future, unworthy of such devotion. "Absolutely not," Qian-Shu replied with unyielding finality. Lauren's tears brimmed in her eyes, rolling back and forth, fighting against the urge to spill over. "You are deceiving me. If you truly do not like me, why not expose me as the false princess I am? Why, knowing I am committing a transgression, do you shield me? I act solely from a standpoint of friendship. I cannot bear to witness your demise." "I do not believe you," Lauren retorted, her face resolute. She placed the flower amber on the table and declared, "Once my abilities reach A grade, and I have divorced the commander, I shall come to find you." Chapter 9. Upon entering the office, Lorelei beheld Xian seated at her workstation, engrossed in a tarot card reading. With a frosty demeanor, Lorelei inquired, "What are you doing here?" "I need to work. Please leave if there is nothing urgent." Xian, her eyes sparkling with mischief, smiled and asked, "Where did you just come from? Do I need to disclose my whereabouts to you?" Lorelei retorted, "I have drawn cards to discern your romantic fortunes." Xian revealed a tarot card, Justice in reverse, advising her to recognize her missteps and refrain from further folly. Lorelei scoffed, "Would you care to consult a crystal ball for a glimpse of my future as well?" Xian gazed at Lorelei with a knowing look. "My dear princess, you certainly harbor a multitude of secrets." She continued to flip through the cards. The High Priestess in reverse indicated that stubbornness might invite calamity. Lorelei's expression darkened. "What do you mean, Xian? I could easily crush that man, but rest assured, I have no interest," Xian remarked. observing another card she had just revealed, the Wheel of Fortune in reverse, implying that he would encounter relentless misfortunes. Why should I meddle further? You speak nonsense, Lorelei exclaimed. With a smirk, Xian retorted, your marriage to Qinshi is merely a strategic alliance between the Empire of Al and the Odin Federation. What significance does that man hold in the face of the interests of two great star nations? Does your highness truly believe he possesses the courage to bear the weight of the Wheel of Fortune in reverse? Lauren, with a demeanor neither angry nor submissive, calmly stated. His name is Qianxiu, a citizen of the Odin Federation who has valiantly fought for our cause. Despite his current affliction, he remains steadfast in his duty. I firmly believe that his courage and resilience are no less than yours or Qinshi's. Xian stared at Lauren, momentarily rendered speechless. Regardless of wealth, status, or health. The principle of treating all with equality is often easier said than done, with few truly able to embody it. He recalled Lauren's words about the folly of laughing at others' misfortunes when one is not far removed from them. She genuinely did not perceive Qianxiu as inferior, just as she had never regarded those of different origins as lesser beings. Suddenly, Xian averted his gaze, lowering his head and waving his hand, causing the tarot cards on the table to vanish. Approximately 30,000 years ago, humanity discovered a small watery planet inhabited by a rare species. Strikingly beautiful and possessing a pure intellect, reminiscent of the mermaids from ancient lore. The entirety of interstellar humanity became enamored with this exquisite creature, leading countless individuals to pursue its capture. Yet, within a mere millennium, this species faced extinction. What do you wish to convey? Your genes are exceedingly rare and hold great significance for the Odin Federation, but humanity has never been kind to that which is rare. Precious minerals are depleted, and rare species are confined and exploited. Are you threatening me? Xian stood, a smile gracing his lips as he prepared to depart. I merely hope you refrain from acts of self-destruction. Remember, countless men within the Odin Federation are eager to forcibly procure your eggs to cultivate their progeny. You scoundrel. Lauren casually seized an object within reach and hurled it towards Xian. A purple tarot card interposed itself before Xian. Seemingly small, it effortlessly deflected the projectile. The card soared back towards Lauren, its edge rising to press against her throat like a razor-sharp blade, emanating a chilling aura that compelled Lauren to tilt her head back. He appeared as radiant as a spring dawn, his smile as vibrant as summer blossoms, winking at Lauren before departing. The tarot card remained fixed against Lauren's throat, rendering her motionless until he vanished from sight, at which point the card swiftly flew out of the office. Lauren felt a chill grip her limbs as she clutched her neck, standing there in a daze. Was she destined to rely solely on the guise of a false princess to survive? Had her efforts over the years been utterly futile? She opened her contact list, staring at Qianxiu's number. In moments of uncertainty, she would typically reach out to him first. Hearing his calm and gentle voice always seemed to diminish her troubles. Yet now, he too must be enveloped in confusion. She had disrupted his tranquil existence, thrusting him into a whirlwind of turmoil. Was it right or wrong? Lauren picked up the 3D photo frame on her desk, gazing at the image of the sunrise captured from the summit of Yiler Mountain, where the sun rose majestically from the snowy peaks beneath her feet, its brilliance cascading over the undulating, majestic mountains. Gradually, Lauren's heart began to calm. Based on her understanding of Qianxiu, he was not one to shy away from challenges. Aside from his illness, his greater concern likely lay with her. Yet, what the future held remained shrouded in uncertainty. One must never falter out of fear. While the outside world may be perilous, is the cage truly a sanctuary? Fearing the desolation beyond the confines of the cage, one worries about the potential for harm, the threat of lethal snowstorms, and encounters with formidable adversaries that could consume one. Thus, one retracts their wings, choosing to live comfortably within the cage. However, in this world, there are no free lunches. The ease found within the cage is not without cost. It demands the relinquishment of the freedom to soar, an acute awareness of other sentiments, obedience, and the constant anxiety of an unpredictable master who may turn ruthless, not to mention the looming risk of an unforeseen rupture of the cage itself. Both inside and outside the cage, survival is fraught with peril. Yet, outside, one possesses the agency to resist, to navigate circumstances, and to determine outcomes, whereas within the cage, one is subject to the whims of others. Suddenly, the sound of a buzzing notification breaks the silence. It is Feng Lin. Lauren answers the call. Clad in a white uniform, Feng Lin appears before her, his expression grave as he inquires, I have received your leave request. Why the sudden need for a 6-month absence? Where are you headed? I have some matters to attend to with Qinsha. and I must visit the great twin stars, Lauren replies. Feng Lin exhales in relief. Just now, Ziyin visited me, urging me to keep an eye on you and, well, as long as you are with Qinsha, that is sufficient. Lauren gently asks, you are my dearest friend. If I were to divorce Qinsha, would you support me? Because you are also my closest friend. Feng Lin replies with an uneasy smile, I cannot support your divorce from Qinsha. He softly adds, do not dwell on such thoughts. Take this opportunity to cultivate your relationship with Qinsha. In the span of centuries, you will come to realize that many matters fade with the passage of time. Is that truly so? If many matters fade with the passage of time, why do you always become particularly sharp-tongued when conversing with Justice Huaqiu? Feng Lin's expression suddenly darkened as he glared at Lauren with indignation. I was wrong, Lauren hastily declared, raising his fist to strike his own head in a gesture of contrition. In silence, Feng Lin abruptly severed the video call. Lauren sighed, realizing that even the chicken soup Feng Lin prepared could not heal himself. She had merely mentioned Huaqiu Bai, without even broaching the subject of Chuamo. Yet Feng Lin had reacted with anger. Lauren sent a message to Qinsha. Feng Lin has approved my leave. Regardless of Qian Su's illness or the dangers alluded to by Ziyin, elevating her physical capabilities to grade A could only be advantageous. Lauren then messaged Qian Su. Flowers do not refrain from blooming today simply because they may wither tomorrow. Do not deny me today out of concern for who I may become tomorrow. Chapter 10. When the planet Alicata is orbited by 2 moons, visible each night. Known as the twin stars, the larger one is called the Great Twin Star, while the smaller is referred to as the Little Twin Star. It is said that when the twin stars were developed, the Federation had just unified, and the first Chancellor, with a flourish of his pen, reserved the Little Twin Star for the Federation while generously entrusting the Great Twin Star to 7 dukes for their joint development. Initially, the 7 dukes reveled in their good fortune, only to later realize they had been outmaneuvered by the Chancellor's cunning, leaving them to labor with wry smiles. The Great Twin Star is slightly smaller than Alicata, yet its environment is exceedingly harsh. The cost required to fully transform it into a habitable planet for humans would amount to a staggering astronomical figure. After much deliberation, the 7 dukes resolved to transform only 1/8 of the planet into a habitable zone for humanity, leaving the remaining 7/8 untouched. This reluctant decision unexpectedly revealed its advantages over time. On this planet, human-constructed livable areas ensured a steady supply of resources and safety for life. Vast wildernesses offered opportunities for exploration, satisfying the desires of many. Some sought to push their physical limits through rigorous training. Others, tormented by the primal forces of nature, came to unleash their inner beasts, and many traveled from afar to marvel at the exotic species. The 7 dukes capitalized on this situation, treating it as a lucrative business venture, reaping substantial profits. As Lauren disembarked the spaceship with Qinsha, he witnessed 2 groups of individuals engaged in a fierce battle over a parking spot, swords clashing and bullets flying. Yet, the passers-by seemed unfazed, their calm demeanor betraying no sign of alarm, and no police appeared on the scene, a spectacle unimaginable in Alicata. Only after the victor was determined did a man, clad in tattered work attire and puffing on a pipe, saunter over, lazily announcing a series of numbers to collect maintenance fees for public facilities. When some refused to pay, the pipe-smoking man delivered a decisive punch, compelling compliance. Lauren whispered, is that legal? Qinsha replied coolly, if he can strike without anyone daring to report him. It is legal. Lauren stood in stunned silence. This planet felt like an entirely different realm compared to Alicata, seemingly trapped in the tumultuous era of interstellar colonization, where survival of the fittest and the triumph of the strongest reigned supreme. As Lauren ambled along, his expression was one of naive bewilderment, a testament to his inexperience in the world. Qinsha slowed his pace to walk beside her. The spaceport was bustling with throngs of people, no matter how delicate they appeared. Each possessed a pair of astute and fierce eyes. Lauren noticed that wherever they passed, crowds parted before them, creating a pathway even in the most congested areas. And she could not help but cast a curious glance at Qinsha. He was not clad in military attire, but rather donned the attire of an ordinary interstellar explorer, trousers, long boots, a jacket, a hat, and goggles that obscured half of his face, making it nearly impossible to discern his identity. Lauren inquired, do they recognize you? Not at all. They merely sense danger, he replied. Lauren took a deep breath and asked, how do they sense it? Is it some sort of special ability? It is not an ability. Having faced life and death numerous times, one naturally begins to detect the scent of peril. With enthusiasm, Lauren pointed to herself. And what do they perceive from me? Fat lamb, he answered. Lauren frowned in discontent. Do I truly resemble a fat lamb? Surely, I am at least a B grade, right? Are there B-grade physical enhancers populating the streets here? On the great twin stars, even a D-grade individual could easily dispatch you. Lauren silently lamented, feeling utterly scorned. Upon exiting the spaceport, Chunshur led Lauren to their awaiting companion, a woman with a sweet, cherubic face, yet marred by a ring of horrifying scars around her neck. Her ears resembled exquisite little trumpets, standing tall amidst her curly, voluminous hair, indicating she was likely a hearing ability user. However, she remained languidly perched atop the battered vehicle's hood, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, until Chansha and Lauren approached the side of the car. At that moment, she deftly flipped herself over and effortlessly slipped through the window into the interior. The door swung open, and she beckoned them with a casual gesture to enter. Before Lauren could secure herself, the vehicle made a sharp turn and sped away. Lauren lunged forward, her head colliding painfully, and she hurriedly looked for a seatbelt. The woman with the pixie-like visage cast a glance at Lauren, all the while maneuvering the vehicle with reckless abandon, a grin on her face as she cheerfully remarked, "Just find any spot to hold on tight. There is no such thing as seatbelts on the great twin stars." Lauren grasped the back of the front seat to steady herself. The woman introduced herself. "I am Su Chi, a slave offering paid services to the Duke of District 1. She extended one hand for a handshake while the other continued to navigate the car wildly. This was hardly an opportune moment for social engagement. Lauren's heart raced as she gripped the seat back tightly, reluctantly extending her free hand to quickly shake hers. "Hello, my name is." Suddenly, the vehicle lurched upward, vaulting over an oncoming car, causing Lauren to jolt and bang her head against the roof, rendering her speechless. "How dare you overtake my ride?" Su Chi cursed, the engine roaring as the car galloped forward like a wild stallion, serpentine in its movements. Clinging tightly to Chansha, who served as her human handhold, Lauren managed to complete her introduction amidst the chaotic jolting. "I am Lauren." Just as Lauren was disoriented from the tumult, the vehicle finally descended. Before them stood an ancient and majestic two-story castle, surrounded by vast expanses of crimson roses. In the grassy expanse before the castle fluttered the flag of the First District, emblazoned with an upright black longsword, its blade entwined with fiery red roses. Lauren instinctively glanced down at the bracelet on her wrist, intricately engraved with the same red rose motif. It appeared that the roses were not merely ornamental, they held deeper significance. On the undulating hills, several other castles could be discerned, each proudly displaying its own flag. Lauren curiously peered into the distance. Those were the other 6 dukes at the Grand Twin Stars Council. Su Chi wore a malicious grin, remarking that the proximity of their residences was advantageous solely for the ease of conflict. Should anyone seek to cause trouble, it was best to quickly clarify one's identity. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire, resulting in broken limbs rather than mere physical altercations. Lauren gazed vacantly at the distant castles. Chansha cast a sidelong glance at Su Chi, who hastily donned a gentle facade, speaking in a high-pitched voice, "Worry not. Should you truly lose a limb, there are procedures for reattachment, but the experience is one you would never forget." Lauren found her attempt at comfort more akin to intimidation. What manner of place was this? Back in Alicata, the 7 dukes seemed to harbor no significant animosities. Yet here, it felt as though everyone were adversaries. Su Chi had already stepped through the threshold when she abruptly paused, pointing to the mountain peak. "That is the territory of the regent. He harbors some rather unpleasant pets. Do refrain from provoking them." Lauren scrutinized the verdant foliage, but all she could see were trees, obscuring any further details. The room arranged for Lauren by Su Chi is located on the 2nd floor, its windows adorned with verdant vines, offering a view of a resplendent rose garden. The crimson roses bloom with fervor, breathtakingly beautiful, and are said to be the favorite room of a former duchess. Su Chi inquires, "If you find these glaring flowers displeasing, I can assist you in changing rooms." "No need," Lauren replies. "I find them quite lovely. Red roses symbolize love in the ancient Earth era. Every woman would delight in such blooms." Su Chi, perplexed, questions, "How can such fragile flowers symbolize love? Did the women of that era truly believe in love or not?" Lauren chuckles, "What do you think should symbolize love?" Su Chi, wearing a rather constipated expression, replies, "I shall take my leave. If you require assistance, seek the housekeeping robot." Lauren, mirroring his expression of consternation, remains silent. After Lauren finishes packing, she surveys the room and notices a 3D photo frame on the vanity, devoid of energy. Its screen pitch black. Finding it peculiar, She casually places the frame into the drawer. Lauren checks her personal terminal again. 2 messages from her assistants inquiring about work. One from Phone Lin wishing her well, yet still no word from Qian-su. After a brief wait, her terminal remains ominously silent. She stretches her arms and reclines on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Chapter 10, Section 2. After a day's rest. Having adjusted to the time difference and feeling in optimal condition, Lauren embarks on her specialized training. The courses arranged by Chen Xia focus primarily on physical fitness. Yet they encompass a range of subjects including firearms, wilderness survival, and even piloting small spacecraft. Upon arriving at the training room, Lauren was handed a set of training attire by Su Qi. "Go change," she instructed. After Lauren had donned the outfit, she glanced around and inquired, "Is Chen Xia not here?" Su Qi smiled enigmatically. "Chen Xia has some work matters to attend to first. However, I believe you would prefer not to encounter him during these training sessions." Su Qi then confined Lauren within a compact starship simulator, designed to expose her to a myriad of extreme conditions one might face in space. Moments later, gravity surged, then vanished, only to be replaced by rapid rotations. Each time Lauren felt as though she might lose consciousness, the training suit would automatically deliver an electric shock to revive her. After half an hour, Lauren's vision was filled with stars, her ears rang with a dull roar, and she found herself retching uncontrollably, filling the chamber with her distress. Suddenly, Su Qi adjusted the gravity to 0, causing Lauren and her vomit to float weightlessly. The acrid stench and slimy texture made her feel as though she were bathing in her own sickness, a truly grotesque nightmare in the cosmos. Feeling utterly drained, Lauren could barely stand, resorting to crawling out of the simulator. Struggling into the bathroom, she turned the water to its maximum flow, dousing herself from head to toe. It was only when her skin began to sting that she felt she had finally washed herself clean. Once dressed, Lauren emerged from the bathroom to find the training room in utter disarray. Recalling Su Qi's instructions to tidy up, she was puzzled as to why a robotic assistant was not employed for the task. Nevertheless, Lauren firmly believed in the principle that those who excel in their fields should take the lead. Since Su Qi was the expert, she resolved to comply with the directive. As Lauren commenced her cleaning, nausea churned within her stomach. Fortunately, everything that could be expelled has already been released, leaving her stomach entirely empty. After bending down and retching a few times, she resumed her cleaning. After dedicating half an hour to tidying up, she took a refreshing shower and donned clean clothes, finally feeling as though the nauseating nightmare had come to an end. As Lauren exited the training room, Su Qi noticed her swift emergence and assumed she had neglected her cleaning duties. With a disdainful thought, she reflected on how these privileged young masters and ladies often displayed such deplorable behavior upon their arrival, only to learn their lesson after a thorough reprimand. She furrowed her brow and activated the surveillance screen, surprised to find the simulation chamber impeccably clean. Raising an eyebrow, her expression softened as she messaged Chen Xia, "Out of consideration for your obedient faux wife, I shall grant you a 20% discount on my training fees." Faux? Chen Xia clearly focused on the latter part of her message. "The way you both behave suggests you have yet to consummate your relationship. If it weren't for my exceptional driving skills, would you have even held hands? No need for thanks." Chen Xia inquired about her training. It was a chaotic ordeal, and she wondered if Lauren still possessed the courage to persevere. Indeed, such certainty. Su Qi touched her perky, curled hair and opened a one-way video, preparing to deliver a well-deserved reprimand to Chen Xia. He was seated in the conference room, waiting for the governor while conversing with Su Qi, when suddenly, an image of Lauren staggering towards the training room materialized before him. With a cheerful smile, Su Qi asked, "How is it? Can you continue?" Lauren's legs trembled, and her voice wavered. "Continue? Of course. Weightlessness, transition, inversion, acceleration, and impact are all phenomena frequently encountered in interstellar travel. To navigate these challenges with composure, there is no shortcut. One must simply endure and adapt. Thus, practice is essential." Observing Luo Lan's unsteady gait, as she stumbled at the slightest touch, Su Qi remained steadfastly supportive, never uttering a word of discouragement. Although today's training session lasted merely 30 minutes, it consistently pushed her beyond her physical limits. Just as she felt herself on the brink of fainting, a jolt would revive her, compelling her to continue training, a testament to her relentless pursuit of the extraordinary. A feat few could withstand. Based on Su Qi's experience, Luo Lan's ability to remain upright stemmed solely from sheer willpower, yet she displayed remarkable courage to persist. Wait, it was not merely bravery. Her expression revealed palpable fear, yet she resolutely refused to give up. Luolan, I meant to say tomorrow, not today. Just as Luolan was about to re-enter the training room, Su Qi called out to her. Tomorrow? With a thud, Luolan collapsed onto the floor, laughing in relief. I thought it was today. You scare me to death. Tomorrow is fine. Su Qi, speechless, reflected on her extensive experience training numerous individuals. Never before witnessing a woman so joyfully relieved at the prospect of continuing training the following day. Truly bizarre. It seems that all those associated with Qinsha are peculiar. Su Qi sighed, touching her own large ears in frustration as she turned off the video, feeling as though she had been thwarted instead of achieving her intended outcome. At the moment the video ended, Qinsha noticed the governor had entered the conference room and promptly stood, addressing her. Governor. The chancellor raised his hand, signaling for him to take a seat. The rigorous training might result in headaches and insomnia, and it would be advisable for the princess to consume a beverage infused with a mild sedative. Indeed. The chancellor then proceeded to his seat. After the conference room's intelligence system verified their identities, it inquired, the scheduled meeting time has arrived. Shall we commence? Commence, came the reply. The virtual figures of Zhongli, Ziyin, and Chu Emo materialized within the conference chamber. Please proceed. Zhongli tapped the screen on the conference table, and two three-dimensional images appeared, depicting two damaged, distorted objects, their original shapes unrecognizable. The intelligent system began to simulate repairs, and the images gradually revealed their true form, transforming into two identical syringes. Zhongli explained. The syringe in image 1 was discovered in the banquet hall where the chancellor was targeted. The circumstances of that incident remain unclear, as the syringe self-destructed. The syringe in image 2 was found on the assassin who attacked the princess. The assailant was subjected to intense gunfire, which struck the syringe, resulting in its automatic destruction. Chu Mo enlarged the syringe for clarity and elaborated. This is a specially manufactured syringe designed to prevent others from deducing the composition and function of the drug through residual liquid analysis. It possesses unique self-destruction mechanisms. Once the drug is injected, it self-destructs. Improper usage leads to automatic destruction. Incorrect storage also triggers self-destruction. I have attempted every method, yet I cannot detect the substance within. The chancellor remarked, the substance within must be extraordinary. Chomo stated, indeed, we possess such syringes, filled with substances that must remain contained. Zhongli remarked, the occurrence of one incident may be attributed to chance, but the repetition of two cannot be without reason. Given that the syringes have appeared twice and that the princess was present on both occasions, I suspect they intended to administer something to her. I shall seek an audience with the princess. Perhaps she may provide a clue to corroborate my hypothesis. Ziyin inquired, what could be the purpose of injecting the princess? Surely, it cannot be mere sedatives or poison. I surmise they aim to alter her genetic makeup. Should they succeed, the princess may face death, illness, or even transformation into a monstrosity. Chomo sighed, reflecting on the clandestine genetic research conducted by various star nations, pondering the dreadful outcomes that might arise from such experiments. A heavy silence enveloped the conference room. Moments later, the cold voice of Qin pierced the stillness. For the time being, do not inform Lauren of this matter. I shall inquire about the syringes myself. Zhongli felt compelled to object, yet upon meeting the governor's icy gaze, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to retract his statement. I have no objections. Ziyin stifled a laugh, only to be met with a sharp glance from the governor, causing him to immediately assume an air of utmost respect. The governor then asked, what are the findings from the investigations into the previous two incidents? The intelligent brain began to introduce the details of the butterfly corps, the physical fitness levels of the leader and the deputy leader, their preferred weapons, the planet where the corps is located, the environmental conditions of that planet, and the number of troops. After the introduction, Ziyin inquired, currently, it remains unclear who has commissioned the butterfly corps. Should I send someone to infiltrate the corps and gather information? The governor replied, that would take too long. I intend to make a trip to the M2-9-star region. For what purpose? The governor nonchalantly stated, to obtain their central intelligent brain that should reveal who financed them. Ziyin silently lit a row of candles for the butterfly corps. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, he observed Lauren sitting amidst a cluster of crimson roses, consuming a canister of nutritional supplement as if it were a medicinal concoction. Qin brought out a cup filled with a mesmerizing blend of deep blue and green and offered it to Lauren. Lauren shook her head in refusal, expressing, even the sight of water makes me feel nauseous right now. The sedative for the negative spirit can alleviate fatigue, aid in sleep, and ensure a restful night. Tomorrow will be better. Lauren accepted the beverage and set it aside, stating, I will drink it after the nutritional supplement. She recalled Su Chi's words as she left the training ground, feeling that each forthcoming day loomed dark. Tomorrow would not be any different. Su Chi had said, we shall continue until you not only refrain from vomiting, but can also execute my required movements under various conditions. Chinshur, with his hands in his pockets and an expressionless demeanor, suggested, you could always give up. Lauren made a face in response, not a chance. Chinshur activated his personal terminal, and an image of a syringe appeared before Lauren. Have you ever seen such a syringe? Lauren scrutinized the syringe closely. It seemed somewhat familiar, yet it did not resemble any I had encountered in the research institute. Perhaps it was connected to the assassination of the governor. Ah, yes. I recalled that on the night of the governor's assassination, when I was abducted, a woman attempted to use this to incapacitate me, but I caught her in the act. Lauren proudly illustrated his movements at that time, demonstrating how the entire dosage was injected into her own body. Chinshur silently shut down the image. Lauren, brimming with excitement, inquired, what has sparked your sudden interest in a syringe? Could it be a crucial clue? Perhaps. Have you made any progress in your investigation? I see Xian wandering aimlessly all day, hardly engaging in anything substantial. It's coming together, Chinshur replied, noticing Lauren's lack of interest in conversation. He tactfully lifted his glass of deep blue and green liquid, gesturing, thank you for the drink. I shall take my leave. Suddenly, Chinshur's voice echoed from behind. Hasten your physical conditioning to level A as swiftly as possible. Chinshur's icy gaze bore into Lauren. Lauren instinctively recoiled, adopting a diligent student demeanor, and obediently replied, I will put forth my utmost effort. Chapter 10, 3 Prior to her arrival at the Great Twin Stars, she had just submitted a paper. Should it be accepted for publication, it would greatly assist her in applying for a license as a genetic repair specialist. In the distant era of ancient Earth, humanity had already posited the concept of speciation, also known as speciation, as a process of biological evolution. Species would diverge during evolution, resulting in the formation of distinct lineages. The evolutionary forces of species transformation encompass natural selection, sexual selection, mutation, genetic recombination, genetic drift, and gene editing. As Lauren recalled Qianshu's illness, a heaviness enveloped her heart. Silently, she sipped on the cerulean elixir, unaware that she had consumed more than half of it. A dizzy sensation clouded her mind, yet her body felt weightless, as if she were about to ascend. In a state of dreamy detachment, she sensed an extraordinary freedom, unshackled by any constraints, capable of pursuing whatever her heart desired. She opened her contacts, yearning to converse with Qianshu. She wished to express that the sensation of electricity coursing through her body felt akin to the longing she experienced for him. She needed to confess her profound fear of the transformed version of him, but an even greater dread lingered, the fear of losing him. She wanted to convey that the mere thought of his illness brought her immense sorrow, yet she dared not let him know, opting instead to feign indifference. The incessant beeping of the call went unanswered. Unyielding, Lauren continued to sip the cerulean elixir while repeatedly dialing Qianshu's personal terminal, again and again. As dawn broke, Lauren gradually opened her eyes. It seemed she had enjoyed a splendid dream, releasing the pent-up negative emotions that had burdened her soul, leaving her invigorated and refreshed. Stretching languidly, she made her way to the bathroom. With her eyes closed, she allowed the personal cleansing device to spray a fine mist over her face. Suddenly, the memory of last night's dream flooded back. Her incessant dialing of Qianshu's personal terminal, her relentless complaints and confessions amidst the ethereal mist. Lauren abruptly opened her eyes. It must have been a dream. It must have been a dream. After fervently praying several times, she cautiously approached her personal terminal to check. Oh my. She has dialed Qianshu's number over 100 times. Lauren picked up the cleaning device, continuously banging her head in frustration as she cried out in despair. This is unbearable. How could she have committed such an audacious act? What would Qianshu think upon seeing the record of those countless calls? The cleaning device, seemingly unaware, suddenly switched modes and began to spray water, drenching Lauren completely. She stood there in a daze, her eyes filled with sorrow as droplets cascaded down her cheeks. After 5 days of relentless vomiting, Lauren finally acclimated to the myriad changes within the simulation chamber. The daily training duration gradually extended to 4 hours, and she began to execute various movements as required by Dorm 7. The mornings were consumed with exhausting physical training, while the afternoons were dedicated to an array of skill drills, firearms usage, spacecraft piloting, escape and concealment tactics, counter-tracking. Sometimes, Chunshir would supervise her training, while at other times, he would attend to his own affairs, leaving her in the hands of other instructors. The man teaching Lauren about firearms was known as Dorm 2. He had dark skin and a perpetual, endearing smile. When wearing goggles, he appeared quite amiable, but once the goggles were removed, the peculiar nature of his eyes rendered his smile rather sinister. Dorm 2's eyes had undergone a natural mutation, each composed of 6,000 facets, endowing him with extraordinary visual abilities that allowed him to accurately assess the position and distance of objects, swiftly judging and reacting, particularly adept at tracking fast-moving targets. Lauren felt an immense pressure attending classes with such a prodigious individual. The genetic advantage he possessed was undoubtedly one of the most unethical aspects of existence, ensuring her defeat from the very outset. How could her mere 2 eyes possibly compete with his astonishing 12,000? Su'er encouragingly patted her shoulder, gently offering comfort. Both the commander and the chief justice are my disciples, yet they excel in marksmanship beyond my own. Qinsha and Zhuqiubai. Lauren gazed at Su'er in silence, realizing that he and Su Qi had been taught from a young age how to transform genuine consolation into a dagger of words. In the afternoon, within the shooting training room, Su'er elucidated the merits and shortcomings of each firearm to Lauren. Always remember, there is no ultimate weapon. There are merely optimal choices for varying circumstances. Choosing correctly signifies life, while making a wrong choice spells death. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door swung open, revealing the governor standing at the threshold. Clad in a black hooded robe with a silver mask, his entire form was shrouded in obscurity. Yet a sense of urgency emanated from him, lacking the usual calm and unhurried demeanor. Su'er was momentarily taken aback. Aligning his legs and standing straight to pay his respects, Governor. Lauren, regaining his composure, hastily set down the firearm he was assembling and clumsily rose to kneel in reverence. The governor cast a glance at Lauren before addressing Su'er. I am searching for Qinsha. The commander is not here. You may continue, the governor remarked, turning to depart. Lauren and Su'er exchanged glances, perplexed. Lauren tentatively inquired, those marks on the governor's boots, were they blood? Suddenly, Lauren recalled his first encounter with the governor upon arriving in Alicata, having seen him once through a video feed. Dressed in black combat attire, he had effortlessly eviscerated a toothy bird with a mere wave of his hand, showering the entire world in a gruesome spectacle of flesh and blood. Lauren posed a question to Su'er. Have you ever encountered the governor, that venerable figure? Venerable figure? With a look of astonishment, Su'er remarked that the consul, at just over 40 years of age, had assumed the mantle of leadership, making him the youngest consul in the annals of the Federation's history, hardly old at all. Laura, feeling a bit embarrassed, confessed. I heard Bai Li Tsang refer to the consul in such a manner, and observing their evident trepidation toward him, I mistakenly thought, have you ever seen the consul before he fell ill, without his mask? I have. Intrigued, Laura inquired, what was he like? A flicker of trepidation crossed Su'er's honest visage as he replied, when the consul was still a general. He was renowned for his striking handsomeness, and equally infamous for his ruthless, bloodthirsty nature. While you may perceive him as cold and devoid of warmth now, I believe he possesses more charisma when adorned with his mask. Laura scoffed in disbelief. Can a face concealed by an eternally expressionless mask truly exude charm? What must he have looked like before? A paragon of humanity, with the visage of an angel, the heart of a devil, and the physique of a beast. Laura erupted in laughter, doubling over and slapping the table in amusement. Su'er, feeling somewhat awkward, clarified, it wasn't my own observation, it was the former duchess, the mother of Qinsha, who said that. Laura's curiosity ignited. She felt that any woman capable of such remarks must also be a rare gem among mortals. With wide, sparkling eyes, she implored, please, continue without pause. Following the Morganistar campaign, the lady had commented, General Nanzhao neither regarded his foes as human nor himself. Merciless to his enemies, he left no corpse behind, nor a blade of grass to grow. Yet even harsher on himself, he would flay and peel, cracking bones to extract marrow. The lady expressed her sentiments, pondering over the tribulations he must have endured during his time as a slave, so young yet. Su'er realized he had inadvertently let something slip and quickly fell silent. Lauren, astonished, inquired, a slave? The consul was once a slave? How can that be? Engrossed, Lauren reflected on the notion of that solitary youth arriving in a wholly unfamiliar world, perhaps feeling as isolated and apprehensive as she had in her own past. what transpired thereafter. However, Su'er was unwilling to elaborate further. Lost in thought, he sighed deeply, picking up his firearm and gesturing for Lauren to continue with the lesson. Upon the conclusion of the firearms training, Lauren stepped out of the shooting range only to discover that Qian Su had indeed reached out to her. During her training and classes, she adhered to the protocol of disabling her communication signals, unaware that she had missed Qian Su's attempts to contact her. After a brief moment, Qian Su accepted the call invitation. Lauren, filled with urgency, queried, "You sought me out? What is it?" "Nothing much," he replied. "I merely noticed you had tried to contact me several times and assumed you might be in distress." She held her breath, awaiting his response. Slowly, Qian Su's voice emerged from her personal terminal. "Anna suggested I undergo a closed psychological treatment, so I disabled my personal terminal." Lauren let out a sigh of relief, tapping her forehead, chiding herself for indulging in wild imaginings that had led to her despair over such a simple matter. All right. They conversed for a while longer before Lauren reluctantly concluded the call. Chapter 10. For after finishing her shower and changing into fresh attire, Roland departed, and as she passed through the training hall, she was taken aback by the unusual silence that enveloped the space, which was typically filled with raucous noise. Everyone was intently gazing at the screen, captivated by the interstellar news. What could be so compelling that it rendered them oblivious to their usual brawls? Curiosity piqued. Roland edged closer. The footage transitioned from the illustrious past of the regiment to the devastation wreaked upon their base. According to credible sources, an infiltration had occurred at the Butterfly Corps headquarters, resulting in the assassination of 2 deputy commanders and the theft of the Central Intelligence Corps' data storage device. Should the information contained within be decrypted, numerous clandestine dealings would be laid bare, undoubtedly causing unrest among many. Roland recalled the bloodstains on the governor's boots and the earlier assassination attempt in Alicata, and a vague suspicion began to form in her mind. The assailants had targeted him, and in retaliation, he had dismantled their stronghold. What a masterstroke. As Roland made her way toward the castle in District 1, she spotted a large, vibrantly colored bobcat. Over a meter tall, frolicking up the hillside with a shiny orb clutched in its mouth. It nimbly leaped into the thicket, vanishing from sight. Moments later, the glimmering ball was flung out, landing far down the slope, prompting the bobcat to roar joyfully and scamper down to retrieve it. The masked figure certainly knew how to entertain. Roland chuckled softly and cautiously circumvented the bobcat's path, but was soon startled and took off running, hoping to shake off the exuberant creature. However, the lynx, perceiving her sprint as an invitation to play, pursued her with exuberance, attempting to leap and tackle her from behind. In Lorelei's eyes, the creature's behavior transformed into relentless aggression, compelling her to run even faster. From a distance, Xian observed Lorelei winding her way up the hillside, moving with remarkable speed, with the lynx in hot pursuit. He piloted his flying vehicle above her, circling leisurely, and soon discerned that the lynx bore no malice. Finding amusement in the unfolding spectacle, Lorelei, calling out and gesticulating, exclaimed, "Hey, hey." Xian leaned out with a smile, waving at her, "Enjoy yourself." He then flew away in his vehicle, leaving Lorelei exasperated. Could he truly abandon her so brazenly? Yet, as she noted the direction in which the vehicle had departed, a sudden idea struck her. She dashed toward the summit, reasoning that the governor could not possibly stand by and watch as his pet maimed a duchess. The flying vehicle came to a halt before the governor's castle, where he sat against a grand oak tree, quietly observing the scene below the hillside. Xian dismounted and gazed at Lorelei and the lynx racing toward the peak, the object in the lynx's mouth. Could it be that which had disturbed the entire galaxy's slumber? The governor replied coolly, "Indeed." Xian let out a playful whistle. "You certainly know how to have fun." Breathless, Lorelei emerged from a thicket, spotting Xian and the governor. The choice between the scoundrel and the masked man weighed heavily on her. Resolutely, she approached the masked figure, with the lynx trailing closely behind. Xian reached out to grasp the orb in the lynx's mouth. The lynx nimbly evaded, arching its back and glaring at Xian, emitting a warning growl. "Be good. I shall present you with something far more entertaining." Xian coaxed the lynx with several tarot cards. The lynx, however, ignored him, gracefully sauntering over to Lauren and nudging her leg with its head. Lauren, startled, stood frozen, casting a pitiful glance at the governor. The governor remarked, "It is attempting to ingratiate itself with you. Extend your hand and give it a gentle pat." Slowly, Lauren reached out, lightly stroking the lynx's head with an open palm. The lynx placed a small orb into her hand, letting out a satisfied sound before curling up beside her feet. Xian, taken aback, exclaimed, "What sort of enchantment have you fed to the lynx?" Although Lauren's heart raced with fear, the prospect of outshining the insufferable Xian emboldened her. Some individuals possess such deplorable character that even cats disdain them. Xian scoffed, beckoning with his finger. "Hand me the information storage device." "What? Is this the very object that has caused countless sleepless nights for many?" Lauren held the shimmering orb aloft, casting a puzzled glance at the governor. The governor nodded slightly, prompting Lauren to toss the glittering orb to Xian. Xian twirled the orb with his fingertip, inquiring, "Is this suitable for fishing?" The governor replied coolly, "Fish dwell in the depths. Without a touch of allure, the bait is ineffective." Lauren felt as though she had overheard something she ought not to, just as Anda rushed in from the castle, breathless. "Governor, there is pressing news." "What is it?" Anda activated his personal terminal, projecting an ongoing interstellar news conference into the air. The host exclaimed with excitement. "The Dragonblood Legion has dominated the interstellar mercenary rankings for thousands of years, outlasting many star nations. Whether it be the powerful star nations or the roaming interstellar pirates, none dare to confront the Dragonblood Legion head-on. It is well known that the Dragonblood Legion is not only the most renowned military group in the galaxy, but also the most enigmatic, as no one has ever laid eyes on its commander. However, today marks the day when this mysterious leader will make an appearance." Xian smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it is quite mysterious. The Federation's database has consistently lacked any information regarding the identity of this leader." Suddenly, the host's incessant chatter was interrupted, and a news conference backdrop appeared. Simple and solemn, devoid of excessive adornments, the background featured a dynamic image of the NGC 7293 nebula. Within the void surrounding the nebula, two colossal dragons coiled, their heads raised defiantly, seemingly roaring as the mist they exhaled formed the NGC 7293 nebula itself. Two figures emerged at the news conference. One was a towering man with a grim demeanor, and the other, a stunningly beautiful woman with fair skin and an alluring figure. The man spoke slowly and deliberately. "I am Char, the commander of the Butterfly Legion. Due to a severe attack on our forces, the Butterfly Legion hereby announces its voluntary integration into the Dragonblood Legion." The beautiful woman smiled and added, "I am Thorn Rose of the Dragonblood Legion. And by the directive of our commander, I am here to deliver the following announcement to the entire galaxy, effective immediately. The Dragonblood Legion will take over the Butterfly Legion." Commander Charles stated that the Butterfly Legion has suffered a grave assault from an unidentified organization. However, the information storage device of the Legion's central intelligence remains secure and has not been stolen. It has now been entrusted to the Dragonblood Legion for safekeeping. Simei, with a solemn demeanor, warned on behalf of the Dragonblood Legion, "We sternly caution the organization that attacked the Butterfly Legion against spreading false rumors that sow discord among the populace. We also urge the public not to fall prey to their malicious intent and fabrications." Lauren instinctively glanced at the governor and Xian, one with an eternally expressionless mask and the other with an ever-smiling countenance, both seemingly unperturbed by the situation. Xian toyed with a sphere in his hand, questioning, "Could this be a fabrication?" The governor replied coolly, "If it were false, there would be no need for such a grand press conference." Charles and Simei respectfully stepped aside as a man clad in golden dragon-scale armor and adorned with a dragon helmet suddenly emerged. He stood between the heads of two colossal dragons, with a magnificent nebula behind him, resembling a formidable war deity standing against the horizon. The Legion commander gazed ahead, seemingly fixated on a specific individual. "I am the commander of the Dragonblood Legion. If you seek the information contained within, come find me." He raised his metallic encased hand, revealing a glimmering sphere. Xian, ever the instigator, fanned the flames further. "Governor, he is provoking you." Lauren felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her ears rang, and her heart pounded like a war drum. This voice. She lost her sense of place, her mind racing with a singular thought. Could it truly be him? Both Xian and the governor noticed Lauren's peculiar behavior. Xian commanded a halt, and the video abruptly ceased. The commander of the Dragonblood Legion frozen in midair, seemingly gazing intently at them. Lauren remained unresponsive, as if her very spirit had been captured. "Princess." Xian gently tapped her shoulder. Startled, Lauren shuddered and instinctively attempted to retreat, only to be tripped by the bobcat at her feet, landing squarely on its back. The bobcat turned its head, voicing a disgruntled yowl. Yet Lauren completely forgot her fear, placing her hands on the creature's head and rising to her feet. Her complexion was pale, but she smiled as she said, "I was so engrossed Your sudden voice startled me. Is that so? Xian unusually refrained from making a sarcastic remark. Chapter 10. 5. She secluded herself in the bathroom, searching for news about the Dragon Blood Legion. The Legion had a plethora of fervent admirers online, and within moments, there was already a compilation of the Commander's personal videos. Lauren clicked play, her ears perked up in concentration. I am the commander of the Dragon Blood Legion. If you seek information, come to me. This was the sole phrase uttered by the commander throughout. With eyes closed, Lauren listened repeatedly, until she finally faced the undeniable truth she had been reluctant to accept. It was Dr. Mu. If there existed no other voice in this world that mirrored his, then the enigmatic leader of the most formidable legion in history was none other than Lauren's beloved, Dr. Mu. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She believed that Princess Lorelin had vanished forever into the vastness of the starry sea, never to reappear, yet the true Princess Lorelin emerged unexpectedly. There she stood, concealed behind the formidable figure of Dr. Mu, regarding her with a mocking gaze, as if at any moment she might stride forth, point a finger at her, and declare to all, she is an impostor, a deceiver. The armored silhouette of Dr. Mu loomed over Lorlin's heart like a colossal mountain. In truth, she ought not to be astonished. She had merely simplified everything in her own mind. Gazing at the virtual image of the man who had bestowed upon her a new lease on life, Lorelin felt a surge of panic and dread. Dr. Mu, the commander of the Dragon Blood Legion, the assassin of the Regent Lorelin, was oblivious to the true events unfolding around her, yet she sensed the aroma of conspiracy. For the first time, she began to genuinely contemplate relinquishing her identity as Princess Lorelin. In a moment of utter despair, she suddenly thought of Qianqiu. Akin to a drowning soul in a boundless ocean finally spotting an island, there was still someone in this world who recognized her true self. She was not entirely alone. She still had Qianqiu. In a state of agitation, Lorelin hastily opened her contact list. She yearned to hear Qianqiu call her by her true name, Luo Sun, reassuring her, "It's all right, you are Luo Sun, and I am still here." As Lorlin's finger hovered over the dial to Qianqiu's number, the sudden beeping of an incoming message startled her. The screen displayed the name Chen Shi. Lorelin was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained her composure. She answered the call. "Hello? Where are you?" "In my room." "You're in the room, yet you can't hear me knock?" "Oh, I just dozed off." Lauren hurriedly exited the restroom and opened the door. Chen Shi gazed intently at her. Feeling guilty, Lauren exaggeratedly laughed. "What's the matter? Have you suddenly realized my beauty?" Chen Shi replied coldly, "Follow me to the training ground." Lauren, bewildered, asked, "Why?" "Training," Chen Shi stated, turning to leave. Lauren had no choice but to quicken her pace to catch up. "What do you mean? I've already trained all day. If you still have time to daydream, it signifies that your training has not reached its limits." "What daydreaming? What nonsense are you talking about?" Lauren's eyes darted around as she realized it must have been that scoundrel Ziyin who reported her. Chen Shi paused slightly. "It's not him." Ignoring this, Lauren anxiously explained, "Don't listen to Ziyin's nonsense. I merely lost focus while observing the commander of the Dragon Blood Legion. There is truly nothing to it. You saw him and became frightened." Lauren wanted to deny it, but soon recognized the truth. She indeed felt fear. The Butterfly Legion's swift acquisition of support from the Dragon Blood Legion might stem from their exceptional crisis management capabilities. Yet it was more likely due to their pre-existing intricate connections. It was even conceivable that the two missions executed by the Butterfly Legion were undertaken at the behest of the Dragon Blood Legion. Anyone discovering that the mastermind behind their abduction and assault could potentially be the head of the Dragon Blood Legion would undoubtedly feel terror. However, her fear extended beyond just the leader. Lauren murmured, "It's not shameful to fear such individuals, but being frightened enough to lock oneself in a restroom is quite humiliating." Lauren sighed in frustration, silently trailing behind CH&SH as they hurried along. The sky had darkened, and most of the training rooms in the facility had already closed, leaving the expansive hall eerily quiet. After changing into her training attire, Lauren followed CH&SH into the pitch-black gravity chamber. Once the intelligence system had verified their identities, the lights flickered on. CH&SH handed Lauren a canister of nutritional supplement, succinctly issuing a series of commands. 10 seconds. Finish it. Gravity level 7. Spar with me. If you can't last 10 minutes, there will be punishment. Run 20 kilometers. Lauren felt on the verge of madness. "Hey, must you be so harsh? I'm not your soldier." CH&SH replied with a stoic expression, "And you're not my wife." 9, 8, 7. With no time to waste, Lauren snatched the nutritional supplement and gulped it down. Just as she neared the end, the countdown reached 0. As the last word left his lips, CHNSH swiftly kicked towards her, sending Lauren soaring like a kite. Before she could even touch the ground, he launched another kick in her direction. In a moment of desperation, Lauren hurled the half-finished canister at him, and as the viscous supplement splattered, she narrowly evaded CHNSH's second strike. CHNSH stomped his foot, causing 2 concealed projectiles to spring up from the ground. With a sweeping motion, he sent the projectiles hurtling toward Lauren once more. Tears nearly welled in her eyes. She regretted her reckless decision to strike him with the canister. Like a gecko, Lauren darted along the metallic walls of the gravity chamber, fluctuating in height and speed, utilizing the walls as her shield to dissipate the force of the incoming projectiles. As the hidden weapon transformed into 4, Lauren exerted all her strength, yet could not evade them. After narrowly dodging the 3 projectiles from the left, right, and behind, she could only watch in horror as one darted directly towards her heart. She thought in terror. Chunshir must have realized she was an imposter. Just as she was about to close her eyes and accept her fate, Chunshir appeared beside her like a wraith, grasped her shoulder, and gently pulled her aside. The weapon whizzed past the gap between her arm and ribs, embedding itself in the metallic wall. Already utterly exhausted and having narrowly escaped death, Lauren could barely stand. Collapsing into Chunshir's embrace. Breathing heavily, she exclaimed, "I understand now. You regard me as an enemy." Chunshir released her, and Lauren fell heavily to the ground. She had managed to endure for merely 7 minutes, and the gravity increased by 1 level. It was time to run. Lauren lay on the ground, feigning death. Hoping for a moment's respite, Chunshir coldly commanded, "Increase it by 1 kilometer, then 2 kilometers." Lauren gritted her teeth and immediately rose. Steadily, she wobbled onto the track and began to run. Chunshir barked, "Faster." Lauren felt tears welling up. It wasn't he that she wished to slow down, but her strength was utterly depleted. She had trained all day and had just endured a grueling session at his hands. Out of the corner of her eye, she thought she glimpsed a bobcat, doubting her weary mind, only to hear the creature's fearsome roar. Chunshir coldly ordered, "Attack her." The bobcat lunged forward in a flash, terrifying Lauren as it clamped its jaws around her backside, compelling her to sprint forward with all her might. One runs, another chases, and on several occasions, the sharp teeth of the lynx nearly pierced through her rear. It was only then that Lauren realized the lynx had merely been toying with her on the hillside that evening. She was oblivious to how that night ultimately concluded. By the time she had run 10 kilometers, her mind was a muddled haze, yet she persisted, fearing to faint. For Chunshir had warned her, should she fail to finish, her punishment would double the following day. In a desperate bid to accomplish this seemingly unattainable task, Lauren followed the breathing techniques taught to her by Suchi, meticulously regulating her breath and muscles, ensuring that every ounce of strength was utilized efficiently, and concentrating her entire awareness on a singular point. In her extremity, she appeared to reach a delicate equilibrium. Each inhalation and exhalation, each release and contraction, possessed a certain rhythm. She felt both herself and yet not herself. Until Chunshir's voice resonated through the haze, both indistinct and clear, completion. She sensed her body had ceased, yet it continued to propel forward, with Chunshir blocking her path. Bewildered, she gazed at him, her lips moving. "May I collapse now?" If not for Chunshir's extraordinary hearing, he would have likely heard nothing. He replied, "Yes." With that, Lauren closed her eyes, her head drooping sharply, her once upright form wilting like a withered flower. Chunshir embraced her, whispering softly in her ear, "Do not be afraid." Chapter 42. In the dead of night, Lauren was abruptly awakened from a nightmarish vision of death, her heart racing and drenched in cold sweat. She had dreamt that someone was pursuing her, their face perpetually obscured. They appeared to be the helmeted Dr. Mu, yet at times resembled the masked regulator. Lauren struggled to fall asleep once more, yet scenes unfolded in her mind like a film reel, rendering slumber utterly elusive. When Feng Lin had previously informed her that the disparity between Class A and Class 3A was akin to that between humanity and non-humanity, she had been dismissive. Now, however, she comprehended the gravity of his words. Even if she were to ascend to the rank of an A-class physical adept, she would possess no power to resist under the authority of Chen Sha and the officials. Chen Sha presumed that she had been intimidated by Dr. Mu, oblivious to the fact that her true fear lay with them. After all, Dr. Mu was situated in a distant star domain, while they were right beside her, wielding control over her very existence. What would they do if they uncovered the truth? The youngest commander in the history of the Federation, a figure of noble lineage, had been deceived into marrying a filthy and despicable death row inmate. It was feared that even death would be too merciful. She would likely be imprisoned instead. The extreme human experimentation that Feng Lin vehemently opposed could very well be enacted, forcing her to become a breeding vessel, a living entity for genetic cultivation. The more she pondered, the greater her fear grew, fully aware that such thoughts were irrational and self-inflicted. Yet, in the stillness of the night, her spirit felt exceptionally fragile. The burdens of long-held secrets weighing heavily upon her, causing negative emotions to surge like a tide. Realizing that training awaited her in the morning, Lauren activated her personal terminal and summoned a robot to bring her a cup of deep azure and verdant elixir. After downing it in one breath, she felt slightly alleviated. She lay flat on her bed, quietly awaiting the embrace of sleep once more. Suddenly, it occurred to her that in the Alicata Central Administration District, it was daytime. And Qiansu, like her, was wide awake. Once the thought emerged, it became uncontrollable. Lauren opened her contact list and reached out to Qiansu. Before long, Qianshu's gentle voice emerged, imbued with concern. What has transpired? It must be the dead of night on your side. Why are you not asleep? As the tranquilizing effects of the sedative began to take hold, Lolan, in a fit of whimsy, replied, Qianshu, let us elope. We shall depart the Odin Federation and soar far away. Why? Qianshu's tone remained remarkably composed, unaffected by Lolan's playful jest. Lolan oscillated between laughter and tears, her words tumbling out in disarray. I believe that if I exerted myself tirelessly, I could secure a glimmer of hope and prove my worth. Yet, it is futile. I am but a trivial existence, unable to contend with the formidable figures who tower above me. I dread being scorned as a fraud, particularly by Feng Lin. In this world, aside from you, she is the only one who has consistently aided me, supporting my entry into the research institute, familiarizing me with my duties, guiding me in my studies. I truly do not wish to disappoint her. I yearn to repay her kindness, yet such gratitude requires merit. I am a charlatan, unworthy even of expressing my gratitude. Chen, the commander of the Federation, is precisely as you described, young, accomplished, and in a position of great power. Undeniably, he is the most suitable candidate for a husband. But what am I? A condemned criminal. I possess nothing, not even my own memories. One of us is exalted, deserving of admiration. The other is trampled upon. Were it not for my masquerade as a princess, he would likely deem me too unworthy to even glance at. The day he discovers the truth, he shall never forgive me. If he does not personally end my life, it would be an act of great magnanimity. If my true identity is unveiled, even death would become a luxury beyond my reach. Innocent as the common man may be, the burden of possessing beauty has rendered the princess of the grand Illyrian Empire a mere commodity to be traded. As a condemned prisoner, I am destined to become nothing more than a subject for inhumane experimentation. Qianshu, I refuse to endure the injection of bizarre substances. I will not allow myself to be forcibly subjected to the extraction of my ova for the cultivation of embryos. I cannot bear the thought of being confined within a cage, observed like a specimen. I must flee the Odin Federation. You must accompany me. The cosmos is vast. And surely we can discover a planet where we can begin anew. Do not fret over the treatment. I will serve as your genetic healer. Trust in me, and I shall surely restore your health. Lauren felt a sense of clarity as she articulated her reasons, endeavoring to persuade Qianshu to escape with her. She even brought forth the fact that Qianshu, an orphan, stood alone in the Odin Federation, devoid of kin. Yet, as she spoke, her voice dwindled into a soft murmur, eventually fading into silence as she succumbed to slumber. Qianshu too refrained from silencing the communication, leaning against the edge of the bed, listening intently to Lauren's breath, which ebbed and flowed like the tides beneath a moonlit sky, occasionally interrupted by a soft sob. Was she still weeping in her dreams, enveloped in sorrow and fear? Chapter 11, Part 2. As dawn broke, Lauren slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the empty drink cup by her bedside. The details of her late-night conversation with Qianshu were hazy, yet she distinctly recalled the earlier moments. She remembered the anxious flutter in her heart as she invited Qianshu to elope, fearful he might dismiss her with a casual remark about her inebriation. Fortunately, Qianshu had listened earnestly, never trivializing her words. She activated her personal terminal and sent a message to Qianshu. Last night I was indeed intoxicated. Yet my words were not mere ramblings. I spoke with utmost sincerity. I understand, Qianshu replied. Lauren, invigorated, turned over and sat up, her heart racing as she typed a few anxious words and sent them. Are you willing? I need to think it over. I shall provide you with an answer in 6 months. Lorelin was taken aback, rubbing her eyes and rereading the message. It was not a rejection. To her astonishment, it was not a refusal. She exclaimed with excitement, executing a backflip off her bed and tumbling into the bathroom. Standing beneath the showerhead, as she rinsed her hair, she felt all her dark emotions wash away, leaving her revitalized and full of life. Indeed, hope serves as the driving force propelling humanity forward. Lorelyn's life became exceedingly busy and fulfilling. Each day, she engaged in the standard training of Dormitory 2 and Dormitory 7, while also enduring the rigorous training conducted by Chinchur. Time flew by amidst the harsh drills. Lorelyn completed all the training courses, save for the final advancement task. If the training courses resembled the meticulous process of shaping clay, glazing, and gradually crafting porcelain, then the advancement task was akin to the final high-temperature firing in a brutally extreme environment, where the pressure of mortality compelled her to unlock her body's full potential, synthesizing all prior efforts into exquisite porcelain. According to the assertion of Dormitory 2, many had persevered through the rigorous training, yet few had successfully enhanced their physical abilities during the advancement task. Furthermore, the likelihood of succeeding during the first attempt was the highest, with a probability of 20. Should one fail on the initial try, the chances of advancing through subsequent training dwindled to less than 5. Many individuals remain stagnant at the pinnacle of B level throughout their lives, never managing to ascend to A level. As specialized physical training instructors, Su Er and Su Chi boast over a century of extensive experience. Through meticulous research and analysis, they have devised an advancement task for Lauren to venture into the rock forest and capture the rockwind beast. Traditionally, Lauren must also seek an A-level physical practitioner to serve as her guiding instructor. This individual must inspire Lauren's complete trust, ensure her safety, yet refrain from fostering a sense of dependency that could hinder her advancement, a delicate balance that cannot afford to be compromised. Su Er and Su Chi find themselves in a dilemma regarding this selection. Chinchur's physical capabilities are inadequate, and he lacks any guiding experience. While both Su Er and Su Chi possess the requisite physical abilities and ample guiding experience, their unique powers render them unsuitable for entry into the rock forest. Lauren recalls her friend Qinshu and tentatively suggests, "I have a friend who is an A-level physical practitioner." However, Su Chi promptly dismisses the notion. Su Er, adopting a more congenial demeanor, inquires, what is his occupation? He previously served on an interstellar battleship as a special combat soldier and is now a tactical researcher for the interstellar battleship at the Alicata military base. Su Er and Su Chi exchanged glances. A special combat soldier on an interstellar battleship must possess exceptional physical prowess, while a tactical researcher must exhibit keen intellect. Both roles require a blend of courage and strategy, not suited for just anyone. Su Chi's demeanor shifted. What is his name? Qinshu. Utilizing his authority, Su Chi accessed Qinshu's file. Su Er exclaimed with surprise, revealing that he had previously served as an instructor, training special forces, and had also worked as a guide for physical fitness advancement. Su Chi, having entirely changed his stance, remarked that this individual indeed met the requirements, yet what was it? The records indicated he retired due to illness, but did not specify the nature of his ailment. Do you know? Lauren replied calmly, stating that matters not documented in the records, even if she were aware, she could not divulge. Su Chi rolled his eyes, while Su Er inquired with concern. Does it impact his physical capabilities? Not at all. Both Su Er and Su Chi meticulously reviewed Qian Su's dossier once more. Su Er, with a grave demeanor, articulated, Princess, you must understand that this is your prime opportunity for advancement. If you fail this time, while future chances will not be entirely absent, the likelihood will be significantly diminished. Are you certain you wish to pursue this individual? I am certain, Lauren replied with a wry smile, though she felt compelled to first ascertain his willingness, as he might not be inclined. Su Chi raised an eyebrow and decisively declared, it's settled then. Contact him immediately. If he dares to decline, I shall personally approach his superior to secure him. To her astonishment, Su Chi exhibited a tenacious determination to claim what was least desired by others. As Lauren silently criticized, she opened her contacts. However, as the moment approached, anxiety gripped her. Su Chi impatiently urged, contact him. Caught in a quandary, Lauren steeled herself and sent a message. Are you there? I have a favor to ask. Would you be willing to be my guide for physical fitness advancement? What task? Came the reply. To capture the rockwind beast. All right. The meeting room awaited. In the dimly lit chamber, the Chancellor reclined in his chair, while Xian stood beside the screen, where the intelligence brain displayed an overwhelming array of decrypted information from the Butterfly Legion's data repository. The Chancellor, with his gaze fixed on his personal terminal, exhibited no interest in the dense, tadpole-like stream of data that filled the screen. Chinchur furrowed his brow in impatience and inquired, "Could you please distill the key points?" It was disheartening that so many secrets went unappreciated by them. Xian, with a look of regret, clicked on the screen. The cluttered information vanished, revealing 2 lines of numbers, the payment accounts for the Butterfly Legion's 2 operations. Intriguingly, the payment account for the second operation originated from the NGC 7293 Star region, home to the Dragon Blood Legion, while the first operations account came from the Odin Federation. This indicated a traitor colluding with the Dragon Blood Legion. Chinchur remained composed, having previously speculated this connection, albeit lacking concrete evidence. Xian, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "A traitor capable of eluding my inquiries is no ordinary spy. I am certain he resides among our 7. At last, the Chancellor's interest was piqued, and he gestured for Xian to proceed. Clearing her throat, Xian solemnly declared, "I have a plan." Chapter 11. 3 Feeling anxious, she decided to wait outside the Chancellor's castle. Upon spotting her, the lynx rushed over, frolicking with exuberance, its round face radiating a plea for companionship. Lauren skillfully evaded the creature and climbed up an oak tree, perching at the end of a branch as thick as a child's arm, swinging playfully and deliberately ignoring the lynx's playful antics. The bobcat agilely ascended the trunk, pausing on a branch rather than venturing to the treetop, likely aware of its considerable size and the potential to snap the limb. Its amber eyes widened as it called out to Lauren in a playful manner, seemingly inviting her to join in its frolic. Lauren, perched atop the tree, laughed heartily, teasing, "Why has your courage diminished? Come over." Forgive her shadowy delight. She relished witnessing the once mighty creature assume a role of vulnerability, just as she reveled in her amusement. The bobcat, with a daring leap, propelled itself to the treetop. With a crack, the branch splintered, sending Lauren tumbling to the ground, her body landing flat. Yet the bobcat remained unscathed, bounding over to nudge Lauren with its head, urging her to rise and play. Lauren, feeling a twinge of frustration, pondered why it was always her who sustained the injuries. Raising her gaze, Lauren first noticed 3 pairs of feet and followed them upward to see Chinchur, Xian, and the governor. She shoved the bobcat's head aside and sprang to her feet, forced a chuckle, and declared, "We were just playing." The governor wore a mask-like expression devoid of emotion. Xian, unusually serious, bore no trace of a smile, while Chinchur's countenance was frosty, hinting at concealed anger. Lauren, feeling disheartened, insisted, "I truly did not break it." Xian chuckled softly, "It's quite all right. You shan't be held accountable. Even if you were, Chinchur can afford the cost." Observing the once morose Xian now smiling, Lauren felt a sense of relief and awkwardly remarked, "It seems the governor has taken quite a liking to this tree." The governor replied flatly, "It is of no consequence." Lauren knelt in a respectful gesture, saying, "I came in search of Chinchur and hope I have not disturbed you." Chinchur inquired, "What is it that you seek?" "My advancement task has been determined. I shall embark on my journey tomorrow, and I wanted to inform you." "So soon? Is it not preferable for things to progress swiftly?" Lauren gazed at Chinchur in surprise, remarking on her good fortune. Xian interjected with inquiries. "What is the location of the mission? What is the objective? Who is the guiding instructor?" Lauren, filled with trepidation at the thought of Xian's potential disapproval, was taken aback when he remained silent. After Lauren conveyed all necessary details, she was about to take her leave when the Chancellor called her back. "Princess, I have heard of your commendable marksmanship. I present you with this firearm for your protection." Upon discerning the weapon offered by the Chancellor, Lauren was astounded. "It is far too precious. I cannot accept it." During her firearms classes with Su Air, various peculiar weapons had been introduced, including this one known as the Gun of Death, also referred to as the Meteor Shower of the Reaper. Legend has it that centuries ago, an extraordinary weaponsmith discovered a unique substance capable of devouring proteins and fats on a primitive planet devoid of intelligent life. Yet, he could not find a suitable method to unleash its power. One day, while traversing the stars, he beheld a magnificent meteor shower, which inspired him to integrate that extraordinary substance into the firearm, resulting in its creation. Though it appeared diminutive and exquisite, seemingly lacking in lethality, its true nature was astonishing. It boasted an incredible rate of fire and, once a target was struck, no remedy existed. Even the most skilled physician and the most advanced medical apparatus could do nothing but helplessly witness the demise of the wounded. Hence, it earned the ominous title of the Gun of Death. Fortuitously, yet tragically, the peculiar substance accumulates energy at a languid pace, allowing the weapon to discharge but once a year. Despite this glaring deficiency, the firearm is nonetheless esteemed as one of the most formidable personal weapons in the cosmos. Take it. Qinsha abruptly commanded, his tone resolute and authoritative. Lauren, feeling discontent, silently accepted the weapon. Humph, one should not refuse a gift, especially since he now owed a favor. The 7th district of the Twin Giants is characterized by its harsh natural environment. A relentless wind sweeps across the terrain year-round, preventing any flora from rising above a mere centimeter. All must cling to the earth to avoid being uprooted or severed by the gales. The only vegetation capable of enduring such conditions is fungi. The rocks on the surface have been eroded by the wind into bizarre shapes, standing tall and forming deep ravines. Viewed from above, it resembles an endless forest of stone, aptly named the rock forest by the interstellar explorers who first discovered it. Whenever a tempest arises, the rock forest becomes a cacophony of flying sand and stones. With the howling winds creating an atmosphere of terror, the airborne debris can swiftly claim a life. Furthermore, these storms disrupt communication signals, rendering human presence within the rock forest reliant on vocalizations for contact, effectively severing ties with the outside world and inherently amplifying dangers. Having battled storms for eons, the inhabitants of this realm possess skin as tough as iron, impervious to ordinary bullets. Their claws are sharp and powerful, capable of penetrating rock. Along their ribcage, a pair of fleshy wings exists, not suited for the freedom of flight like birds, but enabling them to glide briefly among the towering stones of the rock forest, appearing and disappearing with uncanny agility, unless there is a specific purpose. Even experienced A-class physical enhancers prefer not to venture into the rock forest to hunt the wind beasts. The perimeter of the rock forest is marked by a safety buffer zone. Lauren, clad in outdoor adventure attire, sat atop the flying vehicle, perusing the map of the rock forest while awaiting Qinshu. Suchi leaned against her back, idly toying with her ears, pressing her hands against her trumpet-like ears, embedding them into her hair, and then releasing them, watching as they sprang back. Su'er stood by the side of the vehicle, engrossed in the handling of the gun of death. What a remarkable weapon! Within a 50-meter radius, even the wind beast could not evade its grasp, although it regrettably allowed for only a single shot. Suchi stifled a yawn, and Lauren remarked, "You needn't wait with me." Suchi replied while yawning, "We ought to catch a glimpse of the guide you selected. Should you be devoured by the wind beast, we must provide Qinsha with an explanation." As Suchi spoke, she rose to her feet, prompting Su'er to toss the gun to Lauren, saying, "Secure it." Lauren glanced at the vast expanse of the sky, realizing that Qinshu had arrived, though she could neither hear nor see him yet. Unfazed, she tucked the gun into her adventure attire and leapt down from the flying vehicle. Before long, a wild terrain taxi from the Twin Stars descended beside their vehicle. Qinshu emerged, also donned in outdoor exploration gear, carrying an adventure pack on his back. Lauren felt an inexplicable surge of nervousness and shyness, finding herself unable to meet Qinshu's gaze. To mask her awkwardness, she smiled at Su'er and Suchi, saying, "This is Qinshu, an old friend of mine. Qinsha is aware of him, so you need not worry." Su'er removed his goggles, revealing his uniquely shaped compound eyes, and mustered all his strength to shake hands with Qinshu. "I am Su'er. I heard from the princess that you have taught her marksmanship. Let us exchange ideas when time permits." Qinshu exhibited no signs of discomfort. He gazed intently into her piercing eyes, grasped her hand, and confidently replied, "Certainly." Suchi, with a sweet smile, introduced herself. "I am Suchi. In the rocky forest, the unique abilities of Su'er and myself may become fatal liabilities, preventing us from accompanying you inside. However, we shall await your return outside. The princess has entrusted you to us." Qinshu, composed and respectful, assured her, "Luo Lan and I are teammates. We will certainly look out for one another." Su'er and Suchi exchanged satisfied glances. Luo Lan and Qinshu traversed the safety barrier and ventured into the rugged terrain of the rocky forest. As Luo Lan trudged forward, her mind raced with thoughts about what to say. Yet, what could she possibly express? A casual greeting felt contrived. Thanking him for his assistance seemed overly sentimental. Discussing their plans felt too grave. "Son," Qinshu quickened his pace to walk alongside her in the rocky forest. "There are 6 hours each night devoid of storms. During the day, we shall seek out caves to rest, and at night, we will embark on our mission. We should reach the heart of the rocky forest, where the rock wind beasts reside, in 3 nights, and allocate 2 days for hunting them, followed by an exit over 3 nights. Luo Lan nodded in agreement without hesitation. Though the outskirts were not at the mercy of the storm's fury, the wind still howled fiercely. For safety, they walked closely together. Luo Lan noticed Qian Su's hand near her, swaying gently with each step, sometimes nearly brushing against her skin. His fingers opened and closed, mirroring the fluctuations of her emotions. He had gone out of his way to accompany her in completing her physical training task. He must hold some affection for her, surely. Perhaps it was merely a gesture of friendship, born from years of companionship. Affection? Indifference? Affection? Indifference. A heart brimming with youthful infatuation resembled a letter inscribed with sweet nothings, which Lolan folded and crumpled repeatedly, yet she never dared to present it to Qianqiu. As they traversed the narrow path between two colossal stones, they suddenly emerged into a relatively open expanse, where the wind surged violently. Lifting stones the size of fists and hurling them towards Lolan, Qianqiu urged her to stand firmly against the massive rock. The storm will soon pass. Let us wait for the winds to subside before proceeding. Lolan, feeling a wave of regret, replied, I apologize. I was a bit distracted just now. I assure you it won't happen again. Qianqiu refrained from inquiring about her thoughts, simply stating, remain vigilant. The deeper we venture, the more perilous it becomes. Embarrassed, Lolan resolved to banish her wandering thoughts, straining to listen intently to the gusts. The wind raced among the rocks, emitting a long, mournful wail, as if lamenting its departure. The sound crescendoed before gradually fading into silence. Lolan declared, the wind has ceased. Eager to redeem herself, she pressed forward, fully attentive, capturing every sound and sight. After walking for over 4 hours without pause, fatigue began to encroach upon her. Her body felt as though it had reached its limits, her temples throbbing, and concentration elusive. Just as she struggled to endure the discomfort, a rough-skinned rock snake suddenly sprang from a crevice at her feet, causing Lolan to slip and tumble downward. Qianqiu, with quick reflexes, seized her hand, aiding her ascent over the steep boulder. After the two descended to the ground, Qianqiu glanced at the time and said, we must find a place to prepare for the impending storm. Lauren nodded, breathless. Qianqiu slowed his pace, guiding her forward while surveying their surroundings. Lauren wished to assist. But after hastening through the darkness just moments ago, she was utterly fatigued, both mentally and physically, making it impossible to discern which of the peculiar, shadowy boulders might provide adequate shelter. You are exhausted. Do not force yourself, Qianqiu insisted. Lauren remained silent, concentrating on the techniques Master Qi had taught her, striving to sharpen her senses and compel them to perceive the subtle changes in the environment. She understood that challenging one's physical limits was a double-edged sword. It could enhance her abilities or inflict irreparable damage. Yet, how could one ascertain the outcome without daring to take risks? Qianqiu tightened his grip on her hand, urging, listen to me. In that moment, Lauren became acutely aware that Qianqiu had been holding her hand all along. Her entire focus became ensnared by their intertwined fingers, and she momentarily forgot everything else. Goodness, when did this happen? It seemed to have occurred when the rock-hiding serpent had suddenly appeared, nearly causing her to tumble down the cliff, only for Qianqiu to grasp her hand. Since then, he had not relinquished his hold. Lauren reassured herself that it was merely the camaraderie between teammates, yet her heartbeat was entirely beyond her control. Thump. Thump. It felt as if a legion of frogs were leaping from the cliff into the ocean below. Lauren suspected that Qianqiu could hear the rhythm of her heart. With the aid of her goggles, she discreetly observed, discovering that Qianqiu was intently studying their surroundings. Beneath the dim, elusive starlight, he held her hand as they traversed a rugged path strewn with gravel. The towering boulders surrounding them loomed like fierce, grotesque beasts, yet his grip was steadfast and reassuring. As long as she followed him, it felt akin to strolling along a resplendent avenue adorned with the vibrant blooms of spring. Lauren pursed her lips, stealing a sweet, secret smile. Is that acceptable? She mused. Oh. Lauren hastily diverted her gaze from Qianqiu's face. Her heart fluttered, and her cheeks flushed. Fortunately, her goggles concealed half her face. She steadied herself, observing the site Qianqiu had chosen. It was not a true cave, but rather an arrangement of fractured boulders that had collapsed upon another, forming a V-shaped hollow. Qianqiu remarked, it's not an ideal hiding spot, but a storm will arrive in half an hour. This will have to do. He released Lauren's hand, saying, I'll take a quick look inside. You wait here. All right. Qianqiu was indeed focused, solely concerned with her well-being due to her fatigue. Lauren curled her fingers into a fist, striving to appear composed, as if nothing were amiss. Moments later, Qianqiu emerged, assuring her, it's safe inside. You should go in and rest. I will search for a suitable large stone to block the entrance. Don't wander too far. The storm is approaching, Lauren cautioned, her voice laced with worry. Chapter 11. 5 Lorland squeezed into the hollow. Discovering the space to be exceedingly cramped, less than 3 meters in length, under a meter in width, and approximately 1.5 meters high, leaving her unable to stand upright. Spraying multifunctional biomaterials into the crevices of the stones, the materials would autonomously expand and grow, binding and adhering the fragments together. This not only sealed the gaps against the intrusion of wind, but also enhanced the stone's resistance to gusts. Once Lauren confirmed that no gaps were overlooked, she retrieved a folding metal spade to clear the debris at the cave's entrance. As she piled the rubble, she glanced at the time, realizing there were less than 10 minutes remaining. Just as anxiety crept in, a thunderous crash resounded. A large rock tumbled before the cave, effectively blocking the entrance and leaving only a narrow passage through which one could squeeze sideways. Luan emerged through the narrow opening, and upon seeing the heap of stones, he immediately crouched down, arranging the rocks in a specific structure from low to high. With their seamless coordination, the smaller stones quickly bonded and solidified with the larger ones. In the final moment before the storm's arrival, they successfully sealed the last remaining gap. The howling wind echoed from outside, yet within the low cave, not a single breeze was felt. Well done, Luan remarked. Lauren removed her goggles, smiling as she teased. Are you praising yourself indirectly? Over the course of 10 years. During her travels with Juan in Alicata, she had learned the complete set of wilderness survival skills from him. Although the wild environment of Alicata could not compare to the extreme conditions found in the cosmos, Juan, with his military background, had always taught her beyond conventional standards. Consequently, when Sewer instructed her in wilderness training, he compressed a course originally intended to last 100 hours into a mere 30 minutes. Juan smiled. I am indeed praising you. No matter how skilled the master may be, if the disciple does not learn well, it serves no purpose. Lauren retrieved a concentrated nutrient supplement from her backpack and handed it to Qianxiu. The two sat side by side in the center of the cave, replenishing their energy while deliberating their next course of action. Qianxiu remarked, the storm may potentially damage the cave. We must remain vigilant and take turns resting. Lauren suddenly realized that a day on the Great Twin Stars lasted for 21 hours, while the storms in the rock forest persisted for 15 hours each day. This meant that she and Qianxiu would be confined to this small space together for 15 hours. It wasn't that the situation was unpleasant. Rather, she found herself yearning for the outdoors, where Qianxiu would hold her hand. Noticing her lack of vitality, Qianxiu inquired with concern, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lauren quickly shook her head. No. Qianxiu produced a soft packaged drink from his backpack and offered it to her, saying, I intended for you to have this later in the night, but if you're feeling discomfort, you may have a little now. Lauren gazed at the flickering points of light within the drink, akin to fireflies, and incredulously asked, Is it azure and emerald? Indeed, Qianxiu affirmed. Lauren, astonished, exclaimed, You actually brought such a thing for me? It has a pronounced relaxing effect on you. Qianxiu replied with a calm demeanor, as if he were discussing scientific facts. But I might become tipsy and babble nonsense. Qianxiu shot her a meaningful glance and chuckled. I have heard worse. I'm not afraid, so why should you be? Under the dim light, his smile sparkled like starlight, causing Lauren's heart to race, her blood rushing to her head. Why can you be so reckless? She sighed. A person as pure-hearted and self-restrained as Qianxiu can hardly fathom the intricate and malevolent nature of a female predator's desires. Lauren, her face concealed, turned her back to Qianxiu and whispered softly, When intoxicated and faced with beauty, it is all too easy to lose control. To lose control? What do you wish to do? Lauren felt an overwhelming melancholy, nearly suffocating her, as Qianxiu continued to pose such morally ambiguous questions in that innocent voice of his. She found it difficult to maintain her composure without even having consumed alcohol. He took her hand and gently kissed it by his lips, softly inquiring, Is this what you desire? Lauren's heart raced violently, her mouth opened to respond, yet her lips trembled so fiercely that no sound escaped. Qianxiu seemed to fully comprehend her unspoken thoughts. He tightened his grip on her hand and gazed deeply into her eyes, declaring, I like you. Tears cascaded from Lauren's eyes like pearls released from a broken string. Qianxiu tenderly wiped away her tears, apologizing. I'm sorry. Lauren shook her head, both crying and laughing. It's all right. The arduous journey across mountains and rivers, the countless trials of waiting, mean nothing as long as you are willing to hold my hand in the end. Qianxiu embraced her, gently patting her back to soothe her. Do not cry. Lauren, still sobbing, asked, Am I under the influence of some ethereal elixir? Lost in a dream of spring? Qianshu chuckled, the resonance in his chest creating a melodious sound. Lauren tightened her embrace, burying her face in his chest. Even if it is merely a dream of spring, it is still delightful. He whispered softly in her ear, it truly feels like a dream. I have always longed to hold your hand, to embrace you, to confess my feelings for you. Xiaosun, Xiaosun. As he gently called her name, he lightly touched Luo Lan's hand. It is said that this is the gentlest way to awaken a slumbering person without startling them. Reluctantly, Luo Lan opened her eyes, realizing that good things only happen in dreams. She sat up slowly and, with a hint of disappointment, inquired, how long have I been asleep? 3 hours. After I rest for 5 hours, you can rest for another 5. Isn't that too exhausting for you? No, I'm aware of my limits. Qiansu ruffled her hair and deftly straightened her disheveled clothes. Luo Lan, like a startled kitten, blinked wide-eyed at Qiansu in astonishment. Had his personality shifted dramatically after her slumber? What is it? Qiansu asked. Luo Lan extended a finger and poked his cheek. Are you truly Qiansu? He grasped her hand, affirming, indeed. Am I dreaming that you have awakened me? Qiansu sighed. I cannot fathom what your dreams entail, but this is not a dream. However, Luo Lan surreptitiously glanced at Qiansu holding her hand, pondering if such fortuitous events could genuinely be real. Qiansu reclined upon the sleeping mat. I have just inspected the cave. You must check every hour, and if anything seems amiss, awaken me immediately. Oh, Luo Lan nodded, somewhat dazed. Special Forces soldiers possess the commendable habit of falling asleep and waking instantly. Qiansu lay straight, his hands resting at his sides, and almost immediately succumbed to deep slumber. Luo Lan sat with her knees drawn up, gazing at him in disbelief. Is this truly Qiansu, the one who harbors affection for her? It felt surreal. A silly smile spread across her face. She raised her hand, contemplating biting herself to check if this was real, but hesitated. Not out of fear of pain, but rather the dread that this might all be a dream, and a single sting would awaken her. After inspecting the cave, she settled beside the sleeping mat, lost in thought, gazing at Qiansu with a daft smile. Outside, a tempest raged, yet within the confines of the small room. Time seemed to stand still. 5 hours later, before Luo Lan could call him, Qiansu stirred awake on his own. You should rest, he suggested. Luo Lan, feeling a bit awkward, replied, I don't think I can sleep. Qiansu offered her a pouch of the ethereal blue-green liquid. Just don't regret it, she warned. He looked at her with a teasing smile. Blushing, Luo Lan drank the entire pouch in one go and lay back on the mat. Qiansu. Say that again. Luo Lan did not specify what she wanted him to repeat, and Qiansu did not inquire further. Instead, he leaned closer, fixing his gaze upon her eyes, and softly declared, I like you. Luo Lan, with a bashful and sweet smile, replied, I like you too. Joy radiated from Qiansu's expression, illuminating his features. Luo Lan's eyes sparkled like a crescent moon as she playfully blushed. I want to hear it again. I like you. Once more. As Luo Lan became increasingly intoxicated, her words a mere whisper, Qiansu exhibited no hint of impatience. He complied with her requests, repeating I like you like a lovesick fool, until she drifted into a contented slumber. With a gentle smile, Qiansu playfully tapped her forehead, teasing, what happened to the promise of restraint and mischief? Chapter 12. When in a state of half-sleep, Lolan found herself enveloped in the most delightful slumber, yawning and stretching languidly. As her hand reached out, it brushed against something soft and warm, jolting her awake. She opened her eyes to find Qianshu gazing at her with a smile, her hand resting gently upon his lips. His warm breath caressing her skin like a gentle spring breeze in March. It was indeed rare for someone in her precarious situation to be so blissfully intoxicated and deep in slumber. Qianshu neatly folded the sleeping mat and hung the thin thermal blanket as a makeshift curtain in the middle of the cave, creating a small, intimate space within the otherwise exposed cavern. Lolan, momentarily speechless, realized that her inability to take things seriously was not entirely her fault. Rather, it was due to having a boyfriend whose carefree spirit transformed every adventure into a leisurely outing. A few minutes later, Lolan, feeling refreshed, lifted the curtain only to discover that Qianshu not only tidied up but also set the breakfast table. Their adventure backpack lay flat on the ground, draped with a white cloth fashioned into a quaint little table. A uniquely designed pistol served as a vase, holding a small bouquet of blue forget-me-nots nestled within the slender black barrel, presenting an unexpected blend of beauty. Lolan was taken aback. Please, have a seat, Qianshu gestured invitingly. She sat down, still in a daze, as Qianshu, with a flourish, presented a palm-sized, vibrant pink heart-shaped nutritional meal before her, accompanied by a delicate little white spoon resembling an arrow. Stammering in astonishment, Lolan exclaimed, How is there such a nutritional meal? It can be ordered online. In any shape you desire, Qianshu replied with a charming smile. Lauren picked up the magenta heart, feeling as though she cradled a beating heart. Why did you choose this shape? She inquired. When I was a child, my teacher recounted a bedtime story. Long ago, there existed a being named Cupid. He possessed 2 wings and the extraordinary ability to soar through the skies. His weapon was a bow, yet the arrows he released did not bring death, but rather love. Qianshu gazed at Lauren intently and confessed, I believe I may have been struck by one of his arrows. Lauren was utterly unprepared for Qianshu's words. Her heart racing like a startled deer, her face reddening more than the heart in her hand. How many times have you been struck? She asked. Her tone tinged with despair, as it seemed she could not count even on one hand. Only once. Qianshu chuckled, casting a teasing glance at Lauren, as if amused by her anxiousness. I must be a being even more powerful than Cupid. It is quite a feat for his arrow to hit me even once. Lauren's heart fluttered, caught between joy and annoyance. You speak nonsense. I too have heard of Cupid's tale, but mine differs entirely from yours. Qianshu smiled serenely, saying, At that time, I faced some hardships and felt despondent about being different. I wished to give up, and my teacher shared this story to console me, saying that as long as I, like Cupid, strive to be a good being, humanity would cherish me as they do Cupid. Lauren's heart seemed to be suddenly seized, leaving her at a loss as she stared at Qianshu. Qianshu smiled and winked at her, taking the heart before her and inserting the white arrow scoop right into the center of the heart. I would like to believe that my teacher has not deceived me. If Cupid were not an otherworldly being, how could he possibly strike your heart with such precision? Qianshu, you are becoming increasingly mischievous. Lauren's sympathy transformed into indignation as she vigorously jabbed the heart-shaped peach in her hand with a spoon. After finishing their breakfast, the two inspected their equipment, strapped on their backpacks, and donned their goggles, realizing that the time had come. Lauren produced a spray for dissolving multifunctional biological materials and applied it to the previously sealed crevice. As countless tiny bubbles began to emerge, Qianshu kicked at the pile of small stones, causing them to tumble down and reveal the original gap. Qianshu was the first to crawl out, with Lauren following closely behind. Although it felt as if they had slumbered through the entire night, the outside world was shrouded in deep darkness. The dim sky was sprinkled with a few scattered stars, surrounded by a dense forest of blackened rocks, and the air still carried the taste of dust. Lauren and Qianshu walked silently side by side. So near, yet Qianshu refrained from taking her hand. Lauren felt an irresistible urge to grasp his hand, yet hesitated, fearing that Qianshu might find her overly clingy. With a mix of surprise and delight, she heard Qianshu's earnest complaint. It was just like this yesterday, waiting endlessly, only to end up doing it myself. You know? Lauren gasped in shock. Qianshu looked at her with a hint of exasperation. At such a close distance, if I felt nothing at all, would I still have the audacity to claim I am an A-grade physical adept? Lauren was utterly mortified and furious. You are too wicked, sneaking a peek at my embarrassment. I simply adore witnessing your delight in my affections, Qianshu clarified, fearing Lauren might misunderstand. Lauren gritted her teeth. You must find great satisfaction in watching me. Qianshu smiled, feeling a sense of pride and contentment. Lauren also smiled, relieved. That's good. It wasn't in vain for me to have pondered so much. Qianshu embraced her and earnestly whispered in her ear, I consider myself extraordinarily fortunate to be liked by someone like you. Thank you. Lauren felt a blend of sweetness and joy, tinged with a hint of bittersweetness, as if uttering another word might bring forth tears. Indeed, she felt truly fortunate that someone would regard themselves as lucky to be liked by her. Releasing her, Qianshu smiled brightly and said, From this moment forth, you must take good care of me. Take care of you? I only slept 5 hours last night, Lauren replied. Feeling a pang of guilt, she quickly added, All right, I will be more vigilant. Let's go. No longer daring to entertain thoughts of holding hands or being overly affectionate, Lauren concentrated all her attention and walked forward with determination. Qianshu gazed at her, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Chapter 12, Part 2. Qianshu declared, That's enough for today. I will take the lead for the remaining time. I can still hold on a bit longer, Lauren insisted, displaying her resilience. Qianshu took her hand and gently tickled her palm with his finger. Be obedient. Instantly, Lauren felt her energy wane, her mood relaxing. She muttered, Why do I feel like you're employing your charm? Qianshu surveyed the surrounding rocks and casually inquired, Is it effective? Indeed, Lauren replied, genuinely assessing her own state. It was quite effective. Su Qi remarked that mastery over one's body is a form of power. Acquiring such power is no simple feat, and relinquishing it proves even more challenging. No one is immune to the allure of wielding control over every aspect of their being, and the body can become addicted to this sense of power. Typically, after an intensive training session, it takes me anywhere from half an hour to an hour to truly unwind. Qian Su, with utmost seriousness, stated, as long as it is effective, that is what matters. For this is my first experience employing this teaching method, and I possess little in the way of expertise. Lauren, caught between laughter and exasperation, playfully struck Qian Su on the shoulder. Suddenly, Lauren felt a significant increase in the likelihood of her success in enhancing her physical capabilities. Their fortunes today were even worse than yesterday. After searching for half an hour, they had yet to discover a suitable refuge. With a storm looming just over half an hour away, the presence of an adequate cave remained uncertain. Qian Su decisively resolved to cease the search and dig a cave of their own. He located a large, sturdy rock with a square shape and pointed to a gap at its base, saying, "There used to be a rock snake den here," indicating that the soil beneath can be excavated. "Let us dig downwards." "Very well," Lauren replied, donning gloves and producing a metal spade, joining Qian Su in the excavation. Qian Su's strength surpassed hers, and his movements were more adept. Gradually, Lauren transitioned into the role of an assistant, standing at the cave entrance to help remove the excavated soil and rubble. In less than half an hour, Qian Su had unearthed a cavity spacious enough to accommodate 2 individuals. Lauren backed into the space, securing a lightweight yet durable thermal blanket around the perimeter of the cave to block moisture and prevent rock snakes and other creatures from burrowing inside. Once Qian Su had cleared the entrance and confirmed their safety, he too retreated into the newly formed hideaway. As yesterday, he utilized the excavated rubble to seal the entrance, while Lauren assisted in applying a multifunctional biological material. Just before the storm surged, the two managed to secure the opening. The cavern that allowed them to crouch and move a few steps yesterday now confined them to lying side by side, barely able to shift positions. The sole advantage was the absence of safety concerns, permitting them to rest together. Lauren whispered, "It feels like lying in a grave. Do not speak foolishly. It feels more like hibernating beneath the earth." Qianqiu handed her a concentrated nutrient solution, saying, "Consume well before your hibernation." After finishing the nutrient, Lauren fiddled with her personal terminal but found no signal. With a sigh of boredom, her eyes wandered restlessly. Qianqiu had just loosened his collar, revealing a slender, pale neck, the subtly protruding Adam's apple rising and falling with each swallow. His elegantly curved collarbone resembled a tranquil bay, inviting one to dock. Unable to resist, Lauren reached out to touch Qianqiu's neck. He swiftly grasped her hand, stating, "If you're bored, we could engage in conversation." As Lauren struggled to free herself from his grip, she feigned indifference, asking, "What shall we talk about? Why the sudden desire to leave Alicata?" Lauren paused, her mood suddenly darkening. "If you allow me to touch, I'll tell you. A heart wounded by desire can only be soothed by beauty." You, seeing her discontent, Qianqiu, with no recourse, released her hand. Lauren's fingers slowly traced down from his chin, circling around the Adam's apple twice before resting in the delicate curve of his collarbone, gently caressing. Lauren sighed despondently. "Have you heard of the Dragonblood Legion?" "Of course, I have," came the reply. "Do you remember the doctor, Mu, whom I mentioned to you before? He is indeed the lover of Princess Lauren." "Yes," Lauren continued, "he is quite likely the leader of the Dragonblood Legion." Qianqiu fell silent, seemingly taken aback. Lauren, filled with guilt, confessed, "The recent attack we experienced is related to him. It must be due to my involvement." "Why would he act in such a manner?" Qianqiu gently squeezed Lauren's hand, offering her solace. "Do not be anxious, no matter how formidable the Dragonblood Legion may be. They would not dare to provoke the Odin Federation and the Owl Empire openly. As long as you remain Princess Lauren, he would not have the audacity to harm you." "He could expose my identity," Lauren replied. "He orchestrated the entire affair. He lacks the courage to do so," Qianqiu reassured her. Lauren pondered this and found it reasonable. Should the truth come to light, she would merely be an accomplice, while Dr. Mu would be the one who deceived a princess and masterminded the entire plot. He would bear the brunt of the blame. But an accomplice is still guilty. Qianqiu remained silent. Lauren embraced him, her voice soft and pleading. "Let us leave together, shall we? Would you truly allow me to wander the stars alone? There are so many skills I have yet to learn. The cosmos is fraught with peril. Can you truly be at ease?" "Good Qianqiu," You are a kind soul. You must not abandon me. Qianshu burst into laughter. What have I abandoned? We haven't even begun. Lauren, unabashed, boldly declared, we can commence now. There are still several hours left. Qianshu could not help but laugh heartily. Lauren felt her pride wounded and immediately turned away from Qianshu. Xiaoxuan, with a smile, tugged at her, but Lauren twisted her body to evade his touch. Qianshu embraced Lauren from behind, gently whispering in her ear, his voice akin to the fragrant spring breeze of April, dissipating her embarrassment like mist. Qianshu's chin brushed against Lauren's hair as he inquired, Xiaoxuan, what is it that you find appealing about me? I am but an inconspicuous individual, devoid of power or wealth. And my health is far from robust. Do not belittle yourself. Lauren interjected. You are surrounded by so many remarkable men. Even if you do not hold affections for Duke Qinsha, Duke Chumo is gentle and considerate, while Duke Xian possesses keen insight. And Duke Zhuqiubai is erudite and talented. In comparison to them, I am nothing. How could you ever take a liking to me? Perhaps it is merely because you have lost your memory and suddenly found yourself in an unfamiliar world, that you have come to regard the first person who showed you kindness as someone you deeply cherish. Lauren pondered this, not dismissing Qianshu's analysis. If I were not a false princess, perhaps I would not appreciate your kindness. If you were not an orphan, perhaps you would not understand my solitude and helplessness. If I were not utterly alone, perhaps I would not yearn to draw near to you. If you were not afflicted by illness, perhaps you would not have the time to keep me company. If I had not lost my memory, perhaps I would not fully trust you. If you were not an ordinary person, perhaps you would not treat me as an equal. Without these hypothetical scenarios, we might never have crossed paths. Or even if we did, we might have merely brushed past each other. Yet, there are no ifs, only outcomes. Regardless of how ordinary Qianshu may be, he remains the warmest light in Luo Sun's life. No matter how troublesome Luo Sun may be, Qianshu finds it impossible to abandon her. As the conversation progressed, Lauren's voice was sweet and soothing, akin to honey, captivating all who listened. Qianshu could not help but tenderly kiss her hair. Lauren smiled and remarked, I believe that love is akin to the birth of life, a culmination of countless coincidences woven into inevitability, an array of possibilities leading to destiny. Once it occurs, there are no ifs, only outcomes. Qianshu seemed to experience a moment of enlightenment, sighing, I did not foresee the emergence of feelings, nor do I understand their origin. They simply exist, devoid of ifs, only outcomes. Lauren pleaded, Qianshu, please accompany me away from Alicata. Are you not afraid of my illness? Not at all. Qianshu paused for a moment, then replied, all right. Lauren turned around in excitement, and Qianshu raised a finger to her lips, saying, promise me one thing. Lauren eagerly nodded. I love you, more than you can ever comprehend. Otherwise, I would not be here. You must promise me that, regardless of what happens in the future, you will take good care of yourself. If one day I fall ill and cannot regain my senses, you must ensure that Beast never harms the one I love dearly. Lauren bit her lip, remaining silent. Promise me. Qianshu's expression was grave, clearly unwilling to yield on this matter. Lauren clasped Qianshu tightly, swearing fervently, I will heal you. I promise. The two of them, heads together and hands intertwined, listened to each other's breaths and heartbeats in the grave-like cavern, attuned to the howling wind outside. When the storm subsided, they emerged from the cave. Lauren bounced and stretched her limbs. Qianshu gazed into the depths of the night. Venturing further would lead them to the heart of the rocky forest, where they might encounter the rockwind beast. I understand. I will be cautious. Then I entrust everything to you, he replied. Lauren's large eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Qianshu. Just days prior, he had manipulated her sense of shame and guilt to push her to her limits. Now, she was focused, and he appeared well-rested, curious about any further tricks he might employ. Realizing this, Qianshu's eyes softened, and he smiled radiantly. For you, the beauty ploy is sufficient. Lauren's heart raced wildly. She felt as if his brows were mountain ranges and his eyes the rising sun, her cheeks flushing instantly. Indeed, Qianshu was right. To deal with her, a beauty ploy was more than adequate. Knowing he did not wish for her to develop a sense of dependency, she resolved to rely solely on herself and give her utmost effort. Are we ready to set off? Qianshu asked with a smile. Lauren gathered her thoughts, adjusted her breathing, and cleared her mind of distractions. Let us go. As they journeyed onward, Lauren remained intensely focused and vigilant. However, aside from sand rats and rock snakes, no other creatures crossed their path. 5 hours later, Qianshu suddenly called out, Xiaoxuan. Lauren came to an immediate halt. Are we in search of a resting cave? He inquired. What do you think? Following the direction indicated by Qianshu's finger, Lorland's gaze fell upon a towering boulder, reminiscent of a small mountain, that surprisingly harbored a cave resembling a proper sanctuary. Let us take a look. The two approached and surveyed the cavern. It was notably deep, narrow at the entrance yet spacious within, making it an ideal refuge from storms. Excellent. Although the rockwind beasts thrived in a world abundant with sand and stone, they detested having their caves cluttered with debris. After each storm, they would meticulously cleanse their lairs of any accumulated sand. To seal the entrance, a sufficient quantity of stones was necessary. Fortunately, the opening was modest in size and surrounded by a rocky forest, littered with stones of various dimensions. Qianshu selected 3 sizable rocks and positioned them at the entrance. Lorland emptied his exploration pack, maximizing its capacity to transport smaller stones to fill the gaps. As before, he meticulously placed the pebbles within the crevices of the larger stones, while applying a multifunctional biological material. Observing Qianshu's unwavering composure as he continued to stack the stones, Lorland's initial anxiety swiftly dissipated. Before long, a creature of earthy brown hue, resembling a bird yet distinctly not, landed outside the cave, retracting its fleshy wings. Its robust hind limbs enabled it to stand upright, while its sharp, agile foreclaws could pierce through rock. Upon discovering its lair had been usurped, it unleashed a furious roar directed at Qianshu and Lorland, its interlocking teeth resembling a myriad of razor-sharp daggers. Although Lorland had previously watched videos of the rockwind beasts, the proximity of the creature evoked a sense of awe that starkly contrasted with the experience of merely watching from afar. For a moment, she stood there, momentarily dazed, uncertain of her next course of action. Qianshu raised his weapon and fired several rounds at the head of the rockwind beast. Though he did not injure it, the creature was compelled to retreat slightly. Chapter 12, 4. In a flurry of activity, Lauren hastily seized the firearm, her gaze fixated anxiously on the rockwind beast. Should it draw near, she resolved to mimic Qianshu's earlier tactic, aiming at its head in an effort to drive it back. As the storm approached, the rockwind beast grew increasingly agitated, its attacks becoming more ferocious. The firepower of a single gun was insufficient to hold it at bay. Thus, Lauren retrieved another firearm, managing to fend it off only by firing both weapons simultaneously. Just as Qianshu was about to seal the entrance, the rockwind beast recklessly charged at the stone wall with its head. Lauren rapidly squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the creature. It sustained grievous wounds, bloodied and battered, yet it continued to batter the wall with relentless force. Lauren sensed the entire stone structure quaking. The recently piled debris began to tumble, widening the gaps. The tempest had arisen, with fierce winds sweeping in fragments of stone. Qianshu grasped Lauren and pulled her away, seizing the expedition pack from the ground and forcefully wedging it into the crevice. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lauren swiftly sprayed a multifunctional biological material, allowing the backpack and the stone wall to gradually meld together. Meanwhile, the rockwind beast persisted in its assault on the wall, each strike more violent than the last. Cracks began to form in the stone, and Lauren felt an ominous premonition that with the next impact, the wall would shatter, not only allowing the beast to surge through but also unleashing a torrent of debris upon them. Qianshu took the material bottles from her hands, gripping 2 containers of multifunctional biomaterials. As she reinforced the stone wall, she instructed, lean against the stone wall, crouch deep inside the cave, shield yourself with your backpack, and protect your head. Lauren inquired, what about you? Qianshu replied calmly, I am a unique being. Just take care of yourself. Not worrying me is already a help. Lauren nestled in the innermost part of the cave, hiding behind her backpack, anxiously gazing at the stone wall. Amidst the howling winds, the impacts of the rockwind beast felt like relentless hammering, striking at Lauren's heart and leaving her in a state of trepidation. Although it seemed to last an eternity, it was merely a matter of minutes before the force of the beast's assaults on the stone wall gradually diminished, eventually falling silent. Lauren could no longer contain her impatience and rushed forward. The rockwind beast must be dead, right? Indeed, its body lay outside the cave's entrance, creating an additional layer of protection, ensuring their safety. Your face, Lauren exclaimed in shock, in her haste to pull Lauren to safety. Qianshu had been struck directly by the debris blown in, leaving her unprotected cheeks and chin marred by fine traces of blood. Qianshu removed her goggles, nonchalantly stating, You clearly have never been on the battlefield. This hardly counts as an injury. With concern, Lauren asked, Does it hurt? Not at all. Lauren produced her cleaning device, asking, Would you mind using mine? Not at all. After Lauren carefully cleaned the dust from Qianxu's face and applied antiseptic healing ointment, she remarked, still trembling from the ordeal. What a terrifying storm. It's astonishing that the Rockwind beast can survive in such an environment. No wonder humanity seeks to integrate the genes of these formidable species. Qianxu handed a canister of concentrated nutritional supplement to Lauren, advising her to replenish her energy and rest for a while, as they were to embark on the true hunt for the Rockwind beast the following day. Acknowledging the gravity of her aspiration to become an A-class physical adept, Lauren banished all distractions from her mind and resolved to rest earnestly. The night passed peacefully. After breakfast, once the storm had subsided, Qianxu dismantled the stone wall. Rubble and sand had completely concealed the carcass of the Rockwind beast, leaving Lauren uncertain whether its demise was due to the final gunshot or the ferocious tempest. The two took some time to clear a passage through the debris. Lauren solemnly agreed to the task. Concealed behind a boulder, Lauren peered at the beast in the distance, which was indulging in a meal. It was a prime specimen of the Rockwind beast, exhibiting far superior speed, strength, and skill compared to the juvenile they had encountered outside the cave. Moments ago, it had engaged in a fierce struggle with a pair of rock eagles, effortlessly tearing them apart and swallowing them whole, while also devouring 3 fledgling rock eagles as a post-meal delicacy. For a B-class physical adept, slaying a single rock eagle required a fierce battle, yet the Rockwind beast dispatched 2 with remarkable ease. However, after the harrowing confrontation with the Rockwind beast the day prior, Lauren now felt no fear, but rather an exhilarating urge to challenge the creature. Qianxu inquired, "Are you ready?" To which Lauren responded, "I am." Defying the conventional approach of ambush or stealth, she boldly strode toward the Rockwind beast. The Rockwind beast immediately detected her presence, but perhaps due to its recent feast, it exhibited little interest in the less succulent Lauren. Instead, it issued a warning roar, intending merely to drive her away. Naturally, Lauren had no intention of retreating and pressed onward. The Rockwind beast felt its authority challenged and, with lightning speed, lunged at her, aiming to eliminate her in an instant. Lauren swiftly evaded to the side as the creature unfurled its nearly 2-meter-long fleshy wings, striking fiercely at her. The tips of its wings were lined with sharp bony spikes, and when it struck the robust rock eagle, it left half of its body bloodied and mangled. Lauren, unwilling to endure such an assault, darted away to the other side. The beast's other wing spread wide, encircling her in a menacing embrace, effectively sealing off her escape routes to both sides and behind, nearly forcing her into its gaping maw. With no refuge available, Lauren could only spring upwards, her toes barely touching the ground as she ascended to escape. The fruits of her years of rigorous training in the gravity chamber manifested at that moment. She soared upward with the grace of a swallow, poised to glide over the Rockwind beast's head and evade its attack. However, the beast abruptly raised its forelimbs, standing upright and gaining over a meter in height. It lowered its head and opened its jaws, nearly ready to snap off Lauren's head as she ascended. In midair, Lauren managed to halt her momentum, executing 3 agile somersaults to escape from beneath its jaws. The Rockwind beast spread its wings to maintain balance, its hind limbs moving with the dexterity of human feet, while its foreclaws reached out towards Lauren with the nimbleness of human hands. Should it be caught by its formidable claws, even survival would come at a grievous cost. Lauren deftly evaded, exerting every ounce of energy to escape. The Rockwind beast relentlessly pursued her, ensnaring her within the ferocity of its attacks. With no solid ground to anchor herself, Lauren gradually grew weary. Yet, she dared not descend, for the creature's wings were poised to envelop her at any moment. If ensnared within those wings, she would either be crushed or torn asunder by its powerful forelimbs. As another claw descended upon her, Lauren gripped a slender, 6-sided dagger, sharp and pointed, advancing rather than retreating, aiming directly at the oncoming claw. Alone, her strength might have faltered against the beast's armored hide. But utilizing the creature's own immense force, the dagger pierced through its tough skin, embedding itself in the palm of its claw. The Rockwind beast roared in fury, violently shaking its paw in an attempt to dislodge the source of its pain. Lauren was hurled away like a broken kite, crashing onto a massive boulder below. She spat blood, feeling as though her bones had shattered, pain radiating throughout her body. Yet, she had finally escaped the lethal grasp of the Rockwind beast assault. Swiftly, she regained her footing, her hand now clutching only the hilt of her dagger. She gripped the black dagger's hilt in her right hand and inserted a sharp, slender hexagonal metal spike into the weapon belt strapped to her thigh, manifesting a new dagger. Simultaneously, her left hand withdrew an identical dagger from the outer side of her left thigh. With her feet crouched low, she held a dagger in each hand, her gaze fixed intently on the soaring rockwind beast. The beast folded its leathery wings and lowered its forelimbs, the hexagonal spike embedded even deeper in its paw. It raised its claw, scraping and rubbing against the stone in a futile attempt to dislodge the thorn that had pierced its paw. Yet, a lion that can conquer vast plains cannot extract a mere splinter from its own foot. In a fit of rage, the rockwind beast roared at Lauren, a thunderous sound echoing as it unfurled its immense wings and descended from the towering rocks, lunging toward her. Rather than retreating, Lauren surged forward. In midair, the two foes met. The beast's wings whipped through the air, aiming to pulverize Lauren into fragments. It appeared as though she were courting death. Charging directly toward the left wing of the beast. Instinctively, the rockwind beast slowed its right wing's motion, unwilling to harm itself with its own strength. Lauren confirmed her assessment. She need not fear the attack from the other wing for the moment, allowing her to focus solely on the left. Her body grazed perilously close to a row of bony spines, leveraging the beast's own immense force to plunge both sharp daggers into its fleshly wing. With a furious roar, the rockwind beast descended onto the massive rock. Its right wing trembled violently, while the left wing extended to its fullest, howling as it struck against the rocks, shattering them into fragments. In an instant, the air was filled with flying sand and stones, as if a tempest were imminent. Lauren understood that should she be struck, she would be utterly annihilated. With her hands tightly gripping the hilt of her dagger, she desperately evaded the onslaught. At long last, the opportune moment arrived. She pressed down forcefully on the hilt, causing the ebony handle to detach from the silver blade. Harnessing the momentum from her leathery wings, she soared forth like a kite set free, crashing heavily onto a boulder. Dizzy and disoriented, Lauren struggled to rise. Her adventurer's attire marred with several gashes inflicted by the bony spines of the beast's wings, blood gushing forth and one of her arms dislocated. She retrieved the dagger hilt from the ground, swiftly inserting it into the weapon belt strapped to her thigh. With two sharp clicks, two slender, pointed hexagonal metal spikes embedded themselves into the hilt, transforming it into two new daggers. Clutching the daggers in both hands, she crouched low, panting heavily, her gaze fixated on the rockwind beast. The creature bore injuries to its left forepaw and left wing. 3 metal spikes remained lodged within its body, rendering it incapable of extracting them, and with each movement, its wounds worsened. Furthermore, as both the forepaw and wing were injured on the left side, its agility and balance were compromised, naturally affecting its speed of attack. Nevertheless, Lauren was still far from victory. Her own body was battered and bruised, with no time to staunch the bleeding, and her strength was rapidly waning, even though she possessed the tenacity to confront an elephant with the resolve of an ant. Repeatedly risking her own safety to stab the rockwind beast with a dagger, the creature's resilience was formidable. Its tough hide and abundant vitality rendered her efforts futile. Ultimately, it was she who would perish. The rockwind beast seemed to comprehend that this seemingly frail adversary was, in fact, tenacious. It glared at Lauren, emitting a low, ominous growl from its throat, yet refrained from launching an attack. Though beasts do not engage in contemplation, they act on instinct. It had the capability to slay Lauren. Yet its most formidable foe was not her, but rather the rugged wilderness surrounding them. In such a merciless natural environment, severe injury equated to death. Moments later, the rockwind beast began to retreat slowly, as if to convey, "I shall not fight any longer. After all, I have just feasted, and vanquishing you holds no thrill." Lauren was taken aback, pondering her next course of action. Qianshu's voice resonated. "Let it go." Lauren also took a few steps back, observing her lack of intent to pursue. The rockwind beast unfurled its wings, soared into the air, and glided from one rock to another, spiraling gracefully until it vanished into the boundless expanse of the rocky forest. Exhausted, Lauren sank to the ground, comparing her disheveled state to the creature's agile form, and couldn't help but marvel at its sheer strength. Qianshu crouched beside her, tending to her wounds. With a sense of defeat, Lauren inquired, "Is this a failure?" Chapter 12:6 Lauren, still disheartened, repeated her question. "Is this a failure?" Qianshu pondered for a moment before offering reassurance. "One could only say that this method is not suitable for you." Lauren, disheartened, removed her goggles and unfastened her weapon belt, inspecting her most painful wounds. To her dismay, she discovered several were quite severe and required suturing. She retrieved antiseptic spray and a suturing device from her medical kit. Poised to begin, when Qianshu intervened, saying, "Allow me." Burdened with thoughts, Lauren, accustomed to the gender-neutral environment of the medical academy, did not hesitate. She reclined on the rock, lifting her garments to reveal her flat, firm abdomen. Qianshu steadied himself, stitching her wounds while engaging her in conversation. Most individuals hunting beasts opt for ranged weaponry. What prompted your choice of a close combat dagger? I don't know, perhaps intuition, she replied. When Su'er asked me what weapon I intended to use, I simply selected this one. Is my choice of weapon the reason I failed to advance? Not at all. The Rockwind beast possesses wings, and any ranged weapon that fails to slay it instantaneously will inevitably result in close combat. Your weapon choice was astute, and your combat strategy was sound. The Rockwind beast, realizing it could not escape death, chose to retreat. After all, for beasts, only sustenance and reproduction warrant the struggle for survival. Astute weapon choice and sound strategy. Surely, it cannot solely be intuition? Lauren mused, sensing an abundance of coincidences. Intuition is, in fact, a judgment of the subconscious. If it is not your current memory, it must be derived from your past experiences. Given your previous physical capabilities, it would be impossible for you to engage the Rockwind beast without having witnessed others in combat. And are unaware of your past memories, and the promotion tasks assigned to you are ill-suited, rendering it impossible to draw forth your utmost potential. Are you implying that I have not merely failed this time, but have utterly failed? Qianshu gently reassured, there will be another opportunity, next time. When, exactly, will that next time be? Lauren sorrowfully closed her eyes. Throughout, her lost memories had only bestowed upon her occasional glimpses of joy, never truly causing her distress. She never anticipated that she would be so inexplicably ensnared by her past self. Indeed, remaining any longer serves no purpose, Lauren responded glumly, attempting to rise. Qianshu restrained her, saying, your wound has only just been stitched. It would be wise not to exert yourself to avoid reopening it. Lauren did not resist, obediently resting on Qianshu's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Qianshu carried her steadily down the rocks, heading towards the cave. Lauren reflected on his deliberate journey to the Great Twin Stars. His attentive care along the way, all in an effort to elevate her physical abilities to A grade, and yet, her heart ached deeply as she murmured, I have disappointed you. Qianshu smiled and replied, I am not disappointed. Rather, you continually surprise me. Surprise? Your battle with the Rockwind beast was remarkable. It was the first time I witnessed someone harnessing the power of the Rockwind beast to subdue it. As a B-grade physical adept, you managed to repel a mature Rockwind beast. You should take pride in that. However, what? Lauren inquired anxiously. However, watching you fight, I have been in a constant state of anxious anticipation, realizing for the first time that my heart is not as resilient as I believed. In contrast, Lauren felt a sweet satisfaction, the shadow of her failed physical advancement dissipating in an instant. With a radiant smile, she suddenly kissed Qianshu. His steps faltered momentarily. Lauren playfully remarked, it seems your heart is rather easily unsettled. To her surprise, she leaned closer to Qianshu's cheek, gently pecking him like a chick pecking at grains. Tenderly kissing from his cheek to his ear, and then from his ear down to his neck. Xiao Sun, stop fooling around. We are in a hurry, Qianshu said. His steps now steady and composed, yet his cheeks and ears flushed a soft crimson. Oh dear, you're blushing. Lauren giggled, caressing his face and ears. No matter the situation, Qianshu always maintained an air of calmness, even in matters of romance, appearing remarkably composed, as if he were brimming with experience. Yet, at times, certain unguarded little gestures revealed that he, too, was a novice. Qianshu, with a hint of self-deprecating humor, thought to himself, having a bold and cheeky girlfriend who enjoys playing pranks, it seems I must shoulder the role of the bashful one. He paused, taken aback. Are you proposing to me? Yes. Qianshu reflected, I never imagined a woman would propose to me. You are the first and surely the last. So, will you accept? Lauren teased, playfully tugging at Qianshu's ear, as if to say, dare you refuse? With a smile, Qianshu replied, all right. Chapter 13. Lola nestled her arms around Qianshu's neck, resting her chin on his back. Her eyes sparkling with rosy dreams as she chattered on about their future together. I hope our home will have a quaint little courtyard, filled with enchanting flowers. There should also be a tall tree, one that does not bloom but remains verdant through all 4 seasons. Since the moment she opened her eyes in the desolate wilderness, Lolan had been plagued by an overwhelming sense of insecurity, unsure of her identity, her origins, and the destination that awaited her. After an arduous journey spanning 3 days and nights, she finally encountered humanity, only to find herself mistakenly condemned as a criminal. With no one willing to heed her pleas for justice, reluctantly, she entered into a perilous bargain with Dr. Mu, narrowly escaping death only to assume the guise of a princess from a grand empire, deceiving another such realm. Alone and without kin, burdened by a lethal secret. She could not afford a moment's respite. She diligently pursued the study of medicine, rigorously honing her physical prowess, aspiring to become a respected genetic healer. All of her efforts were directed towards the singular goal of becoming a valuable individual. She yearned for the day when she would awaken without the fear of being abandoned in the barren wilderness, for the moment when her pleas for understanding would be met with silence, and for the time when she would find herself imprisoned, yet powerless to rescue herself. However, despite her relentless endeavors, a sense of tranquility eluded her. Everything she possessed felt akin to a magnificent house built upon shifting sands, its beauty only amplifying her anxiety about when it might inevitably collapse. At this very moment, although she faced defeat in her advancement and was on the verge of relinquishing all that she possessed, a sense of tranquility enveloped her. She possessed a clear understanding of her desires, her aspirations, and her identity. She cherished Qianqiu and yearned to share each day of the future with him. She was Luo Sun, the wife of Qianqiu. A gentle smile graced Qianqiu's lips as he listened intently. Amidst Luo Lan's cheerful voice, the once distant and ethereal visions began to crystallize, transforming into a tangible and credible reality within reach. Perhaps due to being abandoned at birth, he had never comprehended the essence of home. He had never possessed one, nor had he ever aspired to. He had always traversed life in solitude, accustomed to the loneliness. He believed his existence was destined to be born in isolation and conclude in solitude, emerging from darkness and fading into it. Yet, at this moment, he genuinely felt the warmth of home resting upon his back, her voice, the warmth of her skin, her trust and reliance, her dreams and aspirations, like tangible bricks. They constructed a home for him. From the desolate orphanage to the vast cosmos adorned with twinkling stars, he had paused in numerous places, encountered myriad experiences, savored breathtaking vistas, and met countless souls. He had tasted joy and endured pain. He had harbored hope and faced disappointment. He had basked in glory and grappled with shame. However, he had never loved nor been loved in return. It turned out that this was love, not merely a sweet present, but also a balm for the past and a beacon for the future. We must, as before, embark on annual journeys, for the universe harbors numerous delightful planets. How splendid it would be to save enough to purchase a small private spacecraft. Unable to afford a new one, acquiring a second-hand vessel should pose no problem. It would provide the utmost convenience for our future travels. However, the smile that adorned Qianqiu's lips abruptly faded as she altered her course. Retreating into the crevice between several massive stones, Lauren remained blissfully unaware of the shift, continuing to chatter animatedly. If we learn to modify and repair the spaceship ourselves, we could save a considerable amount of money. Qianqiu gently placed a kiss upon her lips, causing Lauren to freeze instantly. Her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Qianqiu. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of a sunset, and her silly expression rendered her akin to a ripe apple ready for picking. Why? A group of 9 individuals clad in exploration gear and adorned with helmets appeared atop the distant rocks. It was evident that their quarry was not the Rockwind beast, but rather Lauren and Qianqiu. Lauren's eyesight had significantly improved. She discerned at a glance that these 9 individuals possessed class of physical capabilities, with the leader potentially being Class 2A. Lauren forced a wry smile. Even within the formidable Odin Federation, deploying an elite combat team of this caliber was no trivial matter. What had she done to provoke the Dragon Blood Legion so relentlessly? The leader's voice rang out. "Princess, we kindly request that you accompany us." Lauren ignored him, focusing intently on her personal terminal, only to be disheartened by the utter lack of signal, rendering any plea for help impossible. Qianqiu inquired, "Dragon Blood Legion?" The leader neither confirmed nor denied. "We only seek the princess. You may leave immediately, and we shall spare your life." Chapter 13, Part 2. The leader neither denied nor affirmed the situation. "We only desire the princess. Leave at once, and your life shall be spared." Qianqiu, ever the epitome of grace and refinement, replied, "Depart immediately, and your lives will be spared." How presumptuous! The leader drew his weapon and fired. The bullets whizzed past, striking the stones before Qianqiu and Lolan. 9 men, armed and poised, refrained from further gunfire, dispersing into the rocky thicket, encircling Qianqiu and Lolan's concealed position with meticulous caution. In a hushed tone, Qianqiu remarked, "It appears they intend to capture you alive rather than kill you. During the ensuing confrontation, seek an opportunity to escape." Lolan firmly opposed. "If one departs, we both shall depart. Should you leave, I would no longer have to be concerned." granting me the freedom to act and to find a way to shake them off, and I shall hasten to catch up. We will rendezvous in the cave. Lolan understood that Qianqiu's suggestion of separating was indeed the most prudent tactic in this dire moment. Her injuries were severe, and remaining here would only hinder Qianqiu, becoming a burden. However, with 9 adversaries, the disparity in strength was evident. They would not kill her, but would surely not spare Qianqiu. Lolan's countenance darkened, and she remained silent. Qianqiu perceived her internal struggle, aware she had absorbed his words, yet emotionally found it difficult to decide. Suddenly, he pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly until she could scarcely breathe, only to release her abruptly. Hide. Shoot if someone approaches. He thrust the gun into Lolan's hands, and without waiting for her response, he fired as he leaped from their rocky refuge. Amidst the relentless gunfire, a shadow flitted erratically, vanishing in the midst of the grotesque rock formations. The leader commanded, "Do not concern yourselves with him. Capture the princess." The 9 men pressed onward, encircling the location where Lorlan was concealed. Hidden behind a boulder, Lorlan seized every opportunity to fire, though each shot was deftly evaded, clearly hindering their advance. Suddenly, a brief, piercing scream echoed, and amidst the towering rocks, the others were left bewildered, speculating that it was the concealed Qianqiu who had instigated it. The leader shouted, "Number 3? In the dim, silent night, the bizarre rocks loomed ominously, exuding a palpable aura of menace. The leader coldly asserted, "He is merely an A-level physical adept. Should he reappear, eliminate him immediately." The remaining 7 regained their composure, remaining vigilant against Qianqiu's ambush while steadily closing in on Lorlan's position. Lorlan understood that Number 3's demise had afforded her a fleeting chance to escape, yet she could not abandon Qianqiu. Thus, she continued to fire, striving to delay their approach. However, the disparity in strength became increasingly apparent as the encirclement tightened. A sudden cry of alarm rang out, swiftly silenced, prompting the 2 nearest men to spring into action like lightning. The sounds of close combat erupted. Lorlan recognized that she should seize the moment to flee. Yet concern for Qianqiu held her back. In her hesitation, the skirmish reached its conclusion. The leader inquired, "What is the situation?" He then coldly commanded, "Proceed." Lorlan bit her lip fiercely. As long as she remained, Qianqiu would continue to create opportunities for her escape. She must leave next time. The encirclement had shrunk to within 100 meters. He was here. A man barely evaded Qianqiu's ambush and let out a loud shout. The leader, already brimming with frustration, charged forward, and the 2 men flanked him, seeking a swift resolution to eliminate Qianqiu. His physical prowess surpassed that of Qianqiu, and a flurry of lethal strikes came at him like lightning. Before long, Qianqiu was covered in wounds. The leader discreetly signaled to another man, and they coordinated their assault from both sides, forcing Qianqiu to retreat. A third man, lurking behind the rocks, emerged silently, wielding a lightsaber aimed at Qianqiu's heart. Just as it seemed impossible for her to evade, he suddenly leaped, grasping the smooth rock with unimaginable speed, and ascended to a towering pillar. The leader was utterly astonished, having never anticipated that an A-class physical enhancer could elude their combined attack. "Run!" Qianqiu crouched atop the pillar like a wild beast, her body trembling as if she were suppressing something. Lorlan gasped in shock. "Qianqiu!" Qianqiu hoarsely shouted, "Go!" without a moment to conceal her presence. Lorlan leaped onto the rocks and sprinted toward the cave with all her might. Amidst the vast night, a haunting and prolonged beastly roar echoed. Unable to bear the sight any longer, she ran forward desperately, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 13. In the desolate night. A piercing and prolonged howl of a beast echoed through the darkness. She could no longer bear to look back, tears streaming down her face as she desperately ran forward. In truth, it was during their transformation that they exhibited their greatest combat prowess. Their formidable physiques allowed them to wield their extraordinary abilities with greater ease. At this moment, Qianqiu's transformation, from a survival standpoint, was a fortuitous event. However, what lay beyond the preservation of life? After completing the metamorphosis, Qianqiu cast her gaze down at the 4 men, who were left dumbfounded beneath the stone pillar, her crimson eyes gleaming with a cold, bloodthirsty light. One man trembled, his voice quaking as he asked, "What is he?" Regardless of its nature, it must be eliminated. The team leader, struggling to maintain his composure, raised his gun and fired at Qianqiu. With a long, haunting wail, Qianqiu leapt from the top of the pillar, launching herself directly at the team leader. The night air was filled with the echoes of terrified, despairing screams that resonated far and wide. The 2 men trailing behind Lorlan were now uncertain whether they were pursuing or fleeing. What exactly was that? Lorlan remained silent, pouring every ounce of strength into her flight. The wounds she had recently stitched began to tear open, and her speed dwindled without her noticing. The roar of the beast drew ever closer. The two men, now wholly preoccupied with their own survival, instinctively split apart, darting in opposite directions. Lauren, injured and exuding the intoxicating scent of blood, became the focus of Qian-Su's relentless pursuit. Despite Lauren's frantic attempts to accelerate, she could not outpace Qian-Su. Gradually, Qian-Su closed the distance between them. As Lauren was on the verge of being tackled by Qian-Su, she suddenly leaped onto a towering rock peak. Clutching the protruding stones with her hands and scaling the cliff like a lizard, Qian-Su jumped onto a nearby stone, eager to pounce upon Lauren. Exhausted, Lauren gritted her teeth and desperately ascended, just as she was about to reach the summit of the peak, when her previously dislocated arm suddenly gave out, causing her to plummet downward. Seizing the opportunity, Qian-Shu opened his monstrous jaws and lunged at her with ferocity. In that fleeting moment, a strong hand grasped Lauren, pulling her up onto the rocks while delivering a powerful kick that sent the transformed Qian-Shu flying away. Lauren, disregarding the identity of her savior, turned swiftly to glance back. Qian-Shu crashed heavily to the ground, yet his altered form was remarkably robust. He rolled and swiftly regained his footing, gazing up at the towering peak. It seemed he recognized the formidable presence above and refrained from making any rash moves, fixating his gaze upon Lauren while emitting a threatening growl from his throat. Lauren crouched at the edge of the peak, scrutinizing Qian-Shu in search of any remnants of humanity within him. His imposing head bore the features of both a lion and a tiger, with sharp fangs resembling chilling daggers. His crimson eyes radiated a cold, bloodthirsty intensity devoid of any warmth. His elongated body stood nearly 2 meters tall, yet was as agile and lithe as a cheetah. His limbs were powerful, with claws capable of rending a formidable A-class physical adept in two. Aside from a few tattered remnants of clothing clinging to him, there was no trace left of Qian-Shu. He had undergone complete bestial transformation, exhibiting the symptoms of sudden mutation. Lauren's heart gradually sank into the abyss of despair. With tears in her eyes, she cried out, "Qian-Shu." Qian-Shu soared up, leaping onto a rock over 2 meters high, then vaulting another 3 meters towards Lauren and her companion's cliff. The man who had been silently standing behind Lauren delivered a powerful kick, sending Qian-Shu crashing to the ground. "Be gentler," Lauren shouted at him, only to realize he was the governor. Cloaked in a black hooded robe, his face concealed by a cold silver mask, he glanced at Lauren with an icy demeanor, his gaze shifting behind her. "2 captured, the other 7 are all dead," a voice interjected. Suddenly, a squad of fully armed soldiers marched in perfect unison along the path through the rocky forest. Qian-Shu became increasingly agitated, his eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Roaring in fury while itching to launch an attack. With a grim expression, the governor raised a hand, and the soldiers abruptly halted. They raised their weapons, swiftly fanned out. Encircling Qian-Shu, Lauren urgently pleaded, "Ziyuan, do not fire. It's Qian-Shu. It has already been 15 critical minutes. He is a beast, not Qian-Shu." The governor replied coldly, "No. He will awaken." Before the echoes of his words had faded, Qian-Su lunged at a soldier. The soldier, unprepared and lacking orders, hesitated to fire, resorting instead to drawing his blade in defense. However, Qian-Su's ferocity rendered him utterly inadequate, and he could not withstand the onslaught. Just as the soldier found himself in dire straits, Ziyin suddenly activated the light tube in his possession, directing a concentrated beam upon Qian-Su, illuminating him as brightly as day. Luo Lan, observing closely, realized that Qian-Su had undergone a complete transformation. Enraged by the blinding light, Qian-Su spun around, roaring as he charged toward Ziyin. Maintaining his composure, Ziyin casually waved his hand, sending several tarot cards hurtling toward Qian-Su. In truth, each shimmering streak of light was akin to a sharp dagger, slicing through his limbs, tearing his flesh, and aiming to sever his neck. A figure, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, darted into the swirling light, exerting every ounce of strength to pursue it. She grasped at the luminous streaks with bare hands, seizing the tarot cards one by one, and when unable to capture them, she shielded herself with her body. Her speed intensified, gradually counteracting the velocity of the radiant flow, until the dazzling lights diminished in number. When the final violet glow faded, Luo Lan stood before the gravely injured Qian-Su, bloodied and battered, clutching 8 tarot cards, with 8 more embedded in her body. Ziyin's expression was one of astonishment. Luo Lan had risked her very life to protect Qian-Su, transcending her physical limits within the lethal array of his tarot cards to ascend to the rank of an A-level enhancer. She had truly placed Qiansu's life above her own. Casting the blood-soaked tarot cards to the ground, she defiantly gazed at Ziyin and the governor, declaring, "If you wish to kill him, you must first slay me. Maintaining a creature that yearns to consume you is utterly futile." Ziyin finds it incomprehensible that Lorland, as a rigorously cultivated heir, has witnessed and personally experienced countless transformations. He has encountered reluctance, sorrow, fear, and even hatred. Ultimately, every individual must weigh their gains and losses in the face of reality, making rational choices to relinquish what must be forsaken and to safeguard what is worthy of protection. For the first time in his life, he observes a person acting so capriciously, disregarding the consequences and the balance of gains and losses, treating the transformed beast as a treasured possession, willing to defend it at all costs. "I will take care of him. I will not cause you any trouble. I implore you to spare him," Lorland earnestly pleads while warily watching Ziyin and the governor. "How can you care for it? It will remain in a frenzied state, attacking and biting everything in sight. No sedative can calm it." Lorland rapidly contemplates how to persuade Ziyin and the governor. Suddenly, Qiansu, who had been lying on the ground, raises his head, his crimson eyes fixated on Lorland with a chilling intensity. Ziyin immediately raises his hand and launches another tarot card, its murderous intent directed straight at Qiansu's throat. Lorland swiftly darts backward, attempting to intercept the tarot card. Qiansu, already poised for action, leaps up to ambush her as he notices her approaching. Lorland's hand seizes Ziyin's card, shielding Qiansu from the lethal strike. Yet Qiansu, with no mercy, bites towards her. In a moment of imminent peril, the governor appears beside Lorland, pushing her away with one hand while striking at Qiansu with the other. A dazzling purple light arcs toward the governor's wrist, forcing him to hesitate. Taking advantage of the moment, Lorland surged forward, her hands aflurry as she extracted one tarot card after another embedded in her body, hurling them like concealed weapons towards the governor. "Stop!" Her heart-wrenching scream echoed as Lorland's explosive strength surged, propelling her towards Qiansu in a desperate attempt to shield him from the governor's impending strike. Caught off guard, the governor abruptly altered his attack, attempting to grasp Lorland instead. In a flash, as his hand sliced through the air, Qiansu's fangs pierced Lorland's arm, brutally severing it in one swift motion. The governor pulled Lorland into his embrace just as blood erupted, splattering across her face and staining his mask. Your arm." The governor's icy blue eyes were filled with disbelief as they fixated on Lorland's severed limb. Pale with pain, Lorland's focus remained solely on Qiansu. With her remaining hand, she clutched the governor's arm desperately, pleading, "Do not kill him. I beg you. Please." One arm cradling the faltering Lorland. The governor unleashed a devastating blow with the other, causing Qiansu to emit a mournful cry before collapsing slowly to the ground. Chapter 57 Chapter 13 5 In that fleeting moment, as his hand struck through the air, Qiansu's fangs had already penetrated Lorland's arm, brutally tearing it away. The governor grasped Lorland tightly, and blood erupted, splattering not only Lorland's face but also staining his mask. "You, arm." The governor gazed at Lorland's severed limb. Disbelief etched in his icy blue eyes. Lorland's face was ashen with pain, her entire being still fixated on Qiansu. With her remaining hand, she clung desperately to the governor's arm, pleading, "Do not kill him. I beg you. Please." The governor, one arm cradling the precariously swaying Lorland, brought down the other with a thunderous force. Qiansu let out a heart-wrenching cry before slowly collapsing to the ground. "No, no." Lorland shrieked as she broke free from the governor's grasp, kneeling to embrace Qiansu. In a frenzy, her face smeared with blood and tears, her eyes filled with anguish and despair, she employed her remaining hand in a frantic attempt to revive him. The governor sought to thwart her futile efforts, exclaiming, "He's already gone." Lorland, deaf to his words, repeated fervently, "Impossible. It cannot be. Just an hour ago, Qiansu had carried her on his back." Smiling at her words and blushing at her kiss, he would not abandon her so easily. Lorland knelt by Qiansu, kissing his bloodied lips, her face pressed against his, her hand intertwined with his. Yet, he had already succumbed. She could no longer feel his breath, hear his heartbeat. "Qiansu, Qiansu." Lorland clutched his neck tightly, unleashing a primal, desperate wail. "You must staunch the bleeding immediately." The governor attempted to pull Lorland to her feet. Reluctant to release Qiansu with her only remaining arm and powerless to resist the governor, she turned her head and bit down fiercely on his arm. The governor remained utterly unmoved, one arm enveloping Lorland, the other pressing firmly against her severed limb, forcibly aiding her to rise from beside Qiansu's lifeless body. Intent on leading her away, Lorland's tears flowed like rain, her gaze fixed intently upon Qiansu, her hand reaching desperately towards him, yearning to grasp his essence. This time, she did not shyly retract her hand. However, no one would mockingly clasp it in return. Suddenly, Lauren drew forth the Deathbringer, a weapon bestowed upon her by the governor, and aimed it squarely at his head. The two stood mere inches apart, facing one another. Lauren's expression a poignant tableau of sorrow, her face streaked with blood and tears, yet her eyes blazed with a terrifying intensity, as if channeling all life into a furious conflagration, poised to incinerate everything. The governor, however, remained remarkably composed, his ice blue eyes calmly surveying Lauren. As if entirely oblivious to the gun pressed against his forehead, Zian gasped in alarm. Lauren. All soldiers promptly raised their weapons, targeting Lauren. Yet, in the formidable presence of the infamous Deathbringer, the cunning Zian dared not act recklessly, instead lowering himself for the first time to plead. Lauren, lower the gun. It was not the governor who killed Qianxiu, but that beast. The governor slayed the beast to save you. If you take the governor's life, you not only seal your own fate, but also jeopardize the empire of Al regardless of his earnest entreaties. Lauren remained deaf to his words, unmoved by his appeals. She forced a smile that was more painful than tears, a grimace of suffering. Upon our first encounter at the ball, when I learned of your torment from the affliction known as the living dead disease, I pondered the nature of the suffering that could be likened to a hell on earth. Now, you have imparted that knowledge unto me. The governor regarded Lorlin in silence, his frigid mask devoid of warmth. Lorlin's finger descended, and with a soft click, the one who had slain Qianxiu would vanish, granting her liberation from all else she wished to disregard or could not influence. Suddenly, Ziyuan, filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency, cried out, Luo's son. Lorlin paused. Her finger's motion abruptly halted. Ziyuan continued, breathlessly, if Qianxiu were here, he would undoubtedly endorse our actions. Regardless of how anyone treats you, Qianxiu would slay them. Even if it were himself, he would take his own life. The fury in Lorlin's eyes transformed into profound sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks. Slowly, she lowered her weapon, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the others. Ziyuan darted forward, attempting to wrest the gun from Lorlin's grasp. But she aimed the barrel at him, coldly inquiring, where will you take Qianxiu? Ziyuan replied cautiously, Qianxiu has no relatives, according to protocol. He will be sent to the Research Institute for Dissection and study. Lorlin's gaze turned lifeless, and suddenly, she raised her hand and fired a shot at Qianxiu's lifeless body. A beam of violet blue light penetrated him. In an instant, countless vibrant streams of light erupted from Qianxiu's form, soaring into the night sky like shooting stars. One by one, they streaked across the inky darkness, resembling a magnificent and resplendent meteor shower. In the sky of Yinlin, the atmosphere remains perpetually murky throughout the 4 seasons. However, for the first time, the brilliance of stars illuminates the darkness, transforming the grotesque stones into vibrant, colorful, and lively formations. Amidst the dancing light, the lifeless body of Qianxiu gradually dissolves like snow under the sun. The onlookers stand transfixed, captivated by the magnificent meteor shower, truly grasping why this gun is dubbed the meteor shower of death, and comprehending the certainty of demise that accompanies a gunshot wound. As the meteor shower fades, the sky reverts to its somber obscurity. The ground lies barren, devoid of remnants, save for the blood-soaked presence of Lorlin, a testament to the earlier brutality. Lorlin sidesteps his hand, proceeding forward in silence. Without the looming threat of the death goddess gun, Ziyuan could have restrained her. Yet her gaze extinguishes any courage within him, leaving him to watch helplessly as she brushes past. Wandering through the night, Lorlin bears grave injuries, with only one arm remaining. Each step is unsteady, teetering as if she might collapse at any moment, yet she perseveres, stumbling onward without faltering. Suddenly, Ziyuan recalls a moment from years gone by in the gravity chamber. She had striven so fiercely to extricate herself from her plight, rising to become a respected genetic researcher, obtaining a medical license, and evolving into an A-class physical adept capable of catching his tarot cards and even repelling the governor. Yet after all these years, she still traverses the desolate expanse alone, stubborn and resolute, perpetually lost and helpless, utterly unanchored. Witnessing her bloodied form struggle toward the horizon cloaked in darkness, an unexpected pang of pain strikes Ziyuan. Despite it being his plan, he finds himself suddenly loathing his own actions. Lorlin staggered into the cave, unable to support herself any longer, and collapsed straight down. The excessive loss of blood cast everything before her in a dense fog, rendering the world indistinct and hazy. From the moment she opened her eyes on the vast, desolate plains, she had journeyed through struggles and hardships. Though pain had accompanied her, she had never contemplated surrender. Each fall was merely a prelude to rising again. Yet now, she found herself unwilling to rise once more. The howling wind roared, wailing in fury. Lolan, in a daze, laughed softly. She was but a speck of dust adrift in the cosmos. Rather than continue to struggle in the hellish realm devoid of hope, she preferred to let the winds and sands bury everything. If life could not preserve that fleeting moment of happiness, then let death eternally safeguard it. In that moment, there was someone who, like a fool, endlessly whispered in her ear, "I like you." In that moment, someone had brought her favorite drink, indulging her until she was intoxicated. In that moment, someone watched over her as she slept. In that moment, someone meticulously prepared breakfast for her, spinning bizarre tales of Cupid as a being of another kind. In that moment, he blushed and agreed to take her as his wife. In her hazy state, it felt as though Qianxiu had come to take her, gently cradling her, warming her gradually cooling body. "Qianxiu, I love you." As her consciousness sank into darkness, before succumbing to oblivion, Lolan summoned all her strength to utter her final confession, wishing only for Qianxiu, who cherished her joy and his affection, to be happy. Chapter 14. One in a haze, Lauren felt an intense burning pain coursing through one side of her body. Qianxiu's hand was pressed against her forehead, checking her temperature. Unable to restrain herself, she furrowed her brow and nestled closer into Qianxiu's embrace, softly murmuring, "It hurts so much. Just hold on a little longer. We will be at the hospital soon." Not Qianxiu. In an instant, a torrent of images flooded her mind, and Lauren felt as if she had plunged into the depths of hell, enduring the agony of 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. She had believed she was finally liberated, only to discover that she was still alive. Slowly, Lauren opened her eyes and found herself in Xian's arms. The severed arm had been meticulously treated and bandaged. Xian, typically well-groomed and dashing, was now covered in blood, revealing an uncharacteristic disarray. Their gazes met, and silence enveloped them. Xian appeared somewhat awkward, offering reassurance. "You won't feel pain once we reach the hospital." Lauren silently scrutinized Xian. Her cheeks flushed from the fever, her lips pale, yet her eyes shone with an unusual clarity, resembling two tranquil pools reflecting Xian's image. Xian, unable to maintain the gaze, lowered his eyes and urged, "Rest a little longer." Without uttering a word, Lauren shifted her gaze, observing their rapid descent in the flying car. The storm had not yet fully abated, and the governor was manually piloting the vehicle into the swirling sands. Undertaking such a perilous endeavor in the rocky forest was undeniably reckless. Lauren spoke with indifference, as bait, "Even if I survive, I shall harbor no gratitude towards you." Xian offered a bitter smile. This young lady had always possessed keen insight. Previously, she had deftly navigated circumstances, feigning ignorance while concealing her astuteness beneath a facade of submissiveness. Now, however, she had torn off the mask, unwilling to continue the charade. Xian confessed, "It was my idea to use you as bait to provoke the Dragon Blood Legion into action. Although Qianxiu opposed, I insisted vehemently." The voice of the governor, devoid of warmth, interjected, "Xian merely proposed it. It was my decision, and I ordered Qianxiu's reassignment to facilitate the operation." The governor assured that Qianxiu would ensure your safety, which prompted Qianxiu to accept the transfer order and depart from the Great Twin Stars. What of Qianxiu's safety? Silence enveloped the room. Lauren gazed at Xian with pained eyes. "Did you not react when you learned Qianxiu was coming to assist my advancement? Had you already resolved to sacrifice him?" Lauren seemed to ascertain that Xian was not lying. Her gaze gradually dulled, and she fell silent, staring vacantly out of the window. After a short while, her eyelids drooped, and she lost consciousness again. Xian, fully aware that her fainting was temporary, rested his fingers on her neck, feeling the pulse thrum beneath his touch, as if this was the only way to confirm that the girl who had persevered to the brink of death in the gravity chamber was still alive. When Lauren regained consciousness, she found herself in a hospital. She no longer mentioned Qianxiu, nor did she weep. An unusual tranquility enveloped her. She resembled the most compliant of patients, eating when asked, resting when instructed, undergoing examinations without protest. Yet, she remained silent, never inquiring about her own well-being. The limb regeneration surgery is not an exceptionally difficult procedure, yet it is undoubtedly a significant operation. Even battle-hardened soldiers, when faced with such circumstances, would express concern regarding the outcome of the surgery. However, Lauren displayed an utter indifference, as if the restoration of his arm bore no significance whatsoever. In the hospital room, Qianxiu, clad in military attire and evidently weary from travel, strode purposefully towards Lorlan, scrutinizing the jagged wound where his arm had once been. The injury was gruesome and uneven. Chuemo, aware of Qinshi's familiarity with various battle wounds, refrained from intervening and calmly explained. Ziyuan mentioned that a mutated beast severed it. There is no neurotoxic damage, and it can heal completely. This was not the first altercation between the two, yet it was the first time Ziyuan did not evade the confrontation. Qinshi's fist connected squarely with Ziyuan's face, sending him crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Unyielding, Qinshi delivered another kick, and Ziyuan continued to endure the blows without retaliation, clearly resigned to his fate. Chuemo glanced at Lorlan, who remained stoically silent, suspecting there were undisclosed complexities at play. He chose to disregard the two of them and proceeded with Lorlan's examination. Upon completion, he removed his gloves and, while gathering the instruments, inquired, "Is the surgery feasible for tomorrow?" Lorlan nodded in response. After observing Lorlan for a moment, Chuemo slowly remarked, "I am confident in the success of the surgery. Yet as a doctor, you must understand that a successful operation is merely the commencement of the healing process, not its conclusion. It is imperative that you exert effort to transform the regenerated arm into your own." Lorlan remained silent, while Qinshi abruptly ceased his assault on Ziyuan. Chuemo glanced at the battered and bruised Ziyan, who was sitting on the ground in a disheveled state, and let out a resigned sigh. He helped him up and took him to the treatment room. Qinshi approached the bedside, hesitating to speak as he looked at Luolan. With one hand propping herself up on the bed, Luolan gradually laid down, clumsily pulling the blanket over herself, concealing her head and face, conveying an unmistakable message of wanting silence. The surgery, as Chuemo had assured, was a resounding success. Luolan's arm had completely returned to its former state, and externally, there was no indication that she had suffered a severe injury. However, the regenerated arm required extensive rehabilitation exercises to truly integrate with her body. This process of recovery was not a trivial endeavor, yet for an A-level physical practitioner, it was not insurmountable either. After all, anyone who had trained their physical abilities to such a level had certainly endured their share of hardships. Nonetheless, Luolan resembled a stagnant pool of water, often remaining seated for an entire day, refusing to utter a word, rendering the idea of rehabilitation exercises utterly implausible. Chuemo warned her, "If you continue like this, that arm will truly become useless." It seemed as though Luolan had not heard him at all, displaying complete indifference. Though Chuemo preferred to refrain from meddling in others' affairs, a sense of camaraderie with Luolan led him to express his concerns. Feng Lin mentioned that you might obtain your genetic repair technician license this year. If you do not take care of your hands, not only will genetic repair surgeries be out of reach, but even normal research work will become exceedingly difficult. Yet, Luolan remained unresponsive, her expression void of any emotion. Qinsha interjected, "I appreciate your assistance this time. Allow me to escort you to the spacecraft." Chuemo sighed, resembling an elder brother. Feigning complaint yet genuinely indulgent as he remarked, "Have you not troubled me since childhood? I have long since grown accustomed to it." As Chuemo conversed with Qinsha, they departed the hospital. Ziyan entered the ward, observing the wooden-like Luolan. It seemed as though Luolan was entirely oblivious to his presence, displaying no reaction whatsoever. "Luolan, Qiansu's demise was an accident. Get out." Luolan was utterly disinclined to hear him speak, yet Ziyan positioned himself beside the bed, eager for a serious dialogue. "The governor indeed exploited you, but he never intended to sacrifice you. Even if you doubt my words, you must acknowledge that you were obtained by the Federation at the cost of a planet. How could someone as astute as the governor engage in a losing transaction?" Luolan lay down, pulling the sheets over his head to indicate his desire to disengage. "Luolan, you may wish for me to leave or for Qinsha to depart, but do not treat the governor with such disdain." Ziyan recalled the moment Luolan had aimed a gun at the governor, a memory that still haunted him. He feared that she might harbor resentment towards the governor due to Qiansu's fate, nurturing an obsession that could lead to irrational actions. Ziyan implored earnestly, "You are the princess of the AR Empire. How many battles have the two-star nations fought over the centuries, and how many lives have been lost? In the Odin Federation, you are regarded as the despised other. Yet, since your arrival in the Odin Federation, despite numerous unpleasant experiences, no one has dared to truly harm you. Feng Lin has cared for you from the very beginning, and though Qinsha was reluctant, he nonetheless sacrificed his own marriage to offer you protection. Do you believe all of this simply fell from the heavens?" "Lauren, I implore you to comprehend that in the Odin Federation, the will of the governor can both safeguard and obliterate you. Cease any acts of disrespect towards him. This matter transcends your personal concerns. It involves the two star nations, and even the relationship between different species and humanity. Xian spoke earnestly, pouring forth a multitude of heartfelt admonitions, yet Lauren remained utterly silent, as if she had not heard a single word. Were it not for his exceptional hearing, allowing him to perceive the faint sound of Lauren's breath, one might have suspected that a lifeless body lay upon the bed. The thought that she had been reduced to this state because of an alien species stirred a complex turmoil within Xian. Lauren, if you must harbor hatred, direct it towards me. It was my proposal, my design that ensnared you. Chapter 14, Part 2. Lauren exhibited a modicum of politeness towards Su Er and Su Qi, managing to engage in brief exchanges, yet the prospect of her undertaking rehabilitative exercises was entirely out of the question. She remained confined to her bedroom, perpetually seated by the window, lost in contemplation as she gazed upon the blooming roses in the garden. The vibrant crimson of the flowers seemed to ignite her vision with intensity, yet she could fixate on them for the entirety of the day. Su Qi remarked, "You cannot continue like this." To his surprise, Lauren nodded in agreement. "I understand. However, for one who is utterly oblivious to the future that awaits, the distinction between action and inaction appears inconsequential." Chinchur could no longer bear to witness her state. Disregarding Lauren's resistance, he forcibly transported her to the training ground. Yet, no matter what Chinchur said, she remained obstinately still. Faced with this impasse, Chinchur resorted to direct intervention, seeking to elicit a response from her. As during the previous training sessions, he delivered a kick to Lauren, yet she did not gracefully evade his force as she had before. Instead, she took the blow directly, akin to a marionette, soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Expressionless, she rose and began to walk towards the exit of the training grounds, seemingly intent on leaving. Chinchur positioned herself in Lauren's path, reaching out to seize Lauren's throat. Lauren, however, did not flinch. She stood there, allowing Chinchur to grip her neck. Angered, Chinchur tightened her hold, constricting Lauren's airway to the point where she could scarcely breathe. Still, Lauren remained unresponsive, her gaze cold and indifferent as she stared at Chinchur, as if the breaking of her neck were of no consequence. Chinchur's face hardened like ice, and she coldly inquired, "What do you call this desperate state of yours?" Lauren's expression remained impassive. Chinchur continued, "From the very beginning, you understood the secret of the aberrants. You were fully aware that we would undergo transformations, that we would consume others. You have the courage to love an aberrant, yet not to bear the consequences of that transformation. Chinchur must regret accepting someone as cowardly as you." A flicker of emotion crossed Lauren's eyes, yet she remained silent. Chinchur pressed on with her scorn. As an aberrant who could transform at any moment, Chinchur must have prepared himself for a life of solitude. He has likely rejected you numerous times. You must have promised to accept him entirely, come what may. Is this pathetic state of yours what you call acceptance? Lauren still said nothing, though tears shimmered in her eyes. If one cannot bear the consequences, one should not arrogantly provoke the aberrants from the outset. Do you believe this demeanor of yours reflects deep affection? Chinchur did not require. Lauren suddenly thrust aside Chinchur, her eyes brimming with tears as she glared at him. You are nothing but an iceberg, utterly oblivious to the essence of emotion and the depths of suffering. Having chosen to align with the governor's scheme, using me as bait to ensnare the Dragon Blood Legion, now you feign concern with such insincerity? She swept past Chinchur with haste, racing out of the training ground. Chinchur stood motionless, resembling an everlasting snow-capped mountain, isolated amidst the vast expanse of heaven and earth. The layers of pristine snow serving as a flawless mask, allowing onlookers to perceive only the frigid exterior while obscuring the mountain beneath. Suddenly, she noticed a cluster of mesmerizing flowers blooming upon the steep cliff, and before she knew it, she had come to a halt. The dense foliage cast a shadow over the ground, with sunlight filtering through the gaps in the treetops, illuminating one particular beam that fell upon the enchanting flowers, rendering their blue petals translucent, as if sculpted from individual sapphires. Lauren stood entranced for a while, without a second thought, grasping the trunk of a tree to ascend. She cautiously positioned herself on a slightly protruding ledge, one hand clutching the tree trunk while the other reached for the mesmerizing blossoms, though the flowers were tantalizingly close. Each attempt to grasp them ended in frustration, her fingers always falling short. Despite her repeated efforts, a seemingly simple action became an arduous task, her hand betraying her wishes. In a fit of exasperation and anger, she gritted her teeth and leaned forward with all her might. Yet the flowers eluded her grasp, and she tumbled from the cliff. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, only to find that she did not crash to the ground. Her body remained suspended in midair. Lauren immediately opened her eyes, finding the governor embracing her with one arm while delicately assisting her in removing the dreamflower with the other. With a graceful turn of his body, he gently set her down, presenting the flower to her. Lauren did not accept it. Instead, she silently turned on her heel and walked away. The governor, in his esteemed position, acted solely for the benefit of the Odin Federation, even if it meant using her as bait to lure the Dragon Blood Legion into action. She held no objections. However, the misfortune that befell Qianqiu, whom he had personally slain, left Lauren devoid of any reason to seek vengeance. Yet she found herself unable to forgive him. The princess hastened her steps, striving to evade the governor, who persistently followed her at a measured pace. "I am the fourth governor of the Odin Federation," he declared. "The accomplishments of the first governor, Yu Beichen, are renowned far and wide. The second governor, Li Rie, was a custodian of stability, maintaining a superficial calm without notable achievements or failures. The third governor, and Rong, a remarkable lady, was the mother of Qinsha." Lauren coldly retorted, "I hold no interest in the history of your Odin Federation." Seemingly unfazed by her dismissal, the governor continued with an air of nonchalance. And Rome was exceptionally talented, well-versed in economic affairs, and adept at balancing diverse interests with a gentle touch. Yet, every strength has its corresponding weakness. She was utterly ignorant of military matters. However, her beloved was the most knowledgeable military strategist within the Federation, the commander at that time, Duke Qinyuan of District 1. Together, they formed a formidable alliance, their genuine affection for one another marking a hopeful era in the annals of the Odin Federation. Regrettably, in a tragic car accident, the couple perished simultaneously in an explosion. Lauren paused, her left hand instinctively reaching for her right arm. The governor stood behind her, his gaze fixed upon her right arm, the cold mask reflecting a harsh metallic gleam, obscuring any genuine emotion in his eyes. Qinsha's father possessed a 3-level physical prowess, while her mother was rated B-level. During the high-speed journey, Qinsha's father suddenly underwent a transformation. Her mother had only enough time to push Qinsha out of the vehicle before being entirely devoured by the beast that emerged from the transformation. Lauren shuddered violently, her left hand gripping her right arm tightly. The governor's gaze remained locked on her arm, his voice devoid of warmth. In a desperate bid to protect Qinsha, her mother activated a bomb in her final moments, obliterating the man-eating beast. Qinsha witnessed the horrific scene unfold, and it is likely that she has yet to escape the shadow of that fateful incident. Suddenly, Lauren turned, her voice laced with fury. "Governor, have you calculated this too meticulously? Even if you wish to explain Qinsha's situation to me, urging me not to misplace my anger, you should not involve my matters with Qinshu." The governor replied calmly, "I speak only the truth. You truly disgust me. It seems that it is not just your body that is decaying, but your heart is foul and repugnant." After venting her anger, Lauren turned to leave. In the past, she had felt fear and hope, carefully maintaining a smile to avoid offending them. Now, she feared neither death nor longed for life, completely indifferent to the consequences. Regardless of her actions, she understood that one day, when her true identity was revealed, they would show her no mercy. The setting sun cast its warm glow, painting the sky with hues of evening. Lauren sits by the window, silently observing the roses in the garden. The former mistress of this house must have cherished these beautiful yet delicate flowers, nurturing them throughout the castle. The master, though not particularly fond of flowers, indulged her passion with a sense of delight. Alas, while the roses, symbols of their love, continued to bloom each year, their affection withered in the most tragic manner. One transformed into a beast, ending the other's life. One detonated a bomb, extinguishing the other's existence. Lauren gently clasped her right arm, a sudden memory igniting within her. She rose and rummaged through the vanity, retrieving a 3D photo frame that had long since run out of power. The frame itself was energy efficient. Once charged, it could last for decades. It had likely been years since anyone had gazed upon the images it held. Inscribed at the bottom were 2 lines, "Without the protection of a sharpened blade, the beauty of the world cannot fully blossom. Without the restraint of tenderness, power is like a naked sword, capable of wounding both others and oneself." Qinyuan and Inyong. Lauren silently recited, pressed the restart button on the hilt of her sword, and unveiled a long-dormant photo frame. Vivid images emerged before her, each a snapshot of ordinary life. A woman of graceful beauty, a man with an ethereal demeanor, both in solitary frames and together. She tended to roses in the garden, conversed in the bedroom, and absorbed the news in her study. He trained in the gym, piloted a spaceship, and embarked on adventures on primordial planets. On the grass, they strolled hand in hand. In the conference room, they leaned close, sharing a nutritious meal. Aboard the warship, she rested wearily against his shoulder. Suddenly, a photograph of an infant appeared, each holding a tiny hand, gazing into each other's eyes with smiles. The baby grew day by day. From tentative steps to running and jumping, his presence gracing nearly every image. When the father exercised, he carried his son upon his shoulders. When the mother reviewed documents, she cradled him in her arms. As she perused the photographs, it was only natural to assume that, with the passage of time, one would witness the little boy blossoming into a youth, then into a young man under the loving gaze of his parents. Yet all at once, it came to an abrupt halt. The child in the photographs ceased to grow, forever frozen at the age of 6. The final image captured him racing from his mother towards his father, who had just descended from the spaceship, crouching slightly, hands outstretched to embrace his son. Though his gaze lingered on his wife, the three of them shared an affectionate countenance, lips curved in smiles. To Lauren's astonishment, Qinsha was indeed capable of smiling. Just as she was lost in contemplation of the photos, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Lauren. It was Qinsha. Lauren hurriedly stuffed the picture frame into the drawer, striving to maintain her composure as she said, "Come in." Qinsha pushed open the door and approached Lauren, coldly stating, "You must undergo rehabilitation training tomorrow. Mind your own business." Due to her guilty conscience, Lauren's expression lost its usual aloofness, revealing a hint of softness, akin to a reluctant plea born from shared suffering. Qinsha paused, his tone softening. "Legally, you are my wife, and I must take responsibility for you. You promised me that as soon as I reached A-level fitness, we would proceed with the divorce." With a deftness that belied his words, Qinsha replied, "First, you must rehabilitate your arm. Once you truly achieve A-level fitness, we can discuss the matter of divorce." Lauren wished to protest further, but her personal terminal suddenly chimed. The incoming message identified itself as Phone Lin. After a moment's hesitation, Lauren accepted the video call. "I, the patient?" Lauren was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Phone Lin wasted no time and directly issued commands to the AI, which began to display video data while introducing the patient's condition. The patient was named Zinni, aged 18, who had been suffering since the age of 7, enduring 11 years of torment from illness. It was a genetic disorder caused by off-target effects, resulting in compromised immunity, where even the slightest ailment could prove fatal. Upon seeing his childhood images, Lauren could not tear her gaze away. She recognized this child. He was from the Alicata orphanage. At the orphanage, sick children spent most of their time indoors, and whenever Qian Su had the chance, he would visit them, telling stories and playing games to lift their spirits. Lauren, fearing the exposure of her identity, refrained from appearing before the child. However, during her conversations with Qinshu, discussions about the children's ailments frequently arose. Phone Lin remarked, "Initially, Zinni's condition seemed intractable. Yet did you not submit a paper on gene repair prior to your leave for the Great Twin Stars? According to your theory, we could rectify his disordered genes." Lauren replied anxiously, "But that is merely a theory. I am well aware of your meticulous approach. You would never express something unless you possessed a modicum of certainty. Additionally, I have good news. The 13 esteemed professors of the Gene Committee have reviewed the paper, and 7 of them deem it feasible." However, Lauren's gaze fixated on the screen behind Phone Lin, where Zinni lay in a sterile ward, wearing a respiratory mask, with his air supply meticulously processed. Phone Lin implored, "While I am capable of performing this surgery independently, you are the architect of the theory and possess unparalleled insight. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, and I fail to address them appropriately, it could not only cost a patient their life, but also lead to the academic community discarding a nascent theory. Consequently, a patient who could have been saved might perish for lack of treatment. You must be involved in the surgery." Lauren inquired, "How long can the patient wait?" "At most, 1 month." Lauren fixed her gaze upon Zinni's photograph, resolutely declaring, "I shall see him in 1 month." She ended the video call, looking at Qinshu, hesitating. Her words caught in her throat. She had just urged him to disregard her affairs, yet now she found herself yearning for his involvement once more. With merely a month at her disposal, the prospect of restoring her hands to a state capable of performing genetic repair surgeries appeared insurmountable for an ordinary individual. Thus, she sought the assistance of Qinshu. Without imposing any challenges upon her, Qinshu replied in a measured tone, "I shall accompany you to the training grounds tomorrow." Lauren, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, hesitantly inquired, "Is it too late now?" Do you have time? After a brief moment of silence, Chinchur responded, yes. Lauren eagerly grasped a bottle of nutrient solution and offered it to Chinchur, saying, let us head to the training grounds at once. Time is of the essence. The sooner we commence, the better. Chinchur scrutinized her, perplexed, and asked, why would you, who seemingly has no desire to save yourself, suddenly wish to rescue a child? This was not just any child. It was one under Chinchu's care, who surely wished for Zenny's recovery. Moreover, Lauren bit her lip and glared at Chinchur, asserting, I do not act presumptuously or make reckless promises. I refuse to accept the worst outcome because I strive to attain the best. I assured Chinchu that I would cure his ailment, yet, like you, he does not truly believe in me. Now, he has broken his promise, and I shall make him regret it. Before tears could cascade down her cheeks, Lauren turned and strode purposefully toward the exit. Upon disembarking from the spacecraft, she immediately dialed Phone Lin's contact number. Phone Lin queried, have you disembarked? Yes. How is the patient's condition? She inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. All is stable. The surgery is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9, Phone Lin replied. Lauren, still anxious, asked, I have reviewed all the patient information you sent me. Is there anything else I need to prepare? Phone Lin chuckled. This is not your first time in the operating room, so why the nervousness? For this day, you have prepared for a decade. Now, a good rest is the finest preparation. Lauren contemplated that she was not alone in this surgery, as Phone Lin would be present throughout the procedure, which eased her a bit. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lauren shot a glare at Qingwei. Is this your doing? Qingwei, ever so attentive, opened the bedroom door for Lauren. My lady, please enter. Upon entering, Lauren's gaze fell upon a seductive lace nightgown laid upon the bed, accompanied by several oddly shaped candles on the bedside. With a hint of annoyance, she inquired, what are you planning? Qingwei picked up one of the candles, presenting it with a flourish. This candle contains stimulating pheromones, ensuring that the princess and the duke experience a most enchanting night. Lauren shoved the nightgown and candle into Qingwei's arms. Go enjoy it with your lover. Qingwei, bewildered, replied, I thought the princess and the duke, having spent over 8 months together, have deepened their bond and are truly a married couple. Surely, the prince cannot live a lifetime as a pretend husband? Lauren's expression darkened instantly, her eyes filled with anguish. Qingwei, taken aback, cautiously asked, Princess, what has transpired? Lauren shook her head, indicating her well-being, and pointed toward the door, signaling her to leave. Qingwei, daunted, hastily departed with the nightgown and candle in hand. Lauren, feeling feeble, sat on the edge of the bed, opened her personal terminal, and gazed at the sole name in her contacts, Chinchu. Tomorrow, she was to perform gene repair surgery on Zenny. Should all go well, Zenny would regain health, and she would obtain her license as a gene repair specialist. In the past, such significant matters would invariably be conveyed to Chinchu. As if under a spell, Lolan dialed Chinchu's number. The beeping sound resonated from the terminal, and Lolan listened in silence until the sound abruptly ceased, indicating that the call had gone unanswered. Suddenly, her personal terminal emitted a series of beeps, causing Lolan's heart to flutter. Upon closer inspection, the caller ID revealed it was Zian. Lolan swiftly rejected the call, and after a brief moment, a text message arrived. Without hesitation, Lolan returned Zian's call. I am free right now. Zian replied succinctly. I am waiting for you at Chinchu's dormitory. Lolan hurriedly rushed out, but as she was about to board the hover car, Chinchu appeared unexpectedly, coldly inquiring, where are you going? To Chinchu's dormitory. I have an appointment with Zian. I will take you, Chinchu declared, opening the car door and entering the hover car. Left with no choice, Lolan silently followed suit. Chinchu opted for manual driving, and they arrived at Chinchu's dormitory in a mere 10 minutes. He did not exit the vehicle, stating, I will wait for you here. The scenery was resplendently beautiful, yet this fragile butterfly exuded a sense of solitude and desolation. During his time serving at the front lines, Chinchu had left a will, designating his savings and insurance benefits to the Alicata orphanage. As an orphan himself, there was no one to inherit his personal belongings, which, according to regulations, could only be destroyed. If you wish to keep something as a memento, I can take charge of it, Chinchu offered. Lolan stood in the center of the living room, gazing at the space that resembled a model home, pondering whether Chinchu's foresight of this day and his desire not to burden others had led him to forego owning anything at all. Lorraine was engulfed by sorrow, lamenting her failure to recognize her own heart sooner and to confess her feelings earlier. If only Chinchu had realized earlier that he was not alone, would he have treated himself with greater kindness? allowing himself to possess more. Lorraine entered the bedroom. The bed was meticulously made, towels hung with precision, and the surroundings were immaculate, resembling a pristine hotel room, ready to welcome a stranger at any moment. She opened the wardrobe, which was starkly empty, containing only 2 sets of casual attire and 2 sets of military uniforms for work. Lorraine pressed the clothing against her face. They were impeccably laundered, devoid of any trace of Qinshu's scent. Previously, she could not comprehend why he had been so stringent. Now, the reason was abundantly clear. In the shadow of death, he resembled a solitary warrior, striving to uphold his final dignity, doing his utmost to avoid causing inconvenience to the strangers tasked with sorting through his belongings. Lorraine proceeded into the gym. The space was spotless, all equipment arranged with absolute precision, save for an old black box resting on the floor, a silent testament to the fact that this room had been occupied. Luo Lan seated herself upon the floor, grasping the black box, and pressed play. The ancient, melodious strains of a song echoed throughout the empty gymnasium. When the winds blow from afar, you remain oblivious to my thoughts of you. Those moments we traverse together, I yearn to forget, yet they linger unbidden. Your smile resides within my gaze. Your warmth dwells in the depths of my heart. Believing that an unwavering heart signifies a lifetime, I remained unaware of life's myriad helplessness, all oaths scattered upon the winds. Why must a single encounter demand a lifetime of forgetfulness? From whence does the wind originate? It blows and blows, shedding blossoms, dispersing hope. The vast sea is transformed into green moss. Was Qiansu listening to this very song before his departure? Time ebbs and flows, and the world undergoes profound transformations. Nothing remains eternally unchanged. Yet, longing intertwines deeply with one's very essence, persisting until the final breath. Luo Lan caressed the blue flower of illusion upon the black box, tears cascading onto its petals one by one. Chapter 14. For suddenly, she recalled the amber flower she had gifted Qiansu and sprang to her feet, dashing into the bedroom in search of it. She rummaged through every nook and cranny, leaving no corner unchecked, even scouring the pockets of her garments, yet found nothing. Upon hearing the commotion, Ziyin entered and inquired, "What are you searching for? Do you require assistance?" Luo Lan stood momentarily in a daze, responding, "No need. He must have taken it with him and left it behind somewhere." Ziyin, contemplating Qiansu's remains now lost to the void, found herself at a loss for words. Luo Lan picked up the black box, declaring, "I wish to take this, a music player. Of course, is there anything else?" Lauren shook her head and suddenly recalled the bear. "Where is Qiansu's robot?" Ziyin opened the storage room door. "Are you referring to it?" "Indeed. Typically, it would be formatted, reprogrammed, and configured for a new master, but its model is too outdated. It should be destroyed directly." Lauren hurriedly inquired, "Can I purchase it?" "No need. It's destined for destruction anyway. If you wish to use it, feel free. I will arrange for it to be delivered to your home." Lauren understood that Ziyin had rendered her significant assistance. After all, Qinshu was an active duty soldier, and legally, she had no ties to him. Acquiring his robot was not a simple matter. As the two exited the dormitory and prepared to part ways, Ziyin suddenly remarked, "I heard you have surgery tomorrow?" "Yes, tomorrow morning. Be sure to rest well." Lauren said nothing, turning to walk towards her hovercar. Qinsha saw her but did not inquire. He cast a glance at the black box tightly clutched in Lauren's hand and silently started the hovercar. Upon returning home, Lauren went to bed early. Yet she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. She knew she needed to be in optimal condition for the following day, but the more she fretted about sleeping, the more elusive it became. She had already consumed a cup of deep blue, but since her transformation into an A-level physique, the sedative effects of deep blue had diminished. Suddenly, a knock echoed. "Are you asleep?" It was Qinsha's voice. Lauren rose to open the door. "Not yet." Qinsha handed her a drink that resembled deep blue. "Try this. It aids sleep. This is an upgraded version of the Serene Blue and Tranquil Green, a beverage meticulously crafted for A-level physical fitness, renowned for its remarkable relaxation effects." Lauren found the creator of this concoction to be undeniably eccentric as she took the cup and drank it in one swift motion. "Thank you." Qinsha collected the empty cup and turned to leave. Suddenly, Lauren called out, "Qinsha." She added, "Thank you." Qinsha lowered her gaze, replying softly, "Take good care of yourself." In the early morning, after having breakfast, Lauren arrived at the hospital to find Anna waiting outside. As she updated Lauren on the latest condition of the patients, she guided her to the surgical preparation area. "It's easy to say, but I don't believe you weren't nervous the first time." Fenglin chuckled. inquisitively asking, "Does your recent injury during the fitness upgrade have anything to do with Ziyuan? He couldn't have caused it, could he? Did Shuamo tell you? He is the type to keep everything bottled up inside and wouldn't discuss such matters. It was Ziyuan who sought me out, imploring me to help you regain your spirits no matter what. It was a rare occasion for him to ask for a favor, so I took the liberty of extracting a few things from him. You wouldn't mind, would you?" "Not at all." After finishing the disinfection, Lauren donned the surgical gown handed to her by the robot. Once both were dressed in their surgical attire, they stepped out of the glass compartment. Feng Lin gestured for Lauren to turn around so he could inspect her. After a thorough examination, he adjusted the sleeves of her gown. Injuries during physical upgrades are quite normal. While painful, you have successfully ascended to a level. You can certainly take advantage of Ziyuan. But don't dwell on this matter too heavily, Lauren whispered. Qinshu is dead. Feng Lin was momentarily taken aback. Luo Lan turned around, deftly arranging her hair into a bun as she prepared to don her surgical mask. With concern, Feng Lin inquired, "Are you all right?" "I am not well." Luo Lan managed a strained smile at Feng Lin's reflection in the mirror, adding resolutely, "But it will not hinder my work. On the contrary, I shall strive even harder." Feng Lin found herself at a loss for words in response to Luo Lan's demeanor. Realizing that perhaps the only course of action was to support her in their mutual endeavor, as Luo Lan secured her surgical mask, she gazed into the mirror at the two figures clad in specialized armor, poised to confront death on a unique battlefield, and boldly declared, "Let us proceed. The surgery time is imminent." The pair exited the sterilization room in succession, advancing toward the operating theater. In the silent, sterile corridor, only the resolute sound of their footsteps resonated. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted, with an anxious voice proclaiming, "Surgery zone, no entry." Feng Lin, filled with indignation, demanded, "What are you doing? Do you not realize this is a surgical area?" With a derisive laugh, Feng Lin retorted, "Absurd. I am currently engaged in a critical operation. Whatever it is can wait until I am finished." She turned to leave. Zhongli aimed a gun at her, stating, "I hope you will cooperate, and do not force me to make an arrest." Unmoved, Zhongli coldly replied, "My investigation concerns the lives of thousands within the Federation." He gestured, and 4 officers surged forward, encircling Feng Lin. Feng Lin trembled with rage, tearing off her mask and threateningly declared, "Zhongli, your evidence had better be compelling, for I shall file a complaint against your abuse of power." Zhongli laughed darkly. "Welcome everyone to oversee our enforcement. Take him away." 4 officers escorted Feng Lin out. Lauren instinctively chased after them, only to be stopped by other officers. In a state of distress, Lauren inquired, "Feng Lin, what about Zenny?" However, Zenny could no longer afford to wait. With a heavy heart, Feng Lin turned away and left with the officers. In desperation, Lauren reached out to Chen Sha, urgently asking, "Can you persuade Zhong Li to release Feng Lin?" Confused, Chen Sha replied, "Wasn't Feng Lin with you during the surgery?" Zhong Li just apprehended him, claiming treason. Gradually piecing together the situation, Chen Sha added, "I am in a different department from Zhong Li and cannot command him to act. Furthermore, if it involves such a serious charge as treason, it would be best for Feng Lin to cooperate with the investigation for his own good." "Oh, I see." Lauren thought, "Then I must seek another solution." Without even saying goodbye, she abruptly severed the communication. Lauren hurried to the operating room, where others were already abuzz with the news of the surgery's cancellation, unsure of what to do next. "Can we find another genetic repair specialist?" One asked. "What do you think this is? Just a simple replacement?" "This is the most complex and challenging genetic repair surgery," another countered. "Other specialists are completely unaware of Zenny's condition. How could they possibly perform the operation?" Yet Zenny truly could not wait any longer. "No, we haven't exhausted all options," Lauren suddenly declared. "Anna, I can perform the surgery on Zenny, but you do not possess a genetic repair license and cannot undertake the surgery alone. All I need is a licensed gene repair specialist to supervise me in the operating room. There's no need for them to perform the procedure. It's not as simple as you imagine. No one would be willing." Lauren, filled with rage, retorted, "I understand your fear of surgical failure, but if we do not proceed, Zenny will perish. Why not take a chance? If the surgery is successful, the other party gains nothing. However, if it fails, they will undoubtedly face due diligence, tarnishing their career, and may even lose their license and everything they hold dear. Furthermore, many gene repair specialists believe that Zenny's condition does not warrant surgical intervention. Then I shall perform the surgery on Zenny alone. That is illegal." Lauren, exasperated, questioned, "If this is not permissible, and that is also out of the question, are we to simply watch Zenny die?" Anna remained as composed as a machine, stating, "We are merely ordinary individuals with limited capabilities. It is inherently impossible for us to save every patient." Lauren fell silent. As Anna directed everyone to tidy the instruments and prepare to move Zinni out of the operating room, Lauren suddenly positioned herself in front of Zinni's bed. "According to the principles of the operating room, with Feng Lin absent, I am the acting authority. The surgery must proceed as planned. Everyone, please take your positions." Anna replied, "Do you wish to ruin yourself? Zinni is still alive. If the surgery fails, you will be deemed a murderer." Lauren gazed at Anna with unwavering determination. "I know precisely what I am doing. I will carry out this surgery. No one dares to assist you." Everyone looked at Lauren with expressions of regret. Lauren pleaded, "Please, save Zinni. I may draft a written statement in advance, bearing all consequences solely upon myself." Others echoed in agreement. Indeed, indeed. In the face of such unanimous consensus, Lauren's solitary resistance appeared utterly feeble. Everyone stood at attention. "Commander," Chinchur remarked, "this is the affiliated hospital of the military base. You must all be soldiers, correct?" "Yes." "Soldiers must unconditionally obey orders." "Yes." "I hereby command the operation to commence. I shall bear any responsibility." "Yes." With Chinchur's esteemed reputation, no one harbored any doubts. Silently, they took their positions, resuming preparations for the surgery, methodically verifying various data. Chain stability confirmed, illusory genes stable. Lauren stared blankly at Chinchur, who coldly inquired, "Am I your patient?" Lauren immediately turned her gaze toward Zinni. Anna reported, "All patient data is stable." Taking a deep breath, Lauren approached the imposing surgical apparatus, grasping the controls. "Let the operation begin." Chapter 15. This was not Lauren's first encounter with the operating room. Previously, she had participated in numerous gene repair surgeries as an apprentice technician. Yet, each time, Feng Lin was present, and she merely acted as a soldier, executing her assigned tasks as per her commander's requirements without further contemplation. This marked her inaugural experience in independently performing a highly complex and unconventional surgery. She is the commander of this battle, making every decision and issuing instructions to everyone. The human genome consists of approximately 291 million base pairs and encompasses multiple genes. It also carries genes from other species, and the base pairs and genes differ from those of normal humans. Coupled with various mutations caused by different factors, the genetics of each become unique and exceedingly complex. To outsiders, she confronts merely a human body, yet through the gene analyzer, she perceives thousands of adversaries. They lurk in every corner, masquerading as innocuous genes. A single misjudgment on her part, whether it be eradicating a beneficial gene or failing to eliminate a harmful one, could allow death to gleefully claim Zinni's life. Lock-in, knockout, success. With each repeated command, the genes marked on the intelligent interface are systematically eliminated, indicating a smooth surgical progress. The tension that had gripped everyone gradually eased. Anna observed Lauren's increasingly steady gestures, feeling both relieved and disheartened. Contemplating that while diligence can bridge gaps, one must occasionally concede that certain individuals are inherently gifted, endowed with natural talent. 6 hours later, all marked pathogenic genes were eradicated, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Lauren lifted her head, leaning against the cold apparatus, and closed her eyes. As she rested, she remarked, "Feng Lin should have communicated with you. Our operation this time differs from previous ones, involving not only the elimination of pathogenic genes, but also the insertion of false genes." No one took offense. They listened intently, fully engaged. Despite the assistance of the intelligent brain, the ultimate judgment rests with Lauren, who must meticulously discern each gene and swiftly arrive at a decision. After 6 hours of intense concentration, her mind is weary, and her eyes and hands feel fatigued. The sheer number of mutated genes is overwhelming. Complete ablation would result in total annihilation. This is precisely why the majority of repair specialists deem surgery unnecessary for Zinni's condition. Now, we must embark on the task of editing and repairing. Lauren opened her eyes, declaring that from this moment on, Group B would take the lead while Group A would provide support. The teams swiftly rearranged themselves, taking their respective positions. Bowing her head, Lauren grasped the surgical instrument. Her gaze fixed upon the densely arrayed genes before her, commanding, "Commence the operation." Lock-in. Introduce specific mutations. Success. Anxiety flickered in Anna's eyes as she watched Lauren. According to Feng Lin's plan, the surgical team was divided into 2 groups, A and B. Initially, It was intended for Lauren to lead Group A in conducting the preliminary routine gene ablation, while Feng Lin would oversee Group B in executing the subsequent introduction of specific mutations and targeted gene transfer, thereby maximizing the probability of surgical success. However, now the daunting task of a highly unconventional and experimental major surgery must be undertaken solely by Lauren. Can someone without even a gene repair specialist license truly manage the entire procedure without a single misstep? The observation room held its breath. Chen Xia sat on the sofa, engrossed in his virtual workstation, diligently attending to his tasks, seemingly indifferent to the surgery occurring beyond the glass wall. In contrast, Chu Mo remained fixated on the operating room, observing it with the rapt attention one might reserve for a breathtaking masterpiece. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Ziyin entered, casting a cursory glance at Chen Xia before his gaze settled on Chu Mo. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "So, you are both still alive. I had presumed you were dead, and yet no one has intervened to prevent that woman from going mad." Ziyin turned his attention to the surveillance screen. Noticing a squad of soldiers stationed at the entrance of the operating room, Chen Xia's own security team, effectively sealing off the entire area. Ziyin shrugged. "Chen Xia, even if you wish to replace a wife, there is no need to send your ex-spouse to the guillotine, is there?" He activated the virtual screen, revealing a sensational news report. The host, brimming with indignation, demanded to know the whereabouts of the regulatory authorities. Incredulous that a woman lacking a restoration technician's license was permitted to perform genetic repair surgery. How could such an absurdity transpire? Countless individuals on StarNet were vociferously calling for a thorough investigation of the incident, demanding severe repercussions for those involved, particularly the woman who so blatantly disregarded the law and human life. Chen Xia coldly interjected, "Turn it off. It's too noisy." Ziyin complied, shutting down the screen. Just because you choose to ignore it doesn't mean the situation ceases to exist. You are acutely aware of the current climate and yet allow this to unfold. The surgery had already commenced, and pursuing what had transpired was now futile. Chu Mo interjected to halt Ziyin's tirade. Ziyin approached the glass wall, peering into the operating room. "What are the odds of a successful surgery?" "I do not know," came the reply. "All I can say is..." Chu Mo pondered for a moment, carefully articulating, "Thus far, the princess, though somewhat anxious, has committed no errors. However, the upcoming surgery is the most challenging, and what will transpire next remains a mystery to all. Moreover, a successful operation merely offers the patient a chance at survival. It does not guarantee that they will live." Ziyin's gaze drifted towards the woman standing amidst the colossal medical apparatus, her face obscured from view. She appeared motionless, yet the cerebral interface continuously displayed an array of shifting genetic images, densely packed and overwhelming, resembling a battlefield teeming with adversaries, seemingly endless. After observing in silence for a while, he turned to Chen Xia and remarked, "Leaking news of the surgery to the public is likely not aimed at dealing with Lolan, but rather directed towards you. However, if mishandled, Lolan will undoubtedly be the first to perish." Chen Xia inquired, "Is Feng Lin guilty?" "It remains uncertain. Wasn't the evidence unearthed by you?" "Both witness and material evidence indicate that Feng Lin had contacted the Dragon Blood Legion, selling the princess's information to them and aiding their infiltration into the rock forest. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Perhaps my inaction has aroused suspicion in Zhongli, prompting not only a sudden offensive, but also a report against me before the governor." Ziyin sighed, pressing his forehead in resignation. "It seems we can trust no one at this moment." Chen Xia and Chu Mo fell into silence. "I shall take my leave and see what Zhongli has extracted from Feng Lin." Ziyin waved goodbye with a smile and departed. Chu Mo, deep in thought, asked, "Do you believe the princess will succeed in her surgery?" Chen Xia gazed toward the operating room, confessing her utter ignorance of medicine, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the procedure taking place. "When I say I believe she will succeed, do you share that sentiment?" Chu Mo shook his head, half-jokingly responding, "I too find it improbable that a calm and astute commander on the battlefield would be swayed into rash actions merely by the fervent declarations of an impassioned young woman. Yet, surely there must be a reason for your support of the princess's decision?" Chen Xia replied coolly, "Without the surgery, that child is certain to perish. With it, there remains a glimmer of hope. Is not the choice abundantly clear? You remain unchanged, entirely disregarding the matters beyond the battlefield." Chu Mo sighed. "Your disposition will inevitably lead to significant troubles." As time elapsed, Chu Mo, lost in thought, transitioned from sitting to standing, his form nearly pressed against the glass wall. his expression grave and intent as he fixated on the operating room. Locking in. Homologous recombination. Insertion. Success. The commands remained monotonous. Yet the atmosphere within the operating room, along with Chu Mo's reactions, indicated the fierce struggle between Lauren and the specter of death was far from easy. 7 hours later. Within the operating room, Lauren lifted her head, fatigue evident as she announced, "The surgery is complete." A wave of excitement surged among the onlookers. While they could not celebrate aloud, gestures of joy and shared smiles conveyed their elation. Qinsha, unable to decipher the data displayed on the screen, turned to Chu Mo for clarity. Was the surgery successful? Chu Mo's rare smile illuminated his face as he gazed at Lauren's figure, exclaiming, "An exceptionally perfect operation." Her performance during the latter half of the surgery was entirely uncharacteristic of a novice. Even Feng Lin, Professor In, or my father could not have executed it any better. Before Chu Mo could finish his statement, Qinsha stepped outside. Chu Mo hastily intervened, his expression grave as he remarked, "The success of the surgery does not guarantee the patient's survival." Qinsha shifted his steps, maneuvering around Chu Mo. "I am aware. If he perishes due to illness, that would be unfortunate for you. But what if he were to be harmed during a critical period? Should the child die, both Lolan and Qinsha would be implicated. There are certainly those who would go to great lengths to ensure the child's demise." Qinsha regarded Chu Mo with a piercing gaze. "Isn't this your territory? Should I be the one to resolve matters in my domain? What do you mean by your presumptuous tone?" Chu Mo felt a tightening in his chest, Ziyan stated. But Qinsha had already vanished beyond the door. Chapter 15. Two Lolan emerged from the operating room, her gaze falling upon armed soldiers stationed at the entrance, accompanied by several police officers wearing troubled expressions. One officer, upon spotting Lolan, attempted to approach, only to be obstructed by a soldier. Resolutely, he called out, "Luo Sun." Lolan removed her surgical mask, fatigue evident in her voice as she inquired, "What is it?" After grappling with death for 13 hours, she was utterly exhausted, her mind a chaotic blur, yearning for a place to rest. "We have received a report alleging that you conducted illegal gene repair surgery. Please accompany us for an investigation." "Oh, very well." Without a moment's hesitation, Lolan bypassed the soldiers and approached the police officer. A few police officers stood in astonishment, surprised by the simplicity of the situation. Noticing that the previously fierce soldiers showed no intention of intervening, they led Lauren outside. Just as they approached the hospital entrance, Qinsha strode over. "It was my authorization for the surgery. I must also cooperate with the investigation." The officers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of perplexity and reluctant acceptance. "This works out perfectly," Qinsha continued. "It saves you from making another trip." With a sense of logic that felt somewhat off, yet unarticulated, the officers escorted both Qinsha and Lauren into the police vehicle. Lauren, in a daze, climbed into the car and only then noticed Qinsha beside her. "What are you doing here?" she murmured, her exhaustion rendering her speechless and unable to feign strength. She nodded weakly. "Fortunately, I have A-class physical stamina. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it this far." "Close your eyes and rest for a while," Qinsha advised. Lauren managed a faint smile, her lips curling slightly as she complied, her eyes fluttering shut before she succumbed to slumber almost instantaneously. As the police car sped through the night, Lauren's head gradually tilted to the side. Qinsha sat upright, perfectly still, as if awaiting something to transpire. However, Lauren's body seemed to possess an innate corrective mechanism, always straightening just as it threatened to lean against Qinsha's shoulder, returning to a state of deep sleep. Moments later, her body began to tilt once more. Qinsha maintained his posture, hands resting on his knees, his gaze fixed ahead without deviation. Lauren stirred slightly, sensing an oddity in her position, letting out an unconscious, elongated hum, thick with nasal tones. Qinsha held his breath, remaining utterly still. Lauren's brow unfurled, as if she had finally discovered a comfortable position. Her head nestled deeper into his neck, surrendering to a tranquil slumber. Qinsha let out a sigh of relief, maintaining his upper body steadfast despite the jarring motions of the vehicle, allowing the slumbering figure on his shoulder to rest undisturbed. As dawn broke softly, Lauren's breathing suddenly became rapid, her expression contorted in distress. Qinsha surmised she was trapped in a nightmare and gently called out, "Lauren, Lauren." Startled from her nightmarish reverie, Lauren awoke to find Qinsha's face mere inches away, her complexion paling in fright as she instinctively recoiled to the edge of the car door. It was merely a dream. Qinsha bent down, attempting to comfort her. Lauren forcefully pushed his hand away, her eyes wide with terror, as if he had transformed into a ravenous beast poised to rend her asunder. A bitter pang surged within him, prompting an immediate withdrawal. No matter what you dreamt, it was just a dream. His cool voice fell upon her like a bucket of icy water, thoroughly rousing her from the depths of her fright. She inhaled deeply several times, gradually calming herself. Upon observing Qinsha's demeanor, she recognized his misunderstanding, yet some matters defied explanation, leaving her with no choice but to let the misapprehension linger. She averted her gaze toward the window. Have we arrived at the police station? Having come from the hospital, regardless of how slow the ride, it should have taken no more than an hour. Yet now, with the sky barely illuminated, a few disheveled officers stood outside the vehicle, their peculiar glances directed at her. In disbelief, Lauren checked her personal terminal, noting the time was just past 5 in the morning. Confused, she quietly inquired of Qinsha, "What happened on the road that we only just reached the police station?" Qinsha disregarded her, alighting from the vehicle with an impassive demeanor, striding forward with purpose. A few police officers flanked him like eager aides, dutifully guiding the way, while Luolan could only follow in silence. Upon entering the police station, protocol dictated that Luolan and Qinsha be separated for individual questioning. The two officers tasked with the interrogation initially presumed Luolan would wield her influence, emboldened by the support of her commander. To their surprise, however, Luolan was exceedingly cooperative. For less than half an hour, she articulated the details of the crime with clarity and efficiency, even volunteering to inform the officers that, as per hospital regulations, all surgeries were recorded, should they require evidence. They could request it from the hospital. With a heavy heart, Luolan exited the interrogation room, only to find Qinsha waiting outside. He stood facing the window, his back to her, still clad in yesterday's military uniform, his posture regal and imposing, akin to an extraordinary sword poised for a lethal strike. Luolan recalled her dream, her heart leaping in surprise, compelling her to halt her steps. Qinsha immediately pivoted, his keen senses detecting her unease. "What is it?" he inquired. Luolan feigned nonchalance, replying, "I answered the police's questions honestly. It should be fine, right?" Qinsha appeared wholly unconcerned with her words, not probing further. The hallway remained quiet, as it was not yet time for the workday to commence, with only the two of them walking side by side. Qinsha remained silent. They had not asked, so she did not provide explanations. After all, Zhongli was aware of the circumstances, which did not constitute deceit towards the police. Qinsha continued to be taciturn. Concerned for Feng Lin, who had been taken away by Zhongli, Luolan inquired, "How is Feng Lin faring?" At long last, Qinsha reacted, warning, "There is a force behind Feng Lin that does not require your concern." Luolan, reminded of her awkward identity, promptly fell silent. As a foreign princess, maintaining a distance was the greatest assistance she could offer to Feng Lin, who faced accusations of treason. Upon arriving at the parking lot, they were taken aback to find the stern and serious steward Anda awaiting them. Luolan was surprised and tugged at Qinsha's sleeve, whispering, "Isn't he affiliated with the governor? What is he doing here?" Qinsha responded with a nonchalant hum, leaving her uncertain of the implication. "Will you be reprimanded by the governor?" Luolan inquired, a hint of worry in her voice. "He never scolds anyone," Qinsha replied honestly, conveniently omitting the latter part of his statement, which suggested that the governor typically resorted to physically incapacitating individuals. Reassured, Luolan felt a sense of integrity. Regardless of the outcome, she would accept it with equanimity, as long as she did not burden Qinsha. The three of them boarded the flying vehicle. And noticing that neither Anda nor Qinsha seemed inclined to converse, she politely asked, "May I contact a colleague via video?" Qinsha nodded in affirmation, while Anda said, "Madam, please feel free." Luolan accessed her personal terminal and reached out to Anna. "How is Zenny faring?" Anna, having anticipated the inquiry, promptly retrieved Zenny's latest examination report for her review. As Luolan perused the data, she inquired about Zenny's postoperative responses. After reviewing the examination results, she instructed Anna to increase the dosages of the two genetic agents. After arranging everything, Lauren severed the video call, just as she intended to close her eyes and rest. She heard Anda inquire, "How long will it take to ascertain whether Zenny has safely navigated the perilous post-operative phase and preserved his life?" Typically, the answer would emerge in 3 to 4 days. 3 to 4 days. Anda pondered thoughtfully, repeating the phrase, satisfied that he had no further questions. Lauren leaned her head against the car window and feigned sleep. Upon returning home, Lauren consumed a can of nutritional supplement, indulged in a warm bath, and threw herself onto the bed, yearning for slumber. After all, she could not go to work, and with no other tasks at hand, sleep seemed the only refuge. Yet, a cacophony of thoughts swirled in her mind, preventing her from finding repose. She recalled the dream she had in the early hours, where she performed a genetic surgery with remarkable skill and confidence, as if she had executed the procedure countless times before. Surrounding her were many voices, yet none were discernible. At last, she heard a familiar tone. Looking up, she saw Dr. Mill. He embraced her with a smile, affectionately kissing her cheek. Startled, the scene abruptly transformed. She found herself clad in the garb of a death row inmate, standing on the execution ground, where a masked official, resembling a merciless harbinger of death, coldly decreed, "Execute her." Feng Lin pointed disdainfully at her, seething with contempt. "You deceitful wretch, a condemned criminal daring to masquerade as a princess." Xian gleefully produced a multitude of tarot cards, intent on her demise. Lauren fled desperately, only to find Qinsher blocking her path, his expression frosty as he brandished a long sword aimed at her. Startled, she awoke just in time to see Qinsher, momentarily believing she was still ensnared in her dream. At that moment, Qinsha remarked that regardless of what dreams one might have, they are merely figments of the imagination. Yet inevitably, they shall morph into reality. Lauren initially believed her investigation was a minor affair, having successfully completed the surgery. She thought elucidating the circumstances would suffice to avert any significant issues. To her utter astonishment, the genetic surgery of an ordinary orphan had escalated into a national scandal. She cycled through several channels, each one condemning her for her apparent disregard for the law and for endangering lives, with some media outlets even initiating public polls on whether to support the death penalty for Luo's son. Lauren could only manage a bitter smile, realizing her unfortunate connection to capital punishment. Perhaps no matter how she tried to evade it, she could not escape her inevitable fate. Turning off her cognitive device, she fell into silent contemplation. While she was no connoisseur of politics, she understood that the enormity of the situation demanded an explanation from the government to the public. If Zenny could survive the perilous phase, all would be well. However, should Zenny succumb, she would stand as a veritable murderer, with irrefutable evidence against her. If she were not dealt with seriously, public outrage would be insurmountable. It was no wonder that Anda took the trouble to personally escort them. Nor was it surprising that he posed that particular question during their car ride. These past few days were anything but ordinary. Yet, it seemed the governor's concern lay not with her, but rather with Qinsha, fearing that she might impede his promising future. Having pondered this thoroughly, Lauren resolved to take action. Since it was she who had ensnared Qinsha in this predicament, she would do her utmost to rectify the situation and guide him back to safety. With renewed determination, she dressed, styled her hair, and applied a touch of makeup to conceal her fatigue. Chapter 15, 3 in front of the governor's residence. Lauren respectfully addressed Anda, expressing her urgency and desire to meet with the governor, assuring him that it would not consume much of his time. "Please, follow me," Anda replied, guiding her through the grand hall to the conference room. "The governor is inside." After expressing her gratitude, Lauren entered the room. The governor, clad in a long black robe, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. The brilliant morning sun illuminated the scene behind him, casting a shadow that enveloped him in darkness. Their previous confrontation had been fraught with hostility, and Lauren felt no need to mask her disdain as she spoke bluntly. The outside world remains unaware of the connection between Luo Sun and Qinsha, but this matter will inevitably come to light. You surely do not wish for me to jeopardize Qinsha. There is a solution that could aid him. What is it? The governor inquired. I shall divorce Qinsha, as long as there is no connection between us, given Qinsha's past military achievements. Even if Zenny cannot endure the perilous period ahead, he will still be able to extricate himself and retain his position as commander. If you wish to divorce, you ought to speak with Qinsha, he replied. He would never consent. Qinsha's character is resolute. He embodies the soldier's creed, never betraying his beliefs, shunning danger, or relinquishing his duties. Lauren's voice softened involuntarily, understanding that he perceived her as a responsibility he must bear. Knowing she was in danger, he would never agree to a divorce. Yet, once the legal ties were severed, she would no longer be his obligation. Lauren gazed unwaveringly at the governor, convinced he possessed the means to annul their marriage without Qinsha's consent, and she was certain he would be inclined to do so. The governor approached the conference table, nonchalantly taking a seat and leisurely perusing the documents before him, exuding an air of detachment. Lauren felt a surge of anxiety. Please, don't be angry. I. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she spoke with newfound conviction. You promised that as long as I became an A-level physical adept, you would divorce me. Now, I wish for an immediate divorce. The reason I agreed was so that you could marry Qinshu after our separation. The words slipped from her lips, and in an instant, Qinsha regretted them. Lauren, suppressing the agonizing turmoil within her heart, dared not speak further, fearing that any utterance would unleash a torrent of tears. What she had hoped to present as a surprise for Qinshu had now turned bittersweet. She had achieved her advancement, yet Qinshu was no longer present. Qinsha gazed silently at Lauren, wishing to remedy the situation but at a loss for words, for he could never consent to the divorce. What are you two up to? Filming a romantic drama? Xian's gaze swept over them as he made his way to the conference table, taking his seat. Bailey Tsang and Zhuoqiu followed closely behind, settling into their respective places. Lauren remained silent, immediately making her exit from the conference room, only to be intercepted by Chuemo, who was entering. "Princess, I need your assistance with a matter." "Me?" Chuemo turned to the governor, explaining, "Feng Lin is unavailable. My father's health is failing, and Professor N cannot be reached. Some matters concerning genetics can only be consulted with the princess, especially since today's events are all related to her." Chuemo regarded Zhongli with a gentle inquiry. "Do you believe I lack the right to say this? Are you more deserving?" Zhongli, momentarily taken aback, bore no resentment, casting a glance at Lauren before striding towards the conference table. "The individuals you have selected are your responsibility. I have no objections." Chuemo smiled encouragingly at Lauren and took his seat. As the door to the conference room closed, all windows were shrouded in darkness, and communication signals were severed, indicating that this was a highly confidential and significant meeting. Lauren, bewildered, gazed at the 7 men seated around the oval conference table. The governor raised his hand, gesturing towards the empty seat beside Ziyin. "Princess, please take a seat." Was she to participate in the meeting? Instinctively, Lauren glanced at Qinsha, who nodded gently, allowing her to sit down with a sense of reassurance. Ziyin was the first to speak, presenting evidence of Feng Lin's treason. 2 testimonies, obtained from 2 men captured in Yinlin, indicated that Feng Lin had provided them with the princess's physical advancement information. Additionally, a decrypted communication record revealed that Feng Lin had engaged in 2 conversations with the star domain of the Dragon Blood Legion. Ziyin stated, although the timing of the testimonies aligns perfectly with the 2 recorded calls, the men providing these testimonies are from the Dragon Blood Legion. Until we verify the contents of the communications, I believe the evidence is insufficient, and thus, we have refrained from taking action. However, I was surprised that Minister Zhongli acted rashly and apprehended Feng Lin without considering the repercussions. Zhongli scoffed dismissively. The governor inquired, "How does Feng Lin explain the communication records?" Zhongli replied, "Feng Lin acknowledged the calls but refused to disclose their contents, asserting that she merely conversed with an old friend who studies genetics about personal matters, claiming there was no harm to the Federation's interests." Lu Qiubai remarked coolly, "The Federation has neither designated the star domain of the Dragon Blood Legion as a prohibited communication zone nor forbidden personal interactions. Her calls were entirely lawful." Zhongli immediately refuted, "If it is indeed lawful, why hesitates to disclose the contents of the conversation? She possesses the right to safeguard her privacy. Should you gather sufficient evidence to demonstrate that her communication jeopardizes federal interests, I can endorse a decree compelling her to reveal the conversation's contents." Zhongli derisively remarked, "Your Honor, do not let your past entanglements with Feng Lin cloud your judgment." Lu Qiubai, unperturbed and composed, replied, "Every word I utter is grounded in fact and anchored in law. Please present evidence to substantiate your claim of favoritism towards Feng Lin. Otherwise, I may pursue a defamation suit against you for assaulting a federal justice and issue an order for your temporary detention." The presiding officer raised a hand, signaling silence, and Zhongli begrudgingly resumed his seat. The presiding officer turned his gaze towards Chuemo. With a tap on the table, a 3-dimensional syringe materialized at the center of the conference table. Lauren's eyes widened in astonishment. She recognized this syringe. On the night of her abduction, a female mercenary had attempted to inject the substance into her. Chuemo stated, "This was retrieved from the apprehended man, intact and identical to the previous 2 syringes." Accompanying his words were 2 syringes, utterly unrecognizable due to damage. "The analysis report has been released, but I cannot ascertain the purpose of this substance. It appears harmless to the human body. My knowledge of genetics is still rudimentary. I would appreciate it if the princess could examine it and discern any underlying issues." Lauren comprehended the implication. 3 syringes, 3 attempts on her life. Had it not been for a series of fortuitous events, these substances could have already invaded her system. The Dragon Blood Legion. What exactly has she done to incite their relentless pursuit? Old grudges and new animosities surged within her, igniting a fierce blaze of anger and sorrow. Lauren promptly opened the reagent analysis report, scrutinizing it intently. Half an hour later, after several men had concluded their discussion regarding Feng Lin and the Dragon Blood Legion, they noticed Lauren still transfixed by the analysis report, seemingly lost in thought, her expression a blend of confusion and grief. Bai Li Cang's eyes glinted with disdain, while Zhongli scoffed. "Princess?" Chimo called out. "What about the other perspective?" Lauren projected the analysis report onto the center of the conference table for all to see. She pointed to various data points, explaining in detail, here, and here. These viruses remain dormant within the first-generation host, yet if a new embryo is nurtured, these genes will be activated. Lauren swiftly pinned a long list of genes, to which Chimo remarked, "These genes are not pathogenic. They pose no harm to the human body." Lauren then inscribed a viral gene. "What about this one?" Chimo pondered for a moment, his pupils abruptly narrowing as he murmured, "No wonder the Dragon Blood Legion has thrived in the interstellar realm for so long. I never anticipated their prowess in genetic research." Bai Li Cang tapped the table, interjecting, "Hey, what exactly are you discussing? Don't take advantage of our ignorance." Chimo gently elucidated, "It is well known that genes are the primary carriers of genetic information. However, often overlooked are mitochondria, which also serve as carriers of this information. This gene lies dormant within the human body, only to be activated under specific conditions, diminishing the activity of mitochondria and rendering the gene incapable of propagation. In simpler terms, it is akin to performing a sterilization procedure on the gene, ultimately leading to the cessation of lineage. Throughout the cosmos, it is well known that the Odin Federation seeks to wed Princess Lauren, valuing her genetic heritage. Should unforeseen circumstances not arise, they are certain to replicate her genes to restore the stability of their own genetic stock, ensuring the continuation of their species. The Dragon Blood Core harbors malicious intent, with nefarious motives at play." Bai Li Cang chuckled coldly, his fist clenched. Striking the table with force, "Deploy troops to annihilate the Dragon Blood Core." Ziyin immediately interjected, "No, they intend to eradicate us completely. Why should we not do the same to them?" Zhongli cast a venomous glare at Lauren, as if she were the adversary intent on their extermination. Ziyin flicked a tarot card onto the table before Zhongli. With his index finger bent, he rhythmically tapped the card held in his other hand. A smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It is I who says no. Why do you stare at Qinsha's wife like a viper?" Suddenly, Zhongli lunged forward, akin to an arrow released from its bow, aiming at Ziyin. "Silence," came the authoritative voice of the governor. He continued, "Over 4 centuries ago, the Odin Federation and the Interstellar Human Alliance signed a ceasefire agreement. All of humanity in the cosmos acknowledges the establishment of the Odin Federation, refraining from military action against it. In return, the Odin Federation has pledged not to invade any state or organization recognized by the Interstellar Human Alliance. The Dragon Blood Core is a legitimate entity acknowledged by the Interstellar Human Alliance. Are you prepared to violate the ceasefire agreement signed by the inaugural governor, Yu Bei-chin?" The gaze of the governor, devoid of warmth, shifted from Bai Li Cang to Zhongli, both of whom lowered their heads in submission. Yu Bei-chin held a godlike status within the Odin Federation. No matter how audacious they were, they dared not disregard the rules he had established. Bai Li Cang and Zhongli exchanged excited glances, yet found themselves at a loss for a suitable solution, their eyes inevitably drifting towards Ziyin. Ziyin awkwardly touched his nose, pondering, "Am I truly so malevolent as to inspire such high hopes?" He sighed, "The whereabouts of the dragon head remain unknown. This is no simple matter. I can offer assistance." An abrupt silence enveloped the conference room as 7 pairs of eyes turned in unison towards Lauren. Lauren met their scrutinizing gazes with calm composure and unwavering resolve. Qinsha interjected, "Lauren, do not jest. You wish to assist." Bai Li Cang erupted into laughter, while Zhongli mockingly remarked, "It would be a stroke of fortune for the Federation if you merely refrained from acting as their spy." Lauren rose, his eyes bright and fixed upon the governor. "The actions of the Dragon Blood Legion are solely directed at me. Although they failed to inflict harm upon my person, I have been left bereft of my beloved. The pain of a severed heart and limb has rendered me the one who harbors the deepest hatred for them in this chamber." The governor regarded Lauren in silence, his cold mask betraying no emotion. "Should you choose to accept my assistance, I am at your service. If not, I shall ensure they pay in blood for their transgressions." With that, Lauren turned and exited the conference room. As he walked across the grassy expanse, he touched his right arm, feeling the dissonance of the brilliant blue sky and bright sunlight that failed to offer any warmth. In contrast, the rocky woods were engulfed in swirling dust and darkness. Yet there existed a sense of warmth amidst those who huddled together. Chinchur caught up with her, Lauren. Lauren halted her steps and looked up at him. Chinchur said, "What you cherish is research. Continue pursuing what you love. I shall help you avenge your grievances." Lauren smiled bitterly, her fist gently tapping against Chinchur's heart. "You have yet to fall in love, so you cannot comprehend. For love entails anticipation of every fleeting moment. Yearning for the mundane days spent together, dreaming of cooking side by side, sharing a bed, laboring together, and saving for travels. Yet now, all of that has vanished, leaving nothing behind. Were it not for her masquerade as a princess to survive, Dr. Longmu would not have targeted her repeatedly, and Qianxiu would not have undergone a transformation to save her. This is the sole act she can offer Qianxiu. How could she bear to entrust it to another?" Chinchur seemed poised to speak but ultimately fell silent. Lauren earnestly declared, "Let us divorce. Our marriage was never entered into with genuine consent." Suddenly, Chinchur grasped Lauren's hand, pulling her forcefully forward. He encircled her waist, trapping her within his embrace. "Should you continue to utter the word divorce, I shall demand you fulfill your duties as my wife." His expression was as cold as ice, his gaze frigid yet resolute, devoid of any hint of jest. Even though she possessed A-class physical abilities, in the face of his overwhelming strength, she felt utterly powerless. Lauren once again acutely sensed that the man before her was extraordinary, bearing within him the genes of an alien entity. "You shall not part from me." As Chincha tightened his grip around her waist, leaning down to kiss her, Lauren hurriedly shut her lips, signaling her unwillingness to continue the conversation. Chincha glared at her menacingly, but Lauren shook her head, affirming her resolve to remain silent. Satisfied, Chincha relaxed his hold. In an instant, Lauren forcefully pushed him away. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she declared, "You will regret this. In the future, you will undoubtedly detest the foolish version of yourself that exists in the present. Life is lived in the moment." Chincha ambled away nonchalantly, while Lauren stood frozen, gazing at his retreating figure. Chapter 16, One in the Observation Room. After reviewing all the examination data, Lauren smiled and announced, "We can begin preparations to celebrate Zinni's 19th birthday." Instantly, the room erupted with cheers and applause, with some even laughing while discreetly wiping away tears. This battle could finally be regarded as truly concluded. Though legally, all blame rested solely on Lauren's shoulders. They, as participants in the murder, had endured sleepless nights under the scorn of the entire Federation, bearing immense pressure. Chu Mo gently clapped his hands, turning to the unusually quiet Chincha beside him, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Chincha fixated on Lauren at the center of the crowd, reflecting, "I have taken many lives on the battlefield, yet she saves them." Chu Mo remarked with emotion, "My father, after watching the video of the princess performing surgery, said she is more precious than her genes." Agreed. Upon hearing Chincha's earnest commander tone, Chu Mo chuckled, "I must tend to that group of crocodiles outside." "Thank you." Chincha responded with utmost seriousness. Chu Mo sighed in frustration, reflecting on his youthful indiscretions. "Who could have foreseen that in my naivety, I would find myself entangled with you? Since we have crossed that threshold, I must take responsibility." Coincidentally, the laughter within the observation room had just subsided, and the assembled crowd was abruptly struck dumb by his words, as if the video had been paused. It seemed that the commander had entered into matrimony, rumored to be a political alliance. No wonder the esteemed Dr. Chu had remained unattached. It appeared he bore a deep, unrequited love. Strangely enough, the object of this political union seemed to be present in the very room. The onlookers felt as though they had stumbled upon knowledge best left undiscovered. Some bowing their heads, others turning away. The matter of the patient, they busied themselves with their work, feigning immersion. Chu Mo chuckled, giving Chincha a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and with a flourish of his sleeve, departed without a trace of worry. Chincha turned to Luo Lan and remarked, "It's not as you think." Understood. Of course not." Luo Lan responded, glancing at the others with an empathetic nod. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Chincha hesitated to elaborate, opting instead to activate the virtual screen displaying the hospital's press conference. Ever since the revelation that the enigmatic female surgeon was none other than the true identity of Ingxian Luo Lan, the commander's wife and a princess of the Arid Empire, public outrage had reached a fever pitch. The media fanned the flames, accusing Luo Lan of conducting the surgery unilaterally, while criticizing the police for their inaction and the Research Institute for withholding her medical records, attributing it all to the commander's abuse of power. Early this morning, citizens gathered in protest, demanding accountability from the government. After calming the public's ire to some extent, Chuimo began to elucidate the sequence of events that had transpired. Let us first delve into the origins of Zeni, an orphan devoid of parental love, plagued by chronic illness and beset by a lack of care. As he battled against his afflictions, he grew increasingly frail, with nearly all restoration specialists concluding that his genes were beyond repair, destined for demise. Alas, fate proved to be cruel. Just before the scheduled procedure, the primary specialist suffered an injury and was rendered incapable of performing the surgery. There was no time to enlist another genetic restoration expert. Poor Zeni found himself on the brink of death when Princess Lauren, a trainee geneticist, risked her own future career and even her life to save him. Her previously criticized status transformed into a poignant narrative. A princess, who seemingly lacked for nothing, selflessly devoted herself to a destitute orphan, a tale worthy of interstellar recognition. Nevertheless, amidst this emotional turmoil, the journalists retained their skepticism regarding the entire incident. Chumo connected with Feng Lin via video link, dressed in a striking royal blue professional ensemble. Feng Lin appeared quite composed. She earnestly addressed the public, expressing her regret. This surgery was originally meant for me, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I was unable to perform it. I am delighted that the commander's wife could complete the procedure, and I am profoundly grateful to her. Feng Lin, regarded as the national goddess of the Odin Federation, was universally acknowledged for undertaking the most perilous genetic surgeries, tasks that other specialists dared not approach. The revelation that the commander's wife had stepped in to perform the surgery on Zeni astonished everyone, ultimately leading them to accept Chumo's explanation. However, the art of genetic surgery is not merely a matter of bravery and compassion. The commander's wife may possess ample courage and kindness, yet her actions are often too reckless. The video connection to the hospital room reveals a familiar face, the young Zeni, who has been repeatedly covered by the media in recent days. Yet, due to the stringent regulations of the hospital, their attempts to approach Zeni prove futile, leaving them to rely solely on his previous footage. This marks the first genuine glimpse of Zeni. The boy on the hospital bed opens his eyes, adorned with a respirator, unable to speak. Yet he slowly raises his hand and gives a thumbs up, resembling a soldier returning from the battlefield, signaling victory to everyone present. Chuimo terminates the video but allows the image of Zeni, with his triumphant gesture, to linger before all. He states, "I am aware that many of you present, as well as those following this matter, harbor numerous doubts. Some ponder legalities, others contemplate systems. However, we are physicians, and our sole focus is on life. Zeni will celebrate his 19th birthday, and he shall also rejoice in his 29th, 39th, and 49th birthdays." This encapsulates the thoughts of all doctors. A chorus of applause erupts in the observation room, accompanied by a flurry of pink hearts. Lauren claps fervently while casting glances at Qinsha. While Qinsha operates with a sharp and unwavering approach, Chuimo embodies the opposite, skillfully wielding his techniques with an enchanting finesse. No wonder Feng Lin harbors deep feelings for Chuimo. He possesses both capability and composure, subtly shielding Zeni amidst turbulent undercurrents. His adeptness is matched by his resourcefulness, as even the notoriously unyielding Zhong Li is inclined to assist him. Furthermore, his cunning is evident, for he skillfully defused the uproar surrounding a recent press conference, rendering the clamor inconsequential. What is most striking, however, is his exceptional demeanor, a paragon of grace and poise, far surpassing the image of Ziyin, who is equally shrewd and astute. "What is the matter?" Qinsha immediately sensed Lauren's scrutiny and turned to inquire. Lauren glanced at the group, still lost in infatuation, and beckoned with a finger. Qinsha subtly shifted, and Lauren rose on tiptoe, resting a hand on his shoulder. Leaning in to whisper softly, "You and Chuimo are quite the match." The gentle breath brushing against his ear sent a peculiar thrill coursing through Qinsha's heart, an unfamiliar sensation that prompted him to instinctively retreat. With a 3-grade physical prowess, every movement of his was akin to a flash of lightning. Suddenly, Lauren's hand lost its support. Her center of gravity compromised, and she tumbled toward the ground. Realizing the impending mishap, Qinsha instinctively reached out to catch her, but Lauren, as if performing a dance, pivoted gracefully on her toes, her body flipping and standing elegantly before him. Lauren cast a sidelong glance at him, rolling her eyes, while Qinsha fell into an awkward silence. "Feel free to express your disdain for me openly, There is no need to orchestrate my fall in front of everyone, she remarked with a hint of melancholy. What is going on? Feng Lin had not committed treason. At least, she was not colluding with the Dragon Blood Legion. Although Qin Shao had cautioned her against meddling in affairs that did not concern her, some matters were simply impossible to ignore, especially when they held a semblance of relevance to her. Curious, Chu Mo inquired, what about the evidence? I possess no proof, yet I firmly believe she would never conspire with the Dragon Blood Legion to harm me. Lauren gazed at Chu Mo with pleading eyes. You must have a way to assist Feng Lin. I implore you to think of something. Chu Mo chuckled. Feng Lin regards you as a friend without concern for your status. You have not betrayed her trust. Rest assured, there are plenty of people willing to help her. My involvement is unnecessary. Lauren sensed an odd tone in Chu Mo's words and hastily asked, Who? The Grand Judge Zhuqiu had already ordered the release of Zhong Li due to insufficient evidence. In order to convict Zhong Li, stronger evidence must be procured. Zhuqiu Bai? Feng Lin's first love. Lauren marveled inwardly, astounded by the remarkable prowess of this ex-boyfriend. Then why is Feng Lin still in prison? Chu Mo replied with a wry smile. Feng Lin refuses to leave. She demands Zhong Li apologize to her. Queen Feng Lin actually remains in prison, refusing to come out. No wonder she appeared so spirited in the video. It seems she is relishing tormenting Zhong Li, Chu Mo remarked. If Feng Lin continues to neglect her job, this situation will eventually come to light. If you could assist Zhong Li in securing Feng Lin's release, he would undoubtedly be grateful. Lauren pondered for a moment and solemnly stated, I would prefer to see Zhong Li kneel and apologize. Chu Mo sighed. One should never offend a woman. Lauren glanced at Chu Mo and, unable to contain herself, blurted out, if you wish to help Zhong Li, you should personally plead with Feng Lin. She has always held you in high regard. Chu Mo smiled in silence. Lolan remained uncertain whether he truly understood Feng Lin's feelings for him. Half jokingly, he inquired, do you prefer men, women, or perhaps both? Chu Mo pressed a button on his personal terminal and addressed Qin Shao on the other end, saying, come and take your wife away. She is exceedingly noisy. Chapter 16. Initially, Lolan believed that, given the gravity of the situation, she would be unable to obtain her gene repair specialist license. However, to her surprise, following Chu Mo's mediation, the Gene Committee ultimately agreed to grant her the license. Nevertheless, Lolan was required to complete 10 years of community service, meaning that all gene repair surgery she performed during this decade would be pro bono, assisting those afflicted by illness but lacking the means for treatment. Without hesitation, Lolan accepted. Likely influenced by her affection for Qian Su, an orphan and former subject of genetic research, she regarded the obligation not as a punishment, but rather as a noble endeavor. The chairman of the Gene Committee informed her to proceed to the executive hall at Spida Palace to collect her license. When Lolan expressed her confusion, the chairman elucidated that her unique circumstances warranted no precedent. Thus, the issuance of her license would require multiple approvals, culminating in a signature from the governor. As the governor's signature was customary for such matters, it followed that the governor would bestow the license. Despite her disdain for the governor, Lolan felt compelled to meet with him for the sake of her license. Congratulations. The governor presented Lolan with a certificate crafted through traditional artisanal methods, exuding an air of solemn antiquity. Lolan replied coolly, I must thank Chu Mo. After securing her license, she prepared to depart. Lauren stood resolutely, casting a cold gaze upon the governor. The governor inquired, last time you mentioned that the Dragon Blood Legion must pay in blood. How do you intend to proceed? Have you consented to my participation in your endeavors? He regarded her with an unusual warmth in his tone, earnestly stating, regardless of whom you wish to see perish within the Dragon Blood Legion, we will ensure it is accomplished. Your intellect should not be wielded for the purpose of taking lives, but rather for the salvation of others. Lauren was nearly overcome with the urge to shatter the license in her grasp against the governor's mask-like visage. Suppressing her tears, she replied, the person I yearn to save most in this world is no longer among the living. The governor fell silent, his expressionless mask glinting with the cold metallic sheen that rendered him akin to a lifeless statue wrought from metal. Lauren turned to depart. Yet the governor's voice resonated from behind her. Time will mend your wounds. A series of beeping sounds erupted, her personal terminal alerting her to an important document that required her immediate attention. Ms. Luo's son, congratulations on becoming an A-class physique enhancer. The document was extensive, originating from the central intelligence of the base, mandating her to consult a psychologist for a psychological evaluation, to meet with a lawyer to draft a will, and to sign a waiver of liability for her death should her relatives seek legal recourse against those responsible for her demise in the event of an anomaly. The concluding request urged her to attend the base's annual celebration for newly promoted A-class enhancers, scheduled for 3 days hence at the Martyrs Hall of the base. When Feng Lin facilitated the creation of Luo Sun's false identity, the records indicated the possession of foreign genes to avoid drawing attention. Certainly, it is likely that her recent elevation to A-grade physical fitness triggered the intelligence system to determine she posed a potential risk of mutation, subsequently sending her a notification. Lorlin recalled the words of Feng Lin, who had mentioned that in other star nations, warriors who achieved A-grade status were met with congratulations from friends and family. While in the Odin Federation, the first correspondence received was often a death notification. Lorlin was not a mutant. She could not possibly undergo a mutation, and thus felt no compulsion to adhere to the requirements. She merely needed to inform Anna, who would handle the matter appropriately. Just as Lorlin was about to delete the file, she suddenly remembered that Qian-Su had also received such a notification. With a simple click to delete, she could erase her troubles, yet for all the mutants like Qian-Su, receiving that notification was not so easily remedied. The Hall of Heroes at the Alicata military base stood as an independent edifice, its architectural style resplendent and classical, a stark contrast to the utilitarian design of the other structures within the base. The building was constructed from special metallic bricks, each engraved with the name of an individual, heroes who had sacrificed their lives for the Federation over the centuries, thus earning its title as the Hall of Heroes. Upon Lorlin's arrival, the spacious and expansive hall was already filled with numerous individuals, all clad in crisp military uniforms, strolling in small groups along the walls, perusing the names of the fallen heroes inscribed upon them. Since only the bricks at the front bore names while those further back remained blank, most attendees congregated near the front, leaving fewer individuals toward the rear. The position assigned to Lorlin by the intelligence system happened to be at the back, where she quietly settled into her seat. The entire hall was adorned with solemn green military uniforms, save for her solitary figure clad in a pristine white researcher's attire, a young and beautiful woman. The surrounding soldiers, unable to conceal their curiosity, scrutinized Lorlin. Hey, why do you maintain such physical prowess if you're not diligently engaged in research? Are you contemplating a career change? You seem a bit discontented. Do you regret elevating your fitness to an A-grade? I am a special combat soldier aboard the Beichin. After the ceremony, we are having a small gathering. Would you care to join us for a drink? We, the special combat soldiers of the Nanjiao, are quite the sight, handsome, fit, and adept at dancing. Come dance with us tonight. A group of soldiers, idling away their time, found themselves unable to resist teasing and jesting at the sight of a beautiful maiden. Lorlin was reminded of Qian-Shu, who had once occupied this very spot, and her heart fluttered gently. She could not help but inquire, "Are you not afraid? The Federation requires protection. Someone must undertake the task, whether it's me or another." Hey, do not feign such noble intentions. You are undoubtedly attracted by the lucrative salaries and generous benefits of special combat soldiers, aren't you? And what about you? Aren't special combat soldiers the most popular among women? It certainly aids your reputation as a heartthrob. His words were abruptly silenced by a teammate's hand, while others grinned at Lorlin with innocent expressions. Shall we all go out together tonight? Lorlin replied, I am married. Really? Indeed. Upon realizing Lorlin's sincerity, the soldiers quickly abandoned their pretenses of grandeur, adopting expressions of mock sorrow and regret. Goodness, can you believe there are individuals willing to marry so early? She has forsaken an entire forest. Her married woman. Lorlin smiled and said, My 2 assistants are single women, and they have numerous friends of a similar age. A group of soldiers swiftly transformed their expressions, beaming enthusiastically at Lorlin. A man of higher rank cautiously inquired, Madam, I have heard that only mid-level researchers at the Alicata Life Research Institute are permitted 2 assistants. I am a senior researcher. The warm smiles of the crowd instantly morphed into expressions of astonishment. Those who could attain the status of class of physical fitness were among the finest warriors, standing out as exemplary figures amongst their peers. And few could evoke such admiration from them. I am also a genetic repair specialist. The audience immediately straightened in their seats, their gaze toward Lorlin shifting completely, now imbued with a subtle respect. Madam, your husband must have saved the universe, right? A resonant voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, rise. All stood in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. Lorlin hurriedly stood as well, but was a beat too late, appearing somewhat out of place. Qinsha and the Chancellor strode through the center of the hall. Qinsha donned military attire while the Chancellor, seldom seen in uniform, wore field combat gear. complete with a helmet, leaving no part of her body exposed. Salute. Her actions further emphasized her incongruity. The Chancellor's gaze briefly flicked over her, and Qinsha momentarily hesitated, as if wishing to speak, yet restrained himself. Salute completed, sit down. With the command, everyone promptly took their seats. Lauren, untrained and slightly delayed, hurried to sit down only after all others had already done so. The lights in the hall dimmed, and a documentary on mutations commenced. Individuals aboard warships suddenly transformed, violently attacking their comrades. Others mutated during missions, resulting in the demise of entire teams. Some experienced unforeseen transformations in the dead of night, inflicting grave injuries upon sleeping allies. In public spaces, mutations occurred, leading to the tragic deaths of innocent civilians. One harrowing video followed another, each depicting injuries or fatalities, inundated with bloody brutality. The three-dimensional imaging rendered everything terrifyingly real, making each viewer acutely aware of the victims as if they were situated right beside them. As the documentary concluded, the lights in the hall were restored. In the Hall of Heroes, the earlier light-hearted atmosphere vanished, replaced by an omnipresent shadow of death that weighed heavily on everyone. Having successfully advanced, they had all received extensive briefings from their superiors regarding sudden mutations and had even consulted psychologists, believing themselves prepared. Yet, it was only at this moment, witnessing these classified documents with their own eyes, that they truly grasped the cruel despair of mutations. Qinsha rose, surveying all the soldiers with a somber gaze. I regret to inform you that the A-class physical fitness celebration for the mutated beings will not be held in the banquet hall, but rather here in the Hall of Heroes. The events recorded in the videos could very well unfold in your lives or those of your comrades. This is the life that awaits you, each day shrouded in the shadow of mutation and death. In moments of solitude, one may weep unrestrainedly, seek the counsel of a psychologist, or indulge in pharmaceuticals as a means of release. However, ultimately, one must rise and forge ahead, for you are warriors, the finest soldiers of the Odin Federation. The Federation calls upon you. The resounding voice of Qinsha reverberated in the ears of all present. Within the Hall of Heroes, the specter of death lingered, yet each person held their spine a little straighter. As Qinsha proclaimed, they were formidable warriors, honed through countless trials. Though fear of death loomed over them, it would not yield them to retreat. Chapter 16. 3. Upon concluding his address, the Chancellor announced, "The floor is open for questions." A soldier raised his hand, and the Chancellor gestured for him to proceed. The soldier stood and saluted Qinsha, inquiring, "Commander, you possess a Class A3 physique. The likelihood of mutation is significantly greater for you. Are you afraid?" "Indeed, I am afraid," Qinsha replied. "What do you fear the most?" There was a brief silence before he continued. "As you are aware, I am married, and my wife's physical abilities are inferior to mine." A soft chuckle arose among the crowd, for, apart from the Chancellor, everyone else possessed lesser physical capabilities than the commander. "I once had a nightmare in which I bit her and devoured her." The laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a solemn silence. The soldier, with a respectful salute, returned to his seat, murmuring, "Thank you, Commander." A female soldier then raised her hand to pose a question. "Commander, is your wife aware of this? As a pure gene human, how does she view the possibility of mutation among the hybrids?" "She is aware," Qinsha responded, his gaze settling upon Lauren, who fully accepted the existence of hybrids. "Is she not afraid?" In the silence, Lauren suddenly stood up and declared, "I am indeed afraid." All the soldiers turned in unison to gaze at her. Lauren, astonished by the expressions of those around her, blinked at her fellow soldiers with a wry smile. Having previously mentioned her marital status, a murmur of surprise spread through the crowd, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions. "Then, how can you still sit here?" The hall, filled with thousands, housed those who could transform into aberrations. "When I first arrived in Alicata, someone much like you told me that courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the presence of fear alongside compassion, wielding a sword to confront adversity. At that time, I did not fully grasp his words, but now I understand, for I, like you, possess things I would rather fear than relinquish. Thus, I will be both afraid and brave." The female soldiers appeared to ponder this revelation, lost in thought. A male soldier stood up, sharply questioning, "Did you just say you not only fear the aberrations but also harbor a deep hatred for them?" Clearly, he had conflated aberrations with the beings themselves. "Indeed, I harbor a profound hatred for them," Lauren responded, meeting his scornful gaze. "I have resolved to make it my lifelong mission to defeat and eradicate them." The male soldier hesitated, instinctively retorting, "What did you say? How is that possible?" Sudden aberrations are a genetic affliction, she explained. I am a genetic repair specialist, and I assert that I will research and discover a cure for these aberrations. How can that be deemed impossible? The questioning soldier, now devoid of hostility, refrained from disheartening her with negativity, yet could not feign optimism. He fell silent. The governor interjected, "If there are no further issues, please take your seats." The female and male soldiers saluted the chancellor and the commander before taking their seats. Lorland stood still, her resolve unwavering. "I have a question for your excellency, the chancellor." The chancellor raised his hand, inviting her to proceed. "Why must we eradicate the aberrants post-transformation? Prove this necessity, in the absence of evidence. Allowing the aberrants to die with dignity is the Federation's final act of respect towards them." Final respect? How can you be certain they do not wish to continue living? Should not the utmost respect lie in honoring an individual's will? Lorland's voice rose, sharp and piercing, akin to a finely honed spear aimed at the chancellor. The chancellor surveyed the assembly of soldiers. "After transformation, do you wish for death, or to exist as mindless, frenzied beasts?" "Death!" The resounding cry echoed through the Hall of Heroes, unwavering and united. Lorland gazed at the resolute faces surrounding her. They were the Federation's finest warriors, preferring death over the prospect of becoming ravenous, insane beasts. Was this also Qianqiu's choice? Silence enveloped the room. "Thank you." Lorland turned to the chancellor, her determination palpable. "I will strive to prove that 1 in 1,000 chance." Amidst the solemn, deep green military uniforms, she stood out in radiant white, drawing the gaze of the chancellor, the commander, and all the soldiers alike, with tears welling in her eyes. She addressed the assembly. "My colleagues and I will endeavor to seek that 1 in 1,000 opportunity. When that moment arrives, I implore you all to fight fiercely, to never forsake yourselves, and even if you become mindless, frenzied beasts, do not consent to others ending your lives. Death is agonizing. Yet the anguish of longing is even more profound. The names etched in the Hall of Heroes are not merely inscribed upon bricks. They are indelibly engraved in the hearts of those who miss them, becoming an everlasting sorrow." Before the dormitory of Qianqiu, Lorland beheld several pots of vibrant flowers flourishing on the windowsill. Their blossoms were resplendent in color. Delicate pink and white curtains billowed gently in the breeze. Clearly, the residence once inhabited by Qianqiu had welcomed new occupants, the traces of his life meticulously erased. Over the span of 11 years, she accomplished what seemed an insurmountable task. Yet she lost the companion who had encouraged her along the way. On the speeding interstellar train, Lorland stared vacantly at the vacant seat opposite her. Qianqiu had little money, while Lorland's account held funds that were not rightfully hers. Together, they traveled by the economical interstellar train. At times, when laden with too much luggage, it proved inconvenient. In those moments, Lorland's greatest aspiration was to obtain her genetic repair license, earn enough to purchase a second-hand private spacecraft. She retrieved her genetic repair license, unfurling it slowly, examining it for the first time. The name inscribed as the genetic repair specialist was Yingjian Lorand, not Luo Sun. The one who had strived for 11 years was Luo Sun, yet he remained absent. It was Yingjian Lorand who received acknowledgement. Luo Sun was born of Qianqiu, yet seemed to vanish with his departure. Tears dripped onto the paper. The interstellar train's intelligence system announced, approaching Alicata Orphanage. Lorand wiped away her tears, carelessly rolled up the license that symbolized wealth, status, and power, and tucked it into her bag before disembarking. Upon arriving at the entrance of the orphanage, Lorand soon realized that due to its semi-militarized management, entry was not permitted without prior registration and a substantial fee. Accompanied by a young volunteer guide, Lorand registered under the identity of Luo Sun and embarked on a tour of the orphanage via a sightseeing vehicle. Gazing out the window, Lorand discovered that nearly 11 years had elapsed since his last visit, yet time seemed to have stood still in this place. Neither the scenery nor the people had undergone the slightest change. Groups of children frolicked and played, their laughter resonating in the air. Yet the man who once engaged them in naval games was forever absent. The volunteer guide, a vivacious young woman still in university, chattered incessantly throughout the journey. "Miss, what brings you to the orphanage?" she inquired. "I had a friend who lived here," Lorand replied. "That explains it. Why didn't he accompany you?" "He has passed away." The guide, taken aback, murmured, "I apologize for my indiscretion." "Not at all. Do you know which dormitory he resided in?" Lorand asked. "I can take you to see where he lived," the guide offered enthusiastically. Lorand paused, bitterness creeping into his voice. "I do not know." "That is quite all right," the guide reassured him. "Many visitors seeking their relatives are unaware of the dormitories they inhabited." "What was your friend's name?" I can help you look up his accommodation details. Jian-Su, Lauren answered. The guide promptly accessed her personal terminal, logging into the orphanage's website to retrieve Jian-Su's lodging information. I am quite certain, she stated confidently. The guide once again assisted Lauren in her search, yet the results still yielded no information on the individual in question. Noticing her distress, the guide quickly sought to reassure her, saying, "Do not be anxious. Perhaps there is an oversight in the records. Or your friend may have changed their name after leaving the orphanage. I have encountered similar situations before. Allow me to consult with the teacher in charge of the orphanage's dormitory to conduct a more thorough investigation on your behalf. Grateful." Lauren provided her contact number and requested to be notified immediately should any information arise. The following day, Lauren received a message from the volunteer guide stating that the dormitory teacher had also been unable to locate any records pertaining to Qianqiu. It was possible that Lauren had misremembered the orphanage or that Qianqiu had indeed adopted a new name. If Qianqiu's name was absent from the dormitory's archives, it could only mean that his previous name was not Qianqiu. Given that Qianqiu was a military personnel, accessing his personal information proved to be a daunting task. After much contemplation, Lauren decided to message Feng Lin, imploring her to assist in uncovering any names that Qianqiu might have previously used. Rushing into her study, Lauren approached Daxiong and inquired, what was Qianqiu's name before? Daxiong's round, beady eyes spun like a whirling mosquito coil, and after a prolonged pause, he managed to utter, "Master." Frustrated, Lauren scolded, "Fool. Great fool. The most foolish great fool." Overwhelmed with sorrow and despondency, she embraced Daxiong and gently but repeatedly tapped her forehead against his round head. Lamenting, "I truly am a foolish and useless great fool. Why did I only concern myself with my own affairs back then and fail to show more care for Qianqiu?" Daxiong stood silently, offering no response. A faint sound of a light tap echoed through the room, prompting Lauren to sit upright. "Who is it?" "It's me." Qinsha emerged from behind a tall bookshelf in the study, appearing somewhat awkward. Lauren felt even more embarrassed. "I didn't know you were here. I was assisting the governor in searching for something." Instinctively, she glanced behind the bookshelf, catching a glimpse of a vague silhouette. "I want to disturb you. I shall take my leave." Lauren immediately intended to exit. "Lauren." Qinsha's gaze was gentle, even imbued with a rare hint of joyful anticipation. "I bear good news." "What is it?" "Tonight, there will be a celebration in honor of your becoming a gene repair specialist, and 2 special guests will be attending." "Who?" "Your 9th sister and 17th brother. I didn't inform you in advance. I merely wished to surprise you." Lauren was momentarily stunned. 9th sister? 17th brother? Who's 9th sister and 17th brother? Oh, Princess Lauren's 9th sister and 17th brother. But she is not Princess Lauren. Lauren. Qinsha noticed her troubled expression. "Are you not pleased to see them?" "Ah, how could that be?" "Of course, I am delighted. I am exceedingly happy. I must prepare thoroughly to welcome them." With a strained smile, Lauren hurried away. At that moment, she sought a place to hide and contemplate her next steps, only to collide with the governor. He held an antique notebook in one hand while steadying her with the other. Lauren was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why the governor obstructed her path. "The door is this way." Qinsha grasped her hand with one and pointed in the opposite direction with the other. The governor immediately released Lauren and stepped back significantly. Lauren smiled as she touched her forehead, overwhelmed with joy after not seeing them for 11 years, feeling a bit foolish with excitement. She hurriedly dashed towards the door. Akin to a young girl, long separated from home, eagerly yearning to reunite with her family, Lauren burst into the bedroom and locked the door. It was certain to be revealed, undoubtedly. After more than a decade apart, even if they were not particularly close in the past, a reunion would inevitably lead to conversations and reminiscing about old times. Yet, she did not even know the names of her 9th sister or 17th brother. It seemed familiar. But during that brief month, her focus had been predominantly on Princess Lauren, concerned solely with survival in the Odin Federation, oblivious to the tangled web of relatives from the Ardi Empire. 11 years had passed, and she had returned all that she had once memorized to Dr. Mill. Regardless of what her sister or brother might say, she would remain utterly ignorant, unable to engage in conversation. The more she pondered, the more despondent she became. It appeared she possessed much, yet in reality, she was still that girl with nothing, devoid of family to turn to and friends to confide in, utterly alone. If Qianqiu were still around, he would undoubtedly devise a plan to assist her. Heartbroken, Lauren sat on the floor, cradling her head. If Qianqiu were here, they would never have encountered this predicament. They should have escaped long ago. Suddenly, Lauren sprang to her feet. Was it still possible to flee? Regardless of the timing, Escape was her only option. She swiftly retrieved her bag and began to gather her belongings. To remain inconspicuous, she could not carry much, only the essentials, her music box, self-defense weapon, and a supply of potions. After preparing everything, Lauren messaged Chansha, "I am stepping out to purchase some items." "Where to?" "Sister 9 and brother 17 are coming, and I lack suitable attire, so I will check them all." "All right." With her bag in hand, Lauren confidently embarked on her escapade. As she walked, Lauren contemplated her plan. She would boldly take a hovercraft to the mall, first acquiring some items and, for a premium, requesting immediate delivery to other planets. Discreetly, she would remove her personal terminal, which could pinpoint her location, and stow it among her purchases, allowing Ziyin and Zhongli to follow the signal to her. She was aware that there were likely bodyguards shadowing her. Otherwise, Chansha would not have permitted her to venture out alone. However, the mall was bustling with people. With numerous exits, and at the right moment and place, she could create a bit of chaos to shake them off her trail. Her bag contained various medicines, enabling her to alter her appearance at will, disguising herself as a genetically mutated being, blending into the nearby Luying Street. That area was a melting pot, filled with women of dubious origins. An additional frail female mutant would hardly attract attention. Once the search for her subsided, she would find a way to depart from Alicata. Settling into the hovercraft, she ensured nothing was overlooked before instructing the AI to head to the mall. The craft ascended, speeding ahead. Lauren rested her forehead against the window, gazing at the gradually receding Spada Palace below, an inexplicable pang of sorrow tugging at her heart. A barely audible sigh escaped her lips. Lauren paused for a moment before realizing that the sigh was not her own. Was there someone else in the vehicle? "Your Highness, it is I." Sensing her trepidation, the governor seated in the back of the flying car promptly revealed his identity. Lauren turned her head in shock, exclaiming, How did you get in here?" "The marketplace is crowded and unsafe. I am escorting you." "What about Chansha?" "I happen to be free." Lauren felt a mix of suspicion and uncertainty, unsure whether he was genuinely unoccupied or had sensed something amiss. The governor's masked visage betrayed no emotion as he gazed at the virtual screen, engaging in casual conversation. "You seem to have a good relationship with your brother, the 17th. That is of no concern to you." Lauren averted her gaze, looking out the window to mask her ignorance with indifference. The governor continued, "Chansha is a bit anxious to see your family. He hopes to bring you some joy." Upon arriving at the marketplace, Lauren wrestled with her thoughts. What should she do? Escape or remain? If she chose to flee, facing the enigmatic governor left her with little confidence of success. If she stayed, the truth would surely come to light by nightfall. It seemed that regardless of her choice, she was trapped in a dead end. The robotic salesperson presented the season's most fashionable dresses one by one for her perusal. Lauren feigned interest, yet she failed to retain any memory of the garment's appearances. "I'll take this one," she finally declared. The governor, who had been silently observing from the side, suddenly interjected. In the end, Lauren randomly selected a long dress and requested the robot to wrap it up for her. As time slipped away, Lauren found herself at a loss, with the governor steadfastly shadowing her every move, even waiting outside the restroom for her return, seeking to buy herself some time. Lauren feigned thirst and headed to a beverage shop. She purchased 2 cups, contemplating the idea of slipping a sedative into the governor's drink to incapacitate him. However, the thought struck her that he possessed elite physical capabilities and was a genetically altered being. She had no idea what his current genetic makeup was or which substances might affect him. Should she mix all the drugs together? Raising her gaze, Lauren was met with the sight of his masked visage, and tears silently welled in her heart as she relinquished the notion of subduing him. The governor politely remarked, "I'm afraid I cannot partake in beverages in public." Lauren rolled her eyes. "Am I treating you to a drink? You truly overestimate yourself. You bought 2 cups. Both for me." The governor regarded the 2 oversized cups, a hint of amusement lacing his voice. "Do you think you can finish them?" In a moment of mental lapse, she had chosen the largest size for the sake of convenience in her plan. Staring at the 2 colossal cups in her hands, Lauren maintained her composure, replying, "Of course." With that, she contemplated flipping the table and splashing the drinks onto the governor's face. The truth was, she wasn't even thirsty, and she despised icy beverages. Lauren cradled a large cup, a straw nestled between her lips, her gaze flitting about restlessly. Thoughts flitted through her mind, each one extinguished before it could fully materialize. No, none of them would suffice. If she were seated across from Xian or Chinchur, she would have a plan. Yet, in the presence of the governor, she felt as though this lifeless figure possessed no vulnerabilities. Throughout, his visage had remained indistinct, yet his presence loomed palpably. Lauren's frustration mounted as she glared at the governor, only to discover that he was unreservedly fixated on her, his concentration so intense that it seemed she might vanish at any moment should he let his guard down. A jolt of unease coursed through her. Had he sensed something amiss? Just as her mind spiraled into paranoia, the sound of a cup shattering on the floor broke her reverie. Following the noise, she observed a person vociferously reprimanding a robot, a puddle of drink pooling at their feet. The robot in question was a common cleaning model, programmed to operate according to preset instructions, utterly incapable of human interaction. The individual continued to rant, while the robot stood there, blank and oblivious. Lauren stared at the scene, momentarily entranced. She could not simply walk away. In her panic, she had only considered her own plight, neglecting the fact that Qing Wei and Qing Chu were still in Odin. What would become of them if she fled? The Al Empire could trade its own princess. How could they safeguard two maidens already dispatched? With a sudden resolve, Lauren set her cup down forcefully and rose, striding toward the exit. A discomfort gripped her abdomen, the cause uncertain, whether from anger or an excess of icy beverages. A hovercar glided to a halt before her. As she prepared to board, her legs faltered unexpectedly, sending her tumbling toward the ground. As anticipated, just before her head met the earth, the governor caught her, a reflexive response stemming from his superior physical prowess. "Princess?" Lauren grimaced in agony, one hand clutching her abdomen while the other pointed towards the bag that had fallen to the ground, the medicine. The official hastily opened the bag, and at first glance, he spotted a black box that resembled a music player. He reached inside and retrieved the pouch of medication. With trembling hands, Lauren extracted 2 small vials from a row of unmarked bottles. She opened her mouth, ready to pour the contents into it, but the official grasped her wrist. Infuriated, Lauren thought, "Why can't I take the medication myself?" With tears of frustration shimmering in her eyes, she looked pitiably at the official and moaned in distress. "I've had too many cold drinks. My stomach hurts." The official released her hand. After consuming the medicine, Lauren, with the official's support, weakly settled into the vehicle, feigning a gradual alleviation of her pain. The official remained silent, quietly accompanying her. Though Lauren dared not observe him closely, she sensed that the official seemed genuinely concerned for her. Perhaps her act had indeed fooled him. "Are you feeling better?" he inquired. Lauren weakly responded with a faint yes. Although she entertained the thought of frightening him, yet realized that truly alarming him into taking her to the hospital would be undesirable. At that moment, she genuinely felt a pang of pain in her abdomen, instinctively placing her hand upon it. The official asked, "Do you need to see a doctor?" Lauren muttered, "I am the doctor. Is it still painful?" "That's none of your concern." Lauren turned her gaze to the window, signaling her disinterest in conversing with him. Upon returning home, they found that several guests had already arrived. Lauren hurriedly searched for Chen Sha, spotting him impeccably dressed as he conversed with Chu Mo. She hurriedly dashed over, playfully tugging at Chen Sha's sleeve, and then at Chu Mo's, signaling for them to follow her. Once the 3 of them reached the upper floor and secured the door, Chen Sha inquired, "What is the matter?" Luo Lan pointed to her throat and meticulously inscribed on the virtual screen, "I can no longer speak." Chu Mo. Without delay, Chen Sha pulled Luo Lan in front of Chu Mo. Luo Lan obediently opened her mouth. A look of shame washed over her. "I took the wrong medication. My stomach hurts. I intended to take painkillers and some restorative medicine, but I ended up with the wrong pills." Luo Lan presented her pouch of medication to Chu Mo, which contained 5 layers, each neatly arranged with identical small bottles, none of which bore labels. She indicated 2 bottles, signifying that these were the ones she had mistakenly taken. Chu Mo was nearly drenched in cold sweat. "Why didn't you label the bottles?" "I did it on purpose. It prevents anyone from tampering with my pouch," she replied. No wonder she had poisoned herself, Chu Mo remarked with a forced smile. "What a splendid idea. Yet, now you find yourself unable to move." Luo Lan patted her chest and wrote, "I am perfectly fine. Today, my stomach aches greatly, my vision is somewhat blurred, and with the governor present, it makes me quite anxious. With the old fox backing her, the little foxes should remain unsuspecting." Chu Mo finally grasped the ancient adage that genius and madness lie but a hair's breadth apart. Chen Sha, with concern, asked, "What about Luo Lan's throat?" "It's nothing," Chu Mo replied. "The princess has already detoxified herself. She is merely experiencing the side effects of the poison, which will render her mute for a couple of days." Lauren wrote, "Do not inform 9th sister or 17th brother. Simply state that I am suffering from a viral throat infection." Chu Mo coldly mocked, Would you truly announce at the celebration of your becoming a genetic repair specialist that you have rendered yourself mute due to your own toxins? Such a humiliating matter is beyond my capacity to disclose. Lauren chuckled awkwardly. Noticing the displeased expression on Chen Sha's face, Chu Mo tactfully excused himself. Lauren remarked, I need to change my clothes, subtly suggesting that Chen Sha should also exit. Chen Sha glanced at her collection of potions. Just how much poison have you prepared? Lauren blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Are you truly so devoid of security? Chen Sha's fingers glided over the vials of potions. Lauren smiled sheepishly, concealing the secrets of a condemned criminal, facing daily the person she has deceived. Indeed, it is not easy to maintain a sense of security. After years of cohabitation under one roof, confronting a potentially volatile monster at any moment. It is remarkable that you have not succumbed to madness. Chen Sha, full of self-mockery, strode towards the door. No, Lauren instinctively exclaimed, yet no sound escaped her lips. She reached out to grasp Chen Sha, but he had already stepped through the doorway. Laughter and merriment echoed from downstairs, and Lauren suddenly felt that some matters are destined. Whether explained or not, they ultimately bear no significance. Chapter 17. Lauren donned her newly purchased attire, tidied her hair, and reassured the anxious reflection in the mirror. Stay calm. You have transformed into a mute. Communication is impossible, yet you shall surely endure this night unscathed. The garden bloomed vibrantly, fragrant wines wafted through the air, and Qing Yu and Qing Chu had arranged everything impeccably. Guests arrived one after another to extend their congratulations. While Lauren beamed with a smile, her gaze searching the crowd for Chen Sha. As a mute, she desperately needed someone by her side to articulate her thoughts. And without a doubt, that person could only be Chen Sha. She spotted Chu Mo but failed to see Chen Sha, silently pleading for his presence. Chen Sha? Chu Mo, engaged in conversation with Ziyan, chuckled and gestured toward the living room. Promptly, Lauren made her way to the living room, scanning the area until she finally found Chen Sha nestled in a corner by the piano. He lounged on a chair, nursing his drink, his shirt collar unbuttoned, tie loosely draped around his neck, and sleeves rolled up to his elbows, resembling someone who had just emerged from a brawl. Lauren approached, squatting beside him, gazing up. Chen Sha, in a childlike manner, turned his head away, prompting Lauren to lean in and peek at him, only for him to swivel his head once more. A smile threatened to break through her composure. Was he staging a protest? He resembled a disgruntled cat. It seemed she would need to smooth his ruffled demeanor before he would be willing to engage. After a moment of silence, Lauren, with the agility of an athlete, suddenly leaned in to catch his eye. He reacted even faster, turning his head away, inadvertently revealing the virtual screen before her. Gleaming letters shone brightly, almost blinding her, rendering any pretense of invisibility impossible. Do not get drunk. Lauren chuckled so heartily that she could barely maintain her balance, sinking softly to the ground, her head buried, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Chen Sha's face flushed with embarrassment, and in an attempt to mask his immaturity, his voice turned increasingly frigid. It won't interfere with important matters. Even if I wish to get drunk, it would be utterly impossible. Lauren blinked in bewilderment. Upon reaching a level of physical prowess classified as 3A, no beverage could intoxicate us, nor could any anesthetic render us unconscious. Lauren found herself momentarily stunned, unable to fathom a world of perpetual wakefulness. Regardless of how resilient one might be, there exists a fleeting moment of vulnerability, a transient struggle to find slumber, a yearning for inebriation. Yet, they are perpetually incapable of numbing themselves, even the most potent anesthetics failing to induce oblivion. Even when wounded and lying upon the operating table, they would remain acutely aware of every pang of anguish. Perhaps their constitution has fortified to the extent that they are indifferent to such trivial pain. But this is not true strength. Rather, it is a profound sorrow. Lauren rested her hand upon Chen Sha's knee, gazing at him with a softness he had never encountered before. As a figure who had always been revered, it was the first time Chen Sha felt the gentle warmth of another's gaze. She sat on the ground with a complete lack of decorum, adorned in a dress ill-suited for her, resembling a disheveled creature nestled at his feet. Yet it stirred his heart profoundly. The sheer white drapery fluttered gently, and the lilting strains of a violin wafted from the garden, the evening breeze laden with a sweet fragrance. Chen Sha, parched and yearning, fixated on Lauren's lips, unable to resist the impulse to lean forward. One hand cradled Lauren's head, while the other rested upon the arm of the chair, the wine glass he held gradually tilting, crimson liquid dripping onto the carpet. "Princess, they have arrived." A clear, boisterous voice rang out. With the swift reflexes characteristic of his 3A physique, Qinsha seamlessly transitioned from leaning forward to standing upright. Raising one hand to drain the remaining wine from his glass in a single gulp, and affectionately patting Lorland's head, akin to soothing a cherished pet. "Let us welcome your sister and brother," said the voice that echoed in the room. Lorland stood agape, bewildered. She had come to smooth out his ruffled feathers. Yet it had transformed into Qinsha's endeavor to soothe her instead. Nevertheless, her adrenaline surged, and she indeed craved a modicum of comfort. Lorland hastened to catch up with Qinsha, linking her arm with his. After a few strides, she abruptly halted, pointing at his attire. Qinsha promptly understood, adjusting his clothing and fastening his buttons. As Lorland heard the voices drawing near from outside, she instinctively reached out to assist him with his tie. Qinsha stood erect, silently observing Lorland. However, after a brief pause, he noticed her flushed complexion, a mixture of embarrassment and urgency. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the tie she had knotted. A most unsightly affair resembling a bulging dumpling. Lorland gritted her teeth, tugging at it with all her might, yet failing to render it any more aesthetically pleasing. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she retreated a few steps, signaling for him to take over. Oh, how typical of a clumsy ally, offering assistance yet only complicating matters. Qinsha, realizing it was likely Lorland's first attempt at tying a man's tie, suddenly broke into a silent chuckle. His eyes narrowing and the corners of his lips lifting into an unmistakable smile. Having known each other for 11 years, it was the first time Lorland witnessed Qinsha smile, leaving her utterly astonished. Had she been capable of sound, a shriek of delight would have escaped her lips. With a smile lingering, Qinsha untied the cravat, seemingly inviting Lorland to observe and learn as he deliberately slowed his movements. Lorland bit her lip, glaring at Qinsha, an overt humiliation, an undeniable, raw affront. The governor, leading the guests into the parlor, beheld the scene. Lorland and Qinsha stood a few paces apart, facing each other, an intriguing distance that felt both far and near, enveloped in an atmosphere laden with affectionate ambiguity. He abruptly halted his steps, and those trailing behind him quickly came to a stop as well. Lorland turned around with a smile, encountering a graceful and elegant woman standing next to the governor, adorned with a dazzling princess crown. With genuine concern, she inquired, "I heard you have laryngitis and cannot speak?" Lorland nodded with a smile. "Is it very painful? Have you taken any medicine?" The two sisters exchanged caring questions and gentle nods, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. Lorland felt a surge of self-approval, realizing that being mute indeed brought a sense of peace. The governor introduced her, saying, "This is Princess Xiaohan. Welcome." Suddenly, Lorland felt an overwhelming emotional blow, recalling how they had treated her in the past. Laughter erupted from outside, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she glimpsed a tall man flirting with two beautiful female guests. Women from the Odin Federation were notoriously bold in matters of romance, and when they encountered a roguish scoundrel, it was like kindling meeting flame, an instant connection. Princess Xiaohan appeared helpless as she apologized to the governor and Lorland, saying, "Yi Jing has always been like this, never serious wherever he goes." She raised her voice, issuing a warning. "Yi Jing." Lorland felt as though struck by lightning. He approached step by step, and she found herself wanting to retreat with each advancing footfall. His demeanor was frivolous, his eyes sparkling with mischief, embodying the image of a handsome yet reckless prince. However, Lorland had witnessed a starkly contrasting side to him. Knowing well his astuteness and ruthless nature, he embraced Lorland warmly, as if they were long-lost siblings, whispering in her ear, "It's wonderful to see you again. After 11 years of separation, you cannot fathom how much I long for you." Lorland felt a chill coursing through her body, wanting to push him away. Yet she was ensnared by a nightmarish grip, her body rigid and immobile. Fortunately, the governor intervened. "Your Highness, this is Commander Qinsha of the Odin Federation." Yi Jin reluctantly released Lorland, unabashedly scrutinizing Qinsha with a grin, exclaiming, "We have long been curious about the man Lorland has married. Welcome." Qinsha maintained his perpetual icy demeanor, offering a polite handshake before lapsing into silence. Lorland's mind drifted in confusion. The astute and affectionate Dr. Mu, the iron-willed leader of the Dragon Blood Corps. The carefree Prince Yi Jian. How many faces does this man truly possess? Qinsha seemed to sense her disquiet, grasping her hand. Gradually, Lorland's heart found tranquility. Regardless of his identity, he was the one who had brought about the demise of Qinshu. In the garden, amidst fragrant attire and a flurry of toasts, Lorland observed Yi Jian, who appeared unperturbed, laughing and conversing with ease. A fire ignited within her heart. yearning to rise and proclaim that he was indeed the leader of the Dragon Blood Corps. The governor and Qinshi possessed Tier 3A physical capabilities, while Ziyin, Zhongli, Balit Song, and Chuemo stood at Tier 2A. Even Lauren, along with Feng Lin and Zhou Qiubai, were Tier A. And if Yu Jian were truly a dragon, he could easily be vanquished. Yet, she had rendered herself mute. Mute. What an utterly foolish notion. She quietly typed on her personal terminal, unable to speak, so she would write instead, albeit slowly and with complexity. Yi Jia suddenly leaned closer and asked, "What are you writing, sister?" Luo Lan looked at him and replied, "What do you think I'm writing?" Yi Jia smiled and remarked, "Are you trying to let everyone know that you are not a true princess, but rather a death row inmate?" Luo Lan retorted, "If the fish dies, the net shall break. We shall perish together." Yi Jia countered, "Only the fish will perish. The net will remain intact." After careful consideration, Luo Lan had to concede that Yi Jia held the upper hand. Even if she were to risk everything, as a false princess condemned to death, her testimony would lack credibility. Yi Jia spoke with a hint of implication, "Enjoy tonight thoroughly. Do not rush. We will be staying in Alicata for a few days. Once your voice has recovered, we can have a proper conversation. There is plenty of time." Xiaohan also reassured her, "Luo Lan, do not be anxious. Now that we are here, how could we not accompany you for a few days? All right, no need to rush. The false cannot become true, nor can the true turn false." As the music played, people began to dance one after another. Yi Jia, unable to contain his eagerness, moved away to shower attention on a young beauty. Luo Lan subtly exhaled in relief, as the presence of a venomous snake beside her was indeed discomforting. In contrast, she now found Zhongli to be rather endearing. Initially concerned about dealing with Xiaohan, she was pleasantly surprised to find that Ziyin and Xiaohan were seated next to each other, engaging her in conversation. Ziyin, with his striking looks and graceful demeanor, effortlessly brought up various topics about celebrities and events from different star nations, causing Xiaohan to laugh incessantly, leaving no room for her to speak with Luo Lan. Feeling reassured, Luo Lan casually lifted her wine glass. Feng Lin sat beside her and clinked his glass with hers. "Is this the kind of underage drink you prefer? Although I was aware that you would eventually acquire it, I never anticipated it would happen so soon. Congratulations." Feng Lin emptied her cup in one gulp. "Thank you." Lauren also finished her drink. Feng Lin playfully winked at Lauren. "Would you like to know what compensations only has granted me?" Lauren could only nod in agreement. Feng Lin tapped her fork against her wine glass, prompting those seated at the table to cease their conversations and turn their attention toward her. In celebration of Lauren becoming a gene repair specialist, "I have a gift for her." Feng Lin grinned at Zhongli, a hint of provocation in her expression. Zhongli shot her a dark glare, angrily tossed aside his napkin, and stood up, exuding an air of defiance. As he removed his coat, he strode towards the band with an intimidating demeanor. Known for his notorious reputation, Zhongli's fearsome expression caused the musicians to pause, alarmed by the sudden tension. The dancers, deprived of music, halted their movements, perplexed as they gazed at Zhongli. He positioned himself in the center of the crowd, flinging his coat onto what appeared to be one of his subordinates. He unbuttoned his shirt cuffs, rolling up his sleeves while casting a grim look at those around him, causing everyone to instinctively retreat, leaving a wide circle in the middle. Everyone presumed Zhongli was about to confront someone, yet unexpectedly, he rose onto his toes, lifted his hand, and struck a pose reminiscent of a swan, followed by a series of pirouettes as he began to dance solo. Lauren was left speechless, her mouth agape, exclaiming inwardly, "Goodness, what on earth is today?" Qinsha smiled, watching Zhongli dance. All the guests were taken aback, bewildered by the sight of this exuberant fool before them. Was this truly their stern and ruthless Minister of Public Security? "My dear Governor, can you truly entrust the safety of all citizens of the Odin Federation to such a simpleton?" Feng Lin formed a na shape with her thumb and index finger, placed it to her lips, and let out a resounding whistle. Zhongli danced while glaring at Feng Lin, his eyes brimming with resentment. Yet, Feng Lin seemed utterly unfazed, blowing him kisses and laughing heartily, embodying the very essence of a mischievous rogue. Lauren felt that her sister's faade had long since crumbled before her, but the others remained oblivious to her true nature. The guests were not only concerned for their personal safety, but also for the future of research and education within the Odin Federation. Feng Lin jested, "If Zhongli were to become unemployed, he might as well become a dancer." Lauren's heart raced. "Sister, with such provocations, do you not fear that Zhongli might one day seek vengeance on society, turning you into a mere puppet?" She discreetly scanned the faces around her, The governor remained composed, seemingly unaware of the disconcerting atmosphere. Xiao Han observed silently from the sidelines. Others wore expressions of indifference, while only Ziyin watched with an amused glimmer in her eyes. Amidst the awkward silence, Chuemo suddenly stood and addressed Chen Sha. "I'm feeling a bit restless. How about you?" Chen Sha followed closely behind, inquiring casually, "What do you wish to choose?" Bai Li Song, feeling bored, bumped his fists together and muttered, "It's been years since I last played. I'm actually feeling a bit restless." He dashed forward, seizing a drumstick, and began to beat the drum with a rhythmic abandon. Zhuo Qiubai looked at Ziyin. "Shall we join in?" Ziyin chuckled lazily, nonchalantly remarking, "Why bother following them into embarrassment?" Yet, she still departed alongside Zhuo Qiubai. Zhuo Qiubai lifted the bow of the cello, its strings soaring lightly as he joined the ensemble of piano and violin. Meanwhile, Ziyin shed her outer garment and began to dance with Zhongli. Perhaps due to the companionship, Zhongli gradually relaxed, her movements becoming increasingly fluid and graceful, shedding the awkwardness that once defined her dance. Amidst the exuberant music, the two individuals, both possessing exceptional physical prowess, exhibited an aura and complexity in their performance that surpassed that of ordinary dancers, their actions growing ever more thrilling and daring, eliciting gasps and applause from the captivated onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, 6 men transformed an embarrassing prank into a resplendent auditory and visual feast. Lorlin leaned against a chair, quietly observing them. In an effort to alleviate Zhongli's resentment towards Fenglin, Chuemo intervened to provide accompaniment. Chen Sha, sharing a brotherly bond with Chuemo, readily offered his assistance. Bai Li Song, recalling past affections, joined in the revelry. Zhuo Qiubai, likely motivated by his concern for Fenglin, invited the dancing Ziyin to join him, and though Ziyin appeared aloof and indifferent, she willingly played the role of dance partner for Zhongli. For reasons unknown, Lorlin felt a warmth in the scene before her, as if it could evoke memories of all the genuine, yet fleeting moments of beauty that had once existed. In those youthful and impetuous days, when we reveled in wine and song, we braved mischief and faced the consequences together, sharing hearty laughter. During those flourishing times, when our spirits soared high, we believed that friends would never part, that tomorrow would be brighter, and that promises would surely be fulfilled. Convinced that betrayal and death were mere fabrications of cinematic tales, Xiao Han sighed, expressing to the governor her astonishment at the profound camaraderie among the 6 dukes, lamenting that even siblings bound by blood. Alas, Fenglin remained silent, drowning her sorrows in drink. Suddenly, she retched and dashed towards the bathroom. Lorlin offered a sheepish smile to Xiao Han before hurriedly pursuing Fenglin. Upon entering the bathroom, Fenglin turned on the faucet, splashing water onto her face incessantly. Lorlin sensed that her distress was not a mere physical reaction but an attempt to conceal something deeper, and she discreetly closed the door behind her, departing quietly. In the garden, amidst the fragrant ambience and the clinking of glasses, Lorlin observed Yijian, who appeared composed and engaged in lively conversation. Her heart a tumult of icy despair and fiery frustration. She longed to leap up and declare that he was the leader of the Dragon Blood Brigade. The governor and Chen Sha boasted AAA-level abilities, while Ziyin, Zhongli, Bai Li Song, and Chuemo possessed AA-level prowess, even the least among them, Fenglin. Zhuo Qiubai and herself were equipped with A-level capabilities. Even if Yujian were indeed a dragon, she could extinguish him in mere moments. Yet, she had rendered herself mute. Mute. What a profoundly foolish decision. Quietly, she began to type on her personal terminal, thinking, if I cannot speak, I shall write instead, albeit more slowly and with greater complexity. Suddenly, Yujian leaned in, inquiring, what is my sister writing? Lorlin met his gaze, responding, what do you think I am writing? Yi Jie smiled. Do you wish for everyone to know that you are not a true princess, but rather a condemned criminal? Luo Lan retorted, if the fish dies, the net shall break, we shall perish together. Yi Jie replied, only the fish perishes, the net remains intact. After careful contemplation, Luo Lan had to concede that Yi Jie held the upper hand, even if she were willing to take the risk of mutual destruction. As a death row inmate masquerading as a princess, her testimony bore no credibility. With a hint of meaning in her words, Yi Jie said, enjoy tonight thoroughly, do not rush. We shall remain in Alicata for several days. Once your voice recovers, we can have a proper conversation. There is ample time. Xiao Han also reassured her, Luo Lan. Do not be anxious. Since we have come all this way, how could we not spend a few delightful days with you? Indeed, no need to rush. The false cannot become true, nor can the true become false. As the music played, people gradually began to dance. Yi Jia, unable to contain her eagerness, left to shower attention upon a young beauty nearby. Luo Lan felt a subtle sense of relief. The presence of a venomous serpent beside her was quite uncomfortable. In contrast, she now found even Zhong Li to be exceedingly charming. Initially, Luo Lan had been concerned about dealing with Xiao Han, but to her surprise, Ziyin and Xiao Han were seated adjacent to one another, engaging in conversation with her. Ziyin, with his handsome features and graceful demeanor, effortlessly navigated the gossip of various star nations, making Xiao Han laugh incessantly, leaving no time for her to speak with Luo Lan. Relieved, Luo Lan casually lifted her wine glass. Feng Lin sat next to her, clinking his glass against hers. Do you only drink such juvenile beverages? Although I knew you would eventually indulge, I did not anticipate it would be this soon. Congratulations. Feng Lin downed his drink in one gulp. Thank you. Lolan also finished her drink. Feng Lin gave Lolan a sly wink and asked, would you like to know what compensation Zhongli has given me? Lolan could only nod in agreement. Feng Lin picked up her fork and tapped her wine glass, prompting everyone at the table to cease their conversations and turn their attention to her. In celebration of Lolan becoming a genetic repair specialist, I have a gift for her. Feng Lin smiled mischievously at Zhongli, exuding a hint of provocation. Zhongli shot her a dark glare, furiously tossed aside his napkin, and stood up, displaying an air of defiance. As he removed his coat, he strode purposefully toward the band, radiating an intimidating presence. Known for his notorious reputation, Zhongli's expression was particularly menacing at that moment, causing several musicians to halt their performance in alarm, fearing something was amiss. The dancers, deprived of their music, also came to an abrupt stop, gazing at Zhongli in confusion. He positioned himself at the center of the crowd, flinging his coat onto what appeared to be a subordinate. As he unfastened his shirt cuffs and rolled up his sleeves, his somber gaze swept over the onlookers, who instinctively recoiled, creating a wide circle of space around him. They all assumed Zhongli was about to unleash his wrath upon someone, yet unexpectedly, he rose onto his toes, raised his arms into a graceful pose reminiscent of a swan, and began to twirl on his toes, launching into an impromptu dance. Lolan was left utterly astonished. Her mouth agape. What on earth was happening today? Chenshur laughed, and Zhongli danced. All the guests were left bewildered, wondering if this lively, capering fool could truly be their stern, cold, and cunning minister of public security. Esteemed governor, can you truly entrust the safety of all citizens of the Odin Federation to such a fool? Feng Lin formed a Na shape with his thumb and forefinger, placing it to his lips to emit a resounding whistle. Zhongli danced while casting a venomous glare at Feng Lin, his eyes brimming with resentment. Yet, Feng Lin appeared utterly unfazed, blowing him a kiss and clapping with laughter, embodying the very essence of a ruffian. Luo Lan felt that her sister's Fade had long since crumbled before her, but the others remained oblivious to her true nature. Now, the guests were not only concerned for their personal safety, but also for the future of scientific research and education within the Odin Federation. Feng Lin jested. If Zhongli were to lose his job, he could always become a dancer. Luo Lan's heart raced. Dear sister, with such animosity, do you not fear Zhongli may one day exact revenge upon society and turn you into a mere pawn? She discreetly surveyed the surrounding guests. The governor sat composed, seemingly unaware of any discord in the atmosphere. Xiao Han remained impassive, observing from the sidelines. The others bore blank expressions, while only Ziyin watched with an amused glint in his eye. Amidst the awkward silence that enveloped the room, Chu Imo suddenly stood and addressed Chen Sha. I feel an urge to play. How about you? Chen Sha followed closely behind, inquiring languidly, what will you choose? Chu Imo approached the band, gesturing for them to step aside. He picked up a violin, while Chen Sha settled at the piano. After a brief prelude on the violin, the piano joined in, the melodic strains harmoniously complementing Zhong Li's dance. With the accompaniment of music, Zhong Li's solo performance immediately became less awkward. Bai Li Tsong, feeling bored, lightly bumped his fists together, murmuring, it's been years since I played. I must admit, I'm feeling a bit of an itch. He dashed forward with a lively energy, seizing the drumsticks and rhythmically striking the drum with an animated flair. Left Qiubai turned to Ziyin, inquiring, shall we join? Ziyin, with a languid smile, replied nonchalantly, why should we humiliate ourselves by following them? Yet, she nonetheless accompanied Left Qiubai as they departed together. Left Qiubai grasped the bow of the cello, its strings soaring gracefully as he joined the harmonious ensemble of piano and violin. Meanwhile, Ziyin removed her coat and began to dance with Zhongli. Perhaps due to the companionship, Zhongli gradually relaxed, moving more fluidly with each step. Her once awkward movements transformed into a semblance of elegance. Amidst the exhilarating music, Zhongli and Ziyin, both possessing remarkable physical prowess, showcased an aura and level of difficulty unparalleled by ordinary dancers, their actions growing increasingly daring and thrilling, eliciting gasps and applause from the onlookers. Unbeknownst to them, 6 men had turned an awkward prank into a magnificent auditory and visual feast. Luo Lan reclined in her chair, quietly observing them. In an effort to alleviate Zhong Li's resentment towards Feng Lin, Chu Mo intervened, providing accompaniment. Chen Sha, akin to a brother to Chu Mo, readily lent his support. Bai Li Song, recalling past affections, joined in the revelry. Left Xiu Bai, presumably for Feng Lin's sake, had even enlisted the dancing Ziyin. And despite her seemingly cold demeanor, Ziyin willingly took on the role of dance partner for Zhongli. For reasons unknown, Luo Lan found the scene before her to be profoundly warm, evoking memories of all the genuine yet fleeting moments of beauty that once existed. Those youthful and exuberant days, filled with revelry and song, when we braved mischief and faced the consequences together, when laughter echoed unabashedly, those splendid moments of vigor and ambition. When we believed that friendship would endure eternally, when tomorrow promised to be brighter, when we were convinced that promises would inevitably come to fruition, and when we thought betrayal and death were mere fabrications of cinematic tales. Xiao Han sighed to the governor, expressing her surprise at the camaraderie among the 6 dukes, lamenting that even siblings bound by blood could not share such a bond. Alas, Feng Lin remained silent, persistently consuming her drink. Suddenly, she retched and dashed toward the restroom. Lolin offered an apologetic smile to Xiao Han before hastily pursuing Feng Lin. Feng Lin burst into the restroom, turning on the tap and splashing water onto her face repeatedly. Lolin discerned that she was not truly ill, but rather attempting to conceal something else. She discreetly closed the door behind her and departed quietly. Lolin leaned over the balcony, observing as Ziyin invited Xiao Han to dance, while Yu Jian twirled gracefully with a young and beautiful woman, and the other guests began to join in the revelry. Everything resumed to its original splendor. The flowers bloomed beautifully, the moon hung perfectly round, fragrant garments brushed against one another, and laughter filled the air. Yet, Lolin felt a pang of nostalgia. Feng Lin leaned beside her, draping an arm over her shoulder. What secrets do you harbor? Lolin's body stiffened. Feng Lin whispered with a smile, you surely have a secret, just as I do. She raised her glass, gesturing towards the governor. He is not the only one wearing a mask. We all don masks. Lolin exhaled in relief. Feng Lin tilted her head, observing the governor. How peculiar. How did he arrive here? Lolin looked skyward, speechless, realizing he had likely arrived even earlier than she. Sister, where have your eyes wandered off to? Feng Lin murmured softly, he wears that ghastly mask, unable to eat or drink, yet he never partakes in such gatherings. Lorlin gestured towards Princess Xiao Han and Prince Yijian, suggesting it was to honor their presence. Feng Lin scoffed derisively, what are they worth? Even if the heir to the heired empire were to arrive, any one of us could extend a casual greeting, and that would suffice. There is no need for the governor to personally receive them. Lorlin sensed that prolonging this discussion could incite diplomatic tensions between the 2 nations, and hastily wrote on the virtual screen, feeling unwell? Feng Lin remained silent, sipping her drink. Just when Lorlin thought she would not speak, she suddenly began. Do you believe it? In our childhood, I, Zhongli, Ziyin, Xiubai, and Bai Li Song were inseparable. Chu Mo, Chen Sha, and we were worlds apart. They had parents, while we did not. They were inherently entitled to everything, allowed to stumble and err, whereas we were not. The old dukes would only retain the most exceptional offspring, compelling us to excel just to remain in the fold. In today's world, the human birth rate is low, and breeding hybrids is particularly arduous. Not every hybrid can produce healthy progeny. Dukes without their own children often select multiple wards to nurture, employing a method of continual elimination to identify the most distinguished as their heir. Chen Sha inherited his title without lifting a finger, while we toiled relentlessly and still faced reproach. Our hearts burned with indignation, and we often bullied Chen Sha. Back then, he was much like you. Feng Lin tapped Lorlin's nose, burped lightly. He was a mute, the easiest to bully, perpetually resembling a fool, utterly oblivious to the notion of resistance. As long as no one is struck, leaving no traces for the adults to discover, no matter how he is handled, he will remain silent. Ziyan has the most mischievous ideas, and both I and Zhongli, along with Bai Li Song, are often used as pawns by him, taking the lead in the fray. However, Chu Mo is rather bothersome, always descending like a guardian angel for Qin Sha, catching us red-handed. Luo Lan cannot fathom that Qin Sha is the one most easily bullied. Nevertheless, the governor did mention that after his parents' misfortune, he became mute, entirely withdrawing from the outside world. Let me share a secret. Feng Lin tossed down her cup and wrapped her arms around Luo Lan's neck, exclaiming, I like Chu Mo. Luo Lan was speechless. It was no longer a secret, was it? Regardless of whether others were aware, she had already known. Luo Lan's eyes widened, and she hastily handed a cup of wine to Feng Lin, urging, Sister, you'd best get drunk quickly. If you continue, I might find myself silenced by you by tomorrow. Feng Lin gulped down a cup of wine. Everyone says I am a genius, but in truth, I am not that clever. Feng Lin lifted Luo Lan's chin, squinting mischievously, and asked, Do you know why I like you? Luo Lan shook her head. Because you remind me of Chu Mo. You both are true geniuses. Chu Mo's father is the most distinguished geneticist in the Odin Federation. He was meant to inherit his father's legacy, yet he chose the path of a doctor. Had he not changed his aspirations back then, who knows? He might have been eliminated. I truly cannot bear to hear any more. Otherwise, I would either be silenced by Feng Lin or by someone else. Luo Lan hurriedly handed Feng Lin another cup of wine. Feng Lin raised her head and gulped down her drink, her steps unsteady as she embraced Lauren. Murmuring softly against her shoulder, I wish for more time with Chu Mo, regardless of their willingness. I want to coax them into joining us. Using every trick in the book. During the day, our study obligations weigh heavily upon us, leaving only the night for practice. After many rehearsals, we plan to perform for the governor during the new year. I sustained an injury during physical training and what was supposed to be a duet with Ziyan. Brownlee, not wanting our efforts to go to waste, has stepped in to dance in my place. Tears streamed down Feng Lin's face, each drop soaking Lauren's garments. She recalled the beauty of the moon that night, the clouds drifting above, the wind rustling through the trees, the melodies and laughter resonating in the air. When did everything change? Qin Sha approached, observing the slumbering Feng Lin in Lauren's arms. Is she drunk? Lauren nodded. Unable to voice her thoughts, she gestured instead, and Qin Sha immediately grasped her intent. You wish for her to spend the night at our home? Lauren nodded again. Even in her stupor, Feng Lin would certainly not want to be alone tonight. Though she could not provide what Feng Lin truly desired, she could at least offer her companionship for the evening. Very well, Qin Sha acquiesced. Lauren gently lifted Feng Lin and carried her to her room. After helping Feng Lin out of her shoes and tucking her in, Lauren sat at the edge of the bed, lost in thought as she gazed at her friend. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, nothing escapes the relentless march of time. All things wither and fade as the hours pass. Only memories remain unbound by the constraints of time, often growing clearer with its passage. The laughter and sorrow experienced throughout life are stored within the human brain. Though devoid of any tangible weight, as insignificant as dust, they shine more brilliantly than a sky full of stars, enriching existence immeasurably. Lauren had resigned herself to forsaking the quest for her past, yet upon witnessing Feng Lin weep for his youthful memories, a sudden yearning arose within her to uncover the remnants of her own past. Did it also harbor mischievous antics and the exuberant laughter and sorrow of youth? While it may not encompass a group of friends who occasionally quarrel and reconcile, time could not possibly exist in a vacuum. There must be someone. Some events that warmed the passage of time, preserved in memory. Chapter 18. 3. Lauren sighed softly, genuinely reluctant to venture outside. She longed to simply lie down and succumb to oblivion. However, this was a celebration held in her honor, and outside lurked a devil. Summoning her resolve, she stepped out, only to find Qin Shi waiting at the door. She offered an apologetic smile and gestured towards the staircase, indicating he could descend. Qin Shi remained stationary, hesitating, his expression tinged with awkwardness. Raising an eyebrow, Lauren inquired, What is it? Do you have a moment? Do I appear particularly busy? I wish to discuss something with you. Lauren adjusted her dress and settled against the wall, patting the space beside her. Let us converse. Qin Shi took a seat beside her, and Lauren turned her head to look at him, patiently awaiting his words. After a brief silence, Qin Shi activated his personal terminal, revealing a document to her. This is the information provided by the governor. He mentioned that you and Yi Jian seem to share a good rapport and has advised me to pay close attention, ensuring he is not neglected. The information may be insufficient. It would be best to consult with you and hear your thoughts. Lauren felt that the words Chunshir had intended to convey were not those, but there was no time to delve into details now. She immediately leaned closer to the screen, observing intently. Compared to Princess Lauren, Princess Xiaoan was a bona fide royal. She was the daughter of the Emperor of the Arid Empire. It is said that among her 30-odd siblings, she cared for Princess Lauren the most, and their relationship had always been amicable. Yi Jian, the current emperor's elder brother and the sole son of the previous emperor, had faced tragedy early in life. His father met with a calamity during a beast tide on the original planet when Yi Jian was still an infant, not yet a year old. Yi Jian's uncle ascended to the throne, rumored to have promised Yi Jian's mother that Yi Jian would be designated as the crown prince upon reaching adulthood. Alas, shortly thereafter, Yi Jian's mother succumbed to her overwhelming grief, rendering the promise unfulfilled, and the very existence of that promise became an enigma. Princess Lauren's father and Yi Jian's father were cousins, and he took on the responsibility of raising Yi Jian. 8 years later, during an interstellar journey, Lauren's father met with an untimely demise, leaving Yi Jian at the tender age of 10 and Lauren at 7. Lauren's mother, not of Arid Empire lineage, was rumored to have a dubious background and a peculiar disposition, facing considerable ostracism within the royal family. After her husband's death, the tension between her and the royal family escalated, prompting her to relocate with her 2 children to the most remote blue rain star, far from the administrative heart of the Arid Empire. In contrast to Yi Jian, Princess Lolan is the epitome of obedience, dutifully following the emperor's directives to attend university, where she enrolls in a field deemed most suitable for young women, information management. Subsequently, she adheres to the emperor's wishes by taking up a position at the imperial library, leading a life marked by routine, commuting to work, occasionally attending royal gatherings, and steadfastly avoiding any controversies. For over a decade, she has lived in this manner, until the emperor selected her to marry into the Odin Federation. After perusing this information, Lolan ponders deeply. If Dr. Mu is indeed the true Prince Yi Jian, she can comprehend his reasons for concealing his identity and thwarting Princess Lolan's marriage to the Odin Federation. Furthermore, she can surmise that the genuine Princess Lolan managed to extricate herself from royal obligations and adopt a new identity, thus living freely provided that Prince Yi Jian is authentic, rather than a mere counterfeit, like herself. Additionally, she wonders whether her involvement is merely a fortuitous coincidence or if she has been a pawn in this grand scheme from the very beginning. It is indeed a perplexing web of intrigue. Rubbing her temples in frustration, Lolan feels overwhelmed. Is there anything I should be aware of? Qinsha inquires. Lolan shakes her head, indicating that there is not. Suddenly, Qinsha declares, I am not easily intimidated. Eh? Lolan glances at the screen, which displays the profiles of Prince Yi Jian and Princess Lolan. What does that have to do with being easily intimidated? Feng Lin's assertion seems misguided. Lolan smacks her forehead, having momentarily forgotten the extraordinary capabilities of those with level 3 physical abilities. She abruptly grasped Qinsha's arm, exclaiming, Heaven forbid, what if Feng Lin's words were overheard? I am certain the governor heard, but whether others did depends on their abilities. Lolan silently mouths, Chuamo, his ability is not auditory. With a sigh of relief, Lolan acknowledges that there is no need to fear silencing. At the tender age of 6, I encountered the tragic loss of my parents, which led to the onset of post-traumatic stress disorder and subsequently, aphasia. I was not the simpleton mute as described by Feng Lin. Rather, I chose to withdraw from external communication. Lolan was perplexed. She had always known that Qinsha was not the foolish and daft mute that Feng Lin portrayed him to be. Yet why did Qinsha feel the need to explain himself? This behavior was entirely out of character for him. 5 years later, upon my recovery, I dealt a severe blow to Ziyin, and thereafter, they dared not provoke me again. Qinsha succinctly summarized, I am not someone to be trifled with. Lolan found herself at a loss for how to respond. Was this a child's plea for affirmation? It appeared that the psychological scars from those years were indeed profound. Although she was a doctor, she was not a psychotherapist. After some contemplation, Lolan decided to pat his head, signifying, good. Annie understands. However, before her hand could reach Qinsha's head, he seized her wrist and coldly remarked, If you didn't comprehend what I said, it's best not to feign understanding. Qinsha then glanced at the introduction materials of Xiao Han and Yi Jian displayed on the screen. Ever since you heard that your sister and brother were coming, you have been quite anxious. Lolan promptly scribbled, Of course I would be nervous after so many years apart. Qinsha fixed his gaze on her. Even afraid. Lolan, with a forced chuckle, wrote, How could that be? They are my sister and brother. What is there to fear? Qinsha continued to scrutinize her. causing Lorland's smile to gradually fade. Perhaps it was due to Chun Sha's beast-like instincts. His intuition was astoundingly sharp. He stated, "No matter what you have endured in the past, you are now in the Odin Federation and are under my protection. I am not someone to be easily intimidated, and there is no need for you to fear them. If you are displeased to see them, then send them away. If there were grievances from years past, feel free to strike. After all, the effort put into honing one's physical prowess must surely be intended for confrontation." Suddenly, tears brimmed in Lauren's eyes as she abruptly turned her head. Chun Sha regarded her as the true Princess Lauren. Believing her tears stemmed from the loss of her parents and the past humiliations inflicted by Xiao Han and Yi Jian. He emphasized that he was not to be trifled with. Wishing to embolden her to no longer endure in silence or compromise herself, he was willing to stand by her. Yet, she was not the genuine Princess Lauren. Chun Sha rose, stating that if she did not wish to see them, there was no need to go down. She should rest early. Morning arrived. Two disheveled women lay side by side in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Feng Lin quietly inquired, "It has been 11 years. Have you never once slept with Chun Sha?" The truth was undeniable to Lauren. "Is it because of Qian Su?" Lauren fell silent. Feng Lin sighed. "Had I not brought you to the Research Institute, and you had never encountered Qian Su, perhaps now." Lauren gently patted Feng Lin's arm, interrupting her words. Regardless of whether she had met Qian Su or not, her relationship with Chun Sha could never be altered, for Chun Sha was wed to Princess Lauren, not to her. Suddenly, Feng Lin recalled something. "By the way, you messaged me to ask for help in investigating the names Qian Su previously used. What does that mean?" Lauren typed on the virtual screen. "There are no records of his residency at the orphanage. Qian Su must be a name he adopted later." Though no matter what name Qian Su went by, he remained the man she loved. She still yearned to understand him better through the traces of his past life. While it was impossible to secure a more promising future, having a glimpse into a more substantial past was indeed a solace. However, it came as a surprise when Yi Jian suddenly appeared, rendering Qian Su's past aspirations unattainable. Feng Lin muttered, "If I were to work at Xian, changing names or even faces would be commonplace. Yet, as an ordinary soldier, what name could I possibly adopt? I shall investigate for you." Luo Lan wished to decline, but found herself unable to articulate her reasoning, thus conceding to allow him to proceed. Feng Lin rose and made his way to the restroom, stating, "You need to accompany your sister these days. Brother, there is no need to go to work." Sunlight streamed through the half-drawn curtains, casting the room in a juxtaposition of brightness and shadows. Feng Lin's voice meandered through the air, infused with a languid ambience. Luo Lan lay lazily on the bed, reluctant to rise. Aware that she was an interloper, she had never regarded this place as her home. Yet, in that moment, she found herself inexplicably nostalgic for the tranquility and warmth of such mundane comforts. Nonetheless, the truth of her deception would inevitably come to light, and all illusions would ultimately shatter. Once Feng Lin discovered her true identity, she feared he would regard her as an adversary. Wrapped in a towel, Feng Lin emerged from the bathroom and was startled to find Luo Lan standing before him. Above her head floated a heart-shaped virtual screen bearing the words, "Regardless of what transpires in the future, I wish for you to know that my heart is sincere, and my feelings are genuine." Feng Lin rolled his eyes, impatiently pushing Luo Lan aside. "I'm fond of men. If you wish to confess, go find Chun Sha." Luo Lan grinned and wrote on the screen, "Please relay my message to him." Lauren abruptly yanked away her bath towel, causing Feng Lin to exclaim in shock. In a flurry, she rushed to grasp the towel while hurling expletives. "You reckless girl. Do you wish to court death?" Lauren, with a playful laugh, dashed into the bathroom and locked the door behind her. Leaning against the door, tears shimmered in her eyes. After all, it could be considered a farewell of sorts. Chapter 19, Day 1. Xian arranged for Princess Xiaohan and Prince Yujian to explore several renowned scenic spots in Alicata. On the following day, Xian organized a visit to Adventure Paradise, a place of great repute within the Odin Federation. In a survey conducted on the StarNet, Adventure Paradise was voted the #1 must-visit location on Alicata. The amusement park, constructed with unique architectural materials, advanced scientific technology, and substantial investment, was designed according to the ancient Earth's Bagua diagram, featuring 64 distinctly different ecological zones that allowed visitors to experience the most thrilling attractions in the shortest time possible. Adventure Paradise offered 3 levels of difficulty, each with high, medium, and low options. This catered not only to the adventurous spirit of the average person, but also provided an opportunity for those with exceptional physical abilities to indulge in thrills when real-life adventures were unattainable, making the park immensely popular. Lauren and Chien Su had also frequented this amusement park. Lauren recalled a conversation filled with laughter, where Chien Su mentioned a secret that circulated within the military academy. Above the 3 levels, there existed a divine difficulty. Yet it was not open to the public and could only be triggered under special circumstances. Thus, each graduation season, military academy graduates would challenge themselves to see who could activate the divine difficulty. Over the years, while the divine difficulty remained elusive, numerous absurdly humorous incidents had emerged instead. Upon entering the amusement park, visitors have the option to embark on solitary adventures or to join forces with companions. They may either bring their own adventure gear or utilize the equipment provided by the park. The sole principle that must be adhered to is the avoidance of challenges that exceed one's physical capabilities. The park's intelligence system automatically identifies and displays that Lauren, Zian, and Qinsha possess an A-level physical capacity. Xiaoan cast a glance at Lauren, her expression somewhat peculiar, yet she refrained from posing any inquiries. The data provided by Xiaoan and Yi Jian indicated one with a D-level capacity and the other with a B-level capacity. The amusement park stipulates that the difficulty of adventures is determined by the individual with the lowest physical capacity within a team. Thus, should they form a group, they would only be permitted to engage in challenges rated at 2 stars. However, due to the presence of 3 A-level and 1 B-level individuals in their team, they are afforded the option to select the most challenging adventure within the 2-star category. Xiaoan expressed her apologies, saying, "I fear I may be a burden to everyone." Zian responded with a smile, "We are not here solely for the adventure. Enjoying ourselves while conversing is quite delightful, is it not?" Zian inquired about their preferred activities, and Xiaoan expressed a desire to take a boat ride, opting for the Rainbow Forest, a humid and oppressive locale with dense vegetation. This secluded area, abundant in water sources, is rarely traversed by humans, with towering trees that block out the sunlight, creating an atmosphere akin to twilight even during the day. The 5 of them navigated the river in a small boat, which varied in width. Yujian volunteered to steer from the bow, while Xiaoan and Zian settled in the middle, leaving Lauren and Qinsha at the rear. Xiaoan remarked, "Aside from being a tad eerie, it doesn't seem all that frightening." Suddenly, Zian produced a tarot card and swiftly dispatched several mosquitoes, each measuring a mere 10 centimeters, against the side of the boat. Zian remarked, "The tailing mosquito, a unique species of the rainbow forest, possesses a mouth as sharp as a sword, capable of piercing even the sturdiest of adventure gear. Its venom is not lethal, yet it induces vivid hallucinations." Xiaohan, intrigued, inquired, "Are the hallucinations terrifying?" Zian chuckled, "On the contrary, they are remarkably delightful, making one feel as though they are in paradise, simply wishing to recline and savor the experience." With a soft splash, a failed hunting attempt by a broad-snout crocodile saw it close its jaws and gradually submerge beneath the water's surface. A gigantic python, perched on a large tree by the bank, narrowly escaped disaster, swiftly coiling around the trunk as it retreated. Xiaohan's complexion turned pale. In such a place, reclining to enjoy the surroundings felt no different from awaiting death. Unable to restrain herself, she edged closer to Ziyan, questioning, "Is it all just an illusion? If everything is merely a virtual mirage, why must we come here to play? We could simply enjoy games at home." There exists a blend of reality and illusion, compelling the visitors immersed in it to approach their experience with seriousness, rendering it thrilling and captivating. Let us not forget, the amusement park only assures the absence of life-threatening dangers, yet it does not guarantee freedom from injury. Xiaohan stared in astonishment. Isn't this a must-visit destination according to the Star Network's polls? Are there truly so many masochists willing to pay for such torment? Yujian, is the voting on the Star Network genuine? Yujian burst into laughter. It is undoubtedly authentic. Many of my friends have specifically come here for the experience. With Qinsha and Ziyin overseeing, every encounter with insects was met with extermination, and every beast was vanquished. What should have been a tumultuous adventure transformed into a tranquil sightseeing journey, so much so that we never even disembarked from the boat, arriving safely at our destination. As they departed, Xiaohan curiously asked, "Well, what would a 3-star difficulty be like?" The phantom mosquito does not appear in mere dozens, but rather in the hundreds or even thousands simultaneously. Xiaohan patted her chest, adopting a fearful expression. A few individuals proceeded along the exit towards the transfer point, where the intelligence system inquired whether they wished to continue their amusement or depart. Naturally, everyone opted to press on. The system then asked for their destination after much contemplation. Xiaohan finally mustered her resolve, closed her eyes, and randomly pointed at the map. Maya Island. The decision was met with unanimous approval, and no one voiced dissent. The 5 individuals entered their respective transport pods, and the system reminded them to fasten their seatbelts. Moments later, 3 transport pods materialized at the transfer point leading to Maya Island. The doors opened, and Qinsha, Ziyin, and Xiaohan emerged in succession. Xiaohan glanced around, puzzled, and asked, why haven't Te Jian and Luo Lan arrived yet? Qinsha, with a grave expression, inquired of the intelligence system, where are our 2 companions? They have already exited and chosen to explore other locations. Where to? Qinsha immediately dashed back into the transport pod, vanishing in an instant. Xiaohan, astonished, questioned, why didn't Te Jian and Luo Lan inform us about their desire to visit another place? She hesitated, glancing at Ziyin, a chill creeping into her heart, rendering her silent. Meanwhile, Luo Lan and Yi Jian materialized at the transfer point leading to the entrance of the 9 Abyss Pit. As they descended from the transport pod, Yi Jian cheerfully asked, why did we agree to meet here privately? Without uttering a word, Luo Lan removed the personal terminal from her wrist, gesturing for Yi Jian to follow suit. In truth, it was unnecessary. I had orchestrated an incursion into the amusement park's intelligence system, and a virus would temporarily erase all traces of our presence. Lauren extended her hand, remaining unmoved. Yi Jian observed her unwavering determination and, reluctantly, removed his personal terminal from his wrist. Lauren casually tossed both terminals beneath the seat of a nearby transport pod and boarded another, inputting the destination, the polar circle. Yi Jian approached the other transport pod and inquired, where to? Lauren coldly replied, we part ways, meet at the rock forest in 10 minutes. Lauren visited 4 locations, changing transport pods each time, and arrived at the transfer point leading to the entrance of the rock forest 12 minutes later. Yi Jian was already there, seemingly unperturbed by Lauren's deliberate tardiness. The night was shrouded in a vast darkness, amidst the jagged and peculiar rock formations of the forest. Lauren and Yi Jian donned protective goggles, walking one behind the other. Yi Jian remarked, I heard you broke through to A-level physical fitness here? Lauren silently gazed at the familiar scenery before her, her heart heavy with sorrow. While landscapes could be replicated, human beings could not. Yi Jian queried, this place must hold special significance for you, doesn't it? Lauren remained silent. Yi Jian halted, insisting, speak. Lauren posed a question, who am I? You are the woman I love most, Yi Jian replied, grinning with a carefree smile. And you? I am naturally the man you cherish above all. Lauren, unfazed, responded, it seems I cannot extract the truth from you. She lunged fiercely at Yi Jian, who swiftly retreated, leaping onto a towering rock. Lolan sneered, B-level stamina? Yi Jian replied with a nonchalant smile, I am not the only one who lies. Do you truly believe that flashy butterfly and your pretentious husband are A-level? Lolan, dismissing further conversation, kicked a rock from the ground, hurling it towards his head, her body arching like a leopard ready to pounce. Yi Jian, dodging, remarked, impressive. I never expected you to become an A-level stamina wielder. Lolan remained silent, her attacks relentless and ruthless, employing a lethal fighting style. Yi Jian began to sense something amiss, incredulously asking, do you wish to kill me? What have I done to offend you? Lolan delivered a punch straight to his face, demanding, I will ask you one last time, who am I? Who are you? Yi Jian sidestepped, seizing her wrist and locking her neck from behind, whispering, let me reiterate, you are the woman I love most, and I am the man you cherish. Enraged, Lolan stomped fiercely on Yi Jian's foot, then propelled herself off the nearby rock wall, executing a powerful kick to his back, sending him sprawling, with an identical syringe in hand. Lolan regarded him as if he were a fool, saying, inject it into yourself. She unleashed a flurry of punches, relentless in her assault. Yi Jian, aflame with indignation, retorted, you are forcing me to retaliate, aren't you? The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their limbs entangled in a tumultuous struggle. Regardless of combat experience or skills, it is evident that Yi Jian possesses the upper hand. However, his intent is not to kill Lauren, but rather to subdue her and inject the serum into her body. Lauren, on the other hand, disregards her own life, solely focused on eliminating him. One is restrained, while the other exerts every ounce of effort, resulting in a stalemate. As Lauren launches another lethal strike, Yi Jian, compelled by self-preservation, delivers a punch to her abdomen, sending her flying. She crashes heavily onto the ground, spitting out blood. Yi Jian feigns injury, exasperatedly questioning, what have I done to warrant your relentless pursuit to kill me? Lauren, half kneeling and propping herself up, responds, I too wish to understand what I have done to provoke your incessant harassment. Even though I have troubled you thrice, I have never intended to kill you, nor have I truly harmed you. We have no enmity that demands bloodshed. No enmity, Lauren retorts angrily. You have caused me to lose my dearest. If given the choice, she would rather perish than see Qianshu undergo a transformation in his attempt to protect her, ultimately leading to his demise. Yi Jian, incensed, exclaims, What nonsense about a beloved? The game ends here. His face pale with fury, he lunges forward. Lauren swiftly retreats, declaring, It is indeed time to end this. As one pursues and the other flees, a roar suddenly echoes from above. Lauren, prepared, leaps down from the rock, concealing herself beneath it, while Eugene becomes the target of a beast. A 3-meter-long rockwind beast ascends from the heights, aiming to strike Eugene. He rolls on the ground to evade the beast's initial assault. As he turned and leapt, his hands swiftly extracted 2 slender, elongated hexagonal daggers from the sides of his boots. In midair, grasping the dagger hilts devoid of blades, he plunged them into the sides of his boots, where 2 slender hexagonal metal spikes secured themselves into the dagger handles. With a firm grip on the newly acquired daggers, he descended with purpose, embedding them into the left foreleg of the rockwind beast. The creature let out a furious howl, attempting to close its wings to crush him. He surged upward, akin to a whispering breeze, slipping through the gap between its wings. As the rockwind beast opened its maw to bite him, he remained undaunted, soaring directly into the gaping maw, driving the daggers straight into its mouth. The beast shrieked, unable to close its jaws. Without pausing, he lightly tapped a towering rock spire with his toes and continued his swift advance. Behind him, the rockwind beast staggered momentarily before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Yuzhen landed atop the massive boulder where Lolan was concealed, flashing a triumphant wink at her, and with a playful grin said, Did you truly think a wild beast could take my life? How naive. He extended his hand towards Lolan, urging her to come closer. Come with me. I will elucidate everything. Lolan, with a bitter smile, retreated, now compelled to accept that she and Yizhen were no strangers. They must have known each other. For the very daggers she wielded in her hunt for the rockwind beast were identical, and their methods of dispatching the creature mirrored one another. The distinction lay in her clumsiness compared to Yizhen's effortless grace as he dispatched an adult rockwind beast with ease. Luo Lan recalled that Qianshu had once remarked she must have witnessed someone wielding such a weapon against ferocious beasts, which subconsciously led her to choose it. Eugene longed to grasp her hand, imploring, Trust me. When you remember everything, the concept of a beloved will seem but a jest. Yet, Luo Lan evaded him, asserting, Qianshu is no jest. Yi Jian, taken aback, disdainfully retorted, Ah, so it is that frail wretch who clings to you. Such a worthless being is hardly worthy of your regard. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, carrying mournful wails through the rocky forest. Yi Jian furrowed his brow, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Luo Lan replied, Even in my naivety, I never hoped that a few rockwind beasts could vanquish the Dragon Blood Legion's leader. You have never truly ventured into the rocky forest, have you? The most terrifying presence there is not the rockwind beasts. Yi Jian countered. This is merely an artificially constructed ecological zone. Even at the highest level of difficulty, it is but a trivial challenge for an A-level athlete. There lies another realm, a divine level of difficulty, which will never be accessible to tourists. You just dispatched an adult rockwind beast in under 2 minutes, triggering the divine difficulty. The winds in the rocky forest intensified, sending sand and stone swirling chaotically. Both Luo Lan and Yi Jian, possessing remarkable stamina, found themselves swaying precariously. Struggling to maintain their footing, they were compelled to leap from the rocks, utilizing massive stone blocks as shields against the tempest. Yi Jian recalled a crevice several meters away, a temporary refuge from the storm. With one hand, he grasped Luo Lan, shielding her behind him, while the other clutched a dagger, deflecting the stones that came hurtling with the howling wind. As Luo Lan struck at his neck, demanding he release her, Yi Jian resolutely held on, twisting his body to absorb the blow upon his shoulder instead. Meanwhile, he shielded Lauren from the stones hurled at her, yet a sharp boulder struck his leg, instantly causing crimson blood to spurt forth. Remarkably, he did not flinch. Instead, he thrust his dagger into Lauren's hands, seemingly indifferent to whether she might use it against him. He drew another dagger and, battling against the fierce wind, trudged onward. Lauren raised the dagger, intending to pierce his throat, but midway, she was compelled to redirect her efforts to fend off a stone hurtling toward her. Stones continued to rain down relentlessly, leaving her no choice but to swing the dagger repeatedly. The wind intensified, shrouding the world in shadow. While the larger boulders could be dodged or deflected, the multitude of smaller rocks could not be evaded, forcing them to endure the onslaught. Their exposed skin was lacerated by the debris, transforming them into two bloodied figures. Yi Jian remained steadfastly ahead of Lauren, striving to protect her with his own body, shielding her from the relentless barrage of stones, even losing an ear in the process. They eventually struggled to a narrow crevice in the rocks, but it could only accommodate one. Yi Jian pushed Lauren inside, attempting to seal the gap with his own body to ensure her safety. At that moment, even Lauren's skepticism waned, and she was compelled to acknowledge that her connection with Yi Jian was profound, far beyond mere acquaintance. After all, the leader of the Dragonblood Legion would not risk his life to protect her, knowing she had plotted his demise. Tears welled in Lauren's eyes. Who was she truly? Who was responsible for Qiansu's death? In her anguish and despair, she suddenly plunged the dagger fiercely into Yi Jian's left shoulder, seizing the opportunity to slip free from his grasp. With both arms incapacitated, Yi Jian could no longer hold Lauren back. Amidst the howling tempest, Yi Jian wore an expression of shock and sorrow, while Luo Lan's face was resolute. Yi Jian, struggling, extended his bloodied hand as if pleading for Luo Lan to stay. Yet, Luo Lan, undeterred, sprang onto the rocks, leaping into the wind, drifting away like a kite severed from its string, carried off by the swirling, furious gusts. Yi Jian's piercing cries echoed, but were swiftly devoured by the ravaging winds, leaving only despair in the vast expanse of sky and earth. Luo Lan sensed the depth of Yi Jian's feelings for her, but with Qiansu's death at his hands, she could not grant him forgiveness, nor could she absolve herself. The only recourse was to render him powerless, parting ways in death. Unable to dwell on the past, and unwilling to confront the future, she could only bring everything to a halt in the present. A stone struck Luo Lan's head. She instinctively raised her hand, yearning to grasp something, yet it fell feebly to her side. As consciousness faded, a thought flickered through her mind. After more than a decade of struggle for survival, she ultimately could not escape the fate of being like drifting duckweed, her life as ephemeral as that of a mayfly. In the Adventure Paradise's central monitoring room, hundreds of screens displayed shifting images, yet Luo Lan and Yi Jian remained elusive. Qinsha inquired, "Why can't we automatically identify and track them? They're SA virus," replied Ziyin, his gaze fixed on the rapidly changing lines of code on the screen, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. "When will it be restored?" "The most optimistic estimate is 1 hour. Suddenly, an excited staff member exclaimed, "We've found them." Chun Sha hurried over as a robot materialized on the screen, opening a transmission chamber that was utterly empty. Its mechanical arm extended, retrieving 2 personal terminals from beneath the seats. The personal terminal belonging to Lolan resembles a ruby bracelet, while the other should belong to Yi Jian. A sense of foreboding settled over the crowd. Something must have gone awry. Chun Sha's expression grew increasingly somber, and Ziyan's fingers flew over the keyboard with heightened urgency. A female staff member remarked, "Their first destination was the Juyo pit. We have no means to track them further." Assuming they remained together, it would indicate that 2 transport pods departed and arrived simultaneously. According to the transport pod records, the 4 ecological zones they were most likely to visit are Juyo Pit, Bolabodi Sea, Shueya Mountain, and Tianmu Grand Canyon. Qinsha inquired, "Can we narrow it down further?" The staff member replied apologetically, "We can only search one by one until more information is gathered by the central intelligence brain." Qinsha turned to Ziyin, saying, "I will search. Notify me immediately if you receive any news." Just as Qinsha left, the governor strode in with purpose. Although the governor's expressionless mask revealed nothing out of the ordinary, the amusement park director felt a chill run down their spine, sweating profusely as they recounted the incident's details. The governor took Lolan's personal terminal for inspection, discovering no signs of damage, indicating it had not been forcibly removed. "Is it possible the princess has left the amusement park?" Ziyin asserted. "Impossible." Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Qinsha promptly ordered the activation of emergency protocols, sealing all exits. Lolan was undoubtedly still inside. The female staff member gestured towards the work screen, stating, "These are the 4 ecological zones where they are most likely to be found. The commander's wife and Prince Yi Jian are siblings, and both have disappeared. Perhaps we could inquire with Princess Xiao Han to ascertain which of these 4 ecological zones is the most probable." The governor raised his hand, signaling her to cease speaking. The central intelligence chamber was enveloped in a suffocating silence, broken only by the rhythmic tapping of Ziyin's fingers on the keyboard. After perusing the descriptions of the 4 ecological zones, the governor cast his gaze towards the surveillance screen, where Qinshe was leading a search party in other ecological zones. The staff promptly extracted the data for the remaining 60 ecological zones, and the governor's eyes scanned the information line by line, eliminating options. Ultimately, only 2 ecological zones remained on the screen: the Alir Mountain Simulated Ecological Zone and the Great Twin Star Rock Forest Simulated Ecological Zone. Xian, amidst her flurry of activity, glanced up and immediately comprehended why the governor had chosen to retain these 2 locations. Both were connected to Qianshu and held particular significance to Lolan. The governor commanded, "Initiate surveillance." Hundreds of sub-monitor screens shifted to display real-time surveillance of the Alir Mountain Ecological Zone and the Rock Forest Ecological Zone. Everything appeared calm and normal, devoid of any anomalies. The governor fixated on the monitoring footage of the 2 ecological zones and inquired, "Are the intelligence cores of each ecological zone independent?" To ensure safety, each ecological zone possesses its own independent sub-intelligence core, monitored by the Central Intelligence Core. Should any irregularity arise, the Central Intelligence Core will issue a warning. The governor ordered. Xian, assess the sub-intelligence cores of these 2 ecological zones. Xian remained engrossed in her work, her head barely lifted. In Lolan's heart, the Yilar Mountains and the Rock Forest held profound significance, yet her disappearance alongside Prince Yi Jian could be traced back to her experiences in the Empire of Al. Detection. The governor interrupted Xian's thoughts. She raised her gaze towards him. With an icy demeanor, he declared, "This is not a discussion. It is an order." Understood. Xian ceased her current tasks, her expression stern as she remarked, "We must conduct the tests one by one. Which shall we begin with, the Yilar Mountains or the Rock Forest? I must remind you, with every minute wasted, the likelihood of Lolan's demise escalates." The governor closed his eyes. Moments later, he opened them and coldly stated, "Rock Forest." Xian commenced the examination of the Rock Forest sub-intellect. As the screen displayed a flurry of program codes, her countenance grew increasingly grim. All surveillance had been obscured, revealing only the footage from the previous day. She furiously tapped the keyboard, yet one by one, the multitude of monitoring screens succumbed to darkness until they were all blank. Reboot. Xian struck the confirmation key, and success. However, the myriad of screens flickered with a shroud of darkness, rendering everything indistinct. Frustrated, Xian exclaimed, "Impossible. It should have been fixed." The governor remained silent, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Xian realized something. She commanded the sub-intellect to magnify the images on the screens. It became evident that the obscurity was not due to malfunction, but rather because the sky was shrouded in sand and dust, casting everything into a murky abyss. He sat before the vast control panel, his fingers dancing deftly as he continued to scrutinize the repair program, simultaneously notifying Qinshe. Someone had triggered the divine difficulty of the Rock Forest, and Lauren should be inside. The governor had already rushed over. 6 days later, in the hospital ward, Lauren felt as though she had experienced an interminable dream. In this dream, she found herself in a desolate wilderness, where fierce winds howled and darkness enveloped her. It bore a striking resemblance to the dreams she had often encountered over the years, where she trudged alone through an empty expanse, ceaselessly walking yet never reaching an end. The most terrifying aspect was not the exhaustion, but the profound solitude, as if she had been forsaken by the entire world. However, this time was different. She was not traversing alone, for someone was holding her, braving the tempest by her side. That person cradled her gently, much like one would cherish a precious pearl, enveloping her in warmth and softness, shielding her from the harsh winds and sands outside the robust shell. Her entire body ached, as if it had been crushed into fragments by a colossal boulder. Yet the presence of another made the suffering bearable. Who was it? Who accompanied her through the darkness? Lauren yearned to speak, but found herself voiceless. She wished to glimpse at him, yet her eyelids remained stubbornly shut. Her trembling hand groped about, as if it had touched something, inexplicably granting her a sense of solace. Though her existence felt as fleeting as a drifting reed and her life as ephemeral as a mayfly, the more than a decade of her life was not devoid of color. Qiansu, Qiansu, Qiansu. Lauren abruptly opened her eyes, yet darkness still enveloped her, rendering her sightless. In a panic, she reached out, grasping a hand. Qinshe gently grasped her hand, noting that her goggles had been shattered by a stone, injuring her eyes and rendering her temporarily blind. Lauren pondered, was this truly a dream? Yet, the sensation at her fingertips felt astonishingly real. Qinshe reassured her, "Do not worry. Chuemo has already assisted in your recovery, and you will regain your sight shortly." I am not concerned, Lauren replied, tilting her head to ask, Chenshur, may I touch your neck? Chenshur was momentarily taken aback. Lauren, eager and imploring, added, just a touch. Consider it a doctor's examination. Silently, Chenshur held Lauren's hand and guided it to his neck. With intense focus, Lauren meticulously traced from his chin down to his collarbone. She had previously caressed Qianshu's neck in that grave-like cavern. For a doctor who had dissected countless corpses and was well-versed in human anatomy, her fingers remembered his neck as vividly as her eyes recalled his face, capable of recognizing him among millions. In the dream, upon touching the neck of the person embracing her, she realized it was Qianshu, which fueled her desire to open her eyes. However, the clarity of the sensation beneath her fingertips now unmistakably indicated it was not him, absolutely not. Lauren retorted with a question, is Yi Jian still alive? Indeed, he is alive. He is aboard their own spaceship, receiving treatment from the doctors of the AR Empire, though it is said he is gravely injured. What entanglement is there? Lauren fumbled for the blanket, pulling it up to cover her head. What entanglement could there be? It was merely a matter of strength. He had bullied her. You. Chenshur began to speak, but Lauren abruptly interrupted him with a defiant insistence. The explanation time is over. She was fatigued, succumbing to a somewhat reckless mindset. Indifferent to their speculations. After all, the truth would eventually surface. Qianshu remarked, I merely wish for you to rest well. The governor has ordered that no further inquiries be made. Lauren lay still, shrouded in her blanket, silent. It was the governor who orchestrated your rescue this time. Lauren abruptly flung the blanket aside, her voice tinged with urgency. It's not you? Why not you? I had believed it was you. Your little tricks led me to another ecosystem, and by the time I reached the rock forest, the governor had already extricated you. Qianshu tenderly tousled Lauren's hair. I understand your disdain for the governor. However, it was indeed he who saved you this time. Lauren silently pulled the blanket up, concealing her head and face. Upon hearing of Lauren's awakening, Feng Lin and Ziyin visited her together. Feng Lin pondered. If the governor had arrived even a moment later, Lauren would surely have become a corpse. Infuriated, he unleashed a torrent of invectives. Has your gene been invaded by a paramecium? Have you recently tested your IQ? Did you surpass 60? Is there a tumor growing in your brain? Lauren listened to the reprimand in silence, not uttering a word. Suddenly, Ziyin interjected. Do you know how to trigger God-level difficulty? Lauren promptly denied, of course not. It was merely a coincidence. Even if I despise Yi Jian and wish to teach him a lesson, I would never put myself at risk. Feng Lin, growing impatient with Ziyin, waved his hand dismissively. Stop being so paranoid. The number of people aware of this matter is limited. We haven't informed Lauren, so how would she know? Lauren was lost in thought, her unfocused eyes gazing into the distance as she unconsciously rubbed her fingers, resembling a child confronted with a formidable dilemma. Utterly bewildered and at a loss, Feng Lin, with concern, inquired, Lauren, are you all right? Thank you. I appreciate your visit, Lauren replied, lying alone on the hospital bed, her mind spiraling into chaotic reflections. It was Qianshu who had informed her on how to trigger the ultimate difficulty level. However, just moments ago, Feng Lin had mentioned that very few were aware of this matter, and Ziyin had not contradicted him. Clearly, within Feng Lin and Ziyin's understanding, Qianshu could not possibly possess this knowledge. Otherwise, they would certainly deduce that she knew how to evoke the ultimate difficulty level. After all, Qianshu was merely an ordinary soldier. Why would he know such confidential information? The orphanage's records bore no mention of Qianshu, indicating that he had never resided there. Could it be? Lauren felt her heart racing, as if it were subtly anticipating something. She opened the email that Feng Lin had sent and had her intelligent assistant read it aloud. Qianshu had grown up in the orphanage, excelling academically and gaining admission to the military academy. Following graduation, due to exceptional physical prowess, he served aboard an interstellar battleship as a special combat soldier. His future had appeared promising until he suddenly fell ill, leading to his retirement and transition to a civilian role within the base. Moreover, this was not the first time Ziyin had investigated Qianshu. 11 years ago, when Ziyin first discovered her acquaintance with Qianshu, she conducted an investigation into him, examining his files from the orphanage. However, her inquiry primarily focused on his experiences after he was admitted to the military academy, providing less scrutiny to his childhood and adolescence at the orphanage, and thus neglecting to investigate the dormitories he had resided in. Now, 11 years later, prompted by her curiosity regarding Qianshu's other names, Ziyin meticulously re-examined his life in its entirety, this time including a thorough review of every dormitory he had lived in annually. Lauren stared wide-eyed, her expression one of stunned disbelief. Xian's investigations were unlikely to be erroneous. Qianshu's life trajectory appeared impeccably complete, devoid of any inconsistencies. Perhaps he had inadvertently overheard conversations among high-ranking officials, leading him to knowledge of matters of extraordinary complexity. The incident concerning the dormitory records was simply a misunderstanding. The volunteer guide, still in their youth, was enthusiastic yet inexperienced, making errors quite naturally. Suddenly, Lauren slapped herself sharply, tears brimming in her eyes as she laughed through her sorrow. It was the first time she realized how terrifying her imagination could be, despite knowing that Qianshu was deceased. She found herself engaging in wildly unrealistic fantasies inspired by a dream. A few days later, Lauren began to see things vaguely, her sensitivity to light increasing to the point where she required special glasses to shield her eyes. Princess Xiaohan came to visit her, expressing her dissatisfaction that the Odin Federation was preventing their ship from departing under the pretense that the incident had not been thoroughly investigated. In frustration, Xiaohan exclaimed, "You and Yuzhan have suffered such harm from their amusement park, and I have yet to confront them, yet they dare to accuse us first." Lauren subtly inquired. Yuzhan sustained quite serious injuries. How proficient is the physician attending to him? The physician appointed by my father is undoubtedly of exceptional skill. It appears that Yi Jian is indeed the genuine Yi Jian. Otherwise, given the severity of his injuries necessitating the repair of damaged organs, any genetic examination would reveal the truth if he were an imposter. How is Yi Jian recovering? His wounds have completely healed, yet he has grown increasingly peculiar. Wearing a gloomy expression throughout the day and uttering not a single word, it seems he has genuinely been frightened this time. As Xiaohan spoke, her frustration resurfaced. What a dreadful amusement park. I cannot fathom how anyone could find enjoyment in such a wretched place. We were utterly deceived. And now they won't even allow us to leave. It's outrageous. It's not that I don't wish to accompany you. It's simply that official. Along with Qinshu and Xian, they are all far too intimidating. Xiaohan recalled the looks directed at her by Luolan and Yi Jian after their disappearance, and shivered at the memory. With a tone of sympathy, she remarked, "You must have endured a great deal of suffering over these years. Truly a pack of brutes, torturing you to mold you into an A-class ability user for the sake of their research." Luolan found herself in a state of bemusement, realizing that Xiaohan had concocted an elaborate narrative, envisioning her as a beleaguered princess, perpetually tormented and subjected to trials by a dark lord in the name of research. She felt as though a repulsive slug had latched onto her hand and could not help but shake off Xiaohan's grip. "My husband is named Qinshu. Not that other name." Xiaohan gazed at Luolan in disbelief, her expression shifting as she forced a smile and attempted to persuade her further. Luolan. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open with a chime, and Qinshu along with Xian entered in succession. With a cheerful demeanor, Xian announced, "Luolan. Chuemo says you are cleared for discharge." Luolan experienced the awkward embarrassment of being caught in the act of disparaging her in-laws by her own family, leaving her unable to meet Qinshu's gaze. As if oblivious to the situation, Qinshu approached her and placed a wide-brimmed sun hat atop her head. Taking her hand and leading her outside, Xiaohan called, "Luolan, I don't want to." Luolan blurted out, only to realize that, as a princess of the Arid Empire, such a reaction was quite inappropriate. She sheepishly added, "That was merely a pretext from Xiaohan. You heard what she was saying before." After more than a decade of silence and indifference, their sudden change in attitude, coupled with their attempts to incite her to divorce, filled Luolan with sorrow for the true princess she once was. "Would you acquiesce to their demands?" Qinshu inquired, his gaze fixed upon her, his eyes sparkling like cold stars. Luolan shook her head, resolutely declaring, "Absolutely not." The corners of Qinshu's lips curled into a subtle smile, and his previously icy demeanor softened, resembling the moment when a blizzard clears to reveal the sun piercing through dense clouds. Luolan had initially intended to jestingly ask if he believed her, but the words escaped her in that moment. Undoubtedly, he did trust her. Yet, this very trust instilled in her a profound sense of fear, for it was such trust that ultimately suffered the most from betrayal. Observing the weight of her thoughts, Qinshu remained silent, driving the flying car at speed while stating, "Make a decision quickly, before I have regrets." "What decision?" Luolan deflected, "Even if you agree, others will not. I will handle it. I appreciate your help. It is too much trouble for you." "Not at all. However, Luolan stammered, desperately seeking an excuse. Qinshu inquired, "Were your memories in the Arid Empire particularly unpleasant?" With a bitter smile, Lolan replied, not merely unpleasant. As a condemned prisoner. The memories of the Arid Empire evoke the sin of death every time I recall them. Qinsha fell silent for a moment, gazing into the distance, and softly uttered, "May you remain forever in Odin." Lolan looked at Qinsha in astonishment, her heart a tumult of emotions. She too yearned to call Odin home, to remain there eternally. Yet she felt unworthy. As soon as Lolan could decipher the words on the document, she meticulously perused the file regarding Xian's investigation into Qinshu several times. Rationality repeatedly urged her to dismiss any unfounded thoughts. If even the cunning spy master found nothing amiss, it must indeed be without issue. Yet, like a spellbound creature, she could not resist the urge to repeatedly scrutinize the document, as if seeking to uncover some overlooked detail. "Madam, please take a rest." Following Qinsha's instructions, Daxiong approached Lolan after observing her fixated on the screen for over 30 minutes, reminding her to take a break. "All right." Lolan, wishing to avoid any repercussions, promptly shut off the screen and resolved to prepare something to eat, hoping to distract herself from her wandering thoughts. She was engrossed in kneading the dough when she suddenly heard Yi Jian's voice. "You said you would only cook for those you love." Lolan paused, slowly turning her head to see Yi Jian standing outside the window in a white shirt, with one hand in his pocket and the other resting behind his back. He quietly observed her. Sunlight filtered through the grand tree behind him, cascading gently upon him from the dense foliage, enveloping him in a delicate, soft light. He appeared as fresh and pristine as a dewdrop resting upon a green leaf, untouched by the slightest speck of worldly dust. Lolan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, unable to resist the urge to close her eyes, her mind vividly conjuring an image, a man whose face remained obscured, walking toward her through the setting sun, pausing by the window, extending a hand that had been hidden behind his back, presenting her with a bouquet of snow-white lilies. These flowers, a rare ancient breed, were both costly and delicate. Next time, she should simply gather wildflowers from the mountains instead of wasting money on growth solutions. She reached out, her hands dusted with flour, and playfully patted the man's face. A halo of light radiated outward like ripples, gradually revealing his features. And to her surprise, it was Yu Zheng, his handsome visage adorned with a comical flower handprint, his eyes glimmering with mirth. Suddenly, Lolan opened her eyes wide, discovering Yu Zheng standing before the window, offering her a bouquet of blue wildflowers, gathered from the mountains, which could thrive in plain water without the need for any growth solutions. Startled as if confronted with something terrifying, she took a few steps back, her face pale. Yu Zheng, with urgency, inquired, "Have you remembered something?" "Nothing." Lolan steadied herself, asserting firmly, "Is it not natural for me to be wary of you?" Yu Zheng's eyes brimmed with sorrow. "Do you still wish to end my life?" Lolan replied coldly. "The flowers you hold are called dream flowers. They were the very first flowers I gifted to Qian Su." Yu Jie glanced at the flowers in her hand with a sense of vexation, but soon her brows lifted in a light-hearted smile. "Even if you take this to heart, it is merely a decade of memories. Once you recall the memories of the previous decades, you will understand that it amounts to nothing." Lolan remained silent, glaring at Yu Jie. With a hint of resignation, Yu Jie remarked, "There are misunderstandings between us. I would never harm you." Lolan scoffed, "Misunderstandings? It's quite a feat to misunderstand 3 times in a row." Yu Jie produced a peculiar syringe, declaring, "This is a serum designed to restore your memories. It is not a genetic virus." "Restore memories?" Lolan stared in disbelief. "The first operation, the assassination of the Chancellor, was a ruse. My true objective was to create chaos to approach you and help you regain your memories. Once your memories are restored, you will instinctively know how to deal with those 2 mercenaries. What should have been a straightforward mission went awry when I discovered you possessed B-level physical capabilities. Not only did you waste a vial of the serum, but you also clashed with 2 oblivious mercenaries, nearly putting yourself in peril. In the second operation, I abandoned the attempt to steal Odin Federation's research data, focusing solely on restoring your memories. For mercenaries were dispatched to infiltrate Odin and await their chance. I was confident that I would not fail, yet unexpectedly, all 4 perished." Lolan mockingly interjected, "In the third operation, you sent 9 A-level mercenaries, believing it would be foolproof against 1 A-level and 1 B-level. However, Odin had already set a trap, leading to the annihilation of your entire team and the confiscation of the serum, while I fortuitously had reviewed the serum's analytical report. I am aware. Thus, I assert that there exists a misunderstanding between us. Odin has devised a trap, merely fishing for information, and I cooperated to a degree. That vial of the potion was intentionally left for them to analyze, to prevent any suspicion from being cast upon you. Yi Jian gazed earnestly at Lauren and remarked, "There are only 3 vials of the memory restoration potion, and this is the final one. I cannot entrust this task to anyone else. I must take it upon myself." Lauren yearned to refute his nonsensical claims, yet deep down, she comprehended the veracity of his words. Whether it be the vial that remained intact or the treasonous accusations against Feng Lin, both appeared to be elements of a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Yi Jian had lost 9 mercenaries, but had sown seeds of discord among the 7 dukes, exacerbating their conflicts and fostering an atmosphere of mistrust. Undoubtedly, the most compelling evidence lay in Yi Jian's very presence before her. As the leader of the Dragon Blood Legion, he would not perilously inject a mere pawn with a genetic virus without substantial cause. Yi Jian continued, "You must be yearning to uncover your identity. Despite being alive, your memories are shrouded in void. You remain oblivious to your own preferences and aversions, unaware of your parents or the experiences you have endured. It is not merely the world that has forsaken you. You have also abandoned yourself, and such a sensation must be excruciating." He extended his hand towards Lauren, resembling a beguiling demon, uttering, "Place your hand in mine. Once your memories are restored, all your uncertainties shall dissipate, and your suffering will cease to exist." Lauren's fist clenched tightly, resisting the tumultuous desires and impulses that stirred within her. In this world, no one is devoid of the desire to uncover the essence of their identity, to trace the origins of their being, and to seek the whereabouts of their beloved and those who cherish them. This quest forms the very roots of one's existence, the wellspring of life itself. Yet, Lauren sensed, with a creeping unease, that the self she once was stood in stark contrast to the person she had become. She feared that her former self might engulf her present being. The memories of her current existence, spanning over a decade, could be mocked, denied, or even obliterated by the forgotten years that lay behind her. In a sudden burst of resolve, Lauren seized a knife from a row of blades and hurled it with remarkable speed towards Yi Jian, the glinting steel slicing through the air. At last, the temptation from the abyss was shattered. Yi Jian grasped the hilt. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Lauren. "Why do you refuse to reclaim your memories?" With a knife in each hand, Lauren assumed a defiant stance, challenging him. "Do you wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle once more? I may lack the strength to end your life, but Qinsha can. You have but 2 choices. Depart with me, or take my life. I await your decision." As he treaded upon the slanting shadows of the evening, he gradually faded into the distance. In a daze, Lauren perceived a whisper of laughter, intimate and warm, brushing against her ear. "You are only permitted to cook for me." It was Yi Jian's voice. The comforting echoes of fragmented memories coalesced into the sound of his laughter. In anguish, Lauren clasped her ears. "Are there guests?" she asked, managing an awkward smile, realizing she had unintentionally prepared an excess of food. "Shall I share it with everyone?" "Everyone?" Lauren's gaze fell upon the abundant spread, sufficient to serve a dozen or more, and with conviction, she nodded. "Yes, everyone." She counted on her fingers. Feng Lin, Anna, Chu Mo, Ziyan, Zhong Li, Zhuqiu Bai, Li Song, and adding ourselves, Qing Yu and Qing Chu. The number still seemed insufficient, prompting the inclusion of 2 more individuals, and the governor. The mention of the governor genuinely startled Qinsha. Ever since Qian Su's demise, Lauren had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the governor. It was perplexing that she would now count him among their ranks, an anomaly that hinted at some form of provocation. He instinctively felt this must relate to Yi Jian's visit earlier in the afternoon. Yet Lauren clearly preferred to remain reticent, so he refrained from further inquiries, assisting her instead in distributing the meal among everyone. Feng Lin had a penchant for sweet and sour flavors, so this dish was for her. What did Li Song enjoy? Qinsha, holding the winter melonade treasure bowl, inquired, "Who is this for?" "That was a dish beloved by Qian Su." And in a moment of distraction, Lauren casually replied, "The governor." Qinsha, not overthinking it, promptly placed the winter melonade treasure bowl into a storage container. Strangely, Lauren, as if possessed, added a plate of soup dumplings, which happened to be Qian Su's favorite as well. After all, these 2 dishes held special significance solely for her and Qian Su. To the governor, they were merely ordinary fare, and he should be completely indifferent, even if he were to see them. Once the robot had served the meals to everyone, only 2 portions remained on the table. Lauren and Qinsha sat facing each other along the long table, quietly partaking in their meal. She found this scene peculiarly unfamiliar. It dawned on her that although they had shared the same roof as a couple for over 10 years, this was the first time they had dined alone together. Perhaps due to an overwhelming silence, the atmosphere became inexplicably awkward. Lauren eventually realized that a bowl of mushy nutritional meal had one advantage: it required little time to consume, allowing for a quick meal without the burden of conversation. It was quite delightful. Suddenly, Ginger broke the silence, startling Lauren, who took a moment to respond with a simple "Oh, thank you." Once again, the two fell into silence. Lauren took the initiative to speak. "I'm unsure of your culinary preferences. Everything I prepare is rather haphazard." "Rose jam," Ginger replied. "Huh." Lauren was perplexed. "My mother doesn't cook. She rarely enters the kitchen. The only thing she knows how to make is rose jam. It's a condiment made from fresh rose petals, suitable for spreading on bread, filling buns, or even infusing in water. After my mother passed away, I had the robot replicated, but the taste was entirely different." Ginger lowered his gaze to the bread on his plate and expressed, "I would like to have rose jam. Could you make it for me next time?" "Sure." Lauren was taken aback by Ginger's unabashed request. "Thank you." The atmosphere felt increasingly peculiar, and Lauren cautiously added, "Please don't set your expectations too high. My rose jam may bear no resemblance to the flavor you remember." "That's all right." Lauren was at a loss as to what Ginger meant by that. Yet since he had rarely made a request, she decided to do her utmost. In Chapter 1, Section 4, Lauren messaged her twin brother, asking him to pick fresh roses from the castle garden and send them to her promptly. Indeed, the services of Sue Air proved to be reliable. When Lauren received the roses, they appeared as fresh as if they had just been plucked. Following the recipe left by Ginger's mother, Lauren first washed and air-dried the roses, then removed the calyx and sepals. She thoroughly mixed the petals with rock sugar, added a hint of plum juice, and finally stored the mixture in glass jars for preservation, anticipating enjoyment in 2 months. Although it seemed straightforward, as it was Lauren's first attempt, she struggled repeatedly, wasting a significant portion of the roses before finally achieving the flavor she envisioned. With only 2 jars prepared, she hoped that Qinsha would be pleased in 2 months. Meanwhile, the governor still had not permitted the departure of the L Empire spacecraft. Princess Xiaohan was impatient, while Yi Jing remained indifferent, even relocating to the Spita Palace. Surrounded by beautiful companions, indulging in nature's splendor, seemingly forgetful of everything else, Lauren understood that Yi Jing awaited her decision to leave with him or to end his life. The ones she loved and wished to protect were likely those she could not accept or acknowledge in her past. For the first time, Lauren realized that a single person could harbor 2 entirely contradictory desires. The past and present versions of herself were the same individual, yet distinctly different. Yi Jing desired the woman she once was, not the one she had become. Regardless of their past relationship, 11 years had transformed her into someone unrecognizable. She had come from a place, yet had not anticipated her destination. Lauren was acutely aware that her time was limited. It could be said that the current her wished for Yi Jing's demise, just as he desired her disappearance. The fate between them was destined for one conclusion: either she would perish, or he would. However, before that, Lauren had to meet with the governor and engage in an absurd endeavor. Before the governor's residence, Lauren requested an audience with him. Andar seemed to have anticipated her arrival, offering no further inquiries and promptly granting her entry into the reading room. In the vast, deep hall, an unusual silence enveloped the space, and Lauren could distinctly hear the sound of her own footsteps echoing. Despite the brightness of day, the room was dimly lit. Whether it was due to the excessive air conditioning or merely a trick of the mind, a sense of dread began to creep upon her, raising goosebumps on her arms. What was she truly afraid of? Lauren recalled that initially, she harbored a certain fear of the governor, but as time passed, she discovered his courteous demeanor towards her, alleviating her trepidation. Later still, following Qinshu's death, she nearly took aim at the governor with a gun, her heart filled with loathing. And the remnants of her fear faded into oblivion. Standing before the heavy, intricately carved wooden door, she found herself hesitating to knock, her heart racing with an urgency that bordered on pain. She pressed her hand to her chest. Had she not already concluded that it was merely a dream? Had she not contacted the orphanage and military academy to verify Qinshu's records? What was she truly anxious about? Qinshu and the governor, their identities, statuses, powers, capabilities, and characters were worlds apart, utterly distinct. Yet, she had inexplicably linked these 2 disparate individuals together, a notion bordering on madness. "Please enter." The governor's voice suddenly resonated, and the door creaked open slowly. Lauren steadied herself, masking her emotions as she stepped inside. The blackout curtains hung low, with only a few wall sconces illuminating the dimly lit room. The consul, clad in a flowing black robe and donning a silver mask, sat upon an intricately carved wooden chair beside the long table. Lorelin instinctively cast a glance at his neck, which was thoroughly concealed by the robe, leaving nothing visible. In fact, not a single inch of his skin was exposed. The consul gestured gracefully, inviting her to take a seat. Lorelin complied, her voice dry as she expressed, "Chinchur mentioned that you saved me. Thank you." "No need," replied the consul, as he slid a cup of perfectly warm tea toward her. "Chinchur stated that you ordered the cessation of inquiries into the amusement park incident, yet my sister claims you have forbidden anyone from leaving until the matter is thoroughly investigated. I am uncertain of your true intentions. Will there be an investigation or not?" Xiao Han had anxiously reached out to Lorelin several times regarding this issue, implying that if a clear resolution was not forthcoming, she would consider it akin to confinement and would inform the emperor, although Lorelin had initially wished to remain uninvolved. Her curiosity about the consul's peculiar stance on the matter drew her in. The consul then stated, "I have a few questions. Please proceed." Yi Jian has triggered an exceptionally high difficulty level in the simulated ecosystem. Indeed, he is not of B-class stamina. He should be classified as A2. I was responsible for it. Do you intend to kill him? There was a disagreement between my brother and me. It was merely an accidental injury. An accidental injury that rendered both arms incapacitated? Yi Jian possesses A2 stamina. If it were not an accident, let alone stabbing him twice, would he permit me even a single strike? Lorelin wagered that no one would anticipate that Yi Jian would allow her to stab him without the slightest resistance. Upon the lifeless body of the rockwind beast lay 5 hexagonal metallic spikes. Were they your weapons, or those of Yi Jian? The governor lowered his gaze, seemingly engrossed in contemplation. Lauren gradually clenched her fist. She had wielded similar weapons in the rock forest, and as Yi Jian's sister, it was only natural. However, if Qianxi were to discover her true identity as a false princess, he would undoubtedly derive a different interpretation from the weaponry. Could this aloof man, who held the power of life and death, truly be Qianxiu? Although the color of his eyes and the tone of his voice deviated from Qianxiu's, such differences could easily be altered with a few drops of potion. Yet, could one's heart be so readily transformed? Impossible. Qianxiu loved her. He would never treat her in such a manner. Lauren relaxed her fist, lifted the teacup from the table, and drained it in one gulp. "Do you have any further inquiries, my lord?" she asked. As she stood to leave, her steps grew increasingly hesitant, ultimately halting. Reason incessantly whispered the words impossible, absolutely not. Yet her body betrayed her. Gritting her teeth, she turned around and mustered the courage to inquire, "I have heard that you conceal your body entirely due to its decay. Is it true?" The room fell into an oppressive silence. Lauren recognized her own madness, yet without clarity, the thoughts swirling in her mind would only spiral further into insanity. The governor rose and approached her slowly, like a panther stealthily advancing toward its prey. Lauren braced herself for a forceful ejection from the premises. The governor halted before her, exuding an air of haughty coldness. He extended a hand towards Lauren, stating, "This time, I permit you to inspect." The implication was clear. There would be no second chance. Lauren cradled the hand of the chancellor, clumsily removing his glove and unwinding the bandages that encircled his hand. Before her lay a decaying hand, devoid of any intact skin, revealing only the grotesque, twisted, and festering flesh, with patches where white bone was visible. Lauren stood frozen, realizing that he truly suffered from the disease of the living dead, not a mere fade. In that fleeting moment, her emotions oscillated wildly, leaving her unable to discern whether she felt despair and sorrow or a strange sense of release and acceptance. As if possessed, her gaze fixated on the chancellor's visage, wondering if his face had succumbed to decay as well. "You have just permitted me to inspect," she recalled him saying. With newfound audacity, Lauren extended her hand, intent on removing the chancellor's mask, yet he remained motionless. Her fingers brushed against the cold metal, sending a shiver coursing through her. Stiffened with trepidation, she hesitated. Gripped by an inexplicable fear, was it fear of what he was or fear of what he was not? Lauren locked her gaze onto the chancellor's eyes, seeking answers in the last remnants of warmth. However, his icy blue eyes resembled the distant sky, forever unreachable. An involuntary shiver coursed through her. As she slowly lifted the mask, the instant she beheld his face, the mask slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. With a sharp sound, Lauren's complexion turned pale, and she stumbled backward a few steps. The visage before her was a formless mass of decaying black flesh, its features obscured and distorted, the nose unrecognizable, the mouth a mere shadow of its former self. The only aspects still seemingly intact were the eyes. However, the eyebrows had long since vanished. and the surrounding eye sockets were festering and decaying, with darkened flesh swollen into grotesque nodules, poised to fall away at any moment. A pair of still normal eyes were embedded in such an abnormal visage, accentuating the face's increasingly horrifying and eerie appearance. Lauren had dissected numerous corpses, priding herself on her extensive experience, yet she was still profoundly disturbed. It was not merely the grotesque and terrifying countenance before her that unsettled her, but the fact that this face, which rightly belonged to the deceased, still bore the eyes of the living. Despite the absence of any unblemished skin and the unbearable agony endured, the individual's gaze remained remarkably untroubled, as if under the influence of the most potent analgesics, impervious to pain. Yet Lauren understood that no such remedy existed in this world to alleviate his suffering. As a class of physical adept, he would remain eternally vigilant. Did she need to examine other areas? The official loosened her robe, preparing to disrobe. It seemed that, should Lauren consent, she could unveil every inch of his concealment for thorough inspection. No, that is unnecessary. Lauren's voice trembled. The official regarded her, the decayed lips curling into an expression that seemed to mockingly smile. Truly unnecessary? You have but one chance. No, it is not needed. Lauren dared not cast another glance. Bending down to retrieve the mask, trembling as she handed it over, stammering, "I apologize." The official accepted the mask and coldly stated, "You may leave now." Lowering her head, Lauren bowed deeply, akin to fleeing, as she dashed out of the official's residence. Beneath the resplendent sunlight, Lauren found the world around her blurred and indistinct. Rubbing her eyes, she discovered her cheeks were wet with tears. The dream had felt so vividly real, leading her to the fanciful notion that Qianxu might still be alive. Rationality had repeatedly insisted to her that it was impossible, yet her heart, ungovernable, clung to the belief that the Chancellor could indeed be Qianxu. He perpetually wore a mask, concealing the mysteries that lay beneath. If it were he could effortlessly articulate the profound complexities of stimulating the simulated ecosystem. If it were he could orchestrate events so meticulously that Xian would be unable to uncover any anomalies surrounding Qianxu. If it were he could wield such immense power that Qianxu's death could be shrouded in deception. Now, every wild fantasy lay shattered. The Chancellor was merely the Chancellor. Qianxu was irrevocably Qianxu. No matter how deeply she yearned for him, Qianxu had departed from her life. The Chancellor permitted the departure of the Ardean Empire's ship, yet only consented to Princess Xiaohan's exit aboard it, while Yu Jian was fervently persuaded to remain. Lauren recognized the Chancellor's cunning. He had expertly balanced the situation. Xiaohan was the Emperor's biological daughter, the elder sister of the Crown Prince, Xiaojing. Should she truly be detained, it could potentially ignite a war. Yu Jian, however, was different. Amidst the widely circulated yet deemed absurd rumors, he was the one who ought to be the Crown Prince. Moreover, Yu Jian currently held the legal status of the second-in-line heir, and the Emperor and Crown Prince surely harbored resentment towards him. They would not be inclined to initiate a substantial conflict, and might even secretly anticipate some unforeseen incident. After more than a decade of companionship, Qing Yue and Qing Chu had developed genuine affection for her. Though they both longed for their homeland and loved ones, they tearfully expressed their willingness to stay and continue accompanying her. Lauren resolutely rejected the situation. In a certain sense, Princess Lauren was undoubtedly doomed. She was currently attending to the affairs of the princess, and once all matters were concluded, she would put an end to her relationship with Yu Jian. A tragic outcome seemed inevitable, and there was no need for Qing Yue and Qing Chu to be entangled in this demise. Reflecting on the past, during the past decade of masquerading as a princess, Lauren had not committed any wrongs against the Odin Federation. However, deception is still deception, and no explanation could alter that fact. As Chen Sha had said, the helplessness of a liar ultimately stems from self-interest. She found herself unable to make amends, and could only meticulously compile her research insights and hypotheses regarding the anomalies she had studied over the years, hoping they might assist other researchers in their pursuits of genetic mutation. She sincerely apologized to Chen Sha and Feng Lin, expressing her regret for selfishly deceiving them for so many years out of fear for her own life. She held no expectations for forgiveness, nor did she believe she deserved it. She simply wished for Chen Sha to find happiness in her future marriage and for Feng Lin to attain his desires. In the restaurant, Lauren sat in a corner, her mind heavy with thoughts. One hand absent-mindedly prodded at her nutritious meal with a spoon, while the other fiddled with a small information disc containing her farewell letter, years of research, and a final video apology. With all necessary matters attended to, she intended to seek out Yu Jian shortly. Before departing, she planned to send the information disk to the governor. If her small fish did not manage to break through Yi Jian's vast net, she would leave the aftermath to the governor. Although Yi Jian appeared to offer her two choices, he was, in reality, very confident, fully aware that there was only one true option. Because she is a false princess in the Odin Federation, one with ulterior motives, colluding with external enemies to steal the secrets of Odin's research. The Odin Federation cannot tolerate her. Her only option for survival is to leave Odin and follow Yijin, with no alternatives available. However, Yijin is unaware that for over a decade, she has never lived as Princess Lauren. From the moment she refused to inject the memory-recovering serum, she had made a choice. She is Luo's son. Regardless of the past relationship between herself and Yijin, even if he truly is the man she once loved, who led her to willingly become a pawn in his scheme to steal the secrets of the Odin Federation, it is irrelevant to her present self. Her memories commenced the moment she opened her eyes in the wasteland. Her world began when she stepped out of the spacecraft to behold Alicata. And her life truly started when she introduced herself to Qianqiu as Luo's son. In her brief existence of over a decade, the first care she received was from Qianqiu. The first encouragement came from him, and the first experience of life and death was shared with him. Yijin caused Qianqiu's demise, and she will ensure he does not escape, even if the cost of this choice is a dead end. Is it difficult to swallow? Ziyin set down her plate and drink, taking a seat across from her. Lauren was startled, immediately gripping the information disk tightly and casually tucking it into her pocket. No. She, feeling guilty as a thief, scooped a large spoonful of the nutrient meal into her mouth. Indeed, it was hard to swallow. Ziyin, with a face full of disdain, took a bite and remarked, "The dishes you sent a few days ago were delightful. Thank you." "You're welcome. I accidentally made too much." Lauren finished her nutritious meal and contemplated her departure, feeling a genuine sense of gratitude towards the governor. As she rose, she hesitated and sat back down, uncertain as to why the title governor stirred such sensitivity within her. What could it mean? The matters concerning the adventurer's paradise had left me bewildered by the virus. While Qinsha fell prey to your little tricks. Can you guess who was the first to deduce your presence in the Yanshan? The governor? Lauren's voice was barely a whisper. Ziyin, nibbling on his spoon, nodded in an innocent, harmless manner akin to a docile rabbit. Lauren furrowed her brow and took several large sips of her drink. Ziyin watched, conflicted, as Lauren nonchalantly appropriated his beverage, pondering whether to remind her that it was indeed his. Lauren remarked, "In Yanshan, the person I nearly shot was the governor. Not you or Qinsha. Naturally, you both would not have such a profound impression of Yanshan." Yet, despite her assertions, it was evident that she had vanished alongside Yi Jian. And we all presumed that the incident was undoubtedly linked to the grievances of the Ael royal family. Nevertheless, the governor unhesitatingly chose the Yiler mountain range and the Yanshan ecosystem from 64 ecological zones. When I challenged him, he again chose Yanshan without a moment's hesitation. Ziyin's eyes brimmed with confusion. Evidently, the governor deemed Yanshan to hold particular significance for her, and I sensed it was not merely due to her having aimed a gun at him there. Yanshan was indeed extraordinarily significant for her, as it was not only the site of Qianqiu's demise but also the place where she and Qianqiu had forged their bond. Thus, the governor is a cunning old fox, while you are merely a young fox. Lauren seemed to have lost interest in the topic, picking up her drink and departing. Ziyin gazed at the beverage in her hand, letting out a silent sigh. The mere mention of Qianqiu sent her into disarray, yet she forced herself to maintain a facade of normalcy. Had she known of Lauren's obstinate nature, she would have preferred a different outcome during the drawing of lots back then. Feng Lin concluded her experiment and prepared to head to the dining hall. As she stepped out of the laboratory, she spotted Lauren leaning against the wall, sipping her drink, her gaze unfocused, appearing lost in thought. "What are you doing?" Feng Lin inquired. Lauren tossed her a can of nutritional supplement, suggesting that it was better to take a stroll outside and enjoy the breeze rather than consume the bland fare in the cafeteria. Feng Lin chuckled softly. "Let us go." The two walked side by side along the shaded path. The air had turned crisp, and the ground was strewn with golden leaves, crunching beneath their feet. Feng Lin opened the nutritional supplement and took a sip, stating that this path was safe for conversation, inviting Lauren to speak freely. "What kind of person is the governor?" Lauren asked. "Someone I respect and admire," Feng Lin replied. Lauren looked at Feng Lin in surprise, questioning the need for such exaggeration. "I assure you, it is no exaggeration," Feng Lin responded earnestly. Lauren recalled the demeanor of several dukes in the conference room regarding the governor. "Qinshi's mother?" Feng Lin nodded. Accompanying her were two tall and handsome men. One was the commander, Qinshi's father, and the other was the renowned General Nanzhao. Standing beside these two paragons of the Federation, she did not pale in comparison. Rather, she shone even more brilliantly. Luo Lan had seen photos of Qinsha's parents and recognized them as individuals of remarkable brilliance. If Nanzhao were to shine even more brightly than they, Feng Lin's admiration and respect would be far from exaggerated. As Feng Lin gazed at the swirling yellow leaves falling from the sky, a pensive expression crossed his face, reflecting a nostalgia for a time when they were still young and immature in heart and mind. The training was exceedingly arduous, and the ruthless elimination mechanism instilled a sense of despair, resembling a life in hell. To exaggerate, the emergence of General Nanzhao was akin to a beacon of light piercing through the darkness of that hell, revealing a beautiful landscape ahead, instilling the belief that enduring the trials could lead to becoming someone like him. Was General Nanzhao also selected through the same brutal elimination process? Feng Lin sighed, recalling how, upon arriving at the Odin Federation, the governor faced ostracism due to his status as a slave, a youth devoid of formal education. Lacking professional skills or academic credentials, and barely literate, he was compelled to enlist in the military to live with dignity. However, his circumstances were dire. No army would accept him, and only the high-mortality suicide squad would take him in, destined to become cannon fodder, sacrificing his body for the success of others. Yet, he managed to rise through the ranks, gaining recognition for his military achievements, ultimately becoming the Federation's most esteemed general. Feng Lin reflected, stating that they were merely a group of children engaged in a competition of elimination that, while seemingly harsh, posed no real threat to life. In contrast, General Nanzhao had genuinely endured repeated life-or-death elimination contests. Seeing him stand before them was akin to a living signpost, providing a sense of direction to their efforts. Lauren found herself at a loss to articulate her feelings. Although this was not her first encounter with the life story of the governor, it was indeed the first time she truly absorbed it. It turned out that Nanzhao, like herself, was an outsider, despite being of a different kind. When he first set foot on Alicata, he too was without nation, kin, or friends, possessing nothing at all. The unsettling fear, confusion, loneliness, and indifference to hostility that she had once endured were experiences that the young slave had also faced. She had been fortunate to meet Qian Su, who had guided and supported her in establishing a foothold within the Odin Federation. He, on the other hand, had no choice but to join the suicide squad, risking his life in the struggle. Feng Lin observed Lauren's silence and inquired with curiosity, "What are you thinking about?" "I am pondering why the governor harbors no hostility towards me. Unlike you, he has personally endured the humiliation and maltreatment of humanity and should, therefore, possess a strong aversion to us. Yet my genes and identity compel me to represent all of humanity. Because he is Nanzhao." Feng Lin's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Let me share a secret. Before I even met you, the governor had already spoken to me, urging me to treat you kindly. He stated that you are neither an enemy nor a subject of study, but rather a bridge connecting the different species and humanity. If we wish to cultivate goodwill, we must first extend it." Lauren stood in stunned silence, realizing the truth of it all. Nanzhao's vision extended far beyond merely curing a genetic affliction. He aimed to reshape the future of interspecies relations. He sought to alter the isolating status of the Odin Federation within the galaxy, fostering a peaceful coexistence between different species and humanity. "Lauren?" Feng Lin nudged her gently. Over the years, Lauren has been preoccupied, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding beyond her immediate surroundings. Reluctantly, she inquired, "Is the governor truly that formidable?" Feng Lin nodded vigorously, admiration evident on his face. "In my opinion, the governor is even more capable than the first governor. In times of chaos, heroes emerge. Perhaps Yu Beichen is a product of such tumult. Yet, Nanzhao has transformed from mere cannon fodder into a hero entirely through his own efforts. Remarkably, he excels in the art of killing, yet refrains from it. He wields significant power, yet does not covet authority." Lolan gazed at Feng Lin in astonishment. He blinked and remarked, "I dare not pass judgment on Nanzhao, for he is the former governor. Qinshi's mother once said that the governor is, in a sense, a member of the In family, and by lineage, one ought to refer to Enrong as aunt." "In family?" A spark of realization ignited in Lolan's mind, as if she had grasped something elusive. "Professor Enrong, and Na, all share the surname. And what connection could exist among them?" Feng Lin, impressed, patted Lolan on the shoulder. "While this may not be common knowledge, it is certainly no secret. The fact that you are entirely unaware speaks volumes of your singular focus on your studies these past years. They may not be blood relatives, but they are all members of the Yin family. The first governor, Yu had 6 capable aides, all children from an orphanage. United by the surname and dedicated to fostering solidarity and stability within the Federation. Unlike the dukes of the 7 districts, who inherit their titles, the Yin family supports one another, producing generations of exceptional talent. Among them are the distinguished geneticist Professor Yin and the governor in Rome. Lauren first discovered that the lofty governor and the ordinary Qianxu were not without their connections. Anna was the head of Qianxu's experiments, while Anda served as the governor's chief steward, forming an invisible thread that linked them. Lauren inquired, how did Yin Nanjiao ascend to the position of governor? The former governor and commander perished simultaneously in a vehicular explosion, leaving the Federation bereft of 2 remarkable talents. The internal morale wavered, with several dukes poised to act, while external forces, led by the AR Empire, cast covetous glances. At that critical juncture, only General Yin Nanjiao could maintain control over the Federation's military, and he was summoned to assume the role of governor, effectively also becoming the commander. He averted disaster and prevented the Federation's disintegration. Tolerance, affability. Feng Lin chuckled with a flourish. The governor possessed many virtues, yet tolerance and affability were certainly not among them. Remember, he is a slave who has endured relentless torment and survived by mere chance. He is the cannon fodder who has crawled from the heaps of the dead. He is the devil, Yin Nanjiao, who instills terror on the battlefield. His entire being is steeped in blood. Lauren fell silent for a moment before asking, when did the governor fall ill? It was in his 6th or perhaps 7th year as governor. I can't quite recall the specifics. Do you think, if I were to request a glimpse of his decaying body, he would acquiesce? Feng Lin rolled his eyes. If you wish to perish, then so be it. What if I not only requested to see his body, but also desired to remove his mask? Would he cooperate? Feng Lin stared at Lauren incredulously. Have you lost your senses? Lorraine persistently inquired, do you believe the Chancellor will cooperate? Feng Lin, in resignation, replied, of course. It is utterly impossible for him to cooperate. Is it absolutely impossible? Lorraine fell silent, walking while kicking the fallen leaves beneath her feet. The impossibility she had anticipated had indeed transpired. The Chancellor not only acquiesced to her request to remove the bandages and unmask himself, but even shed his robe, signaling his willingness for her examination. He was aware of her suspicions, and to allay them, he made an exception. Yet, if he were merely Yin Nanjiao, how could he discern the nature of her doubts? Even if he did, why would he be so accommodating? Feng Lin, perplexed, queried, why the sudden interest in the Chancellor's ailment? I have a slight curiosity regarding the disease of the living dead. I wish to conduct some research. Feng Lin frowned and remarked, if you wish to study the disease of the living dead, there are ample cases available. As for the Chancellor, he is off limits. According to Odin's laws, the Chancellor's health is solely the responsibility of designated personnel. You are not suited to partake in this matter. Chapter 2, 3 in the office. Lorraine sat before her workstation, repeatedly watching the video of the Chancellor. During the inauguration ceremony, he was resplendently attired in a crisp military uniform, standing in the square before the Sparta Palace's council hall, addressing the public as he took his oath of office. His tall stature and refined features rendered him a figure of perfection, akin to a character meticulously brought to life by a masterful artist's brush. Her demeanor was strikingly elegant and ethereal, entirely devoid of any trace of worldly distractions, utterly unlike a soldier stained with blood. Before donning the mask and the dark robe, Yin Nanjiao's visage was such, it was no wonder that Qinsha's mother would describe him as possessing an angelic countenance. In Lauren's mind, a battlefield unfolded, with reason and emotion at odds, each striving to persuade the other. One side clamored, it cannot be him. Absolutely not. While the other insisted, it is he. It must be him. Lauren, in anguish, cradled her head, grappling with the question of whether Qinshu was indeed Yin Nanjiao. All facts and evidence pointed to the impossibility of this. Yin Nanjiao was Yin Nanjiao, and Qinshu was Qinshu. Yet, as she had confided to Xian, Yin Nanjiao was a cunning old fox. If even the clever little fox, Xian, could not see through his disguise, what ability did she, a mere scholar engrossed in research, possess to unveil the truth? As a scientist, one should base all deductions and conclusions on facts and evidence. However, this time she wished to disregard the empirical and simply heed her heart. Their first encounter occurred when she had just arrived at Alicata. He had not seen her. Yet she had seen him, clad in black combat attire. He stood on the perilous primordial planet, nonchalantly eviscerating a feathered beast, blood splattering the room. which caused Qingwei to faint in terror, compelling her to feign unconsciousness as well. The second meeting, or rather, the mere hearing of his voice, transpired when Feng Lin solicited his vote to determine her eligibility for the Alicata Institute of Life Sciences. With casual indifference, he uttered a few words that irrevocably altered the course of her fate, granting her wish. Their third encounter took place a decade later, at the welcoming ball for the return of the governor. His face bore the mask of indifference, a visage devoid of warmth, as he sat upon his solitary chair, observing the lively exchanges and laughter of the crowd from a distance. The fourth encounter took place in his official residence. Beneath the dim, amber glow of the lights, he appeared to engage in work like any ordinary individual, yet when he turned, his expression was that of a mere fade, lacking the emotions of a normal person. The bustling multitude, with their myriad of lives and the tumultuous past of a chaotic world. The illumination of memories resembled waves sifting through sand, revealing golden grains submerged beneath the swirling dust. He grasped her wrist, preventing her from sipping the scalding tea. From that moment on, each time they met, the tea presented to her was perfectly tempered for consumption. On the great twin stars, she drank the ethereal blue and green, and throughout the night, she attempted to reach Qianqiu on his personal terminal, dialing hundreds of times without response. Days later, during a class, the weary governor burst through the door, still clad in his attire, with bloodstains upon his boots. Prior to her journey to the rock forest, the governor gifted her a meteor shower of death for protection. Though formidable, it could only be employed once a year. Such a seemingly impractical attribute hardly seemed intended for the powerful Dragon Blood Legion, but rather for the ferocious beasts that had undergone transformation. Within the depths of the rock forest, when she aimed her gun at the governor's head, he offered no resistance. As a beast severed her arm, blood splattered across the governor's face. In that fleeting moment, he held her tightly in his embrace. She trembled, and it seemed he too was shaking. Upon hearing of Xiao Han and Yi Jian's impending arrival, she resolved to flee. The astute and sharp-witted Chunshi was oblivious to her desire to escape. Yet the governor appeared in the flying car, thwarting her escape plan before it could even take flight. The banquet welcoming Xiao Han and Yi Jian was an event the governor had no need to attend. He could neither eat nor drink, yet he remained present from beginning to end. When Yi Jian embraced her, leaving her paralyzed in a nightmare, even Chunshi beside her mistook their fervor for that of siblings reunited after many years. However, the governor came to her rescue. The meticulously gathered information on Xiao Han and Yi Jian, ostensibly for Qinshi's eyes, was deliberately instructed to be shown to her. Lauren covered her face, tears streaming through her fingers. She had witnessed Qinshi's transformation firsthand, as well as the governor's decayed hand and visage. There was no evidence to connect these two disparate individuals. Not even the cunning and suspicious Yuan considered such a possibility. Everything seemed merely a figment of her absurd imagination. Yet, her obsession shone like a